Oh, that's a great book. Napalm just posted, by the way. Great book. Steinmetz wrote the curriculum on electromagnetism as taught today. Simplified everything from Maxwell.
More underrated than Tesla, in my opinion.
Oh, he's gangster. He's super gangster. Smart dude. They hired him to work around Tesla's patents by General Electric. And there's pictures of him with Edison. So that's the dude. That's him. Everything was burning up. Like the jet, because they didn't use laminated steel. Tesla knew in his head somehow to do that. They didn't. They used chunks of metal in their transformers and their motors, and it all burned up. All this guy Steinmetz figures it out. Laminate, steel and use silicon steel, like for the alloy. It just works best. Took a while, lots of fires and explosions in the grid, but yeah, you got to figure it out. That's how everything starts, man.
I just posted a link to what he wrote. The article is called True Wireless. This is a diagram I just posted. So this is a diagram of how alternating current reflects off the end of a wire. But you can change where that node is, right? Where the destructive interference is, by adding a piece of metal, like an inductor, to the side of the wire. So Tesla's idea was to get an electrical generator, pump electricity into his magnifying transmitter. Because of the geometric design of the magnifying transmitter having no sharp points, if you look at the top of it, I'm going to post it. So if you look at the top of it, you can see a whole bunch of little hemispheres that surround the top. Thing about electric fields, they're the most intense at sharp points. And if you have a really tense electric field and a sharp point, you get dielectric breakdown, which is short, basically.
Loss, yeah. You don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want that. You get a short. So basically, if he had a sharp point on that, it would shoot huge sparks, and you'd lose power. So he designed it so that there was where you pump the electricity into. There would be, you could get as much electricity into the top of that without having a dielectric breakdown. And a dielectric breakdown is like, if I have a capacitor and I put way too much charge into it, the dielectric that's in that capacitor will break down, and you'll fry the capacitor, right? You'll blow the capacitor.
It'll find a discharge.
Yeah. So this was designed so that you could get a lot of electricity into it, but not in a very as a whole, right? But not in a very localized place, just from the design. So the way the coils on the bottom work is, so you pump electricity into this thing, into the top. Basically, you're making like a huge capacitor between the earth and the top of that. But when it reaches a certain amount of charge, when it reaches a certain amount of static charge, it will dump all its power into the earth. And he uses the coils to basically control that, because there's two coils at the bottom, right? There's actually three coils now I think about it. But so basically, it's like pumping up a balloon, right? Right? You pump. So say you had a balloon and there's a valve, and when the balloon reaches, say, 100 psi, the valve, it's a one-way valve. So like You can pump it one way, but when it reaches 100 psi, it opens up, and all that pressure from that's inside the balloon goes back in the other direction. So that's basically what he was doing. Instead of it being air, it would be electricity. So you'd pump electricity into the top, and when it reaches a certain voltage, boom, it would dump into the earth. But this would be pulsed, right? He never specified whether it was going to be pulsed DC or AC. So it would pulse and pump the electricity into the earth over and over again, right? And according to him, it would go to the, go over the entire surface of the earth, reflect off the antipode point, and then reflect back, creating a standing wave on the surface of the earth. And then you'd be able to take a device that's like that, right? Because, every electric motor is also an electric generator. And it's the same with this. He would just take a device that was like that. He's got a patent for that too. It's shaped slightly different. And you would just take one of these little energy capture devices, put it in there, and as long as you were in one of these energetic nodes, you'd be able to draw power from it. And you would need no wires. So that was the basic idea. Not that Tesla didn't. Tesla did experiment with true wireless. I think he said, I don't remember what altitude it was, but that that the air at a certain altitude would actually carry a current. I think it was something like 80,000 feet. But I can't remember off the top of my head. Have you heard that, Cirrus?
Man, I don't remember. If I did, I just never really chased it. You know what I mean?
His idea was to put a wire up a hot air balloon, right? Like a tethered hot air balloon. Right?
Yeah.
And you'd have another hot air balloon, like say 10 miles away or something, and you'd be able to send electricity through the air to that other balloon. But this isn't wireless. This isn't like electromagnetic waves. This is an actual current. Basically, the idea was like a plasma channel.
Yeah. Yes. I think dude. Yeah. That was the idea, right?
Yeah, it's pretty obscure. And he researched that way in the beginning, before the magnifying transmitter.
I think it's in the patent, like the drawing from the transmitter to the receiver. I think he's got like direct lines drawn. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. Maybe that's just my mind.
Well, he's got the patent for this device, but there's also a systems patent, right? For the entire electrical system. And those devices, it's not the radiant energy one. It's called a system of transmitting electricity or something like that.
Yeah, I was not prepared.
It's one of the patents, but it's a system patent where the patent's on the transmitter and the receiver. And I think so. When people patent things, they patent variations of the thing they're patenting. They don't just patent that one thing.
Of course.
So this was like one of the variations of basically the same principle of operation, but just a different design. And it was the system that he patented. It wasn't just the devices. He's got images of the receiver and the transmitter in it, and they basically look identical. But the patent is for the actual system itself. Both of them, not just like one device. It wasn't like a patent on the device itself. It was a patent on the methodology.
Design? Was it a design patent?
Yeah, like a design patent.
Versus utility, yeah. Because you can you can hold a utility patent or a design patent.
Have you ever looked into how, if you read his patents according to the conventional understanding of the terms, that you get a completely different idea to what he meant? And then when you go and look at his notebooks and stuff like that, the patents actually explain something completely different.
I'm actually scrolling through the patents right now. So if we want to discuss a specific one, Because yeah.
Well, no, it's more just the general, right? Because he basically wrote his own definition of terms
Well,
because
there was no
people just
poem.
the things that he was dealing. Yeah, the things that he was dealing with, no one had ever come across, or at least in like modern understanding, right? So when he was talking about things like frequency and resonance and all the rest of it, everyone kind of just assumes that he's talking AC, but he left AC behind and he kind of ridiculed his own AC creations.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, that point.
I wouldn't if you're not familiar with that, I'd encourage you to look into that because it makes reading and studying his patterns a lot more clear because he's kind of hiding it in plain sight on purpose.
Well, that's why I said, like he never specifically said AC. He said an oscillating current. But oscillating, there's all
Right,
type of
right.
oscillations. It's not. They don't have to be symmetrical, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have
You have to
non-symmetrical
basically have his
oscillations.
you have to basically have his glossary. I mean from my research, the guy that's best laid it out is Peter Lindemann. His lectures on that, and then some of the like because he's worked with that nutter guy. What's Cyrus? You remember his name? The one who's kind of nuts in the head.
Which one?
Eric Dollard.
Dollard.
Yeah,
Lindemann,
Dollard. Yeah,
oh,
because
Dollard?
Lindemann and Dollard have worked together. They've done some stuff together. But Lindemann's lectures are probably the best to kind of
Pulse
do the
DC
legwork
world,
for
yes.
you to get past the stuff. Yeah, because especially when it comes to the terminology, because that's something that everyone has an issue with in all sorts of areas of discourse and debate. If your terminology is lacking, then everything else after that is going to completely be confused. And it's even more evident when it comes to this stuff of electricity and the electrical theory and stuff, because there's so many terms that can be kind of interchangeable depending on who used them. And I'd rather go with his definitions, especially if you're dealing with what he actually did, as opposed to what other people just stole and kind of
Right.
barely replicated from his patterns.
You see, that's why now you understand when I was saying in the very beginning when I did the introduction that you see what a tangled web Tesla's life and all the different an octopus, right? Like as far as how many different things are going on with this man and all the things like the things that are kept secret, the things that we actually do, like what you're talking about, Elijah, right now. It's very interesting that one person has that many different avenues that you could go in and just find like really weird, amazing things, but just very strange circumstances happening around him. Anyway.
Yeah. So I'm gonna post that video, and I've posted it many a times. But even for me, listening to that lecture by Lindemann and his other lectures, you start to see the world a lot differently when it comes to that level of technology and that level of understanding of physics. But there's also a book about a biography, but it's not an autobiography. It's just a biography, but it's done in such a way and in a very technical way that I think you guys might enjoy it. Let me just get the title for you. So I'll try and find I'll try and find like a link to its ISBN number later. But the title is Wizard: The Life and Times of Nikola Tesla, Biography of a Genius by Mark G. Cypher. So I will post that, but I'll post the Lindemann lecture first, and then I'll leave it there. I just wanted to kind of add that because I thought it was relevant to the patent talk.
Hey, Indio. I don't think this is the one that you're looking for. It does say distribution though, so but I don't think that's the one.
The one I'm talking about has a ball on the top of the device.
Okay, all right. The wireless device. Okay, I know which one you're talking about now. Hold on. We didn't talk about the bifilar coil, guys. That's maybe that one is my favorite invention. The pancake bifilar. It's a cool one because it's a coil that has very low capacitance because it's flat. It's not shaped like a coil, it's shaped like a pancake coil. And the way you wind it is here. I'll get the patent on the bifilar.
And I've also said this before. I don't know if you guys heard this before, but no one's ever made a replica of the magnifying transmitter, not a true replica, not according to the patent. They're always missing. If you look at the diagram, the shaft that goes up to the top, it's labeled D prime. That shaft is supposed to be a copper cylinder. And everybody I've ever seen that makes like a replica of it, they don't use a metal cylinder. They use a dielectric material. So they're using an insulator, not a conductor.
I think that stems from their fundamental misunderstanding of what Tesla's on about.
Oh yeah, of course.
Which is kind of why I mentioned what.
Yeah, it's like okay, yeah, like they do like they think of it. They're like, okay, so we got 2 coils, we got 3 coils down here. I'm going to replicate that. We have the part up top. I'm going to replicate that. I'm going to connect them with a wire, and that's good enough. No, man, that's not good enough.
Yeah, there's too much of this like modern indoctrination that confuses them. So until they get rid of that even if they're staring it in the face like a proper replica, they still might not be able to apply it properly.
People on YouTube are building spark machines, and you don't want spark in a transmission. That's loss of power. And they don't really understand.
So yeah, I posted the book. The book's kind of more just for interest's sake, though I think it's pretty well written, though a little technical. But that video is pretty good as well. Though I think there's another one. When it comes to finding Lindemann stuff on YouTube, I think they kind of do weird things to it, or maybe it's just because of the spelling of his name. Because sometimes you'll get the one that you want, other times you won't. But he's done some recent lectures that are kind of interesting and a bit easier to digest, I think.
I'm curious how, because I've never seen anybody use a hollow copper tube as a conductor of electricity. You know, people use wire, right? I've never seen like a hollow tube as a wire. I'm not sure exactly what it does or why people don't use it. I mean, maybe it's too much resistance. I'm not sure.
See, as far as I understand, the whole reason he had the dome on top was to counter an effect of it wouldn't be called loss. What would it be called? I guess inefficiency, because he was trying to keep it in one framework. So basically the dome was just containing it and not allowing it to leave the pulse nature. My terminology sucks.
Well, the patent itself, it doesn't have a dome. The magnifying transmitter that he was building, that thing had a dome, but his patented device isn't a dome. It's a toroid, but it isn't like a donut. It's a donut with bumps, right? So think of a donut with a bunch of tape. It's literally how he describes it, hemispheres. So you got a bunch of half spheres welded together or screwed together, whatever way he was going to put them together, in the shape of a donut. So you have no edges. You understand? There isn't a single edge on that. Everything is rounded. Because it's a donut shape, every part of a donut is rounded, right? And because the surface of it, because the idea was to increase the amount of surface area, right? So how do you increase the amount of surface area without having sharp points? Make a bunch of hemispheres. It's
Right.
almost like an inverted golf ball. Instead of dimples, they're bumps.
I think I found a pen. Is this the one you're looking for? This is the one that gave him ownership of wireless. The simple pen right here.
Yep, the one with the balls. Yep, that one.
D&D
That is the same methodology if you read the patent.
Yeah,
Is this the
OG,
tuned
man.
circuit stuff?
This is the OG of the OG, man. This is the one that I think won him the Supreme Court decision. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Because it's so basic, like, man. Any wireless transmission is his, so it's kind of...
No, I think it's
primitive,
fascinating is when it comes to this stuff that he's done, when the tuned circuits and whatnot, is the way he described it, and then the way he actually managed back then to get these, I guess it's pulses per second or whatever, impulses per second. He got the kind of stuff that even now is difficult to do, right, with expensive equipment. He was getting like, was it 1 million plus? And that was, and the way he described a million, in frequency was, he described it as, he had a funny way of, his eloquent way of speaking, right? But he described it as basically nothing. And we hear that and we're like, what do you mean nothing? That's a lot. That's a lot going on. But it's because everyone thinks in terms of alternating current and stuff like that. And then also, my favorite bit of that he talks about with his tuned circuits is that it will be possible to have instant transmission of sound and information and sound, or something like that. Do you know the quote better, maybe, Cyrus?
No, like, I know the theoretical kookiness of Alexanderson transmission stuff of radio.
Okay.
However, that's
but it's when you the reason I think it's so fascinating is when you take it to its full like implication. It's everything we have now is complete and utter rubbish, because what he was saying is it was instantaneous, and his tuned circuits were basically almost to having like a tether through the space. So there's no difference. And it's that way you can get onto even more speculative discussions where something like that done correctly could be how you would do teleportation, because there is literally no break. That place is the same as that place because it's completely tuned to itself. But that's kind of hard for people to discuss, and it's not like I can demonstrate it. But what he's saying is instantaneous. Whereas even the best stuff we have nowadays, the best data, the best whatever, there is a lag time. But in what he was talking about, there is no lag time. It's completely there. As it's given, it's delivered. Just like if you're speaking to someone.
So if you think of it in this way,
I think when you because when it can't, I don't know. Maybe I'm obsessing over the way he speaks, but I think the way he speaks, especially back then, because people didn't mince their words, especially not him. It's the implications and the power behind the words that he chose and the way he arranged them, super important. And I think that's I would say to anyone who likes this subject and who wants to get a better grasp of it, go and study the language he used first, and then go from there. Because his notes and his write-ups on what he did, they speak volumes.
Indio, I found that.
But I'll leave my little monologue there.
Are you kind of speaking of the way that we currently think of like electrical transmission as being, two people standing a mile apart with a rope, and one person shakes the rope, and it takes a while for that energy wave to get from point A to point B. Whereas Tesla almost thinks of it as a solid shaft between the two, and you tap on one side, you instantaneously receive that on the other end.
Yeah, but it's even more than that, because it's physically disconnected, but because it's a tuned circuit, it's I think the easiest way I can describe it in a way people can kind of grasp is, twins. If you've ever heard about twins, they say that when a twin gets hurt or is happy or whatever, they feel it. They're connected like that. And that makes sense. You can kind of picture that, right? Because they're effectively both identical tuned circuits, like what Tesla's describing. I do that just so that people can grasp the image. But what happens is, whatever happens on the one thing has already happened on the other the moment it happens. So it's even more important, or even more pronounced than what you described with the solid shaft, because the solid shaft, there's still a lag time, and there's still a feedback, etc. Whereas what he's describing is a perfect, so not only instantaneous but a perfect replication. So the only I think you have to really just go over it and over it again, because the only way you get that in real life is if you're actually speaking to someone right there. Because how else do you get perfect replication of voice? Because even if we do the best technology we have now, you're converting it from analog to digital to analog again, or whatever happens to be your system, right? But he's not even talking about that. He's just literally saying, basically, here's a connected portal, have at it. But you have to then read further into what he did.
You're talking about longitudinal waves versus trend, that sort of thing.
Which pattern is this, Cyrus?
Yeah, I want to talk to India about this. The apparatus for the utilization of radiant energy. Yeah, where the energy lines are drawn straight to the panel labeled P on, the receiver end.
He described that as particles, though. No, I'm serious. He described it.
You know why?
He was asked about it. He said his analogy was, he gave a talk about it, that he made some sort of light bulb where you could feel the particles flying out of the light bulb or something like that.
Right? Yeah, that's what I've discussed with you the other day, if you remember, about the basically that's his demonstration of the ether and the effects thereof. Because I think the reason he described it as a particle is because when he did those tests under oil for a prolonged period of time, so it wasn't like there was any off gassing from the metal rod. There was a gas stream coming off those rods when he was doing those effects for a prolonged amount of time, and that's where he started to understand and get to the point of saying, oh, this is a sub hydrogen type effect, or type particle. And the way he described electricity, he says, I think he phrased it like, I don't necessarily know what electricity is, but it seems to behave like fluid under pressure, which is why I kind of say a lot of the times, a bit glibly because I've not explained it, but I say that everything's just fluid dynamics. Did that make sense, Indio? I want to make sure I was keeping in line.
Well, yeah, Maxwell thought the same thing, except for his fluid was of think of I don't know if you have it in UK, but some Chuck E. Cheese. You know those ball pits with a bunch of balls in it?
Yeah.
So he thought the ether was his model of the ether was that. It was a bunch of balls, like a ball pit. But they were incompressible, right? So they're all crushed together. So they all roll against each other. So when electricity flows, it's really just a bunch of these balls rolling, passing the ether, basically rolling as these little balls of ether roll, right? That is an electrical current. That was Maxwell's idea.
Right.
But
Yeah, I think at
I
some point
remember
I'm gonna
him
have to
saying it
like
was a
get.
gas too, though.
Yeah.
That
Oh
there was
yeah. That's
two
why I said
ethers.
that's that. I think. Oh, maybe. I'm not sure about that, but that's because he
He
said
said
fluid.
something like it was like a liquid and like a gas in another
I
context.
I think that's why he used the word fluid, because fluid is not
Oh yeah, there you go. Fluid, yeah.
fluid gives you the option of gas or liquid, and depending on in what condition it is, I think that's why he says that it behaved like a fluid under pressure. So a gas under pressure, it becomes liquid, right? Well, depending, but anyway, and the effects kind of, well, the effects are pretty cool because you can bypass barriers. And then once he figured out the impulse rate, which he kind of just, because he was dealing in another world to everyone else, right? He just called it frequency again, but defined under his impulse terms. When he got the frequency to this certain range, he could make healing happen. He could make breezes coming rooms. He could.
He fell asleep for 3 days.
Yeah.
Under
Yeah,
that.
he could do all these things because at the start when he was just experimenting and figuring it out, he was getting like stinging effects. But once he realized that he could just find, what is the recipe for whatever effect you want, and it was just about how many impulses per second. Cool. And I think what you showed in your first picture, Cyrus, what he said that all you needed. Well, again, I'm in words, so it's not as clear, and I apologize if that's unhelpful. But basically, you just need the right collector, and you can get it all from sunlight, from basically any light. I imagine maybe not LED light these days, but I think even to some degree you could probably get like if you've built the circuit sufficiently efficiently, you could probably power it from artificial light. It's just antenna, right? You're just tapping into what's already there. It's conduit stuff.
Well, quantum tunneling is teleportation, and it was demonstrated in 1994 that quantum tunneling is instantaneous. I think I gave you that link, didn't I? Like,
I want that link.
Maybe I'd have to go through my server, see if I posted
Gunter
it.
Nimps, GUNTERNIMPZ. He was published. I think it was either Nature or Science or Annals of Physics, one of those three. So his test was he took two prisms, microwave radiation, and he separated the prism by a gap, and the microwave radiation jumps the gap. And there's no time inside the barrier. 0.
Okay. That's exactly what I was going to get into. In order to have instantaneous transmission, either your time is going to equal 0 or your distance is going to equal 0. Which one is it? Which one are you going to flush out? And
well, there's the quantum mechanical explanation. The quantum mechanical explanation of quantum tunneling, I think, is garbage. Because their explanation is there's it's a wave, right? So, but that wave, it's a probability amplitude wave, so it's not a real physical wave. But because there's a non-zero probability, that wave like overlaps the next medium, right? So you got medium 1, medium 2, and medium 3. You want to jump medium 2 you want to go from medium 1 to medium 3 and jump medium 2. But if the barrier medium 2 is small relative to the wavelength, they say that it jumps the gap, right? This is the quantum tunneling.
Yeah, isn't their issue with how they see the world that they give time a kind of solidity that it doesn't actually have? Does that make sense, the way I phrased it?
Yeah, well, yeah. No,
Okay, well,
they're just in love with Einstein. They can't let go
Yeah,
of
but they give it a dimension. they give it a dimension, don't they? But that's
Yeah.
not how time is or how it works. Because now this might be hard for some people to hear, but time is dictated by the luminaries. But when you're but that's it. It's just for us to keep track of what's going on in the seasons. But when you're dealing with what Cyrus just pointed out and what you were talking about, time doesn't come into effect in the same way. So if you've eliminated it from because it's not applicable, then you can just go from here to there without any delay. That's about as simply as I can put it. But maybe you can
Well,
expand.
let's put it this way: all these ideas about speed of light and all these things, they're talking about transverse electromagnetic waves, right? So Planck's constant and all this stuff that Planck came out with, his quantum theory, that's only about transverse electromagnetic waves, which is called far field radiation. Now there's something called near field radiation, but it falls off exponentially from the source. So if you have like an antenna, right, and it's transmitting at like 100-meter wavelength, right? So 1/6 of that wavelength from the transmitter will be this thing called near field radiation. And what will end up happening is that you actually can like look this up at people that work on these types of antennas. They say don't get too close because you will electromagnetically couple, right, to the antenna with no, and you will get power. The same way a transformer works, right? So the things inside the transformer, nothing's touching each other. The coils aren't touching each other, but they're electromagnetically coupled by near field radiation. So this particular field of electromagnetism is been completely neglected by modern physics. Believe me, I've researched this very extensively. It is neglected to say the least. It's seriously neglected because you can
uphold
so
their narrative.
what do we use it for, right? We use it for charging phones, right? Near field radiation. Little key fobs we use to get in buildings. That's this NFC stuff. That's near field credentials, right? These little chips. They're read by near field radiation. They're not read by electromagnetic waves. And the reason they do this is because it transmits enough power so I can have a chip with no battery inside of it. But when I take one of these near field readers, that near field reader powers the chip and reads it at the same time.
Right. And that's why they like it, because even if there's like a power issue or whatever, they don't have to.
Maintenance,
right?
The reason they don't like it is because you have to be so close.
Right. And the human error becomes an issue. But for the maintenance thing, it means that they can just kind of leave it and forget it, or set and forget. So.
Thing is this teleportation thing you're talking about, right? Sorry. If you can make near field radiation extend in space as far as transverse radiation, you could teleport stuff, and it wouldn't even be an issue.
I don't see it as an issue, because maybe this might help people kind of see why it isn't as complicated or isn't as unfeasible as people might otherwise believe, right? So when you're traveling, now I grant you the way people describe time is silly, and I've already made my point. But when you're traveling in any format, right, time is passing. So by definition, I know I'm being a bit crude, but by definition, you're traveling through time, right? I say that just so you can get rid of the blockage in your mind, right? So once you get rid of that blockage in your mind, and then you realize and you listen to what Indio just said, something like teleportation is just not an issue. Because fundamentally, right, it's all just information. It's all just I don't know. It's like code. So you can just transport code. You can as long as the way you transport it is sufficiently stable or whatever. It's not that complicated. I'm being intentionally like lazy with my words so that it's easy to kind of get your head around. But India, if you want to follow up on that, maybe go ahead. But I had a comment on why I think they're neglecting the near field stuff after you've responded.
Well, the only reason it's neglected because they haven't figured out a way to exploit it, and plus because they're stuck. Because what is, everything always comes back to flat Earth for some reason. Why do they even care about electromagnetic radiation, right? For their stargazing, right? Near field radiation is useless for that. It's useless for astronomy. It's useless for cosmology. Like, it's useless for these purposes. So there's no motivation to research it.
Okay.
Dudes. They just spend $10 billion for a telescope. What's their motivation again?
Yeah, I don't think the guys operate in value very well. They cloud cuckoo land. But okay, I guess I'd have to think about
what I'm saying is you put money toward what you think is important. And they think that is an important endeavor. And almost all of physics has been driven by the astronomy cosmology cult, man. You have to face the facts that it's what drove Newton, it's what drove Galileo, all these other physical laws. The only thing it hasn't driven is chemistry.
Okay, I can agree with that. The one thing I was gonna add though is I think they're not actually neglecting it. They're just kind of certain levels of people are neglecting it perhaps, because that near field stuff is gonna become directly applicable to all their future agendas when it comes to money and when it comes to people being chipped and the trade and how to trade and stuff, like trade between people and between businesses. So I think it's more that they just don't want people to be knowing what they're planning, so that when they released it, it's kind of released the way they want it to be released, as opposed to more independently. Because when these things come out, right, entrepreneurs by definition will just jump on it. But if they kind of suppress it in the populace and in the mentality, then they can kind of control how it kind of comes through into society. What do you think?
Remember the FCC, bro? I told, okay, that stuff is noisy and your electronics don't like it. And it's it's a different route to transmission that we didn't take. So, and you're banned from taking, really. You play with enough power, you're creating a lot of noise. And I don't know, the FCC will hunt you down if you're playing with enough power. So, that's one problem with the, near field transmission stuff. You become the primary, you know what I mean, from an inductor, tuning forks, primary, secondary, or a transformer.
Exactly. And think about a tuning fork, right? If I have a tuning fork that's C sharp, right, and I sing it C sharp, that tuning fork vibrates.
Correct. Induction cookers. So have you guys?
Yeah.
So the pan, right? So you have a coil. You actually have a flat coil there, like a pancake, a Tesla coil down on the bottom, and so that's the primary. And the secondary is a single winding piece of aluminum or whatever. That's the secondary.
Got to be iron. Sorry.
Iron, yeah, whatever. Iron. Yeah, sorry. Stainless or whatever, iron based. So yeah. And that heats up.
But why does the pan heat up, right? Because the
eddy
pan
currents,
is
right?
trying to get in resonance with the coil, but because of its geometric configuration, it can't. So it starts moving around and gets hot because it's trying to do something it can't do. Right? The arrangement of the atoms isn't conducive to resonance because it's a big slab of metal.
Right. You're just heating it up. Yeah, the single winding short circuit. So you just short circuit at the other end of the transformer.
But what would happen if you put a winding on there, right? You'd be able to light a light bulb.
Yeah, you can use it, right? You won't have the heat loss. You can actually utilize it. But we want to cook with it, so we want the loss. Transmission loss. Which in this case is not a loss. Which is cool. But yeah, dude, the other stuff, yeah, man, I don't know. Your cell phones would...
There's actually a YouTube channel where they use one of those electromagnetic cookers to I think on a pancake coil. Oh man, I think it's called The Old Scientist. That's the YouTube channel.
Yeah, I've seen it on a pancake.
Hey, with something like cooking, would you really need a loss at all if you were just resonating the water, or just basically tuning the water to
That's what a
boiling temperature?
microwave does.
Microwave, yeah, 2.4
But
liter.
you don't need to use a microwave to do that. You can do it without damaging the water, right?
How about this? This is my
Well,
idea.
you should maybe I shouldn't say you can, but you should be able to.
Well,
You
what
could do
if
it mechanically if you could, like drum really fast. But I don't know if you can drum at 11 gigahertz.
Good luck, man. Microwave.
I don't think your drumsticks couldn't take it.
Yep. Vacuum tube does though. That's how. Got the magnetron. But yeah, it's just, I call it cycling a shaft. That's all we're doing here. Then we went to vacuum tube cycling. Then we went to electronic cycling, which we can do really fast. And that's, I think, our technology is measured in my world, like the silicon technologies, by how fast we can cycle the damn thing, in gigahertz, right? So it's the same idea. It's a valve, but you can, with tubes and that, you can transmit ridiculous levels of power, and you can also get the transients if you want them. You can design to get the transient waves if you want, which are problematic, right? And they designed a system. Steinmetz came in to get rid of the transients on the power grid. It was like, no, it comes in and blows stuff up. All right. So.
Yeah, because people were dying because they didn't understand what Tesla had done. They were getting blown up, right? Not evaporated, incinerated. They were turned to nothing, basically, right? Whatever the word is for that.
Yeah, because the transients would build up on the grid.
Right, and it was only after Steinmetz had deciphered his work that they were able to continue with it. And what makes that even more impactful and hilarious to me, even though it's sad that people died, is that Tesla described that as a failed project.
Hey, Jen, you're hot mic in it. Jen CVR.
I think the impulse current stuff is pretty cool too.
I think it's the only thing worth looking into, because especially when we're talking about Tesla, you would take his words and his way of looking at his own work, and if he actually, I mean, you can find it, right? He actually said that he considered AC to be a failed project. So if you consider those words of someone and you're researching his work, then research the other stuff he did, because it's good to know the history of what he did, right? But you have to move on from that. Otherwise, you're just gonna stay in a lesser state, and you're not really gonna achieve anything or understand anything of that much value. That's my opinion, at least.
You should check out, if you're into impulse currents, Master Ebo YouTube channel. IVO, Master Ebo. He's been doing a lot of experiments with that. He does like at least a couple a month. He's fried a lot of stuff though.
Of course.
He uses 2 3x5 coils separated by dielectric. He's done a bunch of experiments. You'd have to see it. I can't sit here and describe it all.
I found the channel. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
All right, I'm on. Cool. Thanks, man. I like the impulse DC stuff, and I was gonna tell Elijah, dude, that stuff is noisy. The FCC is coming for you. Disruptive discharge is noisy as fuck. And by the way, your electronics are going bye-bye. Like that's the problem, man. You play with enough.
My what? Sorry.
Shit. It's noisy. Creates a lot of noise. Electromagnetic.
Yeah, I heard that bit. But what was your last statement?
Your electronics. Yeah, your electronics.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rise electronics.
Uh-huh.
They're not very friendly. The electronics.
Because they're literally out of phase to each other or whatever. I don't know what the right word would be, but yeah, they're contradictory.
They're not friendly.
I'm just joking, but I had no idea we had so many geniuses online at this moment. I'm impressed. Come on, just kidding, guys. Come on now. Interesting
Beanie
conversation.
ass.
Interesting conversation, to say the least.
Tesla, man. Tesla's cool, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Tesla's cool.
He was way ahead of his time for sure, or maybe that's not the right way to put it, because I guess really there's nobody can actually be ahead of their time. They're doing what they're doing at the current moment. If it's more advanced than someone else, well, then that's just because they've worked harder and understand more, I guess.
He was ahead of his contemporaries, that's for sure, and
Yeah.
still many of our contemporaries as well.
Yeah.
Since you guys wandered off into the weeds anyways, I wasn't trying to go into the timing of the zero shit, but since you guys took it there, do you know about Alexanderson? You know, I think Ernst Alexanderson and his Alexanderson antenna? Because they used it for a bit, but they kind of dismantled the thing. Supposedly, according to Mr. Dollard. However, the patents do exist. That thing had instantaneous radio transmission. So, it was interesting. And,
He described it as radio transmission?
Oh, yeah. And it was the beginning of the zero lag transmission stuff.
Interesting.
That was the beginning of that at, I think, Bolinas, California, where they actually used it. It was put into effect. Like, they tested that shit out.
It did some sort of beam shaping, like phased array radar. Because it wasn't like the system was like a whole bunch of individual antennas where you could control the phase of each one, but then it would act as in unison to send a signal.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't like a traditional antenna where there was just like one line in. It was pieces. He made one antenna out of a whole, but he could control each individual antenna separately. So basically what we call now beam shaping or phase array radar. But we use it for a different purpose than that. We use it so that we don't have to have the radar dish go in a circle. You could shape the beam to sweep back and forth without actually spinning the radar dish.
Cyrus, would there be even, and if someone was to mess with this, would there be even any point to put your stuff in a Faraday cage? Wouldn't it just destroy it anyway?
Supposedly, well, okay, Earth transmission, you're going to transmit through the Earth, so yes, you're not really going through the Faraday cage at all, because you're going through the Earth, so you can pick it up from the antenna that's grounded from the other side. So it's not. However, with this stuff, yeah, Tesla said he's going to stop it. So
right, yes.
That's so why we're trying to go bye-bye, right?
Take the battery out, take all the components off, or just...
Silicon doesn't like it, I guess. Silicon doesn't like this sort of impulse DC flying in the air, I guess. I don't know, man.
Maybe that's why they pushed this. They pushed it to what it is now, because everyone's reliant on silicon. So whenever those who know want to, they can just be like, "Yeah, we're just going to destroy everything you own without ever even need to be anywhere near you."
Yeah, I don't think people understand the importance or the power and or the capabilities of silicon. I mean, it is an amazing substance. You can not only create energy with it, you can store information on it. You can create frequency waves using two pieces of stone sandwiched together. You can do so much with silica or silicon. It's almost incredible to even think about. You can actually send, they can vibrate, and you can send frequency waves over the air, over long distances. You can receive and transmit with them both. Silicon and or stone and or crystals, all one in the same. That's an amazing substance, and I think that's going to be our very next major exploitation of anything super, let's say, communication wise, and even weapon wise. You know, you can take crystals, put them in an array of a circle round and a longer one in the center, and then send frequency wave through them. All they vibrate and they bounce back and forth between the two. I've actually was made privy to a little bit about this, but you can actually use crystals to actually create a frequency wave that you could pick someone up and toss them 50 feet with it or whatever. It just like, it's crazy stuff. Anyway, I'm just saying that I think that since how the Earth is silicon based, the entire Earth is, in my opinion. That's what the terra firma is basically made of, other than organic decayed material. It's amazing. Anyway, I put about 10 years worth of research in silicon, like, this was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And yeah, you guys will see that before long, or at some point in time, there's going to be some major advancements because of silicon. And there already has been, basically. Wires not needed. I didn't mean to make the room silent, for hell's sakes.
Is everybody about burn on Tesla?
Well, I just got back. No, I was gonna ask what's going on.
No, I think you guys can go ahead and do whatever you talk about whatever you want to talk about. Keep the conversation going. But I just want to let you know that I'm about to put my phone down and not pay attention to it anymore. I just want to thank everybody for showing up and hanging out and listening. Cyrus and Sonny, you guys did awesome. Indio, appreciate you showing up at the last moment. You kind of helped kill some dead air.
Yeah.
What did I miss? What went on before I got here? What was it?
We're doing like a break time, like a little presentation of Tesla.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I see all this stuff in the live stream. I'm just looking at all this, what you guys were up to.
Yeah, if you go back in the live stream, God Rockin', you'll find all the things that I used in my introduction. If you want to play the tape back on the live stream, you can hear the whole conversation. Be a good one to maybe take a clip of that.
Right. Okay. Appreciate it.
That. But right, yeah, cool. Thank you.
My phone's on 1%, so good thing you ended it.
Wait a minute. What'd you just say?
My phone's on 1% charge.
1% charge. Yeah.
He just ended it right on time.
Just set it next to your Tesla coil. It'll be charged up in minutes.
Yeah. I need one of those near field chargers.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe one of these days we could stream some of those lectures in like one of the other rooms.
Yeah. So thanks, Brad, for putting this event
because
on.
I talk about them a lot, and I think they're useful to watch. But maybe if we do it together, like in a chill room or something, we can then discuss it more.
Yeah, previously.
More accurately, right? Because it's like fresh in our mind.
Yeah, and thanks everybody else for your input. Thanks, Elijah Savvy, for your input. Thank you, Brad, for putting on this event. Thanks for asking me to be a part of it. I appreciate it. And it did open it up. We went from Tesla and all his inventions. The Discord quantum tunneled all the way from Tesla to quantum tunneling.
Wow.
So it worked.
I'm just a little annoyed at myself for missing out on this, but anyway, I can go back and rewind it, like you said.
Yeah, I'd like to do this more often. Just not feeling the greatest. That's kind of why I just let you guys kind of take the reins on it. This wasn't my idea. This maybe the Tesla part of it was, but this was Red for Bear's idea of how Flat Earth University was supposed to be. So maybe we could get something like this going a little bit more. But yeah, I appreciate you guys showing up. It means a lot.
Cool. Look forward to many more. Have a good day, you guys.
Thanks for throwing the party, Brad.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Indio. I appreciate what you had to say. Indio.
Maybe remind the boomers next time before you
Hear what
start.
had to say. Yeah, remind the boomers. Yeah, I was late too, so don't feel bad.
Shoot, I'm one of the oldest boomers, and I was here on time. What's up with you guys? I'm only kidding.
You from the found the youth, maybe.
If you're a real boomer, you know what's wrong with us.
I know exactly. I know both sides of the point. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they told us to duck and cover. That's what's wrong with us, okay? Seriously.
I know, right? Duck, yeah. Yeah, what is it called?
Yeah, the school
Listen, when we were little kids.
Stop, drop, and roll. Like
I remember hiding underneath my desk as a little kid for sure.
Yeah, that would help you from
Me
from
too.
the thermonuclear weapon.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, just put your head between your legs, kiss your ass goodbye is what they were saying.
Right.
If what if any of that was actually reality, but which I don't believe that much of it was.
What's the last thing that went through his mind? His asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, depending on who it was, it would be one and the same.
If we're gonna die, they should have said if the air raid if the nuclear bomb sirens go off, you're all gonna die. Just tell us the truth, man. Don't give us a false sense of hope that we got tests made out of passport material that can survive.
That was the start of the bigger deception. I mean, having us kids think that flimsy little desk is going to protect you from a nuclear blast.
I see what you did there with the passport material.
Yeah. That was a good one, man. Shit is indestructible, man.
Right, man. Gotta survive.
And then when you realize how flipping crude they have to be to actually do what they wanted to do.
Oh, fuck.
They just flipping firebombed Japan. That's all they did. They just resorted to caveman tactics. So.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys heard about when they put in on all these bats and let them loose, so they flew down into their attics.
Nice.
Did you hear about that?
I think I did hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they put
during the Second World War.
Yeah, they put 10,000 bats on, and they put these incendiaries that just all of a sudden start a fire after 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever it was.
It was probably American businessmen that thought up that idea.
Yeah, and they just let them all loose, and they flew down into Japan, and they went to hang out in people's attics and shit. And 45 minutes later, they burst into flames.
It was probably someone from IBM that helped them with that little analysis.
I mean, fuck, talk about dirty fucking pool there. That's some nasty, dirty shit there, boy. I know that, and then you have to smell fried bats on top of it.
That was probably the best part,
Yeah, maybe.
After you got firebombed, then you could have fried bat. I mean, not so bad an option, I guess, in hard times.
Yeah, well,
sorry. That was not a fun joke. Sorry.
Actually, it was, because everything it is a fucking joke. You know what I mean? It really is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so the whole war was a war on the minds of Americans as to what really happened for the last 100 years at least.
We're still at war right now. Fuck, it's even gotten worse.
Oh yeah, it's worse, of course.
Yeah. Or the war we're going through right now. I mean, this is World War III in my humble opinion. It could be. You could definitely use that terminology for what they're doing right now to the entire it's the whole world. It's this. So this is probably the only real world war that we've ever had.
They declared it on us in 1871, and then they declared it on us again in 1933. Declared us
World War III.
Domestic hostiles.
You're talking about World War III? They did.
We're in it right now. Is my
Yeah, I
opinion.
know. I was
Yeah.
just wondering if that's what he was talking about.
Well, just the mental war mainly for one thing. The battle, taking over our minds. Brain.
No, legitimate World War III has been waged against the people.
The entire population, the entire world, in my opinion. Everyone except the few handful of selected, coneheads.
I saw a document about it like 10 years back or something. There's an actual document from like the 50s or something like that. 50s, maybe early 60s or something, that actually outlines World War III and how after World War II there was too much peace and stuff like that. So how were they gonna? They were talking about how they were going to incite the next war, and they said, well, why not just wage it against the people for whatever the fuck they want?
I think we're definitely at war right now. I mean, the shit they're throwing at us is not friendly. It's not friendly fire, that's for sure. And it's coming from, and I say friendly fire because it's coming from our own, from our own back doorstep. It's coming from the people that are supposed to be our leaders, friends, and protectors. And that's where it's coming from. And so that's initially, I mean, isn't when you get killed in a war, when it's one of your own army people that accidentally shoot you, that's friendly fire. Yeah, well, it's everything we're experiencing right now. I guess in a way could be considered friendly fire, but they haven't been too friendly about it.
No, I consider it enemy fire.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that when it's coming from the guy sitting right next to you and you don't even know it. What do you call that?
My cousin has that experience.
Fuck, I got to go do one of the most irritating menial tasks that I cannot stand to fucking do, but I have to go do my laundry. Is that it's not pitiful?
Hey,
Fuck,
is
fuck, I hate doing laundry.
God Rock, is this headset work good?
What's that? My headset?
Mine. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yes. Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me good?
Yeah.
Hey, talking about a task like that, you ever change a headlight in a 2011 Malibu?
No, not exactly that model, Mike, but that's generally not what I enjoy doing. Let's put it that way.
Oh, it's fucking annoying. You got to take the front cover off. You got to take off the wheel well covers. You got to take a bunch of bolts out, move the core, 18 bolts to move the core. Then you can just change a bulb.
Oh fuck! See, that's not my style of working on a
Oh,
car. I
oh,
would pay someone to do that rather than do it myself.
hey, you know what I did when I took the core out?
Put a match and a firebomb to the whole thing, or what?
No, I hit it. I took the plasma cutter and I cut access holes in it.
For future access.
Yeah, I took a tape measure and I measured.
As soon as you said that, of course, I knew exactly what you were doing, Mike. I mean,
Yeah, I measured that bitch out. And my boy was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Dude, you won't bring this bitch back to me." He said, "Why?" I said, "I'm gonna cut squares out. It'll look stock." I took a paint marker that was gray, dabbed the fresh cut edges. You know.
and now you can just change your bulbs all by yourself. Just reach in there and get them and pull them out. Yeah, have a
Yeah,
nice. Have a nice day. You're welcome.
Well, you know, it's one of them. Oh, sure, a headlight bulb. I'll change that in a couple minutes. Come on out, and then half hour later, I'm like, "Fuck, really?"
Yeah.
Wasn't quite so straightforward, eh?
Yeah, dude. Every bolt I had to take out, I was like, "Motherfucker!" With this fucking headlight cover.
It's fucking amazing how stupid these engineers were back in the day. Even still today, I mean, these new cars
Oh,
are just as bad, if not worse. I mean, but
oh,
I think the new ones are done on purpose, so they got to take them to the dealer and
yeah,
get, so you got to pay all this major money just to have a fucking simple little task done. They
yeah,
do that shit on purpose.
yeah. So the engineers, the Chevy mechanics, it keeps the whole conglomerate going.
Yep.
The Chevy Corporation.
You can't
Because
even buy some of the special tools that are needed these days unless you're actually a certified GM mechanic.
I know,
I mean,
my
fuck.
hey, you know them push plastic pins too. I got the
Yeah.
pin removers, but my boy, he was getting mad. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Trying to pop these out with a screwdriver." I'm like, "Dude, I got the fucking tool for that over there on the bench. We do that once we get all the damn bolts out, you know."
Yeah.
But I also got one of them little pickle fork looking pry bars, the old tool.
Yeah, if
But
you don't have shit like he, you just bust them pins up anyway. They're almost not usable again, you know?
yeah, I got buckets full of that shit. Cause yeah, that's the way it is. If you don't have the push pin extractor, which is just a fork and a spreader bar, and you squeeze it, slide it under it, and let it go, and it just pops them right out.
Right.
If you don't have that son of a bitch, you ruin them every time.
Yep.
So I get in a we all get in a hurry, you know.
Yeah.
Some, sometimes I just bust out the pocket knife and cut them bitches. Bop.
Yep. Well, it's going to be, if you don't have the right tool, you're just going to bugger it up anyway, and it's probably not going
Yeah.
to hold. It's not going to hold tight anymore ever again anyway. So,
Right. Or look right.
roller look right. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. On the fender walls. I hate that shit. It's just it's annoying shit that keeps the technicians working. You know.
Yep. Yep. I do know. And like I said, the tools aren't even available unless you're a fucking certified technician. You can't just go to AutoZone and buy some of this stuff. You've got to be a fucking GM technician. Then you can go to
Yeah.
the fucking.
Hey. When I was
It's fucking so ridiculous. It's like a monopoly, dude.
Yeah, when I was done, my boy said, "Let's look at the taillights." Like, fuck you, let's roll a joint. When your taillights go out, bring them out. If there's another bullshit piece in the way like that, I'll plasma cut that bastard too. Fuck it. That's what it's for. Fuck it.
Yep. Especially if it's just an old transportation car or whatever. If it's a collectible, of course, you're not going to want to do that sort of stuff to it. But
Yeah, he's a delivery pizza guy, and the Malibu's it's a fleet vehicle. A
yeah,
Malibu, yeah, they're fleet vehicles. So yeah, it's just so dude, you'll spend $200 getting a fucking headlight changed, dude, rather than change it at Myers right where you bought the bulb. But
yeah,
now he can do that. It's just you get
yeah,
in there,
because you give him easy access. So yeah,
yeah,
great.
listen, dude, you pop the hood, all you see is a plastic cover and a metal guard. I was like, bitch, are you serious?
Oh,
You
I know
literally,
exactly what you're talking about, bro. It's fucking shit so
yeah,
annoying.
the
Oh, it's fucking annoying.
yeah, the headlight bezels sit in the front nose cone,
Yeah,
and so you got to take the whole fucking core out of there. I was like, man, this is fucking what dumbass did this?
it's stupid. What it is, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, if I'd have known, there wasn't a bunch of wires in the way, I could have just cut it while it was on there, but fuck it. I couldn't believe it. I was like, no, I can't leave this like this. I got to make it to where you don't have to ask anybody. Stick your
Yeah.
hand in there and change it. Fuck it. But I mean, if you, dude, I think if you had a cab company and you owned all Malibus, as soon as they had to change a headlight cover, the mechanic for the cab company would do the same fucking thing. You know he would. Even if he had,
I want all checkers, man.
yeah, yeah, you know what I mean. Yep.
Fuck yeah, I do.
If I would, you got a LTD, you know them fuckers are easy to change headlights. And at least Ford don't fuck you on the headlights in the lights. Ford lets that shit be easily accessible. Chevy's trying to be like Mercedes. You know, you got to tear off like 6 panels to get to a Mercedes fucking bulb.
Yeah.
Whether it's a brake bulb or a headlight bulb.
You can't even change your oil on these cars anymore. It's like no access. Period. Can't do it. Got to take it to the dealer.
Yeah, me and you could, you know.
Well, yeah, but still, the
Yeah.
average guy has no access to that kind of stuff, and it's so fucked up.
Yeah, I
You
wouldn't
can't do your own maintenance on your own car without
Yeah.
costing you like $600 for an oil change.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm looking at that Malibu. I'd like to have just an empty body. Tub that bitch out. Have me a 4-door drag car.
Yeah, you always put some fucking aluminum sheet metal in where you wanted it. Fucking
Yeah.
rivet it in, make it look nice. It probably look better than it does anyway now. You know what I mean?
Actually, the next car I want to tub out is I want a Ford Fusion. I want to tub out a Fusion.
My ex-wife's girlfriend used to own a Focus, and
Yeah.
she called it her fuckus. Yeah.
Well, them little Ecotech motors are good on gas, but fuck up. Once they start having problems, you know how they are.
Yep.
They're so wrapped so tight. If your coolant gets 5 degrees over, you now need a new head gasket, maybe an intake.
They got plastic intakes on them fucking things now.
Yeah, plenum. Yeah, plastic intake. You'll need a new thermostatic sensor and a new thermostatic sensor switch to turn on your. Once you get the heads out on them, they burn up the fan switch, they burn up the gauge sensor, all that shit, dude.
Craziness.
My mom had a Fusion and she loved that bitch, but hey. I ain't like working on it, but
it's funny when you get tear into these new cars like that, and you look at all the parts and how a lot of them are so cheap, so plastic and stuff. And then first thing that came to my mind is they don't want us to fix these cars. They want us to drive them for 150,000 miles and drive them straight to the fucking junkyard. That's what they want.
Yeah.
These cars aren't they're not made to be rebuilt and repaired in that way. That's not their purpose.
No, I mean I can still do it.
Well, yeah, so can I. But I'm talking. That's what they want, though. They want you just to drive it.
Listen, bro.
Take it straight to the fucking dump.
I go around. I buy lots of cars. I'll go up north because they don't have scrap yards up north, so you can still find a guy that's got 5,000 cars out in his back 100 acres. You know.
Well, that's becoming rare, more and more now to find a place like that.
That's why I go up north. Like I said, they don't have scrap yards, so I buy them all. But instead of bringing them down here and fixing them or building one out of two, I sell parts. Fuck it. I run a scrap yard. I'll sell the window, I'll sell every piece on it. Every running car's got $3, $4, $5 worth of parts.
To the window, to the wall.
Yeah, and it's Mike's. I call it Mike's. You pull and save. You pull it, save $20. I pull it, you paying me, bitch. You know?
Yeah, we got one here on 12th Street. It's called Pick Apart or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Go ahead.
I don't.
Yeah.
I won't. I'll flip a '90s car. You know, if I got 6 '90s cars and every one of them got a little bit of problems, I'll build one nice one and try to get something out of it. Because you know nowadays motherfuckers want $1,500 for a car that needs a head, a thermostat, a water pump, heater core. You know, fuck the heater cores go out on these cars and you crack your head. You know.
Yep. Yep. It's craziness.
It's fucked up. I mean, on the '70s, you could crack the head, the heater core go out, and still drive the bitch. Just run a hose from the heater core outlet to the heater core inlet, and just don't have heat and beat the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? But you can't do that.
You know, I
Now,
was just about ready to walk out the door on my way to AutoZone because my oil filter is leaking a little bit on the seal. A friend of mine helped me put it in a while back, and he just put. Now I asked him, "Why in the fuck is it leaking? Why didn't you tighten it?" Well, I tightened it as tight as I could with my hand. I said, "Why didn't you say something to me, dude?" Anyway, so I tried to take it off by hand. I can't get it off. I don't have a fucking wrench. I don't know what the fuck happened to my oil filter wrench. So I'm on my way here in a few minutes to fucking AutoZone to buy a $10 motherfucking oil filter wrench. And I got the filter in my car. I mean, it's going to take me like less than 5 minutes to take it off and put the new one on. But fuck, talk about annoying, dude.
yeah, yeah. I went and bought a couple new headsets, so when my headset's charging, I got spare ones that don't have fucked up cords on them. This is the cheap one. This is just earbuds. You know.
I never have really good luck with any of my cords, man. They always wear out. Fucking, they throw them away. Buy
Yeah.
new ones. Fucking, what's wrong? No disposable fucking. You know,
Well,
they last for fucking only so long, and you get out your
hey,
money, buy a new
I
one.
had I had these. I'm a cheap bastard, even though I got money. But I had these. I keep buying these cheap headsets for my son. My son said, "Well, take them, throw them back in the box, and take them back to the place, Dad, and just tell them they didn't work when you bought them." So I did, and I got a brand new box, brand new receipt. Well, I've done it 3 times now. I got.
Well,
Hey
you know what?
guys.
That's what they deserve.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Hey. Hey, high five on the headset thing. Bravo.
Yeah, it's like the Burger King hustle. Every time if I buy Burger King or fast food, I gotta go home and tell my kid, because he takes the receipt, he calls him, and he says, "Hey, you guys fucked up my order," and he gets a free order. Yep.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Well, you know, when you work on a work crew, you're like, "Bitch, I was on my way to Ann Arbor. I'm in a work truck. I can't come right back and get it." You know, you bitch him out.
Right.
He'll end up with a free lunch every day, you know, and when you're on a work crew, that's great. Like, hey man, stop by Burger King. I got 3 free orders and 3 different names. That's my son. And we got money. This nigga, he owns 5 cars. He got 15, 20 grand in the bank. That's how you stay paid. You know what I mean?
That's
saw
probably
a
why
funny
he has that.
meme.
Probably
I saw
why
a
he has
funny
15 grand. Go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
Oh, I said I saw a funny meme, one that said, "If I have to wear a mask to protect you, I'm slapping McDonald's out of your hands."
Well, that's a McFucket mask. I got the
To protect your health, and I'm gonna smack McDonald's out of your fucking hands.
I got the McFucket mask. I'm coming with a Big Mac slap.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna make you stumble like you just hit crack. Give you a bell ringer. I'm a humdinger.
We need to stop with McDonald's, guys.
Oh, they're fucking poison, dude. It's just nothing but poison. I can't believe people eat it. I haven't eaten McDonald's, and this is the honest to God truth. Only thing I've had from McDonald's
Yeah.
in the last 2 years is a fucking chocolate milkshake. That's
I
it.
made up my own. I made up my own burger. It's a mini slider with bacon and cheddar, all this stuff on it. I'm actually trying out something. I don't know if somebody else has thought of this before, but I'm kind of dubbing it a hamburger salsa. So I can't put a whole lot of vegetables on these mini sliders. You know, you can only make them so tall, right? So I am gonna dice up some onions and tomatoes, and I got dill relish, and I'm just gonna kind of put them together and see how it works out.
It's all about the size of your mouth, Jen. If you can slide it down.
That big, it's not that big. It's just
That
not.
was
I'll
amazing.
I'll slap your ass so hard you go falsetto like an opera singer.
Bring it on, brother. Come
I said it
on
once.
over.
I said it once. I'm a humdinger. Oh,
You the big man way over there, don't you?
what did you
I'm kidding,
say?
I'm kidding.
Slap?
Oh shit!
Oh, I thought Jen said slap my booty and make me go falsetto. My bad.
Correction.
Hey.
Correction.
Yeah,
Wah.
that'd be like this. Hey,
Oh, fuck.
do it again.
Hey, I'm gay.
Hey, you guys.
Oh,
I don't know
what
about
am I
that.
listening to right now?
Hey, you're married. You can't get in this conversation, Phil. Ha ha.
Oh, poor Phil. He's all good
Oh,
Unless, of course, hey, you want to get divorced.
though. Nah.
Hey, that's
We're just
listen.
clowning. We're just clowning, you guys. We're just clowning.
That is the real big D, because you really take a fucking when you get divorced.
Yeah, you do.
You get the big D then.
I have to remind myself of stuff like that and appreciate being single. Do what I do what I want.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You can slap my butt. I have a different girl do it tomorrow if I want. It's all good. Long as nobody gets mad, I don't want to hurt nobody. You know.
I just walked away
Oh,
from a
well,
house that was paid
as
for,
long
okay?
as you put. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rocket. God, Rocket.
I was just saying, I just walked away from the house that was paid for. We bought it, me and my wife, like many years ago. I just walked away from it. But if she ever tries to sell it, seems how we're still not divorced legally yet. If she ever wants to sell it, I'm going to want my half. You can trust me on that one.
Not that you wouldn't do anything different, Michael, but if you want to play the field, you definitely need to advertise it like that.
Oh yeah. Today I'm the first baseman. Tomorrow I'm trying second base. I might be
Hey, you're a free man. You can do that now. You can do that.
I do advertise. I'm on a few web pages for sale. Adult space, friend space.
Oh my God.
Adult space, friend space.
Yeah, Michael got a Tinder and shit, probably. Ooh,
I did that once. I had fucking 300 women in 2 days. Trying to get me to give them a call or whatever. I fucking terminated my membership within 2 days later, dude. I couldn't deal with it.
I've been casually hanging out every now and then on Facebook dating, and it really fucking sucks. So I'm not counting on nothing with that BS.
Dude, I got on this one called Golden Years 40 Plus, and man, there's like, I figure every 40-year-old woman in Ann Arbor is single, because get like 40,
same thing.
They got the hit on button, and I got 40 hit on buttons every day. I'm like, man.
I bet you do, mister. I just bet you do.
Yeah, same thing happened to me. I did one of those over 40 things just like you did. And I'm telling you what, I terminated my membership. I couldn't deal with it.
I can make money on this website. Some of these women are rich. They're like,
I'll take care of you.
Maybe offer me $100 just to escort her to a $100 plate dinner for a Republican candidate. I was like, really? She's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm kind of.
Are you gonna go?
Well, I'm not gonna take your money. Shit, let me slap the booty. Keep the 100. Shit.
No, I'm not talking about taking her money, fool. I'm talking about, are you gonna go?
Yeah, I told her I'd go with her, but I wasn't taking a paying.
Right. Does you want to be a gigolo?
No. Well, I want to. A gigolo. Listen, I am a gigolo. I'm the one that says, yeah, you can get a little loving, but I'm not a prostitute. I don't make you pay for it.
Oh snap!
I mean, if you can keep
Jenny's
up,
like, yes, I'm in there.
Dude, you'd be one busy motherfucker if you did that.
listen,
Oh yeah, I just
listen,
bet
God
he
rocking.
would.
I'm a man that I can work 16 hours and 4 hours of sleep, sleep 3 hours, and go back to work. So if you
Eh,
can keep up, I'll pay you, motherfucker.
No,
Oh man, I bet
I'm not
you.
here for that these days, bro. But in my prime, I could have hung with you all day long. But
Yeah, well, you know
I
what I
just
mean.
I do
bet.
know what you mean exactly for sure.
I,
I'm gonna enjoy it while I got it.
There you
I
go.
just bet Michael cleans up real nice and looks nice in a suit and tie. Yeah, like an appetizer.
Well, I prefer a nice silk shirt with a couple buttons unbuttoned.
There you
Right.
go, more
I can put,
casual. Okay, that's Michael's style.
yeah,
Okay.
some Dockers, some high top deck shoes,
I've got my suit right next to me.
nice belt.
All this talk's making you want to spruce up and go for it, huh?
Bro,
Next.
it don't matter to me. In all honesty, I get hit on dirty at the gas station or the parts store. So
Dang, dude, you go, man.
I mean, I went to a parts store covered with seal coat. I had seal coat all the way down one side of me, and the lady at the parts counter was all over me. I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Oh, you ain't scared to work. You ain't scared to get dirty. You probably get
Dang.
all." She said, "You get all up there and get sweaty, won't you? You get in there and tune some shit up." I was like, "Damn, girl, I'm 49. This girl was probably 30." I was like, "Damn."
Mm-mm.
She ain't just
Okay.
she ain't looking for just a sugar daddy. She want to find
Okay.
yeah, she looking for that
All
old
right, we
man.
gotta dial it down. It's not late enough in the
She look
evening for this, Michael.
well
All right, I got a
no
question for
drinks in
Phil.
the
Hey,
nightcap. Drinks in the
hey,
nightcap.
I got a question for Phil. Phil, how old is your child now?
Phil who?
Phil, Mad Phil.
Oh
Sorry, I was
oh
I have two kids. One
oh
is about to turn 4 next month, and the
yeah.
other
I
one
was
is 2.
Okay, then that's the one I was asking about, the newest one.
My son.
Well, the
yeah.
last time
That's
you
what
were really super around, you just had
that's
you
what
just
I
had a
thought.
kid. I thought it was a girl, but
Yeah, no,
My first one is a girl.
yeah.
I got
I thought James had a daughter around 5, and his son would be about 2 now. Yeah, because he'd been gone like a year, and his son was 10 months to a
well,
year old when he
he
split.
kind of stayed for a little while and then headed out
I
again.
remember when James, you said Phil, his name is James. I remember
Well,
when James was in that still new baby. I ain't getting no sleep last night, bitch. I ain't got time to joke around mode. Other people would be
I
like,
had to have heard that
hey,
conversation once.
Karen said, damn, James called me a bitch. I said, Karen, don't you remember when you just had the baby? And she's like, yeah, I'm like, I just didn't. And when you got that kid and you had to wake up in 4, and that's just the way it is, 4 a.m. in the morning, and there's no sense going back to fucking sleep, you was in that cunt mode too. And Karen was like, no, I feel bad about abandoning him. I was thinking, yeah, that was the point. He's just a new father. That's it. He's not a bad guy. He just,
Well, now
you,
he's a
you,
seasoned
bitch,
father.
I would say, bitch, you rubbed him wrong on the wrong day in the wrong way when he wasn't ready to play.
Not today.
I've had, listen, it's like I woke up at 4 in the morning after the 16 hours. I'm supposed to get 6 hours sleep. I only got 3 hours sleep. Woke the kid up, changed the diaper, fed it, and while it's laying on my chest, eating a bottle, it shit all over me again, and just no going back to sleep. And you're going to do another 14 the next day. So I've been there. But so by the end of the 6 hours into it, you're like, huh, what? Bitch, don't play. You just short and straight to the point. I don't even feel like talking, bitch. Why are you talking to me?
Where's the craziest place you found baby shit?
Oh man, the craziest place. Under the pillow in my favorite recliner, under the cushion, and
And
I was like, where is that baby puke? It smelled like puke until I lifted the thing up, and then it was just poop. It was like I thought my old lady, the kid crapped on the fucking cushion, and she changed the diaper and flipped the cushion. I still think she's like, here, he can get that when he realizes it. She left it for me to clean because I had
I
worked
got
lot of hours.
shit in my ear one time,
Oh, I've been there.
oh wow.
dude, in my
Yeah,
freaking ear.
I've been there where you got it on your finger and you didn't know, or you got it on your
It was
arm.
on my headphones and I didn't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh man, no, that sucks. I just ran
There
my
was
hand through
shit
it and then
everywhere, man.
went to itch my ear. Uh, I think I got 3 kids. I've had kids that piss in my mouth. You were talking and they just started pissing. You know what I mean? I don't care who thinks that's gross. I still love my kid, and it is gross. I puked, and I felt bad because I puked on the kid, and then I had to clean us both off. And obviously, he didn't mean to pee in my mouth. That thing just went everywhere like a fire hose when it started going off. He didn't do it on purpose. That was that was my bad for. Okay, girls, you can say, I'm going to let them air out, when you've changed the diaper, you clean them up and then you dry them off. You can let them air out for a minute because girls get a yeast infection and they don't have that hose that goes every which way and might point your way. But boys, you dry them nads good, clean the tool up and put a diaper back on that motherfucker. Don't let him go around airing
I
out.
think that's good.
You know what I mean. Don't let him air out for too
Yeah.
long because you'll get pee on everything, damn it. He'll piss all over. You know what I do to them little fuckers? I take a picture of their first time on the potty chair with their little wanker sticking out. And then, I only got one boy. I can't say little fuckers, but I've done it to my nephew. I save it for the prom date. Sure, you can use the Corvette. You can use the Corvette. Bring your girlfriend in the car in the house first. Oh, here, let's look at the family photo. Oh, here's Josh's first time on the pool on the potty chair. Look at his little wanky. It's no bigger than a pinky. Oh, he was so fucking mad at me. That's my nephew. And my son, he was like, my son wasn't dumb. He already knew his mom told him. Your dad got you set up. He's gonna show your girlfriend the first time on the potty chair. She said,
Ratted you out.
that's so cute. His little wanker is so small. Can I get a copy of that picture, Mike? I was like, yeah, I'll get you. I'll go get you. I still got the damn negatives. My son is so mad, but he's probably gonna marry that girl. If she wants a picture of his little wanker on the potty chair, she can have it. The funny thing was the potty chair was the one that said, yeah, you do it. And he was crying. He's got that, you know how their face freezes all up and the mouth's about to open and there ain't no sound came out yet? That. Because he didn't like the chair talking to him while he was going potty. He hated
That's creepy as shit anyways.
Well, I thought it'd be cool. Yeah, you did it. First chance he got that kid, the window was open and I don't know at 2, he popped him screen out and I look out on the lawn at something and there's the potty chair on the lawn. And my first thought was, man, where's the kid? Because my old lady was upstairs with him. So I run upstairs making sure he ain't climbing out the window. And he's just looking out there like, yeah, I threw that damn potty chair out. Yeah. I said, Tammy, what the hell are you doing, man? He's throwing shit out the window. She was napping. we both worked a lot then. You know, we were building a company, and all the money we made, we put back into the company. So we both had to work overtime to pay bills. I mean, my old lady was really down for it from the get go. We'd run a business during the day, put all the money back in the equipment. I'd go home and work in the barn at night on cars, and she'd actually hang out there and help me. You know, we'd have the boy in the barn with us. Put him in the damn playpen while we're, working on cars. She'd go fishing with me. She'd work on cars with me. Yeah, I mean, she was my girlfriend from high school. So, yeah, it's just people grow apart. We don't hate each other, dude. I think we're better friends right now than we've been in actually the last 10 years of our marriage because we were bored with each other. So, we needed some tutti frutti flavor, not plain vanilla, I guess. I guess we both just needed our own space and the ability, I guess, just screw whoever the hell we want. I think I'd been good if I just took her to a swingers beach. And said, yeah, there you go, take her with you. Leave your wife here, man. I'll tune her up for you and send her back with a couple new tricks in her belt. And don't tell me shit about what you do to mine. I always thought, swinging, fuck that. Who's going to share? But now I kind of get it. Like, oh, they've been married 40 years? Yeah. They want some strawberry this week. They're tired of vanilla.
Motherfucker.
That man really trying to keep his wife happy, Hey, some men just take their wives here and they're like, yeah, fuck it. Your wife? Fuck, I already got my own. You can keep that bitch. Here, take mine with you for a minute. Send her back smiling, will you? That's my brother. I'm like, my brother's a perv, though. He's a pervert, but hey, he's 12 years older than me, so I mean, he experiences it all before I do, so I get the advance warning. My bro, like, hey, in a couple of years, you're gonna start feeling like this, bro. This is how you deal with it,
Well, ain't that nice of him?
Right? Let you know what to look for in your marriage. But I mean, my brother married his high school sweetheart too, and he got divorced quicker than I did. I spent more years with my high school prom date than he did. I can't lie though, I was loving my old lady since probably the 5th grade. I'm a diehard romantic, so I won't lie about it. I still love her, I'm just not in love with her, that's all. I go buy her whatever she wants still if she won't. Like next week, I'm gonna remodel her basement and put a bar down there. I don't care. I'm over it. Shit happens. I'm gonna take care of her because I want my kids to know what true love is, what it looks like, and I don't want them to say, Dad, you got all that money in the bank and you let my mom go without, no, so whatever. I even say, fuck it, you can put the blame on me. I'll take the blame for the divorce. It was my fault. I just love to work so damn much and make sure my family had all that money. I mean, I kind of did though. After years of doing long hours of work, I enjoyed it and the money I made. It's high. I could have retired years ago, I guess, and had a second honeymoon or something. First 10 years, man, I had to do it, but you know what I mean. We were married for almost 20 years. So I didn't have to do it for the last 10, so I can take some. I don't care. I take the blame. My shoulders are strong, you know. Fuck. A lot of men won't. They don't think they did. Like my cousin, minute his wife started looking at another man, and he thought it's nothing of my fault. He didn't do anything wrong, but truth is he did. He never spent no time with his old lady. That's what he did wrong. But he, he's one of them, that whore, and here he's still crying about it 10 years later. I'm like, dude, get the fuck over it.
Hey, bro, I got a question, man. All right, so like the ice wall, right?
What ice wall?
The ice
You got
wall.
proof? You got proof of an ice wall?
I mean, what else is around it? That's what Antarctica is, bro.
I know there's ice shelves in Antarctica, but none of us have proof that they go around a radius of a flat circle.
Well, it does, all right.
Well, I can't prove that, so I don't give that proposition.
I've been there. I was there.
Just use your words wisely in here, please. That's all we're asking. You know, we don't want to lie to people that are new.
Yo, let me bust a rap on you. That ain't it. I ain't playing.
Hey, man, it's real. I'm telling you, bro, it's real.
Well, can I get a citation for your proof?
I was there. I'm the witness.
Can we make it an opinion,
listen, guy,
please?
Hold on. That's anecdotal, but if you're serious and it's going to be your argument, you should say Captain Cook.
All right.
And why? Why would you say Captain Cook? Do you know?
I don't know who that is.
It's a guy that logged in over 30,000 miles trying to sail around ice wall in a
60.
circle.
Over 60,000.
Yeah, I said 60, didn't I? Or did I say 16?
You said 30.
30, yeah.
Oh, yeah, 30. Was it 60?
Yeah, it was over like 67,000 or something like that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But yeah, he sailed in a circle looking for the end of the ice shelves and he couldn't find it. So that's the best evidence you have for your ice wall
Hold on.
premise.
Did you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I could actually back him up with the ice wall because my dad, he went out to go get milk and he actually fell off the ice wall. And I haven't seen him since.
He ain't came back since. Yeah. That's why I'm fucking your mom, son. Oh, hold on. You didn't ban him, did you?
Knew he said it as soon as he said it.
Oh my God, man. I didn't even get to tell you I was fucking his mom. Justin, you're fucking up the program.
They are done, both of them. VRM are you?
I'm banning.
No, man. COVID-19, bro. What you think about that? I want to hear
Is your mama single?
Nah, but she's black, so,
Well, that don't matter. Tall, skinny, thick or thin, white, black, Vaseline will get it in. It don't matter.
That shit was lame. Not even gonna lie to you.
Lame?
Why you sound like you a geriatric with bad lungs?
Geriatric? Well, because I'm trying.
That's all he has. See, we can't stand for it.
I'm just saying your mom couldn't handle it. I'm gonna have to lubricate.
Yeah, we don't want to go to their level though.
You could call me stepdaddy, man. I'll buy you some new shoes and some new clothes, and you could finally go to school.
That shit was
without
lame.
being
Stupid
called
ass nigga, ass nigga.
a bum. You could finally go
Yo,
to
hell
school
on shit, nigga.
without being called a bum, And that shit you're talking is lame. So why don't you get a 6-pack, sit back, relax, and watch while I do lines off your mom's ass crack? Did you ban him too, Justin?
So we're just going to sit and talk to them and talk shit. Just that's not getting us anywhere. Let's keep on the.
No. So you're short-minded and easily lose focus.
So we want to stoop to their level then, right?
No, I want to finish what the fuck I'm saying. So we do this until till they decide they either want to have a normal conversation or this is all they want to do.
Oh no, that was all they were wanting to do.
Well, how would we know that when it was only 2 fucking minutes?
The first things that they say, we
Some
know
of you
exactly.
guys don't have no patience, and then you come in here and ask why we ain't got.
Yeah, but then you just sit there and you stoop to their level talking about their mom. Come on, man. Let's not do that. Let's continue with the conversation that you were having. It was a very nice conversation that you were having when you were talking perfectly fine. It was awesome.
I'm gonna finish
and then
what
they
I
come
say
in
when
and
you
they
shut
started
up. You know
interrupting,
that,
and I don't want to
right?
go to that level. Can we not go to that level, please?
No, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying when you're done. It's not about levels. It's about the Socratic method. We can act like idiots just like them. And then we can say either we can have a normal conversation now, or you can just go on down the road and you can choose. With these young people, you got to lead them, dude. And don't ever say, why don't we have anyone here to talk to, bro? Why? Because you're too band happy. You and 90% of the fucking golds in the lobby. It's the reason our server don't grow.
I didn't just ban them for a reason that was not necessary, though.
You didn't
I mean,
like the way somebody else
sitting there
dealt with
talking,
it.
and then he
Listen,
just started
I heard
that
you,
had
dude.
nothing to
Don't
do with what
repeat
you
it.
said. Nothing to do with what you said.
Don't repeat it, dude. You already said it once. Because
I know,
it didn't
and
go
I don't
your
get listened
way.
to. It's awesome.
I did hear you. I could repeat it to you word for word.
But I'm not getting listened to. You just are now talking over what I just said.
No, I'm trying to get out my point now. You just don't want to fucking hear it.
Your point is stooping to their level, though, man. I don't want to
No,
go to their
shut the
level.
fuck
I don't want to
up.
hear what they want to say because that's all they wanted to do was just argue and let us argue with each other. Now we're arguing with each other,
I'm done
and
being
they're
nice.
happy now, right?
Don't be so fucking band happy, dude. These kids don't bother me. I'm sorry they bother you. What are you having, a bad fucking day?
I'm not wanting to listen to you argue with them and tell them their mother is needing to come into here and suck on your cock and shit. What the fuck, man?
Listen, I didn't say that. You said that. What the fuck?
No, they started saying it, and then you started replying about their mother. We can reply. We can go back into the fucking live stream.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one that didn't get listened to. 9 times out of 10, this has worked out every time you haven't been here and didn't interrupt the process. Eventually, we have a normal conversation with people like that. Once we show them how dumb they sound when they do that. Quit being so critical, Christ. Half you motherfuckers don't even need ban ability.
So we're just going to let them talk over you.
Half the time, you're not even here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. Ban happy motherfuckers that refuse to let us grow and let other people.
That's not a ban happy. They were not here. They were not here to learn or talk about anything. You have no.
That's your
you
fucking opinion, dude.
Just talk about their mothers. It's awesome.
I'll tell you this, Justin.
You know what? You're a self-centered, fucking self-righteous.
I just heard everything about their mother. That's all I heard.
Oh, go! You shut
I'll tell you this, Justin.
Next time I'm taking your roles away, and you can talk to Indio. I'm not the only one that's noticed it about you.
So is there no one else that was kind of,
like
concerned about the flat earthers talking about the globe earthers' mothers? That's awesome.
Well, I'm trying to talk.
Give what you get. Bro, I'm already pissed off. Please try, Elijah. You know what I do. I would only done it for a fucking minute, but this guy's too quick on the gun.
Yeah, Justin, all I'm saying is, okay, granted, yeah, we probably shouldn't be telling kids, certain obscenities, but that aside, especially when it's me and people call me the N-word or whatever else they call, I usually ignore it. And I would get highly pissed off if you were to mute someone because of what they were saying to me. Because my greatest strength in here that I've seen is talking to trolls who eventually turn around in the end. and you're
Me
not
too.
giving them that chance. They come here as trolls because what the fuck else are you gonna do when you
Yeah,
have
but the
YouTube,
fact
Google,
is
and
that
every other source? I
we're
wasn't
talking
done
about
talking,
mothers, and the
Justin. I wasn't
conversation was
done
going
talking,
into
Justin.
mothers.
I
We all
So
wasn't
heard
done
I
that,
don't
and
talking.
we heard you
understand why
say
we can't
mom
stop
20
that
times.
conversation. We have
I
You had no.
disconnected him because I
You had,
wasn't done.
bro. You're
So
right. That's what made me mad. In the middle of my conversation with this kid, Justin just bans me, and he does it all the time. Gold members do it. There's many people ban people that others would sit there with patience, give them what they get. Yeah, wow. Yeah, go. I'm fucking over your shit, Justin. Grow up, man. We're not children.
if the
Yeah,
person that they're talking to doesn't want to ban them, wait to see what the person who's talking to
exactly.
them will do. That's why we all have certain capabilities in here. It's not your job to go banning everybody.
Exactly, dude. He just banned both people I was talking to and said, fuck me and fuck the conversation. I don't do that to other people. I don't ban the people you're talking to, bro, because I know you want to put in the work. I know what you do. I pay attention. I, I give you the benefit of the doubt that you're probably leading somewhere. Now I'm frustrated, but I just want to say, how many kids have I done that to? They come in joking around talking about my mom. I talk about their mom better than they can do it. And then I tell them, we can sit here and insult each other's moms all day, or we can just have a normal conversation. Then you end up having a normal conversation with somebody. They're not trolls, they're people who are just trying to have a good time. I'm getting tired of these people that just say, oh, troll, and they ban people. You know, I look in the new arrivals. You see, I got 50 people on the new arrivals. I go look in the new arrival section where I see their name, and every one of them are red already. 50 new people came in the last 6 hours, but every one of them are already S banned. So somebody sits in lobby and S bans them, right? I search up some of their names. The first 10 people I search up made one comment in lobby, and they got banned. What is that crap, bro? The second dude, he didn't even get to say nothing, dude, and the dude banned him.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying that's not okay, but I don't know what's up with the people that deal with the people in the lobby. But if getting through the lobby is how they eventually come here, then then that might be a reason they don't get here. They keep getting banned for this silliest shit. I mean,
Yeah,
they
and
they people don't. I don't know how some people don't understand, especially after so much time has passed and the shock of the Earth is flat is past. Everyone is heard or seen flat Earth through the lens of whatever you can search up on Google right now, and whatever you can search up on YouTube right now, and the groups on Facebook right now. There's nothing else. The very few channels that we look up to and that we support, majority of the people coming here have never seen that content. I don't know why anyone here would think that even if someone is a flat earther, they still have a belief that the earth is flat because they still don't have the tools to understand how it's practically flat. Like, if you understand this, you'd be a better educator because you can't just go, oh, you think that you would fall off the edge of well, well, thank you for condemning them because you were their only hope.
Yeah, me and that dude was talking about ice wall when he got banned, bro. I,
Captain Cook Point is a good like I
yeah,
googled it and it says his journey was 60,000 miles. I don't even know how that's possible. on a sphere with a radius of 21,000 miles, like 25,000 just around. Like, what the fuck do you mean he was wading around in the south for 60 something thousand miles? What are you talking about? But they say it took 3 years, so I mean, whatever. The bottom line is there's no curvature, bro.
Dude keeps saying you were talking about his mom. Yeah, he said something about my mom. It's like you missed it. I give what I get until they're ready to have it. It really doesn't matter what he said. It doesn't. I was willing to put in the time to talk to that kid, but Justin said no. Fuck Mike. Yeah, he don't get it. It wasn't about what they were saying. It's about your total disregard for me and respect for me. Period. And I'm not kidding. Next motherfucker does that to me, I'm demoting them. They can cry to Indio because I know Indio agrees with me. The dude, how many people, everybody here knows what I'm about. But I don't get banned and nobody's removing my authority, right? There's a reason.
We gotta have. I think we should have a mod meeting about this. Because listen, it, if he would have just muted the guy and then said, "Hey, Mike, I muted him. Do you want to take further action?" That would have been fair and reasonable. To just ban him and the other guy for proximity, like that's insane.
Yeah.
Especially when you didn't do it. It's like, who the fuck? Like, go do whatever it is that you do 99% of the time because you're never here, like you said.
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
He does
in
this
the
shit
live
all the time, dude. I unban 90% of the people he bans. We're all tired of him banning people, dude. We were happy he took a break so people quit crying to us because he says everything they say, they make one comment. Troll, you're banned. Troll, you're banned. What do you do? Come in here when you're having a bad fucking day? I was having a good day. I was gonna. It's just a joke, dude. 90% of the people in the world know the mama jokes. They're just jokes, dude. I didn't offend you. You took offense to shit other people think is funny. And no offense, but nobody said nothing about sucking cock, right? Nobody said that. He said that. He's the one that took it to a dirty ass place. I said, get a six pack, sit back, relax while I do lines off your mom's ass crack. I was trying to show him I'm better at the mama jokes than he is. He don't want to play it with me. We should just have a normal conversation about the ice wall and Captain Cook. That's it. I'm just, I'm so tired of people who come in here and say, me. It's my way. I don't care what logic you're using, what method to your madness. I say no. They want everything their way. And then they try to turn it around and say, I'm the one that wants everything my way. I hardly ever ban anybody. I try to give everybody respect. When you say you don't like something that I do, I try not to do it again. But I get taken advantage of because I'm the man that's willing to say when I'm wrong. So everybody always wants me to say, Mike's wrong. Okay, you want to be the guy today. I got to be wrong. I'm going to man up and say I'm wrong so you can feel good about yourself. Fuck you. Get a life. Manage your fucking feelings. I'm done with that fucking kissing people's ass shit. I'm fucking paid, man. That's like the owner of 4 businesses letting some Uber driver tell him how to fucking live life. You know what I mean? I don't want to say, look, you're not as successful as me, and I don't want to take your fucking advice, but that's where I'm getting. Because I see why these people aren't successful. It's their mentality. It's their habits, their experiences, and the way they treat people. They're not people. They're me people. Me.
Well, let me know when you want to unmute the live stream.
Oh. All right. Thanks for listening to me, Elijah. Thanks for backing me up.
No doubt. I mean, I agree. I get totally pissed when people ban people without, ban people that I'm talking to. That shit sets me off every time. So I totally get it.
Oh yeah, I get that too. I did it to you once, and you asked me to bring him back, and I said, "Oh, my bad. Okay, you were willing to put the time in," and I can understand that. Where I'm not willing to put the time in with some of these idiots, there are other people. That's why anymore I don't really ban people, Elijah. I just mute them because there are people that want to put the time in. But then when I point out we have people that ban people for the dumbest shit, they tell me I'm self-centered and I want everything my own way. When I just want to quit calling people, you got to quit labeling people. This guy's a troll. This guy's just an idiot. He's a dumbass. He's not here to learn. This guy's a globetard. No, they're just people. And what you're unwilling to do, there's a member here that's willing to do. So it's not, people got to quit just banning people. Our server hasn't grown in a month. We've got 2,000 new people over the last month, but our server hasn't grown 50 fucking people, Elijah. 50. So there's some motherfuckers that come in here just to feel like there's somebody in life and ban people. You know what I mean? And dude, Indio pointed out to me, because I've tried to quit fucking making waves here with people that never fucking listen. All they do is think about themselves. I run a business, dude. I know how to manage shit and do statistical process control. I know how to eliminate error in a process, and I work at it. But I'm tired of working at me and working at the process when I'm not the process that's getting the errors. You know? OPs and other fucking people. Well, they piss and shit on what I built. I've got years into this shit, dude. I got fucking almost 6 years into this fucking server. And we were bigger at one time. Why? Because we treated people with the same respect we treated each other with. Now we don't even respect each other. We were friends, man. We'd see each other come in and we'd stop the conversation and say, "Hey, how you doing today? You ain't been here in a minute." Now we're happy when you ain't been here in a minute, because then we don't have to deal with your bullshit. And I took a break because I realized some people probably feel that way about me sometimes. You know what I mean? So when I take a break, other people get their time to shine. And I'm gonna shut up. We'll go
And
smoke.
then a room full of people will be quiet until a Glover comes in there, and then it's like 10 people that want to jump on him.
Yeah.
Wise words, bottom up.
Yeah, and none of them were talking when you started the conversation with the ideal to lead it somewhere. You know what I mean? That's the thing about me and you. We get mad when we get interrupted because there's a method to our madness. We're trying to lead people somewhere. But I'm going to stop, though. I'm the one.
No, you wanna talk to Ned? Ned is talking to you.
Who?
Ned Phillip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
He said nice words. Yeah, thanks, bro. I'm
Right,
just.
man. I agree.
I care about this server and I care about each other. It's if we just started respecting each other like we used to, we'd have less problems, just like we did in the beginning.
Yeah, I agree with that. There needs to be, peace here, peace in the Middle East, peace everywhere, man. We all need humans.
Yeah, we're humans. We're not trolls. We're not flat earthers. We're not globers. We're just fucking people, man. I'm gonna smoke a hooter and quit. I'm the one pissing on the live stream now, so I gotta quit. I'll be back. I'm gonna go smoke, bro. But thanks, guys. I hate getting frustrated and always
All right,
feel
Mike.
bad after I treat people like shit. And I wasn't nice to Justin, and I know that.
I got a question. You know, on the live stream, what does it mean if it's muted or not muted? What does that actually mean?
That is muted or not muted?
Yeah, so like before you were saying something about the live stream being muted. Does that mean like there's no audio being broadcasted or something?
Yeah, it just means that the audio going out to the YouTube channels are muted.
Oh, right, okay, I get you. I was wondering.
You think the earth is round cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globe tards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lives running at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Is anyone there?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up? So, I'm pretty new to this server and the flat Earth in general. I was talking to Lunatic the other day, and I was just wondering, could you help me with a few things, just understanding a bit more?
It depends.
Just like three main things which I need to remember and know.
Yeah, it depends.
What do you mean it depends? Like,
I mean, if it has to do with globe claims, I'm all good on that. I could help you with that.
Yeah, yeah.
What the globe says and how it doesn't comport with reality, but that's as good as it gets.
I mean, yeah, sure. I want anything, to be honest. I just want to learn more.
Hmm. So 3 main things, like what?
3 main things which like disproves, the globe theories. Because I try and explain it, but on it most of the time I kind of get it wrong.
Well, Google the distance to the horizon now, and let me know when you found the result.
Hold on, sorry, what were you saying?
Google the distance to the horizon and let me know when you found the result.
Isn't it like, the globe one? I'm pretty sure it's like 9.6 something, right?
No, Google the distance to the horizon and let me know when you have the result.
Okay, one sec. Distance from the horizon. Oh, 3.1 miles, okay. I pulled it up here. It's about 5 kilometers, 3.1 miles.
Based on what height?
Let me see.
5 feet, right?
Yeah, 5 feet 7 inches.
Standard atmospheric conditions, right?
Sorry, what? I think so.
Hmm. Yeah.
For instance,
That
yeah.
is,
Standard, yeah.
that's the geometric consequence of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So that will never be true. That statement there, that the horizon is that distance based on that height, that's not true. The only way you can determine this is to go do it yourself.
Yeah.
Because it's not really much to learn. It's just an assumption to be investigated.
Yeah, well, I mean, from what I've learned about stuff about the flat Earth, it's more with the globe theory. It's more trusting in what other people say, but with the flat Earth, it's facts, and you can do it yourself. You don't have to rely on any government resources. And trust in them. You can literally do it yourself.
Well, funny enough, the globe Earth resources tells you that that's a fact, and
Yeah,
they tell you how to figure it out. But the problem is, it's just not true.
yeah, man, and it's so easy to find out that they're lying. That's the thing. I got a question. Do you know any flat Earth YouTube channels? Like, does anyone here know any YouTube channels that I watch?
Nathan Oakley, 1980.
Could you send me his channel real quick?
When I get inside.
All right, cool. 1 second. I'll be back. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. 1 sec. Someone's just calling me. Hello? How come there's so many people but not many people talk? Are most people just AFK or something? Like, what about, let me see, there's Morvis, Michael Glenson. Is everyone here just AFK or something?
Microsoft support, how can I help you?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, I was just wondering, why is everyone AFK?
I guess they're doing other stuff.
Man, I wish you joined at a better time, man, you know.
Don't worry, it'll get popping again.
When around does it get popping?
Any old time of day.
Alright, okay. One sec.
Must just be bad luck.
Got some people joining in, I think.
There we go. Yeah, they're jumping in.
I'll talk to you, bro. What's up?
What's up,
It's popping.
Stacey? I got a question. What are you allowed to talk about in the live stream? Because I've been in a few times, but I don't want to get on topic with something which you're not allowed to say. So, what's the topic which you'd like to stay on?
It's pretty simple. It's a flat Earth
Well,
server. So.
Yeah, I know. All right, yeah, we'll stick on topic to that then.
Yeah, that's the topic. That's the topic of the day and every day.
I got a question. Have you guys ever? Because I'm kind of still new. I've only been here for like a week, 1.5 weeks. Have you guys ever had like an actual so-called globe scientist come in here, and try and disprove you guys?
Every day.
Oh yeah, we have PhDs, we have professors, we have astrophysicists. We had a physicist come in here yesterday. He didn't do very well, but pilots. I mean, all kinds of people come in here.
And what did he do when the failed? Like, did he turn to believe in the flat Earth, or like what? Or they just like still pretend to themselves? Because I mean, if you get proven wrong, yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks. But like, at one point, you need to kind of stop lying to yourself.
They usually double down. Cognitive.
Oh, wow.
They put a lot into they put a lot into their beliefs. There's a huge sunk cost fallacy situation going on there, and they usually don't just turn around.
Wow.
Yeah, we typically have two types of people come in here that are new to the topic, or maybe not even new, but familiar with it. So you have what we would call a normie, which is just kind of your regular, average, everyday individual that doesn't think about this stuff very much, but someone, told them about it, or they heard about it, and so they pop in here for some reason, and they ask questions. And most of the time, the normie is humble enough to ask questions and consider what we say. And then you have the anti-flat earther. Most of them are NASA fanboys and, highly educated intellectual people, prized, proud of their intellect, and they will double down. It gets pretty cringy after that, you can tell, because they want to have the globe so bad. They idolize it so much that once it starts to get stripped away from them, they kind of freak out and then make a fool of themselves. So that's pretty standard operating procedure.
Yeah, no, for me, if I was a globe earther and, I was presented with so much evidence, I know you can kind of like try and not listen to what we say, but at some point you got to realize like, oh shit, like, I'm wrong. But I guess some people are just too far gone,
They've invested their whole lives in their belief.
Oh, true. Yeah. Like, study to be whatever, scientists, and then all of a sudden, everything what they're preaching all their life is just a lie.
Yeah, it's all a lie.
Understand why they're looking at lie.
Totally.
But change is always good.
Some people aren't used to change. They don't do it often.
No, I know a lot of those people. So, when did you guys like first be exposed to the flat Earth? Now, I do know quite a few people who have just like been taught it from when they were born. I forgot the user, but I was talking to him the other day, and it's the same as him. He thought the Earth was flat ever since he was born. He was taught that. But what about you guys?
Well, I was first introduced to it probably when most people were in like 2015, and I didn't really go into it then because I was still too conditioned with the globe and everything. Just couldn't really get my head around it. But I guess it was probably like earlier this year I decided to finally hear out the argument, mostly just like for entertainment. I was like, I'm bored, sick of this other thing in the media going on that we're not allowed to talk about. Let's just check out Flat Earth finally. I really kind of half thought that I was just going to laugh and then go back to the globe. But within about 10 minutes of honestly entertaining the argument, it was over for the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, sorry, someone else going to say something. Go on.
No, it's okay.
It doesn't take long, only because it kind of, 10 minutes in, you go, I've kind of thought this my entire life, that most of what the globe teaches me doesn't make a lot of sense. And so once you go, okay, my instincts were correct, if I can just get myself humbly over the hump of everybody else that I know believes this, it doesn't take that long. That's probably the hardest thing, because if people are honest with themselves and they just look at the objective reality that they live in, it's not hard to grasp this, that the Earth is obviously stationary and a vast plane. It's pretty simple. But then immediately you go, oh, wait, everybody that I know, everybody that I love, my friends, right, people I work with, they believe the other thing. So how willing am I to go the other direction against the grain, against the culture, against the society, against the people that I love? Which, with this I think, a very foundational truth, which is, where do you live? Well, you live in an enclosed, vast plane that was obviously created. That's a whole nother issue, and that's why people kind of back away, because there's a lot implicated in that truth.
Yeah, I get you. For me, it was like I got into Flat Earth quite a lot sooner than you. Well, wait, later. Yeah, sorry, later than you guys. Probably like around 2020. All the way up until now, but like I only joined and I took it really seriously until recently. Well, usually like this past month, like I was looking on Discord, trying to find some real servers, and there's so many quote unquote flat Earth servers, but they're fake. They're run by people leaving the globe.
Counterintelligence.
But and then I found this server and it's real, which is a very nice, refreshing surprise, because so many fake stuff out there. You get the trolls who pretend or whatever, and it's just finally good to see that there's an actual real flat Earth server where everyone can just voice their own opinion without people trying to ridicule them on the internet.
Yeah, this is a nice place to land. The flat Earth community, if you want to call it that, is kind of divided into two different sects. The one sect kind of goes by pointing out the fact that we're being lied to, NASA, SpaceX, the government, so on and so forth. They kind of hinge their arguments on the obvious lies that we're being told by known liars, and they get really into the conspiratorial type stuff. And then there is kind of what I'll call our side, which relies on empiricism, observation, the scientific method. We keep it as non-speculative as we can. I mean, there's a lot of speculation that goes on in here, but we're pretty honest about it. We just go ahead and level-headedly say, okay, well, maybe it's this or maybe it's that, but there's no way we can prove that. And so we kind of stay in our lane as far as that goes. But what ends up happening is we'll have people come in here that will strawman us. They'll use strawman arguments from, the first type, the conspiratorial type people, and they'll say, well, you guys all believe this one thing. And so that's obviously wrong, and here's why. And they usually get thrown down the stairs once they come in here with that nonsense, because it's easy to take the straw man apart. We don't claim things we can't prove. And we have plenty of strength in all of our arguments and all of our evidence. We just stick to what's provable, and that is usually the best way to go about it.
Yeah. Would you say this flat Earth community is quite accepting and like loving to new people? Because like I need to be joining this more often, man. Like I usually join it every weekend. Well, I am gonna start doing that. And just every so often. Would you say it is?
When's the best time to hit it? I don't know, man. It depends.
I mean, just in general, do you think this server's like nice to like new people and stuff? Do you reckon it's like quite a nice community?
It is a nice community. It helps if you're frequent in here, so people can kind of get to know you. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I think what will help you the most is that we have a lot of good bloodhound type people in here, where we can smell out the disingenuous, the intellectually dishonest, and the obvious troll or anti-flat earther. And so there's a lot of skepticism when people first come in. Like, we'll ask questions very nicely. What do you think about the topic? Can you give us any evidence for the globe? And then from there, people will kind of usually show their hand as to why they're here. But I would say, yeah, it's very friendly towards people that are humble and intellectually honest with themselves. We have people with open arms. You ask genuine questions, you give, genuine input and help out. That's the other thing, is if you have something to bring, we're always open to new ideas, new evidence, if you will, and good arguments. We love that sort of stuff. And even if you don't have anything to bring, just be a part of the conversation and relax and have a good time. And it's a very friendly community.
Yeah, I guess so. There's some people, on here which I'm not a fan of. Gemsy being one of them. Yeah.
Oof, called out.
Huh?
Called out.
Yeah, Gemsy, it wasn't very nice to me. And yeah, the one guy who I actually love, on this, is, God Rocking.
Let me ask you a question.
Sorry, go on.
Are you looking for a place to belong, or are you looking to figure out whether or not?
Well, I'm looking for a place to belong because, like, I don't know. I kind of like told some of my family. It was that like on Christmas Day how you gather, your family to talk about stuff. Well, it was like a meal and stuff, and we were just talking about different stuff. I got on topic of like flat Earth stuff, and then it was like, oh, I can't believe people believe in that. You know what I mean? And then I said, well, I believe in it. And then you kind of made it's kind of hard for me to say, but yeah, they kind of made fun of me quite a lot, and I understand like humor and haha, you're a flat earth or whatever, but like I don't know, you just got a bit too much, and I just wanted to find a place also, just to be able to voice my own opinion without being judged or anything, and I think I found the right place. I mean, obviously they still like me, but they always, every time I see them, they're always saying, oh, you have a bone in the brain, you believe in the flat earth and stuff, and like it's just like a running joke, yeah, sorry. Yes, were you gonna say something?
No need to apologize. It's just you you say that word, it makes me cringe every time I hear it.
Go on.
It's the It's okay. But so how did you find the Earth being for what it is?
Well,
just out of curiosity. I'm not attacking you on that.
No. It's actually quite random, to be honest. Well, I was just on TikTok, right? And I saw this video, okay, of this globe earther versus a flat earther. And what he did was he just literally put his phone into the sky and said, "Look at this satellite footage, footage of the Earth, And then it was something along those lines. There's a YouTube channel called Deep Down the Rabbit Hole. I saw that, and then I saw how easily they believed it. I was like, wow, I believe in this stuff, without even looking into it. I'm just learnt it from a child, and I was, and then I got into looking at stuff. I'm always into like looking at different, conspiracy theories, but I know the flat Earth is not a conspiracy theory before anyone says. But I got into it. I looked at the facts, and you're able to do them as well. I was planning on, going out with my family to, do some experiments myself. But obviously, after the whole thing at Christmas, I don't know. I don't think I'll be doing that.
What kind of experiment do you propose on doing?
What I wanted to do was to see if I could see anything from a further than I should. Like maybe a boat might go past. I don't know. I was hoping to maybe rent a boat, with my dad's money, but he said he's not buying me shit anymore, so I can't do that. But I was hoping maybe to see a boat further than I should or something. It's gonna be quite hard, but maybe one day. Maybe, I don't know. But that's what I'm hoping to do as an actual practical experiment.
Ned, I like you, bud.
Who said that?
It's a Glatflobe.
Thank you, man. At least someone does.
You sound genuine. Sound pretty good. And, I got to apologize for my buddy Jemsy. He's hilarious, and he has a really big heart. He's a good dude. But he just likes to take the piss with somebody every now and again. We all do. We all go through something like this. Just, you know what I mean? We like to play around, like to keep it light. And Jemsy's one of our funnier guys. So, but he means nothing by it. He's probably either just trying to keep it on topic or trying to keep it light or something like that.
He gave me the LARPA role. I don't even know why. Because
I got to tell you about roles, man. It does not mean anything. Listen, in real life, do any of these roles matter?
No,
man. Are you kidding me? Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it. You're fine. I'm not going to be like, oh, I love this Ned Phillip guy, but he's got the LARPer role. I don't know anymore. No one does that, dude. You're good.
All right, cool.
It's okay. I had a LARPer role. I think I still have it.
Dude, I got so many fucked up roles. Look at these. I'll read them out to you. I got Cogdis VIP, not here to learn, highly suspect. Walking, talking contradiction. That one's my favorite. Wanker.
I like
yet
that
another
one.
junk roll. Not to be trusted and upset.
Wow, that is also true.
Not to be trusted.
Oh, all of them are true. Well, at least I didn't get space herpes. And now I'm probably going to get it. But anyway, yeah. So you sound good, man. Do you want to go get a test? Do a test over like a body of water or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, I do want to do some sort of test. I mean, for myself.
What do you want to do? You should, in my opinion, you should do both long distance observations somehow. Not just the top of a building. If that's the best you could do, that's cool too. Like a really tall building. But
I mean, I don't want to like free climb a tall building to try and figure out.
No, just go to the top floor, man.
I mean,
and if you can get on the roof, that's cool too. You don't have to fucking free climb a building. No, this is easy. This stuff's super simple.
A building, man.
I mean, if you want to do that, cool. But it wasn't this conversation disclaimer that made you want to do it. You feel me?
Yeah. So, yes, cool. Yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah, I was just gonna come on and suggest that somebody give you the flat Earth roll, and we go from there.
But that would be cool.
That's just me. Anybody who is willing to come in here and say, I want to measure the Earth is good with me. What's that, Master Chief?
I think he needs a little bit more time spent.
A little more time? Okay. Yeah. Okay. No problem. That's just my 2 cents, but I like to jump the gun on these things too, because
you're like, very kind.
I'm like, hey, bro. Oh, you're curious? Okay, let's do this. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I get you guys.
welcome. I already forgot his name. Ned Phillip Jr.
I feel very welcomed in this community, unlike my home life.
Good.
Well, we just want you to learn, bro. So.
Yep. We're gonna help you learn.
Learn the conversation. Listen to the conversations when they occur.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. What should I do? Because my dad said he's gonna beat my ass because I believe in the flat earth. Like he said, like it's not
Who
the
is?
right thing. My dad said he's
Your
gonna beat
dad.
my ass. If he keep
Yeah,
if I
really
keep...
like physically put hands on you.
Yeah. So what should I do?
Then don't tell him.
He already knows. I told him at Christmas, man. At my Christmas dinner, man. And then it was all like just awkward silence.
Anybody else got a suggestion for him? I'll save
yeah.
mine to last.
Yeah.
Me with the left.
I have a suggestion.
Who has
Yeah,
a
I don't know, man.
suggestion?
Dad's gonna do what Dad's
You
gonna
might want
do.
to take some medicine for that. No, I'm kidding.
Listen, I'll put it to you this way: no dog likes to be told he's got new tricks to learn, but I would just, if there's an opportunity to gently have a conversation or start the conversation with him about it in a serious manner, that'd be awesome. If not, my personal suggestion is to stay as far away from it as you can, so that you can at least maintain that relationship and not have to add to the burden of already knowing that you've been lied to also, oh, now my dad doesn't like that I'm searching out truth. You know what I mean?
Well, there's 3 things you can ask your dad, just in a kindly manner. You know, just don't just ask him 3 questions. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Can I just I think I might just try and have a talk to him tomorrow. So can I just say kind of what I want to say to him, but like to you guys, and see what you would think? Just to put your mind as a very I don't know, conservative.
Sure, but do me a favor before we start that, and it'd be great if everybody chimed in. I know that's a lot of people, but anyway, one thing: make sure you write suggestions down. Just get a pad of paper and write it down. That's all.
Okay. So I was thinking of going. Oh, was someone else going to say something?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
your dad might not be interested in the information. There's the thing. You can't convince anybody of anything. You can talk till you're blue in the face, give the best points to say that it's not a globe, we see too far, all that business, and he still ain't gonna see it. So it would be better if you if you sought out the seekers of truth. And the way you can tell those people is when they mention something else that's conspiratorial. So you meet them where they are and you gain some ground with them, and I don't know, every interaction's different. Every person's different. But I wouldn't ruin your relationship with your father, especially if you're new to the topic. Do not talk about this with your family. That is my suggestion. Unless you're really close with your family, yeah, it can cause problems. I would say it's not necessary.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's just I don't know. I think he's just a very he's not really accepting to change. He believes in what his family said, and now he wants to pass it down. He expects all this. So I was just thinking of saying this. So I go to him tomorrow and go, hey dad, I just wanted to say that I don't want you to be mad anymore about what I believe in, and I think that I'm my own person, and you should stop controlling my life. You should stop being an asshole and shit. And like that. Stop being a prick. Oh, I don't know. He's just really, really annoying me. He's not in right now. I don't even know where he is. But...
Yeah.
What do you think?
You're already in it with your dad, it sounds like.
Yeah, you don't need to get in it anymore, dude.
Listen, man,
Seb,
you don't. I'm just sorry. Yeah. Seb is just at me saying it's not a belief. I'm saying it to my dad, alright? He don't understand that, okay? I'm just saying it to him, okay? As that. He don't know the difference anyway. He's a bit got a bone in the brain, alright?
That's, as somebody tagged your name, it's that word that you keep saying, that B word.
B word.
Yeah, because we don't believe it. We know and we observe the Earth as flat and stationary. So that's why we're asking you why you believe.
I believe. I don't believe. It's a habit of saying it, you know.
Yeah.
When to
You'll
break
untrain
out of it.
yourself of that. Yep.
It's a bad habit.
In
What's
time,
up,
you'll get
dude?
rid of that.
Oh, was that let me see. God Rockin', is that you?
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm just talking about like my parents don't really accept that I'm a flat earther, you know.
I know that's a tough subject sometimes, friend, buddy. That's yeah, that's a pretty touchy subject right there sometimes, especially when it's your dad, your parents. You know, they've been your authority figure, and you know, he's been your father figure your whole life, and
Yeah.
sometimes that's too touchy to kind of pry into that. I really don't. I really don't have any suggestions for you because I'm going to have to think about it for a minute if I even try.
Yeah.
But I kind of agree with these guys. I wouldn't really press it too hard. Um, you could drop a few subtle hints. I mean, but it would be very hard to do it in any way that he would accept it. It sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Well, just
So
fully learn it first. Like fully
yeah,
learn everything yourself. If
right,
you're new to
exactly.
it, then you just need to chill.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Immerse yourself in the information and show you some avenues for that.
You know, I just thought they would be more accepting, you know. It's just like a normal conversation, just turns so like
It's supposed to listen,
so
and
bad.
that's the thing. You could tell your parents you still believe. Tell them you identify as punk rock. You can just say whatever you want in that realm, and they'll be like, "No, I love you no matter what." Flat earther.
Well, you thought, guy, because cosmology isn't your normal conversation, right? Especially when you're talking about alternative cosmology, right? People can't really fathom more than one cosmologies if you're talking about like your everyday person. So
I got a
once they
question.
realize that there's been
Sorry.
multiple cosmologies through the year, yeah, I'll let you ask your question, but I'm in the middle of talking.
Sorry.
Yeah, once you realize there's multiple cosmologies throughout the years, and this is like just the most recent one, then it becomes a little more understanding that different people have different ideas about their cosmology.
Yeah. God Rockin', with your friends or family, have you told them that you're a flat earther?
Oh yeah, they all know.
What do they think? Are they accepting of that?
Well, it's probably a little different for me because I'm 65 years old and they pretty much trust me, trust what I say, most everything else. And so rather than not trust or whatever, they just really aren't interested in the subject all that much. I mean, I think my mom realizes that yours is flat after everything I've said to her because she
Yeah.
trusted in what I say because I'm older. They know I know what I'm talking about most of the time. I don't just sit and flap my lips for no reason. And so my mom at least gives me that much respect. My dad, he's a different story. He's
Same
all
as
hard
me.
headed. Yeah. So I don't try to approach him about it. But anyway,
My family does not want to know. I've had conversations with my sister. She's been on an airplane before. She thinks she sees curve up there. So my sister, she doesn't care about any conspiracies or anything like that. My mother is like really light diet woke, but she's a boomer. So, she saw the moon landing on TV.
Yes, so did my dad. So did my dad. He saw it happen. Apparently, well, what did
Wait,
you see as
what?
well, God
God
Rockin'?
rockin' what? God rockin' what'd you say?
I said so did I. I've seen it live as well.
Yeah, but how did you get past that?
I didn't have an investment in space when I started looking into flat Earth. I wasn't like this, super space guy and, watched all these space movies. And, of course, I watched a few things, but I just didn't have an investment
What
in it.
really?
No.
Okay, you could potentially be like a little bit younger, my mom or something like that. But what got you to flat Earth? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I've heard you talk about it before, but
Well, I
I can't remember exactly how I heard about it. It was online. I'm sure it was on YouTube. And so I just started looking at videos and watching, like Eric Dubay had a big impact on me, the 200 proofs or whatever it's called. And then, of course, I watched everything there was.
But I mean, like, what do you recall the moment, like that transitional moment from one paradigm to another?
I think it was probably the fact that the second law of thermodynamics and the gas pressure being next to the vacuum was probably the biggie for me. And it took me like 2 days. Is all it took. I watched
I
videos.
bet you I could give my stepdad with that. He's an ex-Marine and he used to work for the post office. I want to have a boomer night, and I want to see if my parents will come in here.
That would be cool. I
That would
mean,
be amazing.
well, for me, if I was to bring my parents into this, like even if they saw me in this call right now, they would probably like try and switch off my computer and just start shouting at me or like,
Yeah, and
I don't
don't
know, beat
argue
me or
with
something.
them. If they get triggered, just you know what I mean. Don't try to. You can't convince anybody of anything. They have to make up their own minds.
Bro, if your parents will probably beat you for being on the internet talking to strangers, I mean, maybe there's something wrong with your parents. Like, I don't think it's the flat Earth thing. Right?
No,
So
I mean,
if this is something
they
that's
wouldn't
going to get
mind.
you like physically disciplined,
I don't think they
you
would
might want
mind,
to
to be honest.
wait
Like,
till you
if
get
they
a
told
little
me,
older.
hold up, 1 sec.
Well, just
Shit,
if
1
you're.
sec, guys.
How old are you, Ned? How old are you? If you don't.
Well, I was gonna say, bottom line, if you're in your parents' home, you have to, kind of respect their wishes and what they say. You just have to keep it to yourself so you don't interfere with your
Hello?
relationship.
Who's that?
So
What do you want?
take the energy that you want to, convert your
I'm
parents.
just on call with a few of my friends. Like,
Oh no, we need to mute him. I don't want to hear anything.
no, come on. It's just a call with my friends, please. Fine, I'll literally wake up for school tomorrow. Come on. Just be cool. No.
Mute your
Listen.
own mic.
Micing?
Mute your own mic, Ned, so we don't hear you talking. It's just a hot
Come on,
mic.
just chill out, alright? I know you're thinking.
I muted him. He was being a little disruptive. We can unmute him later instead of having a personal
I
conversation.
know you don't believe in that, but like,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to really hear that topic anymore.
What topic's that, Jenny?
Well, that's kind of personal. He's bringing real personal stuff into the live stream, and I don't think it's appropriate.
No problem. We're going to get right back to it. Earth measures flat.
Yeah.
That is the conversation.
And the weird thing is that anybody can go outside and measure it for themselves just to make sure, right? And they could do it several times just to make sure that they're sure, and then they could ask their friends to do it. And I don't know, that sounds a lot like empirical research.
What?
No, it can't be.
What?
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
The moment I transitioned is when I realized, when I was shown that when you can zoom in, right, with a camera and look at things beyond the horizon, demonstrating that the horizon is just an optical phenomenon, not a physical tangent point on a presupposed sphere that just lays it to rest.
Correct. I like it.
Yeah, you were like, wait, what?
Yeah, there's a lot of wait, what? Moments like, oh, that makes a lot more sense than what they're telling me. Wow. Oof, that's simple. I wonder if the rest of it's like that. Let's take a look.
Well, you're one of a kind. Not many people approach it with quite that much ease, my friend.
No, well, some people do, though. I heard y'all talking about it earlier. Someone said it took them 10 minutes. They were like, yep, okay.
Yep, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There was already a big foundation laid with me, me knowing the scriptures, me doing all this research with other conspiracies, that there's an adversary in the world. So it wasn't very difficult for me to accept that. I mean, we've been lied to about biology, history, uh, a whole bunch of things. Why not cosmology? Of course, cosmology also.
It's all about critical thinking, in my opinion. You have to sit critically about these things. And if you got any intelligence whatsoever, things will start to make sense. And it's pretty easy at that point. So
It's always about critical thinking. If the person themselves aren't thinking, then someone else will think for them. And more often than not in this world, it's always a malevolent intent.
Yep.
If they lie about all the things that they do, it just kind of follows that where and what we are, like the most fundamental things are the first things they're going to lie about. It's not hard.
Why would
No,
they lie?
And,
Why would they
and
lie?
it's it's so unfair because the first things that we want to do, first thing that anything wants to do once it's born is like, well, I'm here, I might as well try to fucking do stuff. Okay, let's see what this is, see what that is. And if you have a bombardment of go here, do this, say this, think this, it's so overwhelming to try to say, well, why not or why, and you question it. You're like, fuck it, I'm giving up. Yeah, I'll go over. Yeah, and that's it. And they train you to just want to. It's what's it called? Stockholm syndrome. Yes, there we go. Okay, thank you.
People tend toward the comfortable position, even if the comfortable position, quote unquote, is the position of the being in the hands of your oppressor.
Yep, these people crave the comfort of certainty, and if they can have that certainty without having to work for it, boy, you better believe they're going after that one.
It's certainty without the unpleasant process of going through a learning process.
Yep, and they don't even care if it's right. By the way, a lot of people are showing us they don't even care if it's right or wrong. They just don't want to have to work for it.
Yo, what's up, brother?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Hey, y'all's blessing me every day. How are you feeling?
Up and down. Every time I feel better and I try to, do stuff to move on, like a man should try to get back to work. I don't know. I'm just hoping to get over this soon.
How bad is it? You laying down?
Yeah. I've been sleeping for like 3 days.
Perhaps you were moving too much. Your body's in a major rehabilitation state.
Yeah. I rarely miss my Mondays and Wednesdays at my mom's company. In 4 or 5 years, I had to tell him I can't come in. Only other time it happened was because of a snowstorm. I hate missing work.
Man, it's cold out there where you are too, man. I take my hat off to
Not
Elijah.
really.
Oh, it's colder than it is here. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do what you do.
40 degrees is very not cold.
Well, you probably because you didn't get your booster, bro.
I was
you didn't
told
get
that if
that
I didn't
15th
get the
booster?
vaccine, that I would die.
Oh my god!
Looks like feels like the common flu to me.
Man, I would say, miss me with all that bullshit. I ain't gonna fucking die. Like, I got way too much nutrients stored up for this little thing to take me out. And you know what? All I did, I took some hot baths, got a real good sweat going, and like sweated it out. And I felt better like the next day, and then returned to work like after I rested for a few more days. I was like, screw it, I'm just gonna rest. Right? It just seems like the natural thing to do. Like if you get sick, just actually take care of yourself like you love yourself. For a few days.
Yeah,
Stop
but
reading my mind, Hank.
I got normies, that I don't think that it's a coincidence that not only am I sick with the same exact symptoms as a lot of other people across the planet. Because for years I've been pointing this out since I've been watching politics across the planet and pointing out what he's in South Africa. Why the fuck? Why does he have the same symptoms? I like. What's going on? I've been doing that, and so I just think it's that. But I had a home COVID test because my girl wanted me to have one, and it actually tested positive, and it's like, well, if there was some kind of viral infection, it would pick up any kind of viral infection because it can't differentiate as per the words of the inventor. But, because of other people's scaredness, I would love to try to do like a half day's work tomorrow, but then I would be, what do you call it? Irresponsible. So,
I was about to ask you, did you remember the video with Carrie Mullis I showed you?
I remember everything. Yeah. I got a good look at the test. It looked pretty normal. I looked at it cold and hard.
Is that the only test you've had?
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I wish I could take a flu test or something.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
so
bet you would
do
say
you
the
have the
same thing.
flu or do you have the sickness?
Who knows?
Who fucking knows?
What's the difference? Must
That's
be
what I was
new.
just about to say.
Yeah, they've been renaming things lately, and I'm not going to say that I know the correct name of every correct Latin diagnosis is,
Hello?
but
Sorry,
I
you're
think that
Latin,
they
not
try
in
to keep
Latin.
us in the dark. Sorry, what it is a Latin language that they speak in the medical field, right?
Yeah, it is.
Right. So it's almost like they want to keep a secret, like our sicknesses, in case we were to, like, I don't know, try to do something about it ourselves.
Maybe, but dude, you can look up all that Latin shit. I mean, like I said, I'm a CNA and I had to study a bunch of that stuff, and yeah, it's mostly.
What's Latin for ton of radiation?
Don't care if you offer them before they have to work for it. Then take that.
That test doesn't even differentiate between the sickness and human DNA in a lot of cases.
I bet he's
do
getting
with
really
normies?
good signal lately. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but what are you gonna do with normies? It's almost like literally being in the Matrix. You don't want people around you to freak out. Like the more socially accepted you are prior to this, the more you feel the need to kind of stay undercover in a sense. Because it's
Right.
like you
Hide
try to tell
yourself.
the truth. You tell the truth,
That's
and
so
people look at you like,
crazy.
"What?" And it's like, bro, but here's the facts. Fuck those. What is the test?
Yo,
Oh, okay. Word. Fine.
if
Whatever.
you have a cold, you got to go Anne Frank in 2022, bro.
That is crazy.
That is
Oh,
deep.
shit. I'm about to.
That is deep.
You should write a rap about it while you're
In
down.
areas like where Elijah is. Because in my area, I don't really have to do that. This little small town suburban area, I don't have to do that. People aren't freaking out that much over here. I've been bothered a few times mildly, just, telling me, put the mask back on. Oh, God. I've gotten into some conversations, and I think they've been fruitful to some degree. But especially places, bustling metropolises like where Elijah is. Yeah.
Try to move around as much as possible and drink water and like break up any congestion and Your body's pretty amazing.
I think I'm pissed because I did take some oregano oil, but I stayed away from the Aleve. My
It's
girl was
black
like, "You
though,
got
that
to
by the
take
way.
some medicine," and I was like, "Why? Why can't I just take the foods that have the vitamins in them? Why can't I just do the natural stuff? You got to take medicine." No, I don't.
Hey, I
I've
got an
never
answer for that,
taken
bro.
medicine, and I don't want to take medicine. But I called my mom, and then they were like, "Take the Alka-Seltzer," and I said, "All right, fine, fuck it." And before I did that, I got my fever down on my own, and I said, "See, told you I would be fine." And then I took the Alka-Seltzer cold tablet, and now I'm getting all the runny nose and stuffy nose, and now my stomach is like upside down, and I'm so fucking pissed. Just I've
Elijah,
been
sorry to
I
interrupt you.
can't finish.
Oh, well, it was exactly pertinent to what you're talking about. Instead of Alka-Seltzer,
What does pertinent mean?
Okay, Jenny, go ahead.
so anyway, use baking soda in warm water.
Okay, back
Are you
to
going to answer
Elijah.
my question?
No, back to Elijah.
What does
Yeah,
pertinent
back to
mean?
He wasn't finished. Pertinent means very important. Okay.
That's
Oh,
not
okay.
what you just did.
Back to Elijah.
So anyway, yeah, it was I mean, I'm fine just drinking water and doing the natural stuff. I don't understand why you would have to take medicine with, like, say for instance, vitamin C when you could eat an orange. Like
Thank you.
I don't get it.
I'm right along with you with eating oranges. For
Yeah,
sure.
bro. Have you ever
I put orange slices in my water.
had a ginger shot, bro?
Or they got them at the store.
Yeah. You should try it. Like they'll have the organic ginger, cayenne, or something like that. Just take like a shot, or you don't have to, and they're legit, bro.
I was gonna say that if you get a little moringa, aloe vera, and you can make you a little hot tea. It's supposed to be the heat, right? So you want to get that like in your lungs, in your stomach, down your esophagus, get it real good and hot.
Your mom said to me last night,
And
"You broke ass nigga."
Apparently, we have people that want to talk about their religion. So you guys could take over. I'm just gonna chill out. I don't have the patience or the energy for that.
Well, I hope you feel better soon, Elijah. I'm really feeling bad for you. So I'll say a prayer for you, my friend.
I'll be fine, guys. I felt better earlier. It's probably because I just went outside. I went to go get me some food. I scarfed it down because I do have an appetite. It's the weirdest flu I've ever had. I don't know how I still have an appetite, but I'm still dizzy.
What about
Maybe
chicken
I'm
dumpling
dizzy
soup?
because dumplings. Well, I'm not a fan of the bread and the
Yeah.
that stuff.
I got a question.
Is it about the religion?
Not about religion, but like,
I mean, because
yeah, the young man who chimed in. Sorry.
Heliocentrism and globe is religious doctrine. I don't know
yeah.
if you were aware.
Nah, I've been watching quite a lot of YouTube recently. Like, the few YouTubers who I'd recommend watching. Like, if you want to just learn more, just general knowledge, about
Yeah,
stuff.
where'd you go, loudmouth? I thought we was talking about me being broke or something.
Huh? Wait, were you talking to me?
We have
Somebody mute him.
Me?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
It was another guy, but yeah, this is a different guy. Ned, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Wait, am I getting muted? Did you say?
No, we're talking about someone else. You're good. Go ahead. Ask your question.
All right. Yeah, there's some good channels which I recommend watching. Like, you guys had a deep down the rabbit hole. ANA Productions. just channels which talk about
Somebody
all
talking
different
right
types of
now? I
stuff.
don't hear nobody.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
I can
you
hear
see
you.
Ned Phillip flashing?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Is this better? Can you hear me better like this?
We hear you.
I can hear you.
I got you, brother.
Yeah. No. Like I was just saying. There's like loads of just interesting channels out there. Like with just good information. Like Deep Down the Rabbit Hole, Ain't No Productions, and like there's just so many other like channels.
Yeah.
Sure, I recommend watching. But what about your experiences with like flat Earth in general? Like how long did it take you guys to kind of come to the senses? What
For
about
me,
you,
it was in a
Gregory?
month.
A month.
Yeah, it was within the month. It didn't take long with me because a long foundation, like I was saying earlier, was laid with being aware of all the conspiracies happening in the world and all the metaphysical knowledge that I've learned.
About 5 minutes for me.
Well,
Ned, what year did you first hear about it? The topic.
me?
Yeah.
2020, man. 2020.
Nice. How long did it take you to kind of get on board?
Well, I mean, probably a few months, probably just of research and stuff.
What was the most compelling proof you found?
For me, it was my first like introduction to it was like how easy it was to fake stuff, and how blind I was basically, theoretical. Not actually blind, but you know what I mean. And yeah, it's just all sorts of things. Government lying. I looked into the moon landing hoax and just loads of different stuff, man. Like, and it just made
So
me
what's
realize.
your name, bro?
Ned.
Hey, Ned, I noticed that it says LARPer next to your name.
Oh, I was talking about that before. Yeah. James, he gave me. I don't know if he was joking or not, but yeah. Before they said just not to worry about it. Like people just get given joke roles or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's just very inexperienced. It was like one of his first days actually talking, and he was just trying to have a conversation. And he was saying some things that obviously, when people are new, they don't really know quite how to word things, and they may sound like he's LARPing or whatever. I was present at the time, and I don't think he was LARPing, not on purpose. He's like I said, he's very inexperienced with Discord and inexperienced with the flat Earth subject. He's just trying to learn. He just needs to spend some time. He needs some help learning these things, and so
Right, Garrett. I
just
had
try to be
mentioned
patient. Just try to be
earlier.
patient with him. Just try to be
Yeah.
patient with him and teach him some stuff about really what's going on. You know what I mean? He really wants.
I apologize.
He really wants to learn.
Listen,
I
God
believe
rocking.
he's genuine. Like I told him earlier to just, just listen to the conversations and he'll start picking it up. Why, using the word belief will start exiting out of his mouth. He'll stop. Oh, okay. I'm starting to see now. Okay, and
Right.
it just slowly but surely,
He's just trying to learn, and yeah, it's going to take a minute, just like it did a lot of people. So just try to
Right.
be patient with him. He really does want to learn about the flat Earth. So I know, because I had a really good long conversation with him one day, and he just wants to learn. He really does.
Yeah, so it depends. It depends on what your question is exactly, right? Like, how soon did people know for sure? I don't know, but like when I first looked into it after hearing it and found out that there was only one supposed real picture of Earth from space at the time, and it was from 1972, and I already knew the moon missions were a lie. Like I immediately knew there was something to it, right? Because like there was no real picture of the Earth from space in 2015. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. That's the first way I thought you would shut it down. So,
Hey, hello.
like literally, first thing I looked into, I was like, "Wow, there's definitely something here." But
Connected. Wow.
He's just trying. He's trying to talk to you, Ned. When people are talking, try not to interrupt too much. Just you know what I mean. He was trying to explain something to you, and if you disconnect, just reconnect back on, and then when someone's finished talking, then go ahead. You know what I mean? Just try to be a little more patient.
I'm half sure it's a LARP.
So yeah, let's say this. This is kind of what people deal with, is they're afraid to go tell people or whatever. So if the question is how long before you like were so sure of it that you were going to tell your family or something like that, that number is probably different for everybody. I don't know. I immediately went and told everyone. Like immediately. So I don't know. Everyone's different, but I know people that have taken 3 months, 1 month, 6 months, a year, year and a half, 2 years. I know someone who said 4 years. So you know, everyone's different before, because it's such a big, it's like such a big limb to go out on in society, like societally speaking. So people are kind of hesitant, and they think, I just want to make sure I haven't overlooked something, and they do it for a long period of time. I don't know.
Yeah, I was one of those long period of time guys. I was debating it in the beginning to hear for myself the debate and hear their arguments against what the flat earthers are bringing up. And I was like 90% a flat earther at the time. And then I started hearing some things that I didn't understand. And once my level of understanding had grown, then it was like, ah, yeah, it is absolutely flat. Right. And then shortly after that, I went to the ocean and measured it. And then it just confirmed it all together. So once you have a great deal of understanding, some people just catch on like that. You know, it's real simple for some folks. Like QE said, it was instant as soon as he thought about the second dynamics, entropy, and the gas pressure. And yeah, some people it takes longer.
Elijah. Oh, he's damn. As soon as I called him, he left. Anyway, can someone explain the sextant argument?
Well, a sextant is something that divides a circle by 6 parts. Formerly, there was a quadrant, divided the circle into 4 parts, and that was based off of the octant, was divided it into 8 parts. I know, right? But bear with me, right? It's all based off of the angles that were discovered with the cross staff, the back staff, and the Ottoman Empire. They had this astrolabe, which could track the position of the sun with pretty good precision and give you readings for the angle that the sun's at to find your latitude. Now, all of it is just to find your latitude. Like you need a clock to find your longitude, right? So when people want to sit there and say, "Oh, it was a sextant and an astrolabe that they use," that's actually incorrect, because an astrolabe is the exact same thing as a sextant. The sextant gives a more precise reading than an astrolabe. Pretty much, basically, you have a little sight picture like window that you have 2 images, 2 bright spot images that you line up, and when it's lined up, you don't touch the device anymore, and you look at the readings on it, and it'll give you the readings, and then you go ahead and you do your trigonometry, and you get numbers. Then you have an almanac that you would take those numbers, and you would find the numbers, and you would find the pitch resolved for them in distance, and then you calculate it all into your thing. There's a worksheet for it. It's fairly simple when you get into it, but trying to explain it's a little difficult, like a hands-on type thing. But basically, it's You have one that'll find the angle based off of plumb or horizon, right? So you had the quadrant, which went off of the plumb. And then you have the sextant, octant, all these other ones that go off of the horizon, right? So the ones that go off of the horizon use trigonometry. The ones that use a plumb doesn't exactly use trigonometry, it just finds the degree. And the plumb is perpendicular to level. But as far as like like how it is, there's in that almanac, which is Sailor's Almanac, you have star chart. So you know, okay, I know you find Leo, and Leo's right there. It's right there at the top of the sky during the wintertime, rising on the sky during the springtime and all that. So you can find Leo. If you can find Leo, then you can find the zenith star that's at zenith at your particular date and time. And then you find that zenith and you line the zenith up with the horizon with a sextant. It's like two little objects and you get them lined up or overlapping each other.
You find the star, you find the zenith at the horizon.
I think the backstaff is one of the most easy to use type devices because you don't have to like look at the sun or anything, right? You're just looking at reflections. It's a little easier, I think.
BACKSTAFF?
STAF, yeah, staff. STAFF, backstaff. It's like a cross staff, right? Cross staffs were used to, and this came from Arabia. And it was 3 sticks on, or 3 cross members on a pole, right? And the pole has numbers going all the way up and down it, and you have these 3 things for headings, right? So you know, is it during the waxing and waning part, or is it at the processional winter or summer? And depending on that, you would use those sticks, and then you would slide that stick until the horizon and the bottom of the sun are perfectly aligned, and then you check it and you know your angle. It's crazy. But like, depending on where the sun is, so you have 3 different lengths of your gauge that you're going to gauge from the waves to the bottom of the sun, right? And you just line it up and you get that distance and you get that number and you plug it in the book and then it tells you the distance.
Whoa.
The argument itself, I'll expound on and simplify what Joshua was talking about because I like Joshua. He's got so much information that it's like drinking from a fire hydrant. But the beauty of the sextant argument is that you have to have a right triangle to get your location. And so the baseline of that triangle has to be flat. If you use a curved surface, it's impossible to get the angle. That's why anytime that somebody who claims the globe talks about angles on the Earth, they're already admitting that the baseline is flat. So they're admitting that you have to have a flat surface to get the angle to where the star is 90 degrees from, or plumb from, you know, drawing a line straight down from that star to that geographic location. So that's the beauty of the simplicity. You have to have a flat baseline to get the triangle. End of story.
You know what they've been doing though is they've been invoking this tangent line, right? Which is, whether they know it or not, they're actually invoking a flat Earth to make it work when they don't actually have to. It automatically works, proving that the Earth is flat.
The mental gymnastics that these guys will go to is outrageous, in my opinion. Mental gymnastics.
Such ironic backward reasoning. They invoke that which is the case to prove that which is not the case. Invoking flatness. Invoking flatness, the flat tangent line, to prove the sphericity of the Earth they believe they live on.
They do better at the Ringling Circus jump through hoops over there than get paid for it that way.
Because there are these self-defeating arguments that people of various ideologies use, but very rarely do you come across a self-defeating argument where the loop is so tight, it's so immediately present to the beginning of the argument.
Right. Well, it's like a triangle, right? A lot of them think that you can have non-straight sides on a triangle. Then technically it wouldn't be called a triangle. It would be a try again. I mean, think about it, right? For a triangle to be a triangle, the definition of a triangle is a three-sided objects where all the internal angles equal 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't necessarily have to have a right angle, right? Because you have an isosceles triangle where everything's 33.3. Because that equals 180, right? Or 90, something like that. I can't remember what the thing is. Anyway, 72 degrees or some shit like that. The internal angle on an isosceles triangle where all the sides are the same length and all of the angles are the same. Like the Triforce.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have right angles, obtuse angles. But even though, the run angle or the height angle doesn't or angle, not wrangle, doesn't change or anything. Like it might increase in degrees past 90, but the bottom line is the hypotenuse angles are going to be equal to 180 when added up to the run angle or rise angle. Run rise angle. So I have yet to see a curved adjacent. An adjacent is nothing more than the baseline of a triangle. And a curved adjacent is necessary for a ball Earth.
Now, surely this has been known. All this stuff has been known long before the how do I phrase it? The information started spreading rapidly through the general public among folks like us. And so when I hear this argument being explained, I'm thinking to myself, this has been known. And all the while, the majority of the world has been believing that they live on a sphere flying through a void. So with all these arguments being explained, you begin to realize, so there's always been people who knew the true geodesic shape of the earth, who knew the true cosmos, but had to stay underground or just didn't bother, spreading the information or were too scared to spread the information. And then knew all these mathematical, geographical facts and so on and so forth. But in the depravity of man, the inconsistency that we're capable of, believe this false academic cosmos while knowing these truths that debunk the false academic cosmos, as I like.
Right. Well, it's like this. A lot of people have a misunderstanding about what Eratosthenes and Marinus actually really did. Like most globe earthers, you ask them, what shape of projection did Eratosthenes use? And they will say, a ball. But that's not true because the ball was 100 AD by Claudius Ptolemy. This predates Eratosthenes by 400 years. or postdates Eratosthenes by 400 years. So if you look at the work that Ptolemy said he fixed the work of Eratosthenes because Eratosthenes and Marinus both thought it was a rectangular projection, like arching a rectangle, not a ball. So he never thought it was a ball, Eratosthenes. So he never did anything to prove the ball.
I would like to hear you and folks like you talk to RC, because RC was explaining from his position that the most prominent the most prominent philosopher, mathematicians, and geographers believed it was a ball and taught the Earth is a sphere, and operated on assumption, on that presumption.
It actually started with Ptolemy because Ptolemy was in favor of contracting regions towards the pole and expanding regions at the globe or at the equator, which is why the maps are all off because of that stretching and skewing.
Am I correct in saying this? And for other folks, please chime in. I have this blurry idea and suspicion that the ancient philosophers, geographers, and mathematicians in ancient times, especially in classical late antiquity, that they believed the geodesic shape of the Earth was a sphere because of the metaphysical presupposition, especially the atomists of the day. And then when you think about the cosmic model taught today, the macroscopic level of the cosmos is a mirror reflection of the microscopic level of everything that comprises all concretely real things. Everything is supposedly made of these atoms, these atoms, these little balls, these indivisible balls that comprise everything. And then the macroscopic uh, perspective of the cosmos are little balls, humongous balls flying in a void. So everything is comprised of little balls in a void. In the whole cosmos is a bunch of balls flying in a void. So because metaphysical supposition, they, I guess, presumed that the Earth itself also is a ball in the midst of a void. Am I right in saying that? Does anyone else know any more about that?
Nah, I think you're good.
Well, the problem with that is we don't really have the writings of like the time where people were in Plato's cave, right? Only certain people were able to pay for scribes to dictate what they had said, like Plato for one, Socrates, and so on and so forth.
I have a question. Sorry, but I have a question.
What's your question?
Alright, so my friend just sent me this actually. So, what causes ocean tides? Why are they so synchronized so reliably with the position of moon and sun in our sky?
Oh, I don't know, possibly due to the fact that when the heat is on the ocean, it evaporates, and then when it cools down, it recoalesces and condenses, also wind. And why are there 4 tides in some places and some places only have 1? See, correlation does not mean causation. So you fucking lunatics wanting to equate the amount of light that the moon has to the gravitational pull, that makes no fucking sense. What about the amount of light that's shown from the moon causes a stronger gravitational pull on the tides? It doesn't.
Yeah, they're not synchronized. That's like asking, why are elephant feathers gold?
Alright, I have another question if you guys want me to read it out.
Are you okay with the answer though that Joshua just gave you though? With that, did that help you?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
And let me guess, it's going to be another question about a heavenly body.
Is it going to be about
This
whale
guy is
feathers?
very like religious. Like he thinks that
Is it going to
the
be
Earth is
another
not.
heavenly body question? Something about a fucking comet, meteor, fucking planet, star, Earth, moon? Which one is it? Is it is it about the Earth or is it about something
Joshua's
else?
been working out.
I don't know. I'm just.
He's going to ask about the eclipse. Go ahead, bro.
The eclipse.
Hank might have this one. Hank might win this.
I mean, you guys should watch a lunar eclipse. It's kind of
Did
nice.
Hank
I did
get
see
it?
the
You got him,
lunar
Hank.
eclipse.
Dang, Hank got the win right there.
Yeah, the funny thing about the eclipse is during the totality, the surface of the shadow across the Earth created by the moon, it's only 70 to 100 miles across. The moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth, but it looks like it's not, right? It looks like it's not. So look at the totality of eclipse, right? And think about how big the moon is and try to work it out in your head. How does the moon magnify a shadow? Go ahead. I'll wait.
And why is the shadow red?
Hey, Wuck, do you want to try to ask the question? Because maybe we're overstepping. I'd love to hear your intelligent question, please.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know, man. This guy, he's not responding anything. He keeps on sending me the question, but removes it. Like,
Is it Professor Phil?
Who is? Yeah, could you tell us who's DMing you? That's kind of one of the server policies. Yeah.
well, I don't know if he wants me to leak his information about him.
Oh, so he
We
decides.
already
who's
know
gonna
who it
be
is.
here. Oh, okay. I guess you don't care about the server rules. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's what the server rules are. And it's our server, not yours. So you just get to like sneak around with people DMing you? I don't think so. We ban people.
Okay, he's fine with me saying his name, so I'm gonna just say it.
Professor Phil.
His name is Wiz, and he's in this VC right here.
Westy, what's his name?
Wiz.
Mick West.
Sylvester the cat? Are you sure?
So I'm not
Do
sure
you
I heard
guys
that
like
right.
here every day?
Doesn't matter. So you could be
Are
banned.
we here
a
every
lot.
day? No, I actually got no. I'm just a janitor here. Actually, I'm here to clean the floors. I'm just wondering if you can help us out with some information about a globe Earth religion.
I mean, I have a question. If the Earth is flat, then
Ooh, here we go.
can I watch a ship sail off to sea? Like, can I watch it? Like,
Can I, Joshua? Let me answer this one. Yes, if the Earth is flat, we can watch ships sail off into the sea. Yes, correct. Thanks. Anything else?
no, I mean fall off the sea, like basically.
No.
Oh my goodness! Wait a minute! Whoa! Wait a minute! Wait a minute. Okay, I'm so glad you've elaborated. Fall off the sea. Well, that would only be possible on a ball. You say we live on a surface. That's why it's called flat Earth. And a ball religion, the ships would fall off on a ball. You got it backwards.
Here's the other thing, right? I know why this guy is asking these questions. Because he lost a bet, right? Nobody else wanted to ask these questions, so his buddies had him come in here and ask these questions, which is understandable. I mean, people are afraid of the flat Earth. They're afraid of truth. They're afraid because they have no answer to any of the questions, except for gravity, which cannot be proven, and more theory.
I'll take your bet, by the way, for $1,000.
You're such a theory ass.
No response?
Is Wuss still there? Wuss, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening to you guys.
So, Wuss does.
I don't have any questions anymore.
Around the North Star, do the stars rotate around the North Star?
I can't really hear you well. What'd you say?
Do the stars rotate around a polar star, the North Star?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the sun rise and set
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
so the heavenly bodies are moving.
Yeah, of course. What?
Okay, well, welcome to Earth.
Good. I like that. There you go.
You know, in order for a sun to rise or set, it has to be physically moving over the place, not us moving around it, right? Sunset means it goes below something. Well, if the horizon is just one of these terminus lines that we cannot see past anything above 10 degrees off the ground, right? 10 degrees from our eye angle looking down at a certain distance, things become invisible, refracted out.
And or appear to set when they are not.
I don't know if you
But
guys noticed,
in
but
reality,
you're
just
kind
going
of
away from
stepping. I'm sorry. I just want there are some other people here though that might be able to actually hold a conversation like an adult. I think there's Anatomy and who's this other person? Some. You already talked to these people? Who's the other? EDPs. You got 3 right there, 3 in a row.
No, none of them interrupted a discussion previous. So I guess they
Well, I'm
didn't
just
have
gonna go
anything
back to
important to say.
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back to cleaning the floors around here, guys. If you need anything, let me know.
So who are we talking to right now?
That's a good question, Hank. Do you think he knows what his own name is? Let's find out. Ask him.
What's your name, bro? Okay.
You got this. You got this, man. Come on. You got use your
Moving
big boy
on.
words. Come on.
Maybe someone else wants to talk. He didn't feel like talking, I guess.
Does he know where he was born?
No. Does he know how he got here? No, never mind. Okay, wrong door in the hallway.
Well, every person alive was born in the Antarctic basin. Thank you. Yes, every landmass we know is in the Antarctic basin. You live in the Antarctic basin. You were born in the Antarctic basin, and you will die in the Antarctic basin. Thank you.
He's just really young and inexperienced, XO. He's just having a hard time, bro. He's trying a little bit too hard, I think, sometimes. So,
who else wants to talk then?
I don't know.
How about
There's
Old
2
Hoss?
other people. So there's this guy is the one that I see that's not muted. Azanami. Sir, do you know how to turn your microphone on real quick and give us a hello? Hey, that's progress. There you go. Almost there. So close to the finish line. Azanami. Come on.
Oh my God. I have a hard time to keep from laughing my guts out when you're here, XO. For hell's sake.
That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to bring laughs to this. Listen, I'm just here to clean flat floors and make sure everybody's drinks are topped off. Okay? Thank you.
Oh shit.
Good God. Why did so much of it go over so many people's head, though? My God. I mean, the whole room should be hilarious.
I don't know what to do. I can't pay them to laugh. My goodness. Except for Jenny. She'll laugh. Watch Jenny. She'll be laughing soon.
Oh boy.
Yeah. XO's hilarious. Actually, I have to put myself on mute. He's so funny sometimes, like I'm actually busting a gut in the background.
Oh, did you hear the guy last night, Sonny? There was a guy here that came in and said, "Why are all scientists atheists?" And just for the little segue, he says he's a Catholic 5 minutes later, but he comes in and says all scientists are atheists. So I said, "Great, give me the name of one atheist scientist." He said Richard Dawkins. I'm not making it up.
That's rich. Oh my gosh.
I can't make this up. Listen, if I made this up, I'd be paid to write this. I can't make it up. Thank you.
Stephen Hawking, come on.
No, Richard Dawkins. Then we spent
I
20
know.
minutes. Listen, I spent 20 minutes. You're not going to believe this. 20 minutes begging him to please just point out one sentence that was scientific for Richard Dawkins. He said he can't. He said he wouldn't do it because it was not a thing that you can point out. It's actually science is a metaphysical thing, he said. Yeah, it was amazing.
Micah Cheka.
Good thing the Earth is
Yeah.
a what question. Good thing for that.
Thank
You're
you.
coming in loud and clear, Sonny.
Had to adjust my settings. Is it okay now? It's
Yeah,
a
you're
terrible,
loud and clear.
It's a terrible laptop mic, but if I back up, I think it's okay. I had to move it again. I have to have a
I think,
mobile-
listen, what happened was, Sonny, is that your guitar has blown the microphone speaker. Thank you.
No, it hasn't. The other microphone fell down and the input where the cord goes in broke off the board. And I've spent 2 weeks in agony trying to fix it. Now I'm done with it. Like I have to wait till I buy a new one. I'll never buy one with that kind of cord that's in the back sticking out. So the place that it drops most frequently, of course, is on the back where it sticks out, breaking that little thing off.
You still have plenty of ground plane. I would just fix what's left of the ground plane and then dead bug wire it straight to the cases or traces.
Listen, I had it working before, and I had it held to the board with Scotch tape, and I had it working. I go test, and it freaking worked. I went to solder them down, which is like under a magnifying light, and I finally got them. I got it soldered down, and it didn't work.
Well, that's
You
because
you buy a laptop, and you're going to
solder
experience breakage all the time.
Hello.
Forget it. I'm done with it.
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Shoot.
Hello. This is my friend, by the way.
Well, I was just wondering if you guys have accounted for curvature.
Nobody does.
No, because it doesn't
that's the
exist, my
problem.
friend.
Yeah,
I think
we
if
can't
you had
find any
ever-
curvature. Hold on. The reason we can't find any curvature is the same reason we can't find elephant feathers.
Can you be
or
more
whale
specific?
feathers.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I think if maybe you had ever found the curvature of a woman's body, you wouldn't have this point of view.
I doubt
Actually, that's still
that
pretty
would
flat
be
if you
that would
ask
be
me.
kind of a
So
side
you're
issue.
basing.
You see, that's
So you're
I know-
basing this
Oh, okay.
supposition on how much information that. So you have
T
zero.
R
No, if I
T
found a
R
I have
curvature
a
of a woman's
L
body,
I'd like to correct you two.
if I found a
T
curvature
R
of a woman's
Oh, I have a
body, I would
picture
go
for you.
online
I
and troll.
apologize for my son coming in
What I
here
do,
and
right?
making a rude comment
T
like
R
that.
O
Just for that, I'm
L
going
Is
to
that
beat
really
your
your
mother.
son?
Shut up! Holy hell!
T
I would
R
have drowned him.
O L L troll
One at a
alert.
time. Yep.
No,
Troll
he's
alert.
projecting, guys.
Go ahead, Guy Rocket.
He's
Anyway,
We have a troll alert. That's all I'm saying. Troll alert.
that was fun.
We heard him.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's not always
Anyway.
about a subject like that. I know that sex is something that they brainwash
Because
you along with
what
the
guys
Earth
do when they
religion.
actually get laid is they go online and they troll random servers. That's what they do.
Can someone tell Mr.
everything
Anderson to
so-
reset?
Sorry, Exo.
First thing I do after I get laid. Is
Yeah,
I-
because everything is going so well in their life that, like, they have the girlfriend, they got the place, the money, the car, they got everything. So what do to celebrate? Come on the Flat Earth server
And play Fortnite.
Okay, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You know, I've known quite a few dudes that would not put that game controller down, so their girlfriend walked out and came over to my house.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, you ain't doing your job. I guess I'm employed.
Hey, man.
Dun dun dun.
Is this?
Hey, man, what? Manuel, say, what are you saying? Speak up.
Hey, Viz, did you want to try again and see if you can have a slight conversation? It will allow you to troll. Trust me. We're looking for anything we can find, actually.
I don't know how Viz was trolling you. We're just asking a question, dude.
I was genuinely curious.
Hey,
it's
genuinely
fine.
curious about
It's
people
fine.
looking at women's bodies, so you automatically go to perverted sexual connotations? Come on,
Well,
man.
no,
Whoa, whoa,
Wow, dude, that was a bit too serious, man.
It's just
That was
off
too far.
topic.
Okay, no, if you didn't read the server rules, guys. Other moderators not telling them what the server rules are.
There's
Sonny,
too
what's
many
going on
trolls
here?
here, man. What the fuck is this?
Just relax.
Come on,
So here's the thing.
I check, man. I
Listen,
tell them
everybody shut up for a second, please. Take a breath, will you? It sounds like a shit show. Just relax. Like if somebody's speaking, wait till they stop. Then you yourself, like me, for instance, I'll do this. I'll try to take a breath.
100%.
So I give somebody.
Let's all take a deep breath together.
Let's please do. All right, everybody, whenever you want.
Feels fascinating.
Okay, great. That's what I mean. Anyway, getting on to the topic. There's no globe proof. So, like, if you're talking about curvature, yeah, it's a flat Earth server. It's just that the woman's body curves is off topic. That's the point I was trying to bring forth. It's off topic. It's not that it's off limits. Like, if you want to go talk about it with your friends, go down to Chill Chat. See what they think of it. Go to one of the other open.
You want a big batty gal?
Just not on the live stream, okay? That was a public service announcement.
Okay, but if I walk to the end of the
You were
world,
almost correct too.
why would I not fall off? Hear me out.
Okay, so hold on. So
We want a big batty gal.
Who wants to answer that?
Moderators,
This is not
whoever's doing
flat
that,
Earth
I mean, that's
society.
getting really
There is
annoying,
no.
guys.
Yeah, I just checked this guy in already, so he's done.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, I
relax,
got
troll,
this one.
please. One at a
I
time,
got this
please.
one. So he said that he walked the end of the world. Everybody know that's a lie.
I said if. I'm asking a genuine question.
No, it's not genuine because there's no end of the world.
Okay,
It's called
guys,
an ocean.
listen.
Have you, wait, hold on, Sonny. Have you ever gone out in reality and noticed that there's a body in the water?
Listen. Don't sunny me. Hold on, everybody. Don't sunny me, Exo. Listen. Stop interrupting the guy. Just let him speak. Answer the question. Don't just automatically. This is flat earthers. Don't automatically go to attack mode. Just really, if he's playing dumb or whatever it is, don't make a comment about it. Don't just attack. Let's listen to what they say because, you know, we'll find out if there's something of value or not. We don't have to go to the jab all the time. That's all.
All right, Sonny. So the guy is picturing an image in his mind, probably because he got it somewhere on the internet, the search engines.
Yes.
So in his mind, he's imagining this thing that he thinks he can fall from. He can fall off from, right? But the thing is, the Earth is not this object that you have in your imagination. That's the problem that you have.
Well,
No
if
one
we're
here
following
thinks
on
that
that vein, what research
No
have
one
you done that is not on the internet?
Okay, still, no, I've done it myself. So here's the problem. Yes, at the end of the Earth, there's this thing called an ocean. Water exists in large bodies of water. Do you Globbers know this, or is this a new concept to you?
Who was that was talking over?
I don't
Got
know,
him,
but we need to mute
It
him.
was Pressa. I got him.
Good.
So when you reach the shore of the earth you're standing on, the sea, you get on a boat and you travel the seas, and then you reach another shore, and then after that shore, you walk on the land, and then you reach another shore, and there's water. That's the only experience that you ever had, and anybody had.
Of an edge. Yeah. The edge of the earth is always a shoreline or a beach or a cliff in the water. There's always
This logic.
Yeah.
What?
Earth means dry land.
Guess what? Water is horizontal. Sea level means level. There's no curved water over oceans. Oceans don't curve at 8 inches per mile square. They told us what the radius was. They said that because of that, it would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. That would give you the miles. So 1.22 miles at 1 foot height. So that means at the drop is supposed to be 3 miles 6 feet. It's 5 miles 16 feet, 10 miles 66 feet. Like 30 miles, 486 feet. So, have you ever heard of them ever measuring to verify those distances, which equals to elevation drop over distance? Do you know where that was measured to validate those amounts for the size? Anyone?
I don't feel like anyone ever answered my question about, have you ever done any research outside of your bedroom?
Oh my God!
See, he's still scared to death. I already said yes, and he ignored the
What'd you
answer.
do?
So, Sonny,
What'd you
would you
do?
like
What'd
me
you
to
do?
prove it?
So wait a minute. I want you to answer the question.
Oh wait, you go ahead. Just relax.
No,
Go ahead,
I
Sonny.
want him to answer the question I just posed. Sorry, he needs to answer that.
What was your question?
When was Earth's curvature measured to validate the distances drop over distance? That means a drop in altitude over a certain amount of distance. 3 miles 6 feet, 5 miles 16 feet, 10 miles 66 feet. When did they measure that directly to validate those claims that they made?
I don't speak uber virgin. I just want to know why Earth flat.
What the fuck?
Dude, you
Check it
just
out,
said
you dumb
man
motherfucker.
shit.
So in other words, he can't understand what you're saying. You're gonna have to dumb it down.
Yeah, let's
When
dumb it
has
down.
anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth directly?
Did they not?
You tell us.
So you didn't provide us with the measurement?
Did you ever do any research?
Ed.
That would be a Nobel
You
Prize.
better meet Doomy. Doomy? Dr.
Okay.
Doomy. Have you
Well,
met him?
You're not really funny. You're just.
He's published some.
Yeah, shut up. Tired of these.
All right, let's reset. What? Any new people have questions or what's going on?
Any real questions? Genuine, honest questions.
Hang on, I want to answer the question of what would happen if you were to walk off Earth, right? If you were to walk off the edge of Earth. Since Earth means
Go
dry
ahead,
land, you would get wet. Because what's at the edge of dry land? What's at the end of dry land? Water.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you would get wet.
Listen, right before I came in here, I had this idea. I had a conversation in my mind. It's like, how do you broach this idea with somebody in a conversation? Like, listen, honey, like the Earth is actually exactly the way you've always experienced. In other words, like it's not curved. Nobody builds on curved anything. Nobody's flying over curved anything. It's not moving. You don't sense any motion. No one's detected any motion. It's exactly like we observe it. And there's no gas pressure without a container. Hot always goes to cold. High pressure always goes to low. So with that in mind, like, can you imagine somebody going, how ridiculous that is. That is just the way it really seems. Like you look up and see the stars moving around you in a clockwork over specific locations over Earth for thousands and thousands of years. Like, and you go like this. No, it couldn't be just like we've since. Can you, I mean, think about this. This is where we're living in. This is the age we're living in. And I'll halt. I'll cease and desist. I relinquish the floor back to the paddle. Thank you very much.
Well, there you go, Sonny. I mean, I guess we have to learn the hard way sometimes. But yeah, when we get those little seizures and panic attacks, it's actually good for everybody to have a nice reset. So I'm glad we can learn the lesson the hard way. But, you know, that was easy because, again, they're asking what we have done. Well, there's my observation, 70 miles flat over Puget Sound.
Listen, oh, wait, hold on. How old are you guys?
I'm just trying to, you can't hear me, so I'm just, you can't hear what I'm saying.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Are you
You're
okay?
a virgin.
Okay.
Like,
Here's the troll. Look at these. Here's the
don't
pervy again. Okay, just relax, sunshine.
You don't have a.
Are you okay? Thank you. Thank
Why
you
you keep
so much. Okay. Is there any, thank you, moderator. Yes, thank you so much. Okay. So that was another seizure. I'm glad everybody could witness that.
I know,
Sonny,
we couldn't get the mute button hit
wow.
fast enough. There's about four of us on that
So I started talking for 5 seconds, and it's like I just perform exorcisms just by talking for 5 seconds, Sonny. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so again, I posted my own video. If any Globers, find all the Globers combined, and you can see if that you can equal my one observation of 70 miles flat on the Puget Sound. This is actually my shortest flat Earth observation that I use. So is there any challengers, Globers? Thanks for playing.
That was easy. Okay, Wuck, you gonna choose to be something other than your friends, or if they were or not, I don't know, but if you can be a little more mature, let's try it. This will be your warning.
Okay, as I said before, can you swim off Earth? Can you swim off Earth? Yes or no?
I'm gonna listen real quick, Sonny.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Sonny, I translate for the group. His question in troll translates to, "Can you swim off Earth?" Is how you
So let
translate
me
that to
answer.
English. There
So
you
can
go.
I answer? Can I answer?
What?
Okay, listen. So if you're swimming, you're in water, right? Wuck.
Okay.
What happens when you're in water and you're swimming and all of a sudden the bottom that used to be under the water is now coming above the water
Get to the
level?
point.
Then what
Yes.
happens? Isn't it always above the water level? You never run into dry land below water level, do you?
Dude, just stop speaking gibberish. Just say yes or no.
Okay, listen. You're swimming in water, right? So
Okay.
when you come to a part where land is getting higher, where it comes above the water level, what is that? That's dry land, right?
Sonny, I think you're using too many syllables, bro. Talk like a caveman so that he can understand.
Swimming,
What?
run into
I
shore,
got you.
Swim
skip,
to land.
wave
Dude, I
slam
got
you,
you.
and
Every
wave
time I
slam you into the beach and hit your head and get a big nookie mark on the center
But
of your
it's
forehead.
not flat Earth society.
So you
We're
know that's where
not
the land is higher than the water level.
flat Earth
See, let me
society.
put it in plain English for you guys, okay? You
Guys,
wouldn't fall off of Earth that is flat and water that is level. You would fall off of a spinning water ball, you
Yeah.
imbecile.
Yeah, infinite edge. Everywhere's an edge on a ball. You're sad.
You know, gravity is opposite from the one force that we do know happens when an object spins, right? Centrifugal force.
I'm just we're not flat Earth society. I mean, if you're here talking about the flat Earth society, you're trolling yourself. You went out and watched the video the government made for you. You don't
dude,
watch the videos that we make for you, and
that
then you
makes no
come here,
sense.
right? And then you troll us as if you're trolling us.
How do I
We
troll you guys?
don't do
When
that.
I ask
Like
you a simple
when,
question, you don't give me
when
a
we,
simple.
Yeah, you're not trolling. You just look at through.
hold on.
The other one called me a caveman, and the other ones started copying me off, saying some weird shit. And I don't know.
Yeah, well, when you say what happens when we fall off the earth, you're not talking to us. You're
Yeah,
talking to the
but see,
government, and you're
I
talking
asked
to
you guys
private
like a
society.
question.
So
You guys started
before,
saying
no,
shit.
listen. Don't waste your time with that shit here. Okay, like ask
Yeah,
the
check
real
it out.
question, because you'll
That's
get used. All right.
that's the straw man fallacy, right? That he used.
What?
Did anyone here say that there's an edge to the Earth? So why would you invoke the edge? That's like nobody here said anything about a space vacuum, but you numpties want to invoke a space vacuum.
I don't know
It's
what
kind
you.
of like us.
I know
It's
you
kind of
don't know
like
what I'm
us
saying. That's
asking
what's so
you,
hilarious.
hey, it's like us asking you, why did you let Madonna be such a whore in the
Do
80s?
you guys know
Right?
about
You didn't have nothing to do with that, right? So
curvature?
it doesn't
Yes,
apply to you. It
balloons and
doesn't
vertical.
apply to your arguments. You get it?
Listen, you can see curvatures on fucking hot air balloons and weather balloons. All right.
No, you can't.
So that
Yeah,
was a fucking
the
lie.
balloons curve because the pressure inside the balloon is causing the curvature on the balloon. You're correct. Yes, the you can see the curvature on the balloon. Yes.
So what you're saying, Jamsey, is fisheye lenses are usable on balloons as well. Yes, that's true.
Oh yeah, if you put a fisheye lens on a optical device and you look through it, you might see a curved image,
You could
but
make it
that
curved or
doesn't equate to reality.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
in
can make
fact,
it convex and concave.
they say there's a radius, even though the radius has never been measured, which is half the diameter, right? So if the Earth were a ball, then you should be able to measure, said diameter, and then measure or calculate therefore
And
the
if the Earth is flat,
the
then
Here it
radius.
comes.
Excuse me, I'm
Yep.
still
Here we
talking.
come. Yep.
You
You
would
just
then
can't help it.
calculate in for the radius, but we want a measurement, not a calculation. That's the problem.
Yeah,
You even
look.
know said value for radius?
what you say? What?
He doesn't
Do you know
understand
said
what any of you
value
guys
for
are saying.
radius?
Yeah. Okay. What about it?
Do you know the value for half the circumference? Or excuse me, not circumference. Circumference is around the outside. We want diameter through, right? So half
Let me
the
make it
diameter is the radius.
let me make it simple, bro. Because so look, when you
Well,
think about when you think about the Earth, when you say Earth, what is the image that pops in your mind? What do you see when you say Earth?
it's round, basically. It's not flat, at least. Round.
You
Yeah, but
round.
that's what you
So
saw on TV. That's
Round
what
like
you
a
saw on
pizza?
books.
wait, guys. Yeah, he
Like,
saw that on TV. But when you say round, kind of round table. A round table can be flat, right? A coin, pizzas are flat, aren't they? Isn't it?
yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you mean what do you mean when you say round? You mean like a round table? Are you saying there is round and flat?
Yeah.
Huh.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Wook. Well
Flat Earth
done.
Society model, so
No, no,
like
no.
it's flat and round too,
I'm
but
just
it's in
saying that
space.
because when you use the term round, that doesn't equate to maybe what you're trying to picture a sphere. Maybe you're trying to say sphere. Is that what you're trying to say? The Earth is a sphere?
I'm saying that the Earth is not flat, and if the Earth was really flat, then you would have walked off it or swim off it. And you guys didn't give me a clear answer. But
What?
You know,
So when someone says flat, when
Hey,
someone says flat,
hey,
flat is
if we have
is
a
a
god
description.
rocking in here, do we have a god rocking in here?
you guys again, alright? So when you see photos from weather balloons, alright, is it not clear that there is a curve? And ask why? Why does NASA lie about shape of Earth?
No, don't worry about that. When you
Oh boy.
measure the bodies of what is the percentage of what
NASA
percentage of the Earth? What percentage of the Earth is water?
Much again, I couldn't really hear you. Please say it again.
What percentage of the Earth is water? Isn't it 70% or something like that? 70+%
Yeah,
is the surface of the Earth is water. Is it?
yeah, like 70% is water, of course, and
Yeah, and then you go to the bodies of water, to all of them, and all of them measure level, like lake level, sea level. You could go to the salt flats, and those are level as well. And they are called salt flats for a reason, right? So you go to all the bodies of water, and there's no curvature on any body of water on Earth, since the Earth is 70+% water. What does that make the Earth?
I don't know, man. I don't know, to be honest.
Flat and
There's some,
level.
I don't know. But I have a question. Why does school lie about teaching us that the Earth is not flat and shit like that?
So why don't you have evidence instead of asking a question that cannot be answered by anyone but only God? Thanks for the raise. Thanks for the promotion, but we're not the ones. It cannot be answered, and you would be fired if you were a detective and you had evidence, bodies laying on the floor with tape around them, and you decide that you're going to tell the chief inspector, instead of looking at the evidence, I'm going to run off out in the city and try to determine a motive. You're
But
fired. You would be
that's
fired. You would be fired. You would be fired.
Look, the issue is that we can speculate about why liars lie. We can speculate about that and maybe come on with some explanations or answers, but we don't know the liar that you're talking about, so we don't know why will they lie, right? But when you go to the actual thing and you measure the Earth, you experience the Earth, and everything you do is dependent on a flat, motionless plane. Every practical thing, vehicle, vessels, aircraft, communication systems, military weaponry, everything is dependent on a flat, motionless plane. Nothing needs the globe or the curvature of the Earth or the motion of the ground to work. Everything is dependent on a flat Earth. And to go against reality, it's, kind of crazy.
I don't know, but why would every space organization in the world will come together and lie to the front of the
So you're
world?
still asking
He
the
thinks
same
you're God. Yeah,
question?
guys.
No,
He
because
consistently insists that you guys must be gods. Yep.
So you just can't help but ask the same question over and over and over again after we told you. You listen, you wouldn't know the motive even if a liar told you the motive. So what the heck is the purpose of asking when we have evidence that the earth, if the earth is flat, bro, would you want to know?
I'm not your bro, first of all, but what?
Okay. If the earth actually is flat by measurement, would you want to know?
Nope.
So bye. Fuck
Whatever,
off.
whatever I see,
You're
whatever.
gone. See ya.
He likes living in La La Land. There's a
Yeah,
lot of people like that. They
we got
live
no
in
time
They're
for
fantasy.
that.
immature and
I'm
bored.
sorry. I'm gonna ban his ass. He's gone. Bye. See you later then. Yeah, we don't have time for that. Uh, I'm not
Wook,
apologizing.
you like living in La La Land?
He's not.
He
Yeah,
thinks
he
he's
was
He's
someone
welcome.
thinks
else.
he's a movie character, guys.
So,
It's not me.
so Wook, you like living in fantasy? Wook, does your opinion or your imagination has any effect in physicality?
What you say again? Sorry.
If you imagine something and believe in something in your mind, does that affect physicality, the real world?
No,
Oh, that's a good step. That's good.
I'm joking.
So when you experience the world for what it is, the way the world present itself,
Dude,
why would you?
I don't even say rich stuff you're saying, but I'm gonna just say this loud.
No. Let's listen to this, man. Let me ask you a question before you go for your mic drop, right? All right. Would you care? Why would your girlfriend be lying, or the evidence that she is lying and cheating on you?
Wait, I'm muted. Thank you. Jeez.
You heard me?
Yeah, look, if your girlfriend is cheating on you, why would you look for the motive?
Hold on. So would you care? Would you care?
Actually,
listen to me. Listen to my question. Would you
Well,
care? Why would your girlfriend be lying to you about cheating on you, or would you like to see the evidence of your girlfriend lying to you about cheating?
I would like to see the evidence.
Exactly. So, do you want to see the evidence of the Earth? Hold on, listen. This is where I'm gonna tie it together. This is where I'm gonna tie it together. Do you want to see the evidence of the Earth being flat and whoever's telling you the Earth is globe that is lying to you, or do you want to find out why are they lying?
Hey, listen. Who's the ones that's talking right now?
It doesn't matter. It's Elbow TV, but you want to see the evidence of them lying to you, saying that it's a globe, but here's the evidence that it's flat, or do you want to find out why are they lying?
I want to see the evidence of how you and your girlfriend broke up. That's the only thing that matters, right?
So if you don't want to have an actual conversation about this, then
No, but
fuck off. Fuck
Dude, you
off.
gotta do better than that. If you're gonna
Man,
be
these are a lot of beta
you
males.
gotta at
Where'd
least
all these
make us
beta males
laugh.
come from?
You guys are like 30 years
From
old.
Legoland, Hank. They come from fucking
Bro, I
Minecraft.
can write in
Yeah.
cursive. Can you write in cursive, bro?
Let him spiral just a little bit more.
Yeah, can you read
I
an
fucking
analog
agree.
clock?
Can you read and write in cursive there, homie?
Like this
You don't understand half the shit we're talking about.
Hold on. Let him spiral the last little bit. 1 second. Go ahead, spiral.
Guys, I think it's a language barrier. He doesn't understand actual, words and English. So
he understood exactly what I said.
maybe
to him.
maybe he just has to go, just go research some of the information. You're here in the server in the Flutter Discord. That probably means that you want to look into this, but you have to look through the information. And if you have any questions in relation to measurements of the Earth and the topics at hand, maybe we can entertain it. But asking why will they lie, I don't think that will be very productive, though.
All right.
Bro, they're not smart enough to entertain it. I don't think they are.
No, he can go through the information and read it himself and maybe come to some conclusions. But
No, he can't.
Didn't they say they don't care if they're being lied to?
He just
Like,
said
they don't care.
Gemsy, he told you, Gemsy, that he doesn't want to know.
Yeah.
No, he told Sonny that, but he said that he
So if
doesn't.
there's another
understand
dude
what we're
running up in his
saying.
girl, he doesn't want to know.
Chess. You're talking
I
chess,
want
and
to-
he don't even know checkers.
I want to kind of discuss this, this as an issue, right? Like where people, as a psychological issue, because this guy, these people are here, but they're here to troll. You know what I mean? I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck, sorry. Go ahead.
Yo,
Yeah, man, they can't troll us.
He's not trolling. Are you trolling, Wok?
Have you had any sleep, Gemsy?
Well,
Thank
he's
you,
doing
guys.
a bad job of it. He's
You
doing
guys
a
have me
money
muted. What you
troll, but
guys?
he's not even
Yeah,
doing
look,
anything funny.
look, listen, you keep getting muted because you're continually talking over people. You know how I know that? Because I'm watching you
But
and
you guys,
I'm
I'm not.
speaking like you're doing right now to me. Fuckhead, stop it. I'm giving you a warning. You better stop.
Oh yeah, you know
I'm
what I
so
was gonna say.
Because
I want.
you're fucking still doing it. So you're just going to have to stay unmuted until we ask you a question and then we'll unmute you so you can answer it.
How about we
Is
have
this
someone that wants to? How about we have someone that wants to with work and maybe Yeah, if you say that,
Oh,
I'll
man.
definitely give you.
I have sacrificed everything.
Well,
What?
say with a
Using
Russian accent.
voice changing.
What do you want me to say, Jamesy?
Hey, let's bring it back to the flat Earth. Let's not worry about Glaflow for now. He'll be
Okay,
fine.
thank
He'll
you.
survive. Where is El Boricua's friends that wanted to speak to us? Where are they, Elbo?
There's Triple
Whoa.
Q, Old Hoss, but they'll speak. If you guys want to ask questions, chime in. Just go ahead. Sevenism is deafened.
You see, walk left, you guys. Poor child.
Hey,
Hey, what's up,
Jimsy,
Triple
como
Q?
se dice
You
what
there,
you said?
bud?
What?
Triple Q left. Oh, the hoss, bud.
You said,
Are you there, bud?
what
Yeah,
did
I'm
you
here.
mean by
Hey, what's going on, bud? How up,
No,
dude?
I'm just listening.
Nice, nice. What'd you think of the ship with the Earth, bud?
Well, it's flat, the shape.
Well, it's not flat. It's not a shape. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
it just describes the surface.
No.
So you're one of those then. What made you think the
Why
Earth
not?
is flat?
It's flat as shape, you said?
Think it? I don't know. I'm just listening. I just know.
Just know what.
That the Earth is flat.
How did you come
Well,
to
they
this
say
conclusion?
oceans are.
How did I come to that conclusion? Well, that's a long story, but I think first I realized prior to Flat Earth that everything NASA had shown was a lie, and that that made the leap not too difficult, very logically.
Nice.
Just kind
Where
of
did
opens
you?
up, doesn't it?
Yeah. So on your journey with NASA, where did that start? With the moon? With ISS?
No
Where did
curvature.
it start?
Well, I actually I was around for the whole when they were carting the Challenger around the United States on the back of that jumbo jet. I have a photograph of my brother and I in front of it that my dad took back in the 80s. So it was sort of ingrained in the culture. And I have actually learned post Flat Earth realization that Big Bird was supposed to be on the Challenger. I'm not making that up. But there's actually a lot of news articles of Big Bird with that crew. And then now Sesame Street, they're sending that worm to space. Slimy.
Oh my god.
But you won't find a cartoon that doesn't reify dinosaurs and astrophysics nonsense.
Yeah, constantly too. They do the space thing constantly. There's a space episode in every series, at least.
Cartoons open up in space, zooming in on the ball.
Yeah, and didn't Universal, their film intro, they had an accurate model of what ended up being one of the many photos, NASA supposed photos. But yeah, I'm just listening, and
Universal
I
or whatever had that same model or picture.
yeah, prior
Decades before.
to yeah.
And they
But
also
it's
designed
everywhere.
it to mimic Saturn because they are Saturn worshippers.
Yep.
So again, though, I asked, what was the first thing that you seen in NASA that caused you to stop believing in what they were presenting?
Well, maybe the realization that it was ever present. But I remember the last thing I watched from NASA that I actually, moments before, I stumbled upon the NASA canal, or was that NASA footage of that thread in space, whatever that footage that they were really, it was all the rage about 15 years ago. Well, up
No, you're talking
until,
about the tether with
yeah, the
all the
tether,
moving
that's the
things.
word. And I remember I was
Yeah.
watching that video and I was just like, and that's after I already realized Apollo was, thanks to Kubrick confirming it in The Shining and all that, all those oddities. But I already knew the moonwalk and the golf on space and the Land Rover on space, and the darkroom photog tricks were applied. I knew that was all fake. But I was watching the tether, and I was like, "What is this? Why are we even watching this? Why am I watching it?" And then I just stumbled. I was into everything NASA put out, but that was the last thing. To answer your question in a non. I guess there is no answer to your question, but that was the last thing I watched where I still was believing the story. I don't even know what in that tether video. It's just meaningless. But we were watching it. I was watching it.
Everything they do is meaningless. I mean, if you think about it, they claim the ISS has been up there how long now? And like, what has that actually brought humanity?
Yeah,
What have they? What is it? Velcro? I mean,
just
what
it's
kind of
something for the
science
classrooms.
experiments are they doing in there that they can't do right here?
Yeah, that's just for TV. That's thanks to well, I'm not gonna. There's an interesting screen photo or whatever from an article of a former president sitting in front of a green screen with the grid. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, but it's just for the people to see in schools and for the people to talk about at the water cooler.
So you mentioned Big Bird earlier, and I just wanted to remind people, I think in the early 90s, like 1991, Pizza Hut delivered a pizza to the ISS. And if you Google those words together, I think you can pull it up. Did I break the internet?
Good show.
Not yet, but we're still waiting.
Was it 91 or 92?
I missed the last little part.
I was trying to remember what year Pizza Hut delivered a pizza to the ISS.
Oh shoot! Oh, that's a good one. Gee whiz.
How much was the delivery, right? How much did it cost to deliver?
No, right? I want to know what that tip was.
Wait, so taxpayers are paying millions of dollars to deliver a pizza to the ISS?
Mm-hmm. I think it was a commercial.
It'd be better if they taught us how to grow potatoes like you would on the moon, so we can like learn shit.
That was covered in the Matt Damon film, I think.
Which one?
Yeah, that checks out.
I didn't see the recent one.
I saw the previews.
I found a video. I don't know the year though. I'm thinking 93.
Okay.
You know,
I knew it was like
you know,
early 90s.
you know what weird thing got me, and it should have been a big red flag, is when they point the Hubble to one spot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like the idea that you can zoom into time just kind of like destroyed that red flag. You know, it kind of like that got me real good. You know? When Men in Black came out, at the end of Men in Black, this alien pulls out this, puts this marble. You know, it zooms out of the galaxy, and then you see this alien putting a marble in his marble bag. That blew my mind too, right?
And these people are hilarious with their hoaxes.
According to Business Insider, they're saying 2001, and it was for the Russians. And the the Americans were forbidden to eat the pizza.
That's racist. Even in space.
And now they're going to do metaverse and stuff where they're going to sell real estate digitally. It's another hustle, just like space was, but to a whole new level.
Yeah. Yep.
Just nonstop.
All a part of the you'll own nothing and be happy. You'll own virtual property, just not real life property.
Yep.
That could be the way for you to explore space. You know what I mean? Like it is like
Transfer your consciousness.
I've been saying as soon as the VR gets real heavy and people start entering the meta, that's when they'll fake the next moon mission, and then they'll offer it to you to be viewed with VR, so it actually looks like you're there, you can see it, right? And it'll just concrete it into the zombies' minds that it's so real, because the VR, like it puts you in there. You ever see these people?
Right.
Like they're jumping into walls and stuff. Like it gets right into your subconscious. So I think when VR is out there and normalized, that's when they're going to introduce the new fake moon mission, or Mars.
I mean, it's the future of space travel. From the comfort
Or
of
an asteroid
your
about to hit or something.
It's the perfect way to explore space. I mean, why go to
Probably
Mars?
the next thing is an asteroid hitting.
2001, Hank.
Yeah, they've been prepping us for the
I can't believe it's
asteroid for some time.
2001.
Yeah, it's 2001. I just pulled a article.
It was probably Domino's in the 90s. They beat them to it.
Well, no, the thing is they had to create something that was shelf stable, thermally stable, long shelf life, lots of preservatives and stuff like that. So basically, it's a MRE pizza.
Yum.
Oh, didn't you know they're working on feeding the astronauts their own poop?
Yeah, I think it's called
Who wants
coffee.
to be an astronaut?
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly
You gotta
what
drink the Russian
you are
piss.
thinking it is.
Oh, that guy's my favorite.
Did that guy just say after you go to the toilet, you go make a cup of coffee?
You make coffee. Yep. You pee
Chugga,
and then
chugga, chugga.
make a nice cup of joe.
Nice cup of ooh.
Oh man, I love that guy.
And it goes through the poop to coffee machine and chugga 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 chugga. You got coffee.
And that's an astronaut. That's the bravest and the brightest of us all.
Yeah. I heard that coffee tastes like shit. Boom.
It is. It's
Tom Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
It's a bit nutty. But the coffee.
What the hell's Corvid? I don't know. I just thought I would say it anyway.
Core.
This is the guy that will be representing us to aliens when they get
Yeah,
here.
no
That's
doubt.
why they're gonna blow us up. Like, not worth it. This guy's too stupid.
Yeah, they're totally getting them ready. They're doing more anal probings as we speak.
This is my friend Lamb. Lamb came from quintillions of miles away, and he wants to inspect your anal. That's exactly what it sounds like it is. He wants to inspect your anus.
They've been exploring Uranus for a long time. They want to explore somebody else's. Now it's your turn.
How do we make our proper cup of coffee? You start off with the toilet and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee.
Do you have to send that outfit to the cleaners?
Oh my.
Oh shit.
So, how much longer do you think they can keep up the ISS story? Because I personally feel that they have to end the ISS sometime soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be decommissioned soon. Like, yeah, 100%.
Do you think they'll use some type of cataclysm, some type of event?
Space junk, bro.
Maybe
Space junk.
Yeah, space
Yeah.
junk, meteors.
I think they're about to redo. They're about to redo the whole space idea. No more ISS, no more Hubble, right? Maybe towers, and then, really high
She
towers.
said
They're
it's
gonna.
like Vegemite.
Yeah. The way we deal with space, the way we interact with space, they're just going to change it. There's new technology coming out. That's what I think. It's my opinion.
Space Force.
Space Force.
They pack poop into Vegemite squares.
Vegemite's worse than Space Force. You heard it here, folks.
Vegemite's pretty good.
That's got to be really bad.
I don't know what that says about Vegemite, but Vegemite's pretty good. Butter, toast.
Then, so NASA's worse than Vegemite. There you go.
Well, Vegemite's not that bad. That's what I'm saying.
Vegemite has
They
some
said
redeeming
it's what the
qualities,
poop
but
tastes
NASA
like.
does not.
Or the consistency, at least.
It's basically the ISS comedy show at this
Poop on a
point.
cracker.
Well, you remember how Elon Musk said about the SpaceX launch. This is what he said about the SpaceX launch. It's real because it looks so fake. What do you say about the moon landing?
Yes, it looks so fake. What weirdo.
Are you
We'd have
saying?
way better CGI if it was fake.
Here's what I think NASA should. Were you done, Bob? I'm sorry. Here's what I think NASA should do. What NASA should do is they should do like all good acting groups or troops. I guess you could kind of consider them an acting troupe. Yeah, what do they do? All good, all bad actors. Eventually, they have a show in Vegas. I can't wait to see the NASA review in Vegas.
Well, since Hollywood is dominated by Australians, I think they should just give it to the Australians. Acting. Very talented.
Give NASA to the Australians.
Yeah. I mean, we got the actors. We got the talent.
But as a comedy troupe, yeah. They tore around. They tore around like who was it? Gee whiz, Harlem Globetrotters.
Hey, there's new people here.
The best ballers on earth, eh? Eh? The Globetrotters, yeah.
There's new people here.
Hello, people. Welcome. Do you have any?
D-Rock's in the house.
Well, if any new people have any questions, feel free to talk to Bong.
Damn, Sonny, is it that hard to just look at the list of people that are VC verified, man, and just call them out?
Oh, okay, no
Yo,
problem.
D Ross. What's up, man?
Well, D Rosso. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Very
good. Thank you. How are you?
Okay, I have a question. If you guys are finished with your discussion there, I didn't want to interrupt.
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks.
Please
And
interrupt.
thank you, Elbow. Thank you. And go ahead.
Okay, so I've been a flat earther for about a year and a half or so now, né? But there's something that doesn't really make sense to me. When you are standing next to the ocean, right? So if you believe in the ball earth, looking at the ocean, which has a level horizon sight, it doesn't make sense on a ball earth, because if you see the horizon right in front of you, so as far as you can see, then to your left and your right should be the same, shouldn't it? So as far as you can see, then your eyesight should also show you the
Okay,
ball.
I can help you out. Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you play guitar, sir?
I've tried, but yeah, I'm struggling.
Okay. So let me help you out. So when you go to buy a guitar, right, and it's the first guitar, you want it to have a really good action, right? The action between the strings and the fretboard. So
Yeah.
you hold it up to your eye like a rifle, right? And you put the head away from your head, and you look down straight towards the head, straight down the fretboard. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how we try to measure curvature and fail so miserably every time. So if you look at a guitar left to right, you can't tell if there's a good bend, because there has to be a little tiny curve in the neck of the guitar. And if you look at it left to right, like if someone hands it to you like a sword and say, "Hey, look at my axe," right? Does the neck look crooked to you? They have to hold it up to their eye like a rifle and look down it like a scope of a rifle and then go yes or no. They can't just look at it sideways, right, with it in their hands. The left hand is the neck and the right hand is, the bottom of the guitar where the bridge is, right? They have to hold it like a rifle and look, and that's how we measure curvature. So if you're expecting to see curvature left to right, I don't think it would be easy to see as it would be looking straight down. Thanks.
Okay, but my point is, if you look straight ahead, standing right next to the ocean, you can see a certain distance, right? Let's call it. Okay, we in South Africa work in kilometers, so you guys work in miles. So let's call it 10 miles or whatever the case may be. But I mean, if you can see straight ahead, let's call it 10 miles, then you should see to your left 10 miles as well, and to your right. But I mean, it's a straight line. So obviously the distance between where you're standing right to your front and to your left and to your right is hugely different. So that doesn't make sense to me on either a ball earth or a flat earth. I'm struggling to.
Okay, so the left to right, you're not going to see the curvature, because what are you referencing it against? You're referencing against the sky, right? Or the water.
Yeah, but I mean, light travels only so fast. You can see the horizon right in front of you, as far as you can see. So, which means that if you look to the left, if there's no buildings or whatever in your way, you should see the same distance, isn't it?
I don't think so. I mean, I know that you can see the distance, right? But what are you referencing the curve against? So when you look straight down the path, 10 miles away, straight in front of you, you're referencing against your eye height, you're referencing against the horizon, and you're trying to see what you can see past that. So if you can see past 10 miles, or you can see people on the beach at 10 miles away, there should be 66 feet of curvature if your eye is on the water. But there's waves, so let's say you put your eye a foot above the water, right? Let's say there's 1 foot of waves on a calm day, okay? So
Okay.
that's how you measure it. If you're looking left or right and you can see, you know, the shore on both sides, that's not really helping you looking left or right. You need to look straight down the path. Thanks.
Yeah.
Your horizon will be the same distance, 360 degrees around you.
So that's what I'm struggling to understand is you see a straight line ahead of you, but the distance is not the same.
It is the same.
What
The
about
best
pool?
way
Do you
to
play
the best
pool?
way to the best
Sorry.
the best way to really realize that is when you're in a body of water, like on a boat.
Yeah, a large body. Yeah, I've been in
Yeah.
the ocean many times, and I describe that as if you've ever used a compass, and I'm talking like a circle compass, with the hand, like a square and
Yeah.
compass, Freemasonic compass. So you have the point, you draw a little dot, you put one side of it, and then you wrap a circle. You see in a circle. So in all directions from the center of that circle, you see in the same distance all the way around you.
Yeah.
I mean, so if that answers your question, that's what it is.
10 to 15 miles, depending on how clear it is. Yeah. Then obviously the radius would get farther if you climb the mast of the ship.
Yep. Then the
Get up
compass will get
higher, then
bigger,
you'll see
and the
farther.
circle. Correct. Yeah.
So another thing, if you're actually on a ball and you look to the left and you look to the right, like you look west and then you look east, you're on the tangent, which is the top of the ball at all times. And you would be able to look down to the left and down to the right and see both beaches. That's why we're saying start at point A and look at point C. Because if you're point B looking at point A and then looking at point C, you're not going to be able to detect the curvature correctly. But if you're at point A looking at point C, that tangent is in the middle and it should be blocking whatever you're trying to look at point C, obviously, if you have the correct eye height, distance, and curvature range.
Okay.
Yeah, like if your horizon line directly in front of you will be the same to your left, right, and behind you. If you have a clear view, your horizon should stay the same due to your elevation. Your horizon line will diminish the lower you are to the ground, and it will increase higher in altitude. But the funny thing is that higher you go, the horizon always stays at your eye level.
So I'm going to say something. I'm going to try to say this. Okay, so if the Earth has a circumference of 24,901 miles, and you're looking 10 miles away, there should be 66 feet of water hump blocking your vision if you're looking in 10 miles in one direction. 66 feet. So that's like a 6-story building. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, when I was at Corpus Christi, I could see the buildings on the other side of the water, right, 10 miles away. And these weren't 6-story buildings like in the middle of the city, because in Corpus Christi, if you're on North Beach and you're facing the ocean, the city's behind you. What's in front of you is beach houses, right, that your average person owns, right, an average beach house. They're not going to put, 6-story buildings that close to the water, especially out there towards Mustang Island. Right, the city is much closer and it's protected by the island. If you don't know about that, you can't surf unless you go out to Mustang Island. So what I'm saying is that the buildings that I saw during the day and the lights that I saw during the night should have been on the other side of a 6-story hump of water. And I saw this from 1 foot above the water because I was in the ocean and the water was up to my armpits. So that's about a foot for waves. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay. Anyway, thanks, guys. So it's basically one of the things that I was struggling with for the past few days or so. But yeah, the more I look into it, the more flat Earth makes sense to me instead of the ball Earth thing.
That's what I always found.
Yeah, something that's bugging me. The core is the supposed source of the magnetic field. Then how come the compass needle doesn't point to the core?
Yeah, you can be at the equator and it stays perfectly level tangent to where you are, as opposed to dipping down to the core.
Yeah.
Which is
And that's also
interesting.
another
I mean,
thing.
I've heard Go ahead, buddy.
I mean, if the core is as hot as they say it is, then magnetism doesn't make sense because metals loses their magnetism at a certain temperature.
Yes.
And that's
The Curie
another
effect.
problem. Yes, that's another problem that they have. They need that to support all of their theories on volcanoes. So again, it's when they have theory over theory over theory over theory all overlapping each other. You know, they need other theories to support other theories, but then they start contradicting the past theories, and then they run into massive problems. Then they got to start creating things like dark matter, etc.
And that's when they call in people like the Einsteins and stuff of the world to support their theories or to create mathematical theories or whatever for them.
Explanations, more like postulations.
Yeah.
Affirmation doesn't replace experimentation.
Stephen Hawking.
His good talking ass.
You know, it's funny, they don't know exactly what's at the bottom of the ocean, but they can tell you what's at the core of Uranus and Pluto. Get the fuck out of here. It's insane, dude.
Not only that, you know how much mass the Earth has.
Yeah, they've
You can
weighed
Google
it.
it right now.
Yeah, they put it on
Yeah.
the scale and weighed it. Come on, you don't believe that? You conspiracy theorist.
I think one of the Cousteaus even said mankind is not ready to know what lies at the, depths of the ocean, blah, blah, blah.
We're not allowed to know, even though it's the one thing we want to find out, right? And I think that's why I want to find out, right? It's like, oh, that's the one, at least the one thing I'm not like allowed or supposed to know. Right, so that's the one thing I'm going to really want in this life. You fucking asshole. Tell me all about it. You cannot hide anything from me. You feel me? That's my sentiment anyway.
See, I think
Does
we know a
anyone
lot more about
know-
what's under there.
You
They're
don't get
keeping
to
secret.
hide anything from me. Who are you? Who the hell you think you are? You know what I mean?
Maybe there's nothing
So
down
they-
there. I mean, who knows? But
Well, often they say they can't. We don't have the devices to be able to go to the bottom depths of the ocean. But does anyone here know the pressure differential between what they say the depths of the ocean is as compared to like space and the internal cabin pressure? Like, because the force is the same
Well,
in or out.
here's the
It
thing.
doesn't
Let's be
matter.
honest. We got to be honest though. The force at the bottom of the ocean can exponentially increase, whereas the vacuum can only get so close to the vacuum. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's
Well,
really a fair comparison.
what I'm saying is that I've pulled vacuums for over 20 years, and I've dealt with pressures and temperatures for again 20 years. And pressure, so it goes both ways. So if when you go down to the bottom of the ocean and you have a certain pressure within the cabin, and then you have the external pressure, and then the difference, you can calculate the actual force that's pushing in on the craft when you're at the bottom of the ocean, which is the same as what they say would be in space. It would just be exerted from the inside walls out as opposed to the outside walls in. So if we can have crafts that allegedly travel to the moon and beyond, then why can't we go to the depths of the ocean?
I'm going to
And it's
recant
like,
and say maybe I need to do. Hold on just a second. I just need to say I'm going to recant and admit that I probably need to do a little more research. Thanks for calling.
yeah, aren't the skins of those craft like no thicker than like a couple beer can skins?
Yeah, the claim of the moon, the lunar lander. Yeah, that they can poke through it.
They said it was as thick as 4 sheets of tinfoil.
Yeah, it's such a joke.
Well, that's all fake. But what about those thermocline ponds that are? I've seen videos of. I mean, I've seen thermoclines in water with my own eyes, but nothing as drastic as those ones that I've seen in these videos. And I found it bizarre. I put heliocentrism into the anagram word solver, and the word with the most letters that came back was thermoclines. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but I don't know. That was strange. But do you know anything about those thermocline ponds underwater that the videos of those?
It's like some sort of impenetrable water.
Yeah,
that
it looks like
through.
a pond in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have that video. I'll try to share it in voice.
Didn't the guy that make that discovery pass away shortly after announcing it?
It was an helicopter crash accident, but it doesn't seem to be an accident.
Yeah,
Maybe
just like the Kobe Bryant one. It wasn't an
Yeah.
accident.
Yeah.
Right. He was going to expose the pharmaceutical industry because of some nutraceuticals that he was selling, some nutrients. He found out after doing some analytical testing through like third party and like getting it like confirmed that indeed they are adding opioids to make the supplements addictive.
Whoa, bro.
That's Mamba.
You know what? I'll tell you something. The other day I took some bodybuilding supplement. It's like a slimming down supplement. I take them for energy, right? And I've done some speed, lots of speed before, so I know the feeling. And that was really close to it, real close. And I had troubles the next day or two keeping energy levels, but that's usually what happens anyway with like pre-workouts and shit like that. But anyway, man, I was like, this is sus as fuck. And then they stopped carrying it, and then they discontinued it. And I asked them why, and they said it's got some banned ingredients. I was like, okay, now I get it. It's gonna keep happening. New supplements are gonna come out. You know, people have it for a little bit, and they'll have like some real deal hard shit in there, and then and then it'll get banned again.
I mean, we can go down that rabbit hole, Kobe Bryant and all of that. All roads lead to Rome, right? These guys call themselves ballers, the Blue. So I think they are the ones that's betraying history and everyone else by making everyone think that it's a ball because they are ballers and they call themselves archons. So yeah, I think I might have figured out like the who, but the when, don't know.
Somebody got to play that song "Waddy to the Moon." For old time's sake. The largest despair in human history. The whole world is on downlock. And we got rich motherfuckers trying to go to not space.
Yeah, it's a certain kind of deal.
I mean, how do they know that, the Miley Cyrus wouldn't be up there? And they went and got like a large amount of it and brought it back down here to the surface. Like, how do we know that didn't happen? I mean, if we can't go outside because of the sun, right? We can't just. Dude, I remember a cop pulled up when I was 4th of July, right? And you guys already know how I am. 4th of July, a cop pulls up to my family. He's like, hey, just letting you know, we're going to be patrolling the beach later. And he said, patrolling my beach. And I said, your beach? It's like, it's a public beach, right? But anyway, I said that to another cop. And he said, you guys can't be laying down or sitting down on the beach. And I said, well, what if we sit in the water? He said, you can do that, but you can't sit down on the beach. And I'm like, who are these motherfuckers think they are? Like, mandating shit. Like, you can't sit on the beach, but you can sit in the water? So we just moved our chair up and sat in the water. Like, we were like, screw it. Like, what is he gonna do? Tell us you can't sit there. COVID. Corvid.
Is it safer to stand?
Novid-19.
No. Corbin Dallas 19.
Lilu Dallas, multipass. Lilu Dallas, multipass.
Stand, safe. Sit, not safe. Stand, safe. Okay, we'll stand, officer. Then when he leaves, okay, sit.
Meanwhile, he was sitting on a golf cart, right? And I'm like, aren't you sitting on the beach? Like, wait a minute.
On the beach.
Got my toes in the water, ass in the sand. Not a worry in the world, and the cold bear of my hand. Life is good today.
Oh man. So he's probably been ordered to do that, and he's just doing it like a stupid person, man. The hell.
You know what they did? So I called up there and like made sure that they weren't going to lock down the city, right? So I paid for my expensive hotels or whatever, because it's the 4th of July. And my wife planned this one, not me. So she wanted to go during the expensive time of year. So we go on the 4th of July. I get the expensive ass hotels. The day before we're supposed to go down there, they announced that Corpus Christi is going to be on lockdown and the beaches were going to be closed. I was like, you son of a bitch. Or maybe it wasn't Corpus Christi. Maybe it was. Anyway, so we canceled the hotels and went somewhere else. And it was really funny because we were like, no, we're doing it. We're getting on the beach. We're getting wet. We don't care what they're saying. Like, we're going to pop some fireworks. We don't care.
It's like that movie Dark City, Everyone's trying to get to the beach. Seems like the beach is the limit, You can't go past the beach. Or that movie The Village, You can't go to the forest, into the woods. Not as dangerous, unsafe.
I'm not gonna lie, when I was a kid and we went to a few vacations and went to some beaches, when they had that cordoned off area, they put like a line out there. You shouldn't go past this, with some buoys and a fucking little fence there, right? Some nets. And I was like, when I went under and out of those, right, breaking the rules, I always felt like I was in a different world. For some reason, I was like, okay, all right, nothing's protecting me now. I gotta fend for myself. And then right when I
Right.
got
You
back
were
under
in a
the
different
same little
world.
line, I was like, okay, thank God I'm safe. it's like
You're in
when
the
you're
world
scared
of
of monsters and you put your covers over your head and you're like, okay, now I'm safe. Shit.
no. It was like you were in a different world. You were governing yourself.
Exactly.
You were
Right.
saying, "I don't need these rules.
We don't need
Let's
no
govern
stinking rule.
Hey,
We don't need no stinking showers. Yeah, we know. Anyway, sorry.
Close your eyes.
as always."
Just look at the horizon. I'm trying to scare you. So the beaches. What's next? You know, what's next? What's the next public place they're going to be shutting down? You know what I mean? Where's the next wall going to be built? Okay, so we got walls on the beach.
Well, next time it's not going to be Cornholio 19. You know, next time it's going to be no bathrooms. We found out that it was the bathrooms, guys. You're going to have to get some outhouses.
Well, why haven't they done the
Just
thing
nail
with
your
cash
firewood
yet?
together.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, hey, Cocoa Pebbles gets all over cash, and we were totally like missing that the whole time. Now we're just gonna have to get rid of cash for your safety, okay? Bitcoin.
Yep.
I'm just saying, I wonder when that's gonna roll out. You know what I mean? I know y'all smell it coming.
Studies have revealed that smiling can spread COVID.
Studies have shown that intense self-work and recovering from traumas in life is no longer
about-
healthy because it spreads the Cocoa Pebbles virus.
Study shows farting can spread.
Study shows water and sleep cause can lead to shit. I can't even say it.
Science says that farts are affected by the inverse square law.
You couldn't fart in front of your friends unless gas pressure were here with containment.
Who wants to invest in butt masks with me for when that comes out? I see money.
You know they're gonna make. You know they're gonna make
a
ones.
butt mask.
They're gonna be like they're gonna get new mask mandates, like your nose and mouth have to be fully covered. They're gonna do it.
Yeah,
No, wait a minute. I think I'm onto something here. We got to
They're gonna
patent
do
this.
I'm telling you, bro.
The butt mask.
Yeah,
The
man.
butt mask. Kim Kardashian goes out in
neck.
public and she doesn't want to be recognized. She puts
a butt mask.
And our slogan can be, "Don't call it a diaper."
You can still see that it's a really large, plump ass, even if you had a diaper. In fact, if you had something else on it, it'd look even bigger. I don't think that'll work, guys.
Yeah, but you couldn't tell that it was Kim's ass.
Sure you could.
You know?
Just
That's why I always
her,
ask people, why are you
yeah,
asking
you
for my ID?
Dude, that ass has an identification of all of its own. And it's not because, like, I'm saying, like, oh my God, it's a great ass. No, it's weird. It's too big. I don't even think that's a woman. So there's that. But yeah, anyway.
It looks
it's
like
unique.
she ate a couple children and stuffed them in her cheeks.
And it just went right down to the old cheek butts. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, anywho.
It offends you. Her ass is offensive. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, I don't like flat butts, but I like the flat earth.
Did you know that they already created smart masks that I think DARPA was a part of the development of it that can detect whether or not you have it on securely, can also detect whether or not the Cocoa Pebbles is floating around, et cetera, et cetera.
That's amazing and absurd.
Yep. There's also Cocoa Pebbles sniffing dogs, if you didn't know.
No fucking way. Of course there are. Of course there are. You know, we can't get a serious medical test to get the right information yet, but you've trained dogs to smell something you can't isolate. Yeah. I love it. I love that.
Science. Say it
sure,
with me.
Yeah.
Science.
God.
Hey, I've actually done an experiment, guys. The colder it is, the greater farts rise.
Yeah, the hot gas. Yeah.
I would say that that's right.
Yep.
The more pressure it exerts.
That's why I always call dibs on the bottom bunk. Yeah.
Hey.
So that you can fart and not have to smell it as much, so you can be the
No,
farter.
so I don't have to smell the farts.
You have
That's
to
what I'm
smell
saying.
some part.
You mean mass doesn't attract gas? Come on, there's a lot of mass below our feet, right?
So I don't have to smell your ass.
Well, according to gravity, yes.
Farts go
According
down.
to gravity,
But in reality,
gas molecules sometimes go down and they sometimes go up, and sometimes they don't do either of those things because of gravity. So, yeah.
What's lump got to do with it? If mass is a lump and a lump is a mass.
A lump?
Like pineapple lumps.
I don't know what you're saying.
A lump of substance is mass.
Like a sugar lump?
No, just
How many
yeah,
lumps? One or two?
a lump of something. A lump of things is mass.
A whole lotta.
An abundance.
Heaps. In Australia, we say heaps of stuff.
Loads.
These guys that
We've
say,
got
"Oh, well,
loads
mass
of
attracts
it.
mass."
Loads.
Right? They don't know what mass means. It means to come together. A lump. So to come together attracts to come together, huh? That's like attracts like.
It's kind of gross, though.
Well, they're talking about
Borderline.
Satanism right there, if you think about it.
Everything that isn't what we agree with and talk about.
you
is
mean the great
Satanism.
attractor?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's the opposite of like magnetism. It's attraction instead of repulsion. Like poles, they repel, but it's the opposite to where the like poles attract.
That changes the
Why are we
game
even
entirely.
using it anymore? Can't we just change the Bible and put the great attractor there? Would that be this thing, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what gravity is, apparently.
No, gravity is
Lump
the
attracting
savior.
lump.
The great attractor is the father Satan. Get it right.
Masses, mass like black mass, Sunday mass, or whatever, the Catholic Church.
Oh, Catholic, you mean universe?
Yeah. Like the word.
So all you guys got to do is get rid of universe, species, gravity, and a couple other words. You'll be good to go.
Model.
Yes. You guys got to work on stop saying model and also stop saying heliocentric. It hasn't been heliocentric for about 45 years.
That's right. It's acentric.
It's
funny
Satan-centric, for the record.
Thing though,
It's what?
A lot of people don't realize that there's writings of astrologers, like ancient astrology and astronomy, right? That all say that all the heavenly bodies follow the planet known as Saturn. It is the black sun. They all follow suit with Saturn. Saturn was the first one to wander. Right, it's also known as Kronos. And now people have mistaken them, and we call them, names of
in
Huh?
In Norse mythology, or so-called Norse mythology, where they had the god that was killed and his blood became the oceans and the rivers, and his bones became the mountains, and his skull cap became the sky dome or the sky vault. You guys ever heard that before?
No.
Oh. Well, it's like the creation story of Norse mythology. I forget the guy's name, but one of the gods killed the other god, so-called. And Out of the earth was his body made. Right now, say that like Yoda. What the fuck? I'm just laughing at myself because I just spoke in Yodanese.
Was it like a stone giant or something?
Just look up the Nordic creation myth or creation story.
It's crazy. I can see Leo right now. Now I know what to look for. I can spot it all the time. And if I can spot Leo, that means I can spot sextant, which would be right at the zenith. So sextant is known as a zenith, and in the south you would go for octant, and you would use an octant instead of a sextant. And the zenith would be octant. Octanus, right? Yeah. It's just a calendar. And you know what? We shouldn't be able to see Leo in winter. It's a springtime thing. But as you can tell, even Orion is in the sky right now.
You guys getting a good look at Nordic mythology, or I'm sorry, the Nordic creation story? I don't mean to be disrespectful. I respect all religions. I'm so woke. Can you see my virtual signals?
You'd think Drace would have a line on that Norse mythology, being from the north, Viking
You think he's got a
descendant.
whole book on it? He's probably got a whole book on it.
Got your ears on, Drace?
No, I've seen him talking about farting
Javier.
and
Yeah, in the
one gas.
beginning, according to Norse mythology, there was hot and cold, and where the hot and cold met, there's a place, and that's the place where all of the monsters were created from. Essentially, starting with Ymir, which is the dragon-like monster who mates with itself to create all of the other monsters. And from the gap, there's also a sacred cow that licks the stones and stuff that gets created from salt stones as these hot and cold lands meet or whatever. And from the land it licks out gods, and the first gods, the Æsirnir, or the ones that Odin is descended from, essentially, and so they war with these things back and forth and all sorts of stuff. Before, it's kind of like, it reminds you a little bit of Greek mythology in that sense, but that's just the story. And as far as I'm concerned, all these stories get changed with the culture, I think. In time, yeah. The dragon thing was supposedly, in the end, killed by Thor and Odin and all the gods, and they fashioned the world we live within out of the remains of the dragon.
Oh, I didn't catch on that it was a dragon. But yeah, the land is his bones, right? The blood is the water.
Yeah, they used his skull to create the sky, and Thor hammered holes in it to create the stars.
That's hilarious, bro. Because I often said, like, this place is like an ant house, right? But it's for humans. And what if the stars are just holes poked in the top of the box? I used to say that shit before I became a flat earther.
Yeah, I think all the ancient stories are super interesting, especially because they have all these similes, like the dragon-like thing, Ymir, similar to the ancient dragon of the Abrahamic, how they describe Satan or whatever. So for me, I was like, it all fits together a little bit.
You're right. The Greek, you know that it's very similar. So Zeus, he has a hammer, right? Oh no, the lightning bolt, right? And then Thor has the hammer. So they're both wielding some sort of technological, advanced device that you can't really put.
Yeah, we really have no idea what the precursor to all the myths was, because of the telephone game and how long it has been since whatever that was happened. So it's really hard to actually put your finger on any of that.
Not that I'm into the lottery, Drace, but the old saying went, if you can't win if you don't play. I would never bet, but if you don't ask, you can't receive. So you got to ask. I should run a nursery. I could put people to sleep like this.
It's all good. I'm still working on So You Want to Defend the Globe Belief game. I'm thinking of new questions.
Well, you think of it this way, and this is what I try to tell like new people so that they don't, develop bad habits, right? Just like when I was a guitar instructor, I always taught my students do everything the hard way, learn the hard way, and the easy stuff is just going to be nothing. I always tell them, imagine that the earth is flat and imagine you're from a desert island where everybody knows the earth is flat. It's just a duh. And now you're meeting Globers for the first time. You kind of, if you treat it that way, it's like you're reversing it. It's a polarity change, right? Like they're the ones that are trying to treat you like they're stupid. So no, it's not going to work that way. I'm going to treat you like you are stupid because you are. You're at like the idiot earlier saying, well, won't things fall off? No, that's the point. We have a flat surface. Things fall off of balls. You see, it's literally everything is the opposite.
Yeah, unless there's a giant cat, because cats would knock things off of tables, but it's not really a table. It's more like the ground, right? So cats don't knock things off the ground.
Yeah, the problem is understanding that we are in a water world. It's not an earth as an object. And that's this problem, is this object earth that people can't remove. Gemsy knows about it. You've heard Gemsy, go on talking about people when they first come in here. When you get to the edge of the earth, there's water and the water continues. But there's no edge of the water. Duh. We don't know where the water ends. It's not something that we claimed or ever found, right? So it's a water world. The Earth comes out of the water. We all agree we're mostly water, right? The existence is mostly water. But when you say something like, okay, go ahead.
As far as we can tell, right? The Antarctic Basin is where we supposedly live. It's named the Antarctic Basin because the Antarctica or the Antarctic Ring is the tallest landmass, the landmass with the most elevation, right? So everything else is lower. So that is like the physical barrier for the water. Now, what's past that, we don't know. We're not allowed to explore.
I wouldn't say that's a barrier. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a barrier for water. I mean, we have a lot of ice shelves out there. We have an Antarctic ice thingy. I don't know what you want to call that, but that's not to say the water doesn't continue after that ice ends. Obviously, we don't know. I don't trust Admiral Byrd, but it doesn't matter because here's the problem: is that the Earth is 100% Earth. It's not 70% water. That's the problem. Is that if we keep using these in fantasist crazy terms like the Earth is 70% water, we're still enabling their crazy addiction to cartoon pseudoscience. You see, water is 100% water and the Earth is 100% Earth. There's two different things going on here, and they are obviously not the same, right? So this idea of an object Earth is the real crux here. It's the problem because they want to imagine an object in space, and that's literally the whole point. That's the problem.
Yeah. But so you get this, right? This also like kind of bugs me too. Everybody has heard 7 continents and 7 oceans, right? Okay, 7 oceans, 7 seas, right? But 7 continents? Unless Greenland is a continent, and there's like 3 other hidden land masses that we don't know about because North and South America are one continent. Africa, Europe, and Asia are all one continent before the Suez Canal separated Africa from Asia. Like people don't realize that what exactly a continent is. So the Europe and Asia being 2 continents is a lie because there's no ocean separating them. Right? A continent is a large landmass surrounded by ocean.
Well, these are man-made constructs. That's the thing, is that if you go to the Hebrew, there's a lot of words that aren't there for a reason because they're not real. And one I won't even say right now, it'll just upset too many people. But again, like this word species that even people still use, I'm not going to tell people what to do, but that does still kind of add to this, addiction to this evolution pseudoscience, which is this outer space religion. Make no mistake, the outer space religion is evolution. And that's another problem, is that when we try to separate the two as if evolution is something else, no, it's all part of the same game. So this word species, of course, means to speciate, which means evolution. So if I say, oh, there's a species of whatever, insert name, that means it didn't come from the same species. That means I'm automatically saying evolution without saying evolution. So that word will again enable the addict. Who's ever addicted to a evolutionary cartoon religion is going to stay addicted because I keep handing them their own drugs. Heliocentric. I mean, I'm not trying to beat anybody up, but like when you say heliocentric, you're enabling these crack addicts. There's no such thing as a heliocentric, right? They've taught it's the great attractor centric for 40 years. When you point out early, the flat earther knew my religion way more than I thought I believed in a heliocentric religion. It's not even heliocentric, and that's good to lay down that line like, hey, you don't even have a clue of what you're supposed to believe. You don't believe everything rotates around the sun anymore. You believe it rotates around a Milky Way galaxy that supposedly rotates around a black hole called the Great Attractor. And once you lay that down, they go, oh, so they're right. So that's the whole point. You have to redirect their own belief system first and show them that they're wrong about everything. And that way you've scrambled it. Now they're trying to pick up their pills.
The XO.
What pills have they dropped? Pillbox.
Blue pills, a lot of blue, purple, black.
Blue pills for sure.
Xanax, FTFE pills. What else?
Blue and
Satanic
purple.
pills. Yep.
Some
Fentanyl-
black.
Fentanyl pills. That's what they are.
Yeah, those
Crack.
are
There's
purple.
a lot of ball crack is in the bag as well that they drop. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. A lot of
A
ass
couple
crack
of
too.
pipes.
Oh my.
Listen, couple of ass crack pipes. Also, the black holes, which are the pipes that they use to smoke the ball crack. You know, they're dropping pipes. They're dropping all kinds of paraphernalia, and you got to just take the broom and just throw it right down the. It's gone. You just broom it out of the way and make them start over. Then they're like shocked. Wait a minute, this person that I thought is a flat earther literally just annihilated everything I believe. And now they have to come up with a new idea of their own belief. Even if they keep the ball earth magical spinning cartoon religion, they have to reinvent it because of you, because of a flat earther. And that's automatically a win.
Do you really think that any of them are smart enough to do any of what you just said?
No, it's rare. You actually have
Yeah.
to do it for them and hand
Exactly.
it. Listen, you have to literally put it all in a bag for them, crunch it up with your boot, just hit it a couple times really hard and hand it back to them and go, here you are, cupcake.
Cupcake.
Here, I've handed you your religion. Would you like to have a discussion about it now since I had to tell you what you believe, princess? Yeah, that's how you do it.
I wish someone was that nice to calling me cupcake and princess and all that stuff. I might fall in love or something.
Well, that's how I listen. God rockin', I win them over with my kindness. Do you understand?
I do. I do.
It's not about evidence. It's about how nice I smile and if I can give them a back rub right before I push them off the edge of their existence.
Off the edge of the disc
Yes,
earth.
because they will trust me. They are going to trust me, and I'm just going to edge them closer and closer. I'm going to show you the edge. Don't worry. I'm leading you right now. We're going to find it. Yeah. And then once I get to the edge, I kick their ass right off of it. That's how it works.
Boy, wouldn't that be a fucking nice thing to see? I would just be there in just total entertainment for the day.
God rockin', you don't realize maybe Glatflobe or Gemsy or who else is in here that watches me in the VC check-in. You come to VC check-in with me and you'll see people turning around to leave. They don't want to troll this place for a reason, God rockin', when I get a hold of them.
I know. You don't have to explain it to me. I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, come
That's
to the
hilarious.
VC check-in, right? Because remember, in VC check-in, guys, we can tell them a lot more about things we can't say on here. And there's a lot more freedom in VC check-in. And boy, I'll tell you, I've seen groups turn around. Okay, guys, let's turn the fucking convent. We're going the other direction because things are not what they thought. Yeah, it's not going to work out for you guys. Sorry. See you later. Yep, you go ahead and troll the Teletubby servers since you're on a mission to troll somebody. Ain't gonna work here. Yep.
Well, dopes love using dope. They
Right,
come
but
up with
remember,
these
you gotta
dope
shock
ass
them.
answers, right?
Right, but remember, when somebody's trying to assault you, right, they're coming in with a mission to make fun of you and hurt you. That's fine. I tell them, listen, I know you're here to troll. The good news is that's okay. I'm still gonna want you to stay here and participate because we're so desperate to find people to defend this outer space globe religion. We will even invite you back after we ban you. So when can you be here? And like all sales calls, just shut up and wait for an answer. First one that blinks loses.
I got a off-topic question for you, Pillbox. Did you happen to see that new video from Terry? Did you look at that at all?
I haven't watched anything. I haven't watched anything. I've been very busy.
That's all right. It's all right.
Still spinning. Trust me, bro. I mean,
it's all right.
yeah.
I just was curious. It's just real interesting. This guy claims he can locate heavy metals in the ground because of the way the trees are acting, the colors of the trees, the leaves, and then you can actually take a root sample to the lab and extract the heavy metals from the roots of the trees, and there you find your ore. And he says that's how the Spaniards were doing it. Anyway, that's enough about that on this server. But anyway, that's what that's about.
Well, at least that's not a dangerous topic. We're actually allowed to talk about that in our free country, God rockin'. So that's not a problem. You know, we can't talk
well,
about
some
everything
people are kind of some people are a little bit I don't know what you want to call it. Gun
listen,
shy.
I don't listen. Yeah, I just work here. I'm just the janitor. I'm here to keep your drinks filled and the floor clean. So it's all good. Whatever the management says here, I have to abide by those rules. Yep.
Boy, you're a lot easier going than I am.
No, bro, listen, I'm a liberal. If you need me to do something, listen. If you need me to do something, do you need me to take your car to the gas station and fill it up with gas and get it back to you and give you a Slurpee at the same time? I can do that as well. Whatever you guys need, I'm here for you. Okay? I'm just the janitor. Thanks.
Right on. You're a good man, Pillbox.
Oh no, that's wrong. I'm not a good man, but I do know who the good one is. I do know him.
Yeah, I do too.
Yep.
You have more similarities than you think.
Well, that's of years of failing. I failed a billion times, and that's how I learned how to do it right. Yep.
You're not the only one. Let me tell you that. It's failed. I have done that many times myself. It's called the road to recovery. For me, the way I can recover my relationship with my creator.
I got another. Well, we're gonna have to have again. We can't discuss it in this room, but you and Shin and who else? Trinity, and maybe John. I haven't really spoken to him. A couple of people and I are gonna have to go down to the Bible room because I got a big red pill, God rocking, and boy, you're gonna be surprised.
I don't think I'll be surprised. I might be pleasantly surprised.
Well, I mean, you know me though, but I'm gonna tell you, I gotta put my flak jacket on for this one. This one's gonna hurt a lot of feelings, God rocking, more than usual.
Won't hurt mine.
No, you probably not. But get, he needs to be there. Drace, maybe. There's a lot of people that might want to hear this. Of course, though, it doesn't mean that it's going to change anybody because, there's some earthly things that, we could clean ourselves up with. But I'll just tell you this, that the words we use are still, the deceptions are still within the awakening, right? We can wake up from a deception, but it takes a long time to dust off all the other lies that we don't realize. They're like cactus spines and goat heads. And
I agree with that, especially with the English language. The English language is designed to be deliberately deceptive and evil, and you don't even know what you're saying half the time.
Right, and not only that, you got the Latin and Greek and all these weirdo languages, these grease balls that, 2,000 years ago, that came up with so many things that we still use. And then you got the court system that use a bunch of just asinine sycophant words that don't even make any sense. You got to be a freaking witch doctor and a warlock to go to court or else you're not qualified,
Yeah. I laughed because
wait a
I could see so much truth in what you're saying. It's just
Wait a
it's
minute.
comical,
Okay, we're in
bro.
a freak. Wait a minute. You're telling me we're in a free country, but if someone sues me, I can't represent myself? Yeah, I can see why God made the lake of fire. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, he can represent for sure.
Right, like you can't even represent yourself until you sign some sort of oath and learn a bunch of satanic words. I can't defend myself in court because you're saying I'm not qualified. Even if I have a stack of evidence that proves I'm innocent or proves that people owe me or proves that I've done everything right, you are not allowed to represent yourself. And you guys have called this a free country for how long? You guys have been walking dead. That's what the truth is. Walking dead, this country is.
This country was created as a prison.
Damn right.
Yeah, that all became very apparent to me probably a couple of years ago, anyway, at least. But yeah, this place was purposely created to be a deceptive prison for all of us. Slaves, we're all slaves. That's for damn sure. We're living and abiding by the rules and laws and driving on the roads and spending their money and everything that we're doing. It's all just part of the deception, the slave program that we're enlisted in. I mean, it's all based on evil garbage. Every bit of it.
Right. You can't grow your own crops. You can't make your own fuel, right? Prohibition. You can't produce certain plants. Oh, don't do that one. No, tobacco, hemp, cannabis. That's all illegal, of course. You have to trust us and you have to buy our oil. Oh, by the way, you also don't worry about being a producer anymore. We're going to produce it all for you. We're also going to tax you for it, and we're going to tax you on the electricity and the water, and you're not allowed to collect rainwater. Don't worry about that. Of course, you trust us because we love you, and you have to also pay for your health insurance and medication. If you need any pills, we're also going to obviously tell you what pills to take, and then we're going to, of course, tax you on that. Oh, except now we have something very special for you, and we're going to give it to you for free because we love you.
Oh,
But yeah, but just for the record, no, if you go to court and just for the record, if you don't have a lot of money and you get in trouble, then you're going to have to pay for that. But if you have a lot of money and you get in trouble, you can just pay yourself right out of your laws. I mean, this is America, guys. This is, and people want to argue with me and tell me this is not Babylon. You guys better look at what fine linen, scarlet, and purple is in the Bible, guys. This is this place is not what you think. And the fact that we influence the entire plane of existence. Why do they have gangster rap in Russia, Ukraine, Japan, and China? Did they make it up? No, it's from here. Yeah, because this place influences the entire plane of existence. But you still don't think this is Babylon? Yeah, everybody sends their goods here. Yeah, Babylon receives the goods from all the other countries. We influence the world. I mean, guys, this is the basics, right? This is the very basics right in front of our face, right? I mean, it's unbelievable how deceived this place is.
Yep, it's pretty fucking ugly, that's for sure.
And it gets worse, God Rock. And then you got people that wake up to all these deceptions and then go, oh, but why would NASA lie? Don't you like how I do my segue back to flat Earth? Why would are you? Wait a minute. Yeah, I know they're lying about everything else. Well, of course they're absolutely lying about everything except the space program in which they call the Antichrist, known as Apollo, and name everything Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, all these satanic gods. Why would they lie about that when they only tell me to believe it every single time I turn on a screen? No, that has to be the truth because they tell me I have to believe it every single time I'm listening to these people. So clearly they can't lie about space program. Oh yeah, why would 72 space space programs lie? Obviously, if one Jeffrey Dahmer does something, yes, that's wrong. But if 72 Jeffrey Dahmers get together, they're obviously
it suddenly becomes right. Yeah.
Yes. Right. One man that's a murderer, okay, he gets caught. But if a man kills a million people, he's now just a leader. He's just a president of the United States or the king of Sheba or whatever. Right?
Yeah, kill one, you're a murderer. Kill an army, you're a hero. And kill them all, you're God.
Yep. That's what they think they are. This is all about self-worship, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't lie about outer space, though. I mean, I don't know what you're well, of course they went to outer space. There's a probe on Mars right now. I saw it on the internet. I mean, it just there it is, right? It's red, isn't it? God rocking. It's a red screen. What are you talking about? It's obviously real. It's right there.
Sorry, I can't go with that. I'm sorry, but I'm.
Wait a minute. Are you a flat earther?
Well, I don't know if that's the right word or not anymore. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You don't believe that there's a rover on Mars? Wait a minute. Are you a flat earther?
Well, like I said, I don't know if that's right anymore. I know the plane would live on its flat, but
I told this lady 2 years ago, I'm going to a Bible study, and you know me, I'm just gonna tiptoe around. I gotta be really nice and gentle. Hi, everybody. Yeah, my name's Mr. Mustah, and I'm just gonna have a nice little Bible study with you. I promise I won't bring up really bad deceptions. I'll just start with the very basic ones that maybe something called the Antichrist might not be trustworthy. What do you think? Oh, what are you talking about? Well, the Apollo moon landing, that says we went to a magical place in the sky when God wouldn't even let them build a tower to the sky. That might be a hint right there. I don't believe it. Oh, well, I believe the earth is round. I shit you not, God rockin'. That's exactly what came out of her mouth. I said, I don't believe that God would allow people to go to the moon if God won't let people build a tower to the sky. Am I really asking for a lot to understand here? And as soon as I said yes, it's very clear that they faked this thing called a moon landing, as they admit 60 years later, they can't do it now because, of course, the greatest achievement in the history of mankind is the only time we went backwards in technology. That's not suspect or anything. Now, what do you think? Well, I think the earth is round.
It's round.
That was her answer. Really, ma'am, I haven't talked about the shape of anything. I'm not talking about shapes and puzzles and putting the square in the round hole. I'm talking about faking a moon landing. As the Bible says, God wouldn't even allow them get to the sky in a tower. Is that too much to ask? Yes, it's absolutely too much to ask, God Rockin'.
She had to
because
say the
God,
Earth was round because
right,
that
listen,
solved all the problems.
yes,
Any more
yes,
questions you were going to bring up, or any more deceptions, or any
right,
more lies
right,
that you were going to expose, she's going to put the brakes on all of it by
right.
saying, "Well, the Earth is
Well,
round."
the Earth is round? Okay, so you're telling me that God was just joking all the time about everything, right? God was actually joking all the time. No, the Bible isn't a parable book, it's a comedy book. God just likes to laugh all the time and everything's a joke. Yes, under the heavens and the waters. Oh, you're kidding me. Of course we live in outer space on a ball floating around. Well, it says the foundations of the earth should never be moved. Well, that's because we're moving at the same 4.5 billion miles an hour all the time. So yeah, the foundations should never be moved. Oh, okay, sir. Is that what it means? Okay, I'm sorry. God was really pulling the wool over my eyes. I don't know why I thought he was being literal. I'm sorry. I'll just go back to my
I think these churches and these people you're speaking to, like I believe this, right? All their beliefs, doctrines, and ideas in the Bible comes from the same people that gave us the globe, the Catholic Church. And I don't call them Christians. They call themselves Christians, but they're not. They're like Globers. They think the Earth is a ball, but they can't prove it. They don't believe anything. They
right,
don't really believe in God. You know what I mean?
right.
Yeah, I'm upset about it, but
Big
I
Daddy.
wouldn't. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Big Daddy, this is
You cut out, bro. Joshua, got him again.
What?
They got him again. Where is he? He just went mute.
Who?
XO, XO.
Yeah, don't know.
Oh, no, sorry, Joshua. I'm sorry. How does one come out of Babylon?
Opt out. Remember the story from Babylon, the Mesopotamian story of Gilgamesh and Enlil? Or was it not
Vaguely.
Enlil?
Enki?
Enkidu,
Yeah.
the wild man.
Yeah.
It was the story of abandoning civilization and going back into the wild and being one with the animals, right? Instead of being one with the ways of civilization. It was a tale of, it's evil to go out into the wilderness. And this is one thing that's been throughout time. We know that it's dangerous to go in the wilderness alone. You disappear, right? And there's a reason why people disappear, right? And they want to make it like a scary thing, but it's one of these things people just like opt out of society and they're like, I'm not taking part in Babylon. So there is a way that you can withdraw yourself. The only problem is being able to find land to live on, right? And these people that have done that, they the government's cracking down on them, putting them in prison for no reason, destroying their home that they made. They're not hurting anyone. They're living off the land. They're not like creating pollution. So it's like, why are they doing that to these people? Because they don't want a lot of people realizing that we can exodus from society like that. And that would cause a collapse of society. They want everybody on the same mindset, thinking that we're insignificant, that we have no power, that we've always lived like this for thousands of years. Because they make everyone think they live on a fucking ball in space. And don't worry, we can go to Mars. We're going to go to Mars. They've been telling us that for fucking over 150 fucking years, dude. Right? What was Babylon doing? They were building the tower, right, to get to the heavens. It's the same thing as a rocket space program bullshit.
We choose to go to the moon because it is hot. Hot as. Really? That's not rebellion? Okay, whatever.
Well, he's remembering fucking donuts. So.
Because it's there.
Alright,
Not
that's
because
right.
it's easy, but because it's hard. Now, what does he mean by this, that, and the other thing?
Yeah, what's the other thing?
Well, we know what this is, but what was that? And then what are they talking about? The other thing. Oh, he was talking about the New World Order.
The very word secrecy, right? That's what he said. It's like,
Yeah, because basically what he did is he implemented the beginning of the mass awakening to the occult, to where everybody understands an occult way, a way that was hidden without realizing it, right? They want everyone to become cognizant of everything so that the final thing can happen. Basically, they want the mystery school to become mainstream school. And slowly but surely,
the
they're corrupting
externalization, the externalization of the hierarchy by Alice Bailey. Check that out. That's what you just said. Exactly.
Yeah,
bringing it to
that's
the
the
front.
plan.
Yep.
In fact, what's going to mess you up, what messed me up, is I found out that a lot of the Rosicrucian writings came from my family.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A bit
Same
close
last
to
name.
home.
Same last name, black nobility.
Ooh. Have you spoken to any of your family? Like any of your family that's in the game?
Yeah, they all tell me don't join.
Yeah. Well, I think it starts with school, man. I think public education is your initiation into the first degree, right? When you graduate high
Basically, they
school.
said I know too much, and since I know too much, I shouldn't join.
Yeah, because you're woke. You're just gonna.
Because I've already told too many people. You know, I know without knowing. I'm a uninitiated practical Mason, pretty much is what they said.
I think Masons are wannabes. You know, they're the
Well, that
ones
means
trying to counterfeiting
all
the
it means
real.
is a builder. All it means is a builder.
Oh, they think they're enlightened. When you come with your light, right? They want to compare you to them. They want to say they're as good as you, but they're not. Oh,
But they're not.
You're light, they're dark.
I know oaths before men.
And the light shines into the darkness, but the darkness understandeth it not. Right?
You do realize that Freemasonry is just philosophy, right? They're just philosophers.
Yeah. Of course, the mystery religion, the mystery schools. Of course.
Yeah. Egypt. Trying to decipher the mystery. Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's a big problem. A philosopher is a self-worshipping, with lack of a better term, a Satanist. That's what a philosopher is. You believe in your own knowledge. You don't believe in the knowledge of God. So that's evil. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So they are philosophers. The Philosopher's Stone, alchemists. They practice the magical art known as the royal art. It's magic. Witchcraft.
Sophia is the goddess of wisdom. I think that's what they named the new telescope though. But Philo, you know, love of Sophia, the goddess of wisdom. Yeah, like you say, yeah, satanic.
Hey guys, Vlad's about to play a movie, Moonwalkers. It's a comedy from like 2015 about the Stanley Kubrick and the fake ass moon landing. He says it's really good. So if anybody wants to come down to the cinema, we're playing it now.
Oh yeah. I want to see that. What's up, Lou? See ya.
Not much. I'm jumping back down there though.
Yeah,
So
me too.
Do you offer free cotton candy? Because I could use.
No, you guys got to supply your own snacks. I'm sorry. Like I wish I could.
I'm not going. Forget that. I don't care.
I'm gonna go check this out. It's too interesting. Kubrick. Everybody go down.
Well, I got bad news for you guys, though. Hope you're ready for it. Where's God rocking? Did he leave? No, he's there. Good. Okay. Got to make sure he's here. Where's Shinji? So, yep. Sorry, God rocking. There are no more Globers, so I destroyed them all. So there won't be any more debating or talking about the globe Earth cartoon religion anymore. Sorry about that. So get, you guys are gonna have to find something else to do.
Talk about Spaceballs.
Huh?
The
What?
movie.
No, there's no more discussing Spaceballs. There are no more Globers. I'm sorry. I've performed so many
Oh.
exorcisms, you won't be able to find them anymore.
Well done, Exo.
You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank
Nice.
you again. Yes. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I couldn't have done it without Jesus. Yep. So it was too easy.
Likewise. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Yeah. So there's
Yeah.
no longer going to be any Globers. However, I'm going to find as many atheists as possible because we have these things called atheists that are out there. Now, Nathan Oakley
Yeah.
likes to call them anti-flat earthers. However, they've already
Uh-huh.
been named Satanists and atheists for 2,000 years. So we're not going to change their title. They're not anti-flat earthers. Okay.
True.
They're atheists and Satanists. And I'm going to find as
Anti-
many as I possibly can.
Antichrists. Yeah.
That exactly right. There's a bunch of antichrists out there, right? Not anti-flat
Yeah.
earthers, antichrist.
Yeah.
That's correct. And I'm going to bring them here, and it's going to be much more interesting talking to people that are just scared to death of their own shadow. Trust me.
Yeah. Sounds intriguing.
Oh yes, when they we had another. Oh, Witsit helped me the other night. I don't know if it was last night.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been last night. Witsit and I talked to one for about 2 minutes. He came in and said, "This is how you know you got to be very careful. When somebody comes in the room and says this, you got to hide your wife, hide your kids, and hide your dog, and hide your goldfish, because this reject of a human being, pond scum crackhead, came in and said, everything's a theory. And right away, you're dealing with some sort of spiritual possession. So I couldn't wait to sink my teeth into him. And the guy literally was scared to death of literally every single part of his anti-science, atheist, evolutionary paradigm. I literally asked him 12 times, can you just give me an example of what you're talking about when it comes to your religion? That's a theory, right? Or just give me the slightest idea of where you get your information from. And Witsit had to moderate for me and ask the guy like 10 times to stop. So we've already had a taste of these people. Again, they're known as atheists or antichrist and Satanists, and they're going to be your new best friends since we've ran out of Globers. Again, sorry that I got rid of all the Globers. I'll make it up to you later. Thanks.
Actually, these kind of people, this is how you have to deal with them. You have to turn them into worthless clots to see that they are worthless, actually, you know, without God's protection and gifts.
Well, also known as cannon fodder.
Yeah.
Right, like if you notice right now in the YouTube chat, it's real quiet out there.
Mm.
Yeah, it's real quiet out there, yeah.
Probably the late time.
Bro, it's 7:37 west of the Rockies, south of the 37th parallel. There should be a lot of people out there. This is perfect prime time right now. Prime time right now.
For me, it's 3 a.m.
What's prime? Yeah, 3 a.m., 3:37.
Yeah.
There you go, 3:37. You're probably way east of the Rockies, I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, I'm in Germany.
Oh, that's good. Reichstag, Schussstaffel. Yeah, kann ich Klavier spielen. Perfect. Well, those Germans, let me tell you, those Germans knew how to build some nice boats back in the day, 1940, 1941.
Yeah.
My favorite boat, the Bismarck, yeah. Good story there. Mm-hmm. And it's actually, if you think about it, it's not that far. They were shooting at each other, 15, 20 miles away on the ocean, which doesn't make any sense on a ball.
Not
Just for
that
the
far.
record, guys. 15 miles, you're shooting at a boat 100 feet tall.
Yeah.
That's really not going to work, guys. I'm sorry. You got to have a flat
Not on a
surface of
ball.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a flat surface of water in order to engage each one another with 15-inch guns from about 15 miles
see it.
away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
there's this thing
my
called
Spaceballs.
sight. Yeah, there's this thing called sight when you use your eyes. You
Yeah.
use your eyes to see things, and it requires a line from the user who's using his eyes. I know this is complicated. If you're an atheist, just relax. When you're using your eyes, there has to be a line. Again, very complicated if you're a sophist. It's called a line, okay? Has to be going from your eye to the target, no matter what. If there's not a clear line of sight between your eyeball or device or tracking system or laser or rangefinder system or air warning and control system or AWACS or JSTARS, you won't be able to detect the target, right? That's a big issue for you weirdos that live in a cartoon outer space ball religion, just for the record. So everybody's already been dependent on flat Earth, and there are no more Glovers because of this.
Line of sight is never curved.
You're making me
Right.
nervous. You're making me nervous, Exo. I need to take a Xanax. Hold on a minute.
No, listen, you gotta find a globe. The Globers stole them all. You won't even be able to find them because the Globers ran away. They took all the drugs and the crack pipes and everything. They're gone. How you gonna find?
Just give me just a minute, then. Just a minute. I'll gather myself.
Listen, do you know who CGI Fandan right now? He's addicted. He's looking for curvature. He's addicted. He can't find it either. He's CGI Fandan. He's in the chat lurking. He's a good guy. He's one of our friends. But he admits he's addicted to curvature because he can't find it. He has the shakes.
He's one of our
He's
friends,
in
of
denial.
course. He's one of our
he has
friends.
the shakes.
Don't be mistaken. He's still one of our friends.
Is this an acronym?
Yeah.
Is this an acronym for Simon Dan?
No. No, I'm telling you, this is an ally. This is somebody that doesn't act like a weirdo in the chat. He says positive things to support the channel. So he supports again. Shout out to Helio Skeptic for hosting the YouTube channel 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, as he tells you. Okay. CGI fan, I forget his last part, but his name starts with CGI, and he's nervous and he has the shakes because he can't find any curvature, and he's been addicted now for 7 years because he realized 7 years ago there's no curvature, and nobody will even attempt to listen. Here's the problem: I can't even find a single human being, just like the Muck earlier guy. Remember that psychopath? I can't even find a single person to attempt to tell me when I can experience or see this curvature. I can't find anybody. There's no claim.
No.
It's there. It's there. You just can't see it. You're not listening.
No, I got bad news. I'm telling you, you guys, this is a serious problem. You're probably going to have to change the name of the server for 24/7 looking for a Glober server. That's what the server's name is going to be.
Yeah.
24/7 can't find a Glober. Have you seen one? I've got an addiction. Please find a Glober for me. I can't find one. Thanks.
Yeah. One that truly lives on a spinning ball.
I mean, my gosh, listen, I got plans. I got some spreadsheets and some credit applications that I'm going to hand out through all the participants. KJ's not going to like it because she's going to have to start understanding where to have these people sign and, how long have you been employed? Okay, do you believe in straight lines? Do you think babies' rights matter? Things like this. They're going to get complicated questions on the credit app so that we can get other types of groups of people to show up here and discuss their infanticist, psychopathic television cartoon religions, right? It's not just about outer space. It's about magical sea monkeys that come from germs, right? Remember balls in space that are chia pets growing whales. Of course, whales always fix all the problems. Whales are the new thing for, basically whales are proof of gas pressure without a container because the whale really isn't a container because it's a living organism, so that doesn't count. And when their blowhole shoots, gas pressure without a container, if you don't know that by now. So again, it's all tied together. Remember evolution and gravity got together in about 2017. They had this abomination of Rosemary's Baby called refraction. And now, if there's ever a problem, now since everybody admits the Earth looks flat, they'll say, oh, because there's this magical force named refraction. And with that, 42 minutes, man, I like the time right now, 7:42 after the hour, south of the 37th parallel. Here we are. Defense 22 has entered the building. Number 0790, sir. You have the comm. I'm going to give you the microphone. Defense, please tell us about yourself and how did you get here, sir? How you doing?
Speaking to you, Defense 22. We can
And no pressure. No pressure, by the way. Take your time. Snacks are in the back. The bathroom's on the left. Don't use the left door. That's the female bathroom. If you're a man, you got to learn that. You are a man. You cannot go to the female bathroom. A lot of atheists get confused about that, and I keep catching men. Well, they're not really men, but boys keep going to the female bathroom when they're atheists and Globers. So be careful. Yes, Defense. Tell me how'd you get here?
At least say hi, for heaven's sakes. We're trying to make you a friend of ours.
And I like that name. Listen, I'll just play Count Chocula. If I had a voice like Get Be Get, I'll just play Count Chocula and say D is for dragon. You know, I like the name Defense. Yeah, D is for dragon. D is for dog. Let's see what D is for
Dracula.
What else can we? Oh no!
Dracula.
Oh my goodness! Whoa, he did. Oh, whoa, nice. Did somebody open the trap door? Who did that? Who opened the trap door? That guy just slid right the hell out of here. My goodness,
Whoa.
what happened to that guy? That poor guy. I am desperately looking for a glow. I'm sorry, did I break your concentration? I'm so sorry. Let's calm down the room. There's nothing to fear. I know someone today had a seizure earlier. I told him, listen, I'm just a guy on the internet. I can't hurt you from the internet. I cannot reach through my cell phone right now and grab you by the skull and twist your eyeballs out of your pathetic little brain. I won't do
Never
that. I
happened.
promise.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hurt you.
It never happened. Yeah.
I'm not going to hurt you. Just ask Jack Nicholson in The Shining. I'm not going to hurt you.
You just need to change your name to Mr. Nice Guy. That's all.
Oh, I am. Listen, do you understand why people love me? It's because of my smile and the fact that I'm always so positive and cheerful. Let's see who else we got here. Okay. Seb is a nice guy. He's a globe skeptic. Sure, if I don't know what that means, globe skeptic. That means that you're sitting on a fence. Are you stuck? Did something get impaled on you? Are you stuck on a fence, Seb? We can fix that problem. I got some iodine and some alcohol and some bandages if you want to fix that. Let's see who else we got. We got Cut. Cut's not going to say anything right now. We got Sonny who's playing guitar. He's muted. Mad Philosopher is probably, I'm going to guess, making a little bowl shrimp. Don't talk about that.
On the fence is a really dangerous place to be because all it takes is one slip and your ball is going to be crushed.
Yeah, you gotta
slip.
be careful, Seb. Seb, please talk to me. What's wrong, man? Do you need help getting down? I got a ladder for you.
No, nothing's wrong. I haven't gotten the roll yet. I consider myself
to shake the fence. I'm shaking the fence right now. I'm shaking it. How you like that?
No, I don't really think I'm a globe skeptic in my head, but I consider myself a flat earther because I'm more than certain it's flat. I haven't measured it myself, but I could see further than I'm supposed to. So I don't know. I'm going to do tests and shit myself, but I just haven't done it yet.
Tests? I can't even find somebody that believes in a globe that can tell me where the curvature is. What do you mean tests? Find somebody that believes in a globe first, please. How about that? Just find somebody that's not scared to death. No, listen, I know what he meant. He meant he's going to go do some tests. Yeah, you're going to test some balls.
No, I wanted to do tests to prove to my friends that I'm not insane out of my mind. I want to prove it to them.
Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. Oh, stop it! Wait a minute. Stop it! Wait a minute. We're going to keep the server name. Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. We're going to keep the server name. You're telling me that you know people and have friends that believe in a cartoon globe Earth?
Yeah, they think I'm crazy. Yeah. Of course.
Wait a minute. No. You got to tell. I can't find anybody. I've been scouring the internet for years.
I get them in here, and they're just I guess they're scared to talk to you, or they're scared to use their voice.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I can't find anyone. Are you good at card games and lottery tickets? How do you find these people?
No, card games are not.
I can't find these people.
I like blackjack.
Look at you see. Oh, you blackjack. I don't play with cards anyway. Someone hands me a deck of cards, I just throw them down the toilet. I have no idea what this shit is. Get rid of this crap. Reckoner. Oh, we got Reckoner here now. He likes horsies. If you know Reckoner, guys, he likes horsies. He also likes long walks on the beach and impersonating governors. of weird places that are like Sodom and Gomorrah, and of course, things like that. Reckoner, would you like to use your real voice and say hi to the lovely crowd out here waiting for you? Don't be shy.
Listen, the Predator will shoot you if you got guns. Get to the chopper. The chopper has guns. Oh, wait a minute. The Predator shoots at us now. Fuck.
You know who did a better job than that Schwarzenegger sellout coward who's a complete scumbag, and I'm trying to be nice about it. What a pathetic... School your rules. Why don't you tell us that, Reckoner? Tell me how to forget my law and forget my freedom. Reckoner, right now. Tell me to forget my freedom, please. Right now, Reckoner. I'm asking you. I'm not demanding. I'm asking you. Please, Reckoner, please tell me to forget my freedom. That's right, guys. Your favorite people, your celebrity that you've been watching like a retard on television for 35 years says, forget your freedom. Yes, welcome to the elite. But you know who did a much better job at killing predators? His name's Danny Glover. Thanks for playing.
Have you seen him lately? He's getting too old for this shit.
No, he's too over this. But he is, I'll tell you, he did a better job. I mean, Predator 2, man, he killed one right in front of the Predator in their own home spaceship. That is badass. What a great year, man. Let's just go back to the night. 1990 was the year. Red October was released. Of course, Sean Connery, Alec Baldwin. Be careful with that gun, Alec. And also Predator 2, Danny Glover. What else was released that year? What a wonderful year. Yeah, I gotta hand it to Danny Glover though. To outdo Schwarzenegger like that. I mean, come on. Can't get enough of that guy.
You're right about that gun. Be careful with Alec Baldwin. Ooh, that was a mistake. No one should have ever handed that man a loaded weapon.
Oh, my guy's back. CGI Fandan's in the chat right now. So if you look right now, 49 minutes past the hour, guys, in the YouTube live stream. Again, shout out to Helio Skeptic, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, right? CGI Fandan in the chat. He is my guy who's looking for curvature. He's addicted. He has the shakes. He doesn't know what to do. He hasn't seen his family in weeks. He's been locked up in an institution. He's desperately looking for curvature. Please, somebody help CGI Fandan find the curvature.
Yeah, it's definitely in your head, right? So if you close your eyes and I say Earth, right, you're going to picture the model of the globe. So there's your curvature, and you can see it on TV, right? That other extremely real place that you can go to if you just sit in front of it and type in Earth, right? And then you'll see like a whole bunch of cartoon.
Looks like we have somebody else here. It starts with the name D. So if I had a vampire voice right now, get. See his name starts with a D.
Oh.
Starts with a D. There he is, D Rasoa. What is that, Rasoa for Latido? What is that? That's a beautiful singing voice you probably have, D Rasoa. Please unmute your microphone. Don't be shy. We also have Eyes to See in here. Eyes to See, you were speaking earlier. So D Rasoa, please unmute your mic. Let's make sure your system works. This is the most liberal place on earth. Even after you get banned, they will allow you to come back because we're so desperate to find people to defend this outer space cartoon religion. You have the floor. I'm not.
Crickets.
Hello.
There he is.
Hello.
Hey. Whoa, nice shooting, Tex. All right. Tell me about yourself, D. How'd you get here? And what's D stand for, David?
Actually, I'm from South Africa. I'm Afrikaans. My name is Dewald Rousseau.
Hey.
All right.
Like
Nice
it.
to meet you.
Hey, amen.
Nice
Amen.
to
Nice
meet
to meet
you.
you, sir. What a beautiful place that is, too. Amen. All right. You have the floor. Come talk to us, okay?
Well, I've been on earlier. I've asked them questions already. I think you were not there.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I
here
did-
now to give you the good news is that they sent me in to give you the correct answers. So how can I help you?
Yeah. Okay, so what I asked them is, I'm struggling to understand. Look, when you're standing on a beach and you look at the horizon, right? the horizon is obviously a certain distance away from you. In your terms, in America, wherever you're from, let's call it 10 miles. So if you look to the left or to the right, if you were on a ball Earth, if that existed, then obviously you would still see a ball because you can see the horizon from where you are. So that doesn't make sense to me because whether it's a ball Earth or whether it's a flat Earth, you can only see that certain distance. So if it's 10 miles that you can see in front of you, it should be 10 miles right around. If you understand what I'm saying, if you look to the left
Yes,
or
it
to
would
the
be
right,
right. It would
you
be 360 degrees, and a circle around me would be the same distance, right? If it was a
same distance
hypothetical,
exactly.
right? If I mean, right, let's imagine I'm standing on the back of a sea turtle out in the middle of the ocean, and the sea turtle can control as a drone, right? And I'm having the sea turtle, his name is Morla, and Morla's turning me in 360 degrees. Yes, I would have a limit to view that would be the same all around me, right? And
Yeah.
that's the thing. Nope, right. Nobody knows what it would be like on a ball Earth because nobody ever has experienced a ball Earth. So in reality, we have a limit of view, right? On the ocean, the reason it's so limited is because there's obviously a lot more moisture over the ocean, right? So we can't see as far, right? So we have that limit 3 miles, 10 miles maybe, but it depends on, of course, the conditions, right? We have a limit. But again, this is only
Yes.
possible on a flat Earth. We only have examples on a flat surface of water. That's the reality.
Yes, I understand, but what I'm struggling to understand is how you can see the horizon as a straight line. Whether it be a ball Earth or a flat Earth, it doesn't make sense on either one for me.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Okay. So when they make these things called simulators, have you ever heard of a flight simulator?
Yeah.
Right. In order to have a flat horizon in a flight simulator, they have to make the maps perfectly flat. So the only option is a flat surface of water in order to see a straight horizon line. Let me tell you something else. The word horizon did not name itself, okay? Horizontal, right, did not come first. Horizontal actually is based off the fact that the horizon is so flat. You understand? So
Yeah.
it didn't go the opposite. Horizontal did not come first, and then I named the horizon because it's so much like a horizontal. No, that's not how it works. It's actually dependent on the horizon. The horizon was first, and now we have the word horizontal. But yeah, it's flat because the water is a flat surface. It only works one way because when my limit of vision or my field of view ends, it is dependent on the literal general area of the shape of the floor, which would in this case be a surface of water, which is flat.
Yes. Yeah, makes sense.
So in order, right, go ahead. Well, yeah, in order to simulate this, I have to make a flat map in a simulator. When I was about 15 years old, there was a time when I was back in my day when you had to go up snowy hills to get video games, right? Back in the I got this video game which allowed you to build maps. Back then, they actually let you build video games. And I remember zooming away from the map. It was this flight simulator, and it took place over the, the simulated region of the Black Sea, which is, of course, just south of Ukraine. Your Get knows that. And I remember zooming away from it, and it was a rectangle. And I was like, wait a minute. Why is this map of literally hundreds of thousands of square miles a perfectly flat two-dimensional rectangle? Remember, this is a simulated map. I didn't realize until 20 years later, it's because in order to simulate Earth, you have to make the maps flat. Thanks for playing. Bro, I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Someone said flat Earth to me 7 years ago. I go, wait a minute. And then I thought back to that and said, uh-oh, it is. It's flat. It's over.
Yeah, so I've been introduced to this about, I'd say, a year and a half ago. So yeah, I'm searching, but yeah, like you say, it only makes sense if it's flat. It doesn't matter what you look at. Everything just makes sense that it's flat.
Right. That's exactly why nobody's adjusting or experiencing or accounting for curvature, right? Or spin. Nobody. You don't even. There's not a claim. Watch how funny this
Yeah.
is. Not even NASA, right? When you look back at the Bart Sibrel tapes when they're he's going up and he's harassing these moon landing hoaxers, right? The guy says literally, "We're just passengers." So not even astronauts have a claim to experiencing Earth curvature. They said we're just passengers. See, that's how easy it is.
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of liars.
Well, yeah, man, that's another part of this, right? Could you imagine selling your soul just to make $500,000 a year? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well,
Making an
I'd rather
eternal decision.
I'd rather be eaten alive by fire ants. Just cover me in sugar right now. I would
Yeah.
never, ever, ever sell. I just cannot believe it, bro. We're talking about literally thousands of people have done it. And I'm sorry, bro, but that's what it is, right? People want to be worshipped. They love the fame. They love the money. Let me ask you this. Watch this, D. Rousseau. Do you know what Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was?
no, I don't know.
You know who Buzz Aldrin is, right?
Yeah, I do.
You're not going to believe this. His mother's maiden name was Moon.
Moon. Sounds like one of Frank Zappa's daughters, Moon.
Wait a
Moon
minute.
Zappa.
Wait a minute. You're telling me the first guy that landed on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, his mother's maiden name, dozens and maybe 100 years ago, his family's mother's maiden name was Moon? Are you sure?
There are no coincidences here now. Don't start
wait
with
a
the
minute.
coincidence theory.
Wait a minute. You know what I'm going to tell you, D? We don't wrestle against flesh and blood. We wrestle against spiritual principalities and the rulers of darkness in their places. This deception is much more deeper than the flesh that we are in. This deception goes far above our heads to a different dimension.
Yeah, I believe that as well. The thing is, with the fallen angels, that should have happened in October last year. They should have now said that the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. So I don't know why that fell through the roof. That didn't happen. Suppose it'll happen this year. But yeah, those angels are teaching, like the Bible says, the angels are teaching men how to work with metal and for women how to dress up and paint their nails and do all of that. So those angels are teaching men to lie and steal and deceive other people, and they fall for it.
It rolls downhill. It comes from the top, goes to the whatever. I don't know who's at the top, below the top, right? Who knows what the Druidic princes or kings or some bunch of weirdo reptilians. I have no idea. But then it goes down to the Secretary of Defenses and the presidents and the kings and queens of different countries. And then it goes down again. I don't know the hierarchy. I have no idea. And I don't want to know, bro. I literally do not want to. I don't need to, right? That's the thing. We know that there's more than meets the eye here. When literally 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago on the dot, what happened? The entire plane of existence started agreeing with a magical idea that our television was going to tell us that we all had to wear diapers on our face, not just in North America, South America, China, Russia, Europe, Asia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, Australia. Every single country at the same time now has a mandate about a certain V word and another V word and another V word that I'm not allowed to talk about, all at the same time, and now making it illegal to even discuss it without getting censored. Yeah, it's called a one world religion.
Order.
It's already, world order. Yep. The one world, guess what? The one world religion's already here. It's called outer space. That is the one world religion. Yes.
Yeah.
You know what the difference between a meme and a felony is? Oh, there isn't one in the UK. Continue.
Well, in Africa, there were a few presidents of a few countries that didn't want to play along with them, and within a week of them denying playing along, they all of them had heart attacks.
Oh my goodness gracious!
And that's not a coincidence, now, is it?
Exactly. Either you play along or you get a heart attack.
Oh, is that how this works? Oh, okay. All right. Where do I sign? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's
you
ridiculous. It's
know what else could happen though? Listen, if we're trying to fake this moon landing, listen, Buster, if you don't want to go along with this, I'm going to turn the oxygen tanks up all the way and just burn your ass right out of this capsule. All right? That's what's going to happen. If you don't want to go along
Ooh,
with this moon landing,
rest
I'll
in
find
peace,
somebody else
Gus
to do it.
Risson.
That's right, Gus.
Gus
Listen,
Risson.
Gus, I'm telling you, this is your last warning. Oh, you want to put a lemon? Oh, you like lemons? Okay. All right, Gus. We'll see how that goes.
He's burned up and gone. How does that kind of stuff happen? Just like so regularly and so whenever it's necessary, it happens like
Hey,
instantly.
you know how,
Almost
right,
like
right,
entropy.
right.
It's almost like entropy.
Now think of it this way as well. That was many rituals. I don't even want to say what it was because again, I'm here to protect the server, but that was making sacrifices to their gods, by the way. That was the burnt offerings to the demigods, by the way. Must have been 1,000 degrees. It's like having a blowtorch the size of a car. That's what that was.
Wonder if they all had a barbecue after.
Oh, they did. Let me tell you, listen, in the military, even as an E1 that I was when I enlisted, you are assigned secrecy. Even as a brand new enlisted soldier, as a tank driver that I had to be. I couldn't tell people about the computer systems in my M1 Abrams or how the fire control system works or if the specifications. You're automatically sworn to secrecy. You have a level 0 or level whatever it is, right? Clearance, this, that, whatever, and it makes you feel special. Oh, I have a top secret clearance, so I'm important. So when they say, why would they lie? Go, well, they already want to they already want to be worshipped. They want to be part of this big system. They want to be part of a very special elite thing called the military. Now I'm, part of this big family of the Department of Defense, and I now get a paycheck every month. And I can't talk about it much, but of course we're here to protect your freedom.
Yeah.
So that's very
take an
simple.
oath. Just take an oath, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, they had me raise my hand.
Yeah.
And give some sort of oath to this place. I don't even know what this place is now. And I had to give some sort of oath that I obviously was a perverse ritual that obviously I need to be cleansed of. But yeah, that's just normal as an enlisted soldier. So what do you think people are going to do when they're promoted and promoted and promoted? Now they're an officer. Oh, now they're a pilot. Oh, now they're an astronaut. Well, guess what? You are one of our finest soldiers, a person, and
you've kept your word. You've kept your word and haven't told any of our secrets, and you are now going to be rewarded.
Yes, Jemsy, Godrockin, Hank Hill, Dustpan, D. Rousseau, knew right from the South African Special Forces that we've ordered you to, of course, join our services now here at NASA. We're going to give you a pay raise of approximately $475,000 a year. Here's your new medal. It's a very important mission. We're going to be doing some operations in a zero-G plane.
You must make an oath.
Now, after we make this oath, we're all going to put our hands together. Now, don't mind all the sixes and don't mind the guys in the black robes that are throwing blood on the wall. We'll explain that later. But what I need you to realize that this is very important because you're so special. We need you to protect the people. The security of national security is dependent on you because you're so important. So when we're faking these low Earth orbit flights, it's because it's for the safety of you, your country, and your family. I'm counting on you to go along with it. So how does that sound?
Where's my paycheck?
Thanks. Thank you for signing up. We'll get the limousine ready. We're going to take you out to dinner tonight, and of course, give you your first paycheck with actually a new bar of gold as well in this briefcase, and as well as we're going to show you where your new home is. And in fact, here's a new Ferrari. We're going to start it off real nice. We're going to have a nice get together tonight, and we'll discuss your new office as well at the Dryden Flight Research. Congratulations.
I just feel so special now.
Yes. Welcome to the saviors of America, NASA.
Isn't it funny how, you just outline all this like the way you did, that how many people truly understand what you said, about, you're actually becoming part of their system, part of the satanic rule, part of all of the above that we've been talking about for so long. That's just everything that's wrong with where we live and that rule us. And you take this oath and become part of that whole system. How does that feel, really? What does that feel like? What should it feel like? It feels very evil to me. And even though I haven't done that, I still can feel the evil just overboiling my whole body. It's just ridiculous.
Right, and with enough, again, it's really crazy because once you've crossed the line of truth, it's not possible to understand what it's like to hide from truth, Mr. Godrock. And so what happens here is that they are willfully ignorant, as it says in the Bible in 2 Peter 3. It says, "For this, they willingly are ignorant that the heavens were of old, and that the earth is standing in and out of the waters." See, they want to believe it. Just like the first time somebody told you something really bad had happened that you had counted on, you know, it's hard to explain, right? It's kind of like finding out that your spouse or one of your loved ones is cheating on you, or maybe your brother. Could you imagine your brother finding out that your brother, did something with your wife or something like that? You have this denial, like, oh, that's not possible. He would never do that. And then when that sets in, right, there's a fear that encompasses you, like, oh, no. No way that could be true. I have to now find excuses to make sure it's not true. And it's got to be similar to that. And once you invest in that, once you've invested your pride into that sort of mentality, you're basically going down that slippery slope. Like you're trying to justify your actions. Like, oh, well, I'm too good to allow this to happen, so I can't let people know this about me. So let me hide this. And then off you go. You are literally going down a tube of depravity right to the gates of hell.
Yeah, Looney Tune, if you want to speak up now, man, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. I was just kind of like waiting because it seemed like there was a topic that was going on, so I didn't really want to interrupt anyone.
My bad. Go ahead.
Do you have some incense
no,
burning
okay.
right now, Looney, or what?
Okay, so
why don't you go spark up some incense before this conversation happens?
all right. So I kind of I joined the server like today, right? Like an hour ago. I don't really know about anything basically. Like I read the rules, I know what not to do. Because before I came here, I just got informed on what not to say and stuff, which I already figured that would be kind of normal, right? Since most of the rules kind of seemed really fair and didn't really make sense for me to do if I'm just trying to come here to see other people's point of view, because that's just kind of trashy to just come here and then try to ruin other people's day in one way or another.
So let me ask
Right,
ask you a question.
Okay.
If the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
No.
So you'd rather live in a lie? Like if your girlfriend's cheating on you and some other dude's running up in your girl, you wouldn't want to know?
Okay, Hank.
Well, I don't really like women.
Hank won. Let's relax. Hank, you won, but let's just slow down because let's just see what's gonna happen here. But yeah, you got him, Hank. You got him. Thank you.
I don't really like women, so that situation doesn't apply to me. Personally.
This is awesome. Listen, Looney Tune. It's all good. We're very different people here. Now I can, never mind. I let's just forget that I even said I can. So reality is that we're all different.
Why
people.
are you gay?
Came here for a reason. Relax, guys. Relax. You came here for a reason. Okay, something intrigued you. Maybe you just wanted to see, oh, these people I think are kind of stupid. I want to go see what they're going to talk about. That might have been your first. Just relax. That might have been your first intuition. You might be changing your mind now. But Hank kind of jumped the gun, but he's right. That's a good way to determine if you're interested in the truth. Now, here's a problem. If you're not interested in the truth, this isn't going to be a good time for you. I got to be honest with you. This is going to hurt your feelings. Got to be honest.
Sure. like to me, I guess it isn't like too. I didn't really come in like entirely wanting to know the truth because in my mind I don't care what shape the Earth is. Like if it's flat, if it's a globe, if because you
Well,
guys
that's
think
a
it's
problem.
flat, right?
But
I don't
slow
really
down, slow
care
down,
what it
slow down.
is,
It's not a
essentially.
shape. That's the thing is it's not a shape. It's not an object. That's the thing is that nobody here is telling you that the Earth is a object like a tetrahedron or a piece of pizza. It's not that. That's the point. And understanding and caring about the truth means you care about children because they're lying to millions of children and literally destroying this actual world because they're lying to everybody. So it's actually a mass murdering conspiracy when we're killing 15,000 unborn babies a day because it's more important to go to Mars. So it's not just about caring about shapes and puzzles like we did in kindergarten. That's not what this is about. This is about the fact that millions of people are dying in fake wars and poverty and depravity and death and rape, torture, and murder are an all-time high as the consensus of evolution is the worldwide religion now of outer space. So this is literally about mass murder and genocide that has been continuing for the past 100 years. It has nothing to do with the shape of something in your imagination. This has to do with morality. And if you care that millions of children are being abused by psychopaths. So we're just going to skip to the reality. That's the red pill. So do you care that people are being murdered for a lie? That might be more important. Do you care that millions of children are being lied to? That's called child abuse. I know I care about that. I don't like when people are lied to. They lied to me when I was a child. And now they're all going to pay for it because many of us woke up to the fact that we were lied to and we do care. So again, it's not about shapes and puzzles and colors. It's much bigger. It's about morality and it's about where you're ending up after you die actually as well.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you seem like extremely religious. I kind of want to know how that like ties into it all.
Okay, I'm
Like
going to
a little
help you
bit.
out. Hold on. Just relax. Is that actually this is an anti-religious server. The
Really?
religion is yes, I'm going to explain to you. So you just got to hear me out because these things you've never heard before. Just hear me out. And again, remember, we're all different. Hank Hill, Old Haas, Papa, Pat Floyd, Reckoner, Resolved. All these people don't agree with me. This isn't a cult. It's actually like a resistance teaching course or a group that just doesn't want to be lied to anymore. Okay. We don't all believe the same things. And some of us are, there's even some atheists here, believe it or not. There's some fundamentalist Christians. There's some full blooded Christians like me. And there's even Muslims and anything in between. The point is, we've been lied to because of a religion that we're forced to believe. So actually, this is an anti-religious discord, as we have been forced to believe in the outer space ball religion our whole lives, just like you have been, just like every time you turned on your television as a child or your computer or turned on your internet, you are showing balls in space. So they are the ones saying that you need to believe in their religion. We're telling you to trust your senses and experience reality, and that cartoons on TV, the religion that they give you, is not real. So I'm just telling you to accept your senses. They're telling you to believe in a religion. So it's the exact opposite. But because, listen, hear me out. It's like Stockholm syndrome. You've been raised in prison. You were born into depravity, just like the Matrix, just like Neo was born imprisoned, and you haven't even known what reality is. So because of that, you suffer from Stockholm syndrome, not even knowing that there's an actual real world that exists outside of the television programming that you've been given. So again, it's not about talking about religious views. It's actually about wiping away the religions that we've been forced to believe. Thanks.
Yeah, Looney, we talked about this in the live stream, or excuse me, in the VC check-in, right? We talked about knowledge and measurement. So where did you get this
Yeah.
religious thing from?
We didn't really like. You told me to save the questions for here, right? So I was saving the questions for there. I wasn't really asking anything, and like it didn't really like when we were in the check-in. It didn't really like get explained all that much how any of that tied in, but it got explained here. So that's like I think that's where I was trying to like go in and open it up, so then I could like get a deeper understanding of it. I think.
Yeah, but we covered
Right, so-
why it's not a belief. But go ahead, Hank.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so here's the thing. We don't care what you believe, right? All we're offering you is the ability to measure the truth for yourself, right? So the world that you see on TV, right? The one that you have in your mind's eye, right? That may or may not be true. But they've given us dimensions of that world, and we can actually test the real Earth, that stuff outside that gets in between your toes. And we can make measurements over water that's flat and stationary and at rest. And we can measure if there's a curvature there. So would you be interested in knowing how to do that and finding out for yourself? Or do you just, you like fairy tales and stuff?
I think I'd want like to break down like more reality in a sense.
Good.
Is what I would want.
Okay, that's the right answer. So, yeah, we're going to ask you to go outside. Not today; it's probably a little chilly at nighttime right now. But we're going to ask you to go outside at some point, find a large body of water at rest, use an Earth curve calculator and a mirror and or binoculars, telescope, high zoom camera, right? But all you need really is sunlight that you can reflect off a mirror. And if the mirror is in the water, right? If it's a long stand-up mirror like what you have in the bathroom or in a changing room in a department store, clothing store, right? And you put the bottom of it in the water, and if the other guy is standing in the water at 10 miles away, and you can see the sun reflecting off that mirror, then there's no curvature.
10 miles, you said?
At 10 miles, there will be 66 feet of curvature, according to the Earth curve calculators made by the Globers, made by the dimensions that we are given with the Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles.
These are all numbers that NASA has given us to give us the size of the Earth that we live on. 24,901 miles at the circumference around the equator. And also, like Hank said, 59 miles for the radius from the center to the edge, or from the center to the equator, rather. So, with those numbers, we can just do simple geometry and figure out where this 66 feet of curvature, at what distance you would have the curvature drop. And so, yeah, 10 miles, it's 66 feet.
Right. So that's the problem with the globe Earth is they've given us dimensions. If they said it's a sphere and we don't know how big it is, then we couldn't falsify it. But because they said it's a sphere and it's this size, it's actually falsifiable. And many of us, if not most of us in here, have actually went out to a large body of water at rest, like I have at Corpus Christi, and made some observations that should be impossible on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. When I say should be, they should absolutely be impossible. In fact, there's a whole server of anti-flat earthers, people that used to argue against us, but they don't come around no more. They all agree that we can see too far. What they argue is why they could see too far. So if we could see too far, that debunks the radius.
Yeah, and just for the record, unless you want to say anything, man, we're not here going out and pushing our literal experiences and telling people, hey, you have to trust our senses. No, we're telling you to trust your senses, right? We're pointing out that the whole world is told to believe the globe religion without a doubt. It's so important to them that they constantly put it in your face. And that's why, of course, they make fun of people like this here that are just obviously skeptical of what the government forces us to believe. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. So you guys said that you can easily falsify, right? And I could easily falsify as well, by like doing all that stuff with the curvature and mirror thingy, right?
Well, there's
like
a
on the
million
way.
ways. Yeah. I'll say this and I'll shut up real quick. I'll shut up. Sorry for interrupting, but yeah, there's a million ways to do this. In fact, actually, that's the thing is I could turn you to fact that the NASA, the Dragon Flight Research Center, Department of Defense, and the Army that I used to work for actually admit the Earth is flat and stationary. They admit that all of our systems are dependent on it. And that's where it comes into a kind of a fork in the road for me, because I'm not the one claiming I believe NASA, but if you do, you'll have to pick and choose when you believe them because they admit it's flat. They admit that they depend on it not rotating and not having curvature. So the point is, there isn't even a claim for Earth curvature. If I were to ask anybody in the military from any job, I would go, how high do I have to go to see Earth curvature? There's no answer. There's no claim. It's just an idea because they show us cartoons on TV. There's actually no model. There's no math. There's no reality. There's no experience. It's something they show you on TV, bro, literally. So there isn't even a claim.
I never seen it paratrooping out of a plane or a helicopter.
There you go.
Never lost my rifle beyond the curvature, and I never shot at something that had been refracted over the horizon.
That's a good point. BattleMod is talking about this new refraction claim that people have come up with in the last few years, because now even the Globers have admitted it always looks flat because of a magical force called refraction now, because of some magical contrived ideology that is now misused to now justify why it always appears flat. So again, it's getting easier and easier.
So the thing is that we're not saying refraction doesn't happen. We're just saying that it doesn't happen at 8 inches per mile squared at the same curvature rate as the Earth, right? Because in order for that to happen, there would have to be separate mediums, exponentially getting denser and colder and denser and colder. So what they're saying is that the light is bending down around the curve, and when you see the sun right before it's set, they're saying it has already set, but you're just seeing around the horizon.
Here's the thing I like to point out. For that to happen, refraction has to be set at a uniform rate over a great distance, but it's reliant on the atmosphere and the ambient conditions, which will never be uniform over a large distance, ever. The atmosphere is a fluid medium, which means never consistent, always changing, flowing freely. It will never be uniform or the exact same amount of refraction for, 100 miles, 300 miles, so you can make the fucking world's longest long distance photos. That doesn't happen because of a uniform medium, because we know the atmosphere is not a uniform medium. We can demonstrate that it'll change every fucking 5 feet, but we can't demonstrate refraction that happens in a uniform manner. You know what I mean? That shit kills me. Lies and in between.
So they all agree that we can see too far because we've demonstrated that hundreds of times. They all agree that we can see too far. The question is why? And if you look at Occam's razor, the most simple, least amount of guesswork, the least amount of theory involved is the reason why we can see too far is because there's no curvature in the way. Not at the rate that they claim that the Earth is curving. So if we've debunked the radius, then the whole model falls apart, because the radius has to do with a lot more than just the shape. It has to do with the escape velocity and the distance to the moon, right? And if they went to the moon and the distance has changed, like we have video footage and taken a still shot from that shows the horizon not off by a margin of error, right? Like 1 to 5%, but an exponential. Sorry, it's off by an order of magnitude. Excuse me, an order of magnitude. So it's over 10 times further than it's supposed to be. And if you work out the math and you work it out, that means that the Earth's radius would be more than the distance to the moon, 238,000 miles. And if the Earth is that big, well, that would change gravity. In fact, you wouldn't be walking around in Earth's gravity like it is now. It would actually be much more intense, and you wouldn't be walking very far, if any at all, without breaking your back after a few years.
So about that, right? There's a few things that came to mind, like when I heard everyone talking, right? And I think I remember at the beginning when I forgot who it was, right? But they were saying how that they could easily disprove, like there's millions of ways to disprove, like the calculations that NASA has given about like the radius, right? And if we're trying to disprove it, right? Which
Hold on.
oh, wait,
Hold
my
on.
bad. Yeah,
Did
may I
NASA
speak?
did NASA give us the number for the radius? I don't think so.
Who did that?
You don't know?
No.
Well, it sure wasn't NASA.
Well, then who was it?
Who was the first person that they said measured the Earth with an experiment that wasn't an experiment?
I'm pretty sure they were like from the Greek times when they first calculated, right? Because I learned
Yeah,
about this.
NASA didn't give us the radius. When the radius was formed, NASA wasn't even formed. This is what we deal with: ignorance every day. Ignorance is the biggest problem. They say we're uneducated, but the truth is they're ignorant and we're overeducated. At least I am. I got a science degree. I would never say NASA gave us the radius. If you don't know, maybe you should research that. You don't know your own damn model. But you're on here like you're gonna preach it. You're the great globe hope.
No, actually, I came in here
I have
saying that I
a
wasn't.
problem with taking people as an authority on something they don't know.
I wasn't coming in here preaching that I knew about like anything I've been
Well,
saying.
no.
I've
Well, you
basically just come
said
in here
you were
asking.
about to say we could easily disprove a number that NASA gave us that NASA didn't give us. So what was the point? Just finish that.
Yeah, no, what I was trying to bring up is if we're going to disprove, right, the like all these things, right? And we know who like originally came up with the hypothetical radius that's obviously like just not true, then why are we using their numbers to like base all this and like try to start all of like
Okay, well,
the
here's the thing. If we want to test your model and look for the curvature they say they have, what do we have to use?
Oh yeah, I guess that makes a little more sense. Never mind.
Their radius. So if we do a laser experiment and we're actually trying to prove a globe and show the 8-inch ascension of curve per mile squared, but we can't find it, then what have we essentially done? If it's not curved, it's level. So we disprove their model by we can't we can't do what they do and just assume numbers for them. We got to test their numbers. And no offense, but you said Greeks. Now all of the Greeks didn't believe anything or do any experiments. Some Greeks believed in this. The Copernican principle isn't even a Greek principle. It was taught in the sacred schools.
Sacred schools?
The Hermetic schools? Yeah, the sacred teachings. The Copernican principle was taught in Hermetic schools. It wasn't a Greek thing. And no offense, but Greece wasn't even a state till 1979, so there were no Greeks
Oh
back
no
then.
no. I what I was talking about was like ancient Greek philosophers and their
Yeah,
like, models.
yeah. So we can't just make the vague statement that the Greeks did this or the Greeks believe that because it was only a few. And I just told you they weren't Greek philosophers because Greece wasn't even a state.
Yeah, I think you're correct on everything, Michael, except for you didn't say mystery schools. I think you said secret schools, which they were secret, so it's not really incorrect. It's just more
And
colloquially known. Sorry, bro, go ahead.
What was Greece before it was Greece?
Like in 1979, or are you talking about like the landmass itself?
No, who were the people there? They weren't Greek people.
Well, in history, it's changed a lot. I mean, at the beginning, it wasn't Greece because the people who lived in Greece were not yet Greeks. They were Dorian. That was the very first type of people that lived on the like general subcontinent of like Peloponnesus, right? The original people that lived there were Dorian, which is like a different type of like Greek, I guess, but not the modern type that we think of when you say Greek. What do you mean, not really?
It's not what I'm looking for.
So, like, what are you looking for then? Because there's multiple people, multiple peoples that resided in Greece before Greece was like formed as a state.
Yeah, and they're all called Greeks, but they weren't.
I'm pretty sure they were, actually.
Well, it's been disproven, so we got to find a claim because no one wants to show us where the curvature. So back to reality.
But I thought we were just talking about how Greeks were not real people. That's what I thought we were.
You said Dorian. No, I said Greece wasn't even a state.
Yeah, no, I agree with the fact that like Greece wasn't a state until we formed it. But that does not mean that the people who lived on Greece, because throughout history it has been called Greece, recorded history especially. No, you're just lying at this point.
No,
you're just saying you're saying no and not bringing forth any evidence whatsoever, and you're just speaking.
Oh, I can give you a citation. Greece wasn't formed till 1830, bro.
No, that's not. That's not what we're talking about right now. Actually,
You're not that
we're not
guy,
talking
Bill,
about.
It
You're
is.
not that guy.
No. What we're talking about is the people who lived on Greece, right?
Yeah,
the people who lived there. You're saying that the people who lived there were not called Greeks throughout history, is what you're saying.
It was no, they weren't. They were called Mycenaeans.
Oh, Mycenaeans? That's a little bit different, but okay.
It is in Minoans.
Yeah, no, because that's a different part of Greece. That's not like.
And they have their own.
They have
their own entire.
Because that's an island.
They have their.
The Minoans were an island. They were an island
Minoans,
nation. The capital was Knossos.
But the Minoans were Mycenaean people. They have their own fucking history, and they don't call it Greek history.
Yeah. No, I'd agree with that. Yeah. But that's not exactly what I was talking about. If you could like understand that part.
It's what I'm talking about. They weren't a people. Somebody else formed a nation and labeled them the people. They didn't form that.
The Mycenaeans came over, right? From
actually,
and it came into
the ancient Greeks. Those ancient Greeks, they did write who they are descending from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From which people? Yeah. Do you know who? Did they say they are the descendants of? Do you know which people were? Did those ancient Greeks claim that they are descending from?
It starts with them, but I can't remember it right now. It's eluding me.
Yeah.
Iggs is one of them.
Yeah, Macedonian.
The Macedonians, that's like a little bit further down history, but
no, this is a friend from Macedonia who, he has a tight history with Greek history. But
that makes sense.
the people, the ancient Greeks, the ancient Greeks claim that they are the descendants of the Hyperboreans.
Hyperboreans.
Yeah, and they were worshipping the Hyperborean people.
Macedonians.
Yeah. And in your history book at school, I don't think you learn anything about Hyperboreans.
No, I can't say that sounds familiar. Like I just learned. No.
Yeah. Well,
so
those
do
people,
tell more about that.
Yeah, those people, they had their whole knowledge and history written in solid gold tablets.
How did they afford that?
And gold artifacts Yeah, how did they afford? Well, they dig mines. Yeah, they extracted gold and they manufacture it. And in Greek mythology, it tells you this. Vulcanos was the scribe of Zeus. So he was the guy who was writing on this solid gold, and he was also manufacturing jewelry and all sort of decorations. And these gold artifacts, they are exposed in museums as the ancient Dacian gold.
Yeah, so where was that gold from?
Yeah. Romania.
Romania.
Yeah. But in 2000 years ago, the Roman Empire conquered Dacia and they took 15,000 ton of gold. The Roman Empire, in their 700 years of conquering the world, they gathered in the Saturn temple about 5,000 ton of gold. And when they conquered this little country, they took 15,000 ton, 3 times more. And not to mention the silver, which they say it was about 33 or 34,000 ton of silver artifacts.
So did the Scythian people go through your country?
Yeah.
In Romania, ancient Scythian people, did they? Yes. Yeah, that explains a lot of the artifacts. And some of the Scythian people went to the east, and some went to the west. So if you look at the Visigoths, which these people
the Visigoths,
are like, they buried their dead with immaculate gold artifacts. And Stalin actually had to pass a law to keep some of these artifacts from being like robbed out of the grave and melted down.
Yeah. As I was looking into this, I came to the conclusion that these people, they were not worshipping gold in vain. There really is some sort of connection between this precious metal and this thing that we call life.
Well, there's a certain amount of gold in our bodies, you know that?
Yes.
It helps us process thought and signals that run our brain, our heart, all that. Yeah. That's why people eat metabolic gold. Makes them hyperconductive.
Colloid gold. Gold. Yeah. It's a therapy. It's a very good therapy. Yeah.
No, not colloidal gold, but metallic. Hypermetallic.
Yeah.
Powderized. Rich people put it on their ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen they make also drinks with tiny gold flakes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the metabolic gold. It's flake. It's powdered flake. Yeah. But it makes you a superconductive computer, pretty much biological computer. Superconductive.
Yeah. And silver also is antiseptic metal. It kills all molds and microbes and viruses and whatever. It's holy metal. It holifies.
It's also inflammatory, anti-inflammatory.
Yeah.
Normally, you want inflammation because that's how the body heals itself. Like if you smash your thumb, like you want it to throb, you want it to swell up, but you don't want it to swell up too big. So if it gets too big and it's actually causing more harm than good, then you put some anti-inflammatory stuff on there. But after the thing begins to heal, like any kind of wound, you can put silver in it, because if you go to the doctor in wound care and you ask them like, "Hey, what are you putting in my wound?" They'll tell you silver something, silver this, silver that. I forget what they call it. Silver.
Colloidal silver.
Yes, it's very good. Colloidal silver and gold too. But
that's pure
yeah,
silver.
hey,
But
why if they have these benefic properties? Oh, guess what? I was making a test at work, and I opened that test. I knew it from before, but I just wanted to see. And I read on the pack. Guess what? Those fast tests are
You
based
ever
on
use? You ever
colloid
use?
silver, colloid gold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you ever use that silver sulfidizing cream on your burns? It shit'll heal a burn quick. I mean,
Yeah.
within a couple days.
Yeah. It heals very fast. Yeah. If you
Yeah.
use that. Yeah.
Yeah, in ancient Rome, they knew that silver would like clean wounds, so they kept silver coins around for their wounds, and they would
And
just
silver
flake it off
also.
and chunk it off.
Silver also is a very good electricity conductor. It makes very good contacts.
Right. So if you got silver and copper, you can make batteries, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Very good batteries. So why they don't teach us these things at school? When we can see for a fact when you take Pliny,
You
Herodotus books and
know.
read.
You know why? You know why? A man is supposed to be his own master.
Yeah.
Ignorance is no excuse. It's not. If you're your own master, you're governed the truth and knowledge of where you live. It's out there. People say, "Oh,
Yeah.
it's impossible." No, it's not.
Yeah.
You're just lazy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You know, even in USA, back in the days, people took their chariots and they made those races. Like they were driving their chariots as far as they can see with their eyes. And at some point they were stopping where they saw the land is free, and they set their camp there and built their home, and that was their land, you know. And uh,
Well, that's it. Ecclesiastical law for seizure.
yeah, yeah,
When God said, "Be fruitful and multiply, and
yes,
fill the earth and subdue it,"
yeah,
that
yeah,
subduction of earth is called
yeah,
first seizure. It's a legal
yes,
term. Those are all legal
yeah,
terms. He gave us dominion over the entire earth. He gave
yeah.
no
The
man
garden,
dominion. He gave no
yeah,
man dominion over another man, but he did give you laws that said if people refuse to
yeah,
govern themselves and they're raping
yeah,
people and killing people, righteous men will throw stones at them and cast them out to purify their generations. In other words, that
yeah,
they fight against everything they don't want people to keep building. Because if
yeah,
you let a guy be a pedophile, over the
yeah.
generations, his children will end up to be pedophiles too. Why? Because he'll rape his own damn kids,
Correct.
and it'll
Yes,
be worse. It'll be worse um, because it might be multiple kids, and our children they multiply whatever we
yeah,
give you.
yeah,
If you're a parent, you know that. Crack
yeah.
villain, bat, what you want? Welcome to Jamrock, where crack villains get dropped
Hey,
nonstop.
crack. Welcome.
Out in the street, they call it murder. Welcome to Jamrock, where crack villains get dropped nonstop. Extra clip in your back pocket, 12 pounds in your van in your knapsack. The smeller gave your girlfriend contact. Get his punk ass in here. If he, it's about time to change some stuff, man. So, like, God damn it.
I was just gonna ask if Looney Tune had another question, if he needed anything else. I don't think there's anybody else here in the chat right now.
What was that? Sorry, I was like kind of zoning out for a bit there.
There's also a dustpan.
What?
Dustpan. All right. There you
go. I was zoning out. I have no idea what a dustpan is now.
No, it's the name of somebody else. You have a Looney Tune, a Dustpan, a Hank Hill,
Oh,
a
okay.
Mod, a Drace, a Get Beget. Yeah.
A B Mod.
I think I was trying to ask a question before, and then it just got shut down immediately. So.
We do that, yeah. Again, there's no set rules to how this is going to go. This is not a cult. We're all very different people here. Yeah, we don't like being lied to. Like Hank said, he kind of proved that not everybody wants the truth, right? Like I told you, if you don't like the truth, this place might hurt your feelings. But Looney Tune, I'll just go ahead and assume this, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. This evolution religion is attached to this outer space part. So there are a lot of people that can help you out with that deception as well. It's all tied together. People believe they're just animals. They're going to act like animals. That's why we're in this mess.
Wait, see, what you're saying is that, with your point of view, you just said that you think that, or that rather, space and evolution, like the brainwash of that on television is like connected somehow.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They teach it in the textbooks. So, for example, I have a 2009 Futayama College textbooks on evolution. The very first lesson is about outer space, magical Big Bang, creating balls in space, and eventually turning into chia pets, growing germs that turn into sea monkeys, that turn into internet heroes. Yep.
That seems like a really big gap right there. Of like,
well, that's the summary. Well, that's a 600-page summary. Do you want me to read the entire book to you? I don't think we have time for that, right? BattleMod is going to probably kick me out of the server if I start reading a 600-page evolution book. So I'm trying to give you the synopsis of the story. Right. So that's the thing, is that evolution is outer space, is balls in space, right? That's how the justification that magical balls, because of gravity, formed in outer space. They started flying around each other, also because of gravity, which solves all issues. If you believe in this outer space paradigm, just parrot gravity and it's fixed. Thus, monkeys turning into people, right? They come from fish, amphibian, reptiles, just as the list goes on and on, right? This is a religion that is taught to us in school. We are taught to believe this, and that's why it has destroyed society. Yeah.
So you're looking at evolution in a more like human aspect, right? What do you believe in, like evolution on a more cellular level? Like, what do you think on that?
Micro, macro. Listen, it's got to be true both ways. Oh man, can you not interrupt people in the middle of their sentence? If it's not true in the macro, it's not true in the micro. You can't build. You can't build. Listen, if you start with bricks, you're gonna build a brick house. If you start with wood, you're gonna build a wood house. The qualities that are inherent in the building blocks will also be inherent in the building. There's no way around it. You can't say it's true on a micro level, but not a macro. Small changes. This is idiotic. It's not logical. It defies the laws of logic.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
He's right.
And here's the thing: a micro change when we adapt to the environment we live in, and not only that, we come in a diverse setting of size, abilities, color, tone, hair color. How can you call a small difference a change? You're saying change when it's nothing more than a difference. All life is different. Even life within a species is different. But species don't change. So evolution's not true. And you could never ever demonstrate abiogenesis, where life comes from nothing. You basically say a rock, an inanimate object, got a ball. A ball in space got wet, got a fungus, and that fungus grew into every form of life on Earth. Bullshit. That's the dumbest story I've ever heard. You can't prove it. That's why you gotta appeal to people's feelings and say, this is our best guess or some other dumb shit and ask them to believe it, appeal to beliefs. It's fallacious. It defies everything we observe. We got a million different kinds of cats, calico and black. Did we say calico evolved to black? If we did say that dumb shit, another black cat would pop out of a calico litter. That's just the thing. It's just statistical probability, which in the genome in a species, million different genomes, you come up with a million different combinations. What you can't do is prove any quality or that they wasn't already inherent in genome when it was created or formed. You can't say this is a new quality. You can't prove that quality wasn't already inherent in the DNA itself.
Wait, so you just said DNA, right?
Yeah, DNA doesn't prove evolution.
Yeah, it disproves it. Yep.
In what way would you say?
It's an already functioning system. Yeah,
Listen,
go ahead, Madelmod.
I need to know something. Do you think DNA is part of evolutionary theory, or did it pre-exist or exist outside of evolutionary theory? Because
I
you don't
believe
even have.
that.
There is no scientific evolutionary theory. If I asked you for the scientific evolutionary theory, you couldn't post it. Because no theory of evolution is backed by experimentation. So it's just a
Because the way that we
colloquial
learn.
theory based on random bullshit statistics. It's not about where we learn, it's either fact or not fact. We learn that the scientific method is the best way to discover facts and truths. Because facts and truths are demonstratable with science. You guys have been taught, you guys have been taught in school that theory, quantification, deduction, induction, this is science. It's actually not science. It's the opposite of science. Science was created by natural philosophers to discover truths about God's great book of creation. Do you know that? Every one of those natural philosophers who you call Greek scientists, they had an entomology on God, creation, and man as Leviathan, biblical premises. They were all religious people, Puritans, Protestants, Herschel, Aristotle, Eratosthenes. They were all religious people. They weren't atheists. Atheism didn't go with science when it was natural philosophy because they were trying to, through science, understand the great book of God's creation. And they'd also say, let us not come to believe that it's the people who discover the truths of God's great book of creation that should be the subject of our admiration or worship, but it should be the truths that we discover with science, not the people. Because anybody could discover it. That's just the guy that happened down that trail. I give you tools, eventually you could fix anything. So you're not special because you fixed something, you did it because you had tools.
Yeah, so it's a code, it's a system, and it already exists. It already has to function. And by necessary antecedent, Looney Tune, if the system doesn't function from the beginning, it can't work at all. So it eliminates any possibility for evolution. Even natural selection also proves this. Natural selection is called selection, not natural addition. So natural selection selects already existing. If I give you natural selection, it actually disproves evolution. And that's why there's no examples of in evolution textbooks of evolution. They're all examples of normal reproduction. So there isn't even a claim anymore, and that's why they've continued to change their minds since 1859, since Darwin's fallacious book, which was called The Origin of Species of Favored Races. That's a side topic. But he never gave one origin of any species. It's all just a religious book on presupposition because he wanted to believe it. Similarities, which again have nothing to do with hereditary relation. So if a system is already in place, that means it required a designer for it to work correctly from the beginning. Either it already has the ability to survive or it dies. That's the law of life. Same thing with bacteria. The bacteria that survives already has the ability. So when it survives like a penicillin injection or new environment, the bacteria that survives only bacteria that's going to continue to reproduce. So there's not even an adaptive. It already has to have the ability to survive from the beginning. There's no other option. Literally the law of phylum, law of life. Well, that's the point. So they taught us these things. They make us believe these religious things, and that's why we're in this mess right now. We're in a world where we have, both sides calling each other liars. We vote for people we don't even want. We have two options: vomit or fecal matter. That's who we can vote for, and it's literally just one giant disaster, bro. And they get you from birth, cradle to grave, teach you this stuff on screens, and people believe it and die never knowing the truth. And it's a sad episode. I don't want to hog the mic too much. Speak, you say something.
I'm surprised you haven't lost your voice yet.
I've been quiet a while, God rocking. Now, come on, be nice to me. Oh, that hurt. Oh, my stomach hurts. Oh my gosh. Oh, maybe I'll evolve. Okay. Well, yeah, Looney Tunes. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but yeah, that's the thing. If there was any evidence against these claims, I would know about them. I've been studying for a while. You can see that there's a very diverse, different group of people with very different backgrounds. I'd love a challenge if you had any, but the problem is they admit it. That's why they won't even debate us. That's we're running out of options. It's too easy now.
Well, at least you can tell when. At least you can tell when I'm making a joke or kidding around. I found out. Yeah, you did. Well,
I deserved it 100%. I'm guilty.
Regardless whether you deserved it or not, I was just kidding.
Yep.
I found out the other day, about a month ago, that when I say stuff like that 90% of the people on the server think I'm serious. I'm like, you fucking kidding me? The fuck, I joke around all the time, and we thought you were serious all this whole time. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what we are. I know.
Holy
that's
shit!
The thing. Looney Tunes. We're turning into cannibals. I just got to let people
Bro,
pick on me because there's no one else to argue.
You guys know there's one in every group, and I'm not saying a jackass. I'm saying a dumbass, and we have a uncommon amount in our group.
Yes. I could not agree more.
Well, for three
and
people,
I might be one of them. So there you go.
We're three people that are specific about what we say for a reason, and a lot of people just like to repeat what they hear and ignore you when you tell them that doesn't make sense. on a logic level or a science level. It's unscientific and not logical. They still keep saying it. They don't realize they put us in a basket with them with everything they fucking say.
And when someone puts me in the basket like that, I'll kick and squirm until I get out of it. You know what I mean? I'll kick them and squirm a few times to let them know I don't belong there anyway.
Exactly. I'll kick some ass to get out of that basket.
Yeah.
This guy saying, I literally didn't do a single thing to be muted. Well, you could be hard banned for not nothing. I'll hard ban you for nothing.
Yeah, you can make it worse, that's for sure. How would you like that? Oh, that's funny.
I just want to say one more thing to Looney Tune, and that nobody here wants you to just concede and say, okay, I agree with you. In fact, that would be pretty cringe, and I wouldn't believe you anyway. This is not something that somebody can just walk into and go, that I would expect them to go, oh, okay, I trust you guys. Again, this is something that it's going to take time for you to understand, or you can ignore it entirely, but it's not just a flip of a switch. That's not how these things work, especially when we've been indoctrinated for 30 years, 40 years to believe something. We can't just flip a switch and say, okay, I changed my mind to be fine. I've seen a lot of grown men fall to their knees and cry, and I didn't see them for several months. And then they came back and said, okay, I'm ready to discuss this further. So sometimes I tell people, Looney Tune, might have to take a break, because depending on when you show up, if you get Battle Mod and God Rockin' and the XO all in one night, it might be too much for you, and you got to take a break, and you're better off taking a break than just getting upset, right? And getting banned or something, right? Because that happens often, but you seem like a different person. We're more than willing to help you in any way we can. But again, we're not a cult. We're not trying to convince you of anything. We're trying to say we've been lied to. And that's the good thing about it. We can admit that we were wrong, and we're moving on.
Yeah, and you know what really is probably the most irritating part for the most of us is the Globers will come in and they'll act sincere about asking a question, and they're just saying, yeah, of course, I just want to learn, and what about this or what about that? And then we spend, 2 minutes or 3 minutes explaining our position, giving you, evidence that you can check into your own self to prove, provide evidence that is real. You can actually double check us, go out and verify this stuff for yourself. And then the next thing you know, the guy's saying, now, what did you say, huh? What? Didn't even listen. Didn't listen to one word we said, acted all sincere. So we take it as the guy's sincere and serious. He wants to hear what we got to say. We tell him, and then he says, what did you say? I mean, I just soon kick the guy right straight in his fucking balls for doing that.
Mm-hmm. Rochenbach.
Yeah, the best approach I usually see when when someone comes in here that believes in the globe and they get broken down to why do they believe it. And once they start getting out of that bubble of, like, holy crap, okay, so maybe this isn't a globe. So what is it? Then that is when they can start to try to learn about some of some of the observations that we make or the tests that we make, and then they can go out and do it on their own and say, hey, look, this is what I'm starting. But that's the way that I've seen real people who really want to know the truth. They really want to first break down the globe. And after they break that down and say, yep, I agree with you, then they can go to trying to understand flat Earth.
Oh, what the hell is this, man? Damn it. Sorry. I'm not bitching about what you said.
I knew you weren't.
This damn kid keeps notifying me. And my notifications pop up on Google, so I end up not being able to type while I'm trying to unmute this nagging ass girl in Discord. Cock this. It's like, oh my god, kid, just shut up for a minute. You're literally the reason you're still in there. Because you keep fucking interrupting me on doing it. creating your own storm while you're playing victim. A lot of people do that, though, you know.
Yeah, I'm sitting here giggling while you're saying this, like, and my mic's muted. I'm rolling myself a cigarette, and I can't unmute my mic. I'm sitting here laughing all by myself. You're right. They do that shit. They just dig themselves a deeper and bigger hole than they're already in for no real reason, for no reason at all.
Yep.
Yeah, just remember that this is an open door, Looney Tune. It might not seem like it, but the last thing we are is an echo chamber. Pretty much the moderators allow anybody to come here with the freedom to express their thoughts and opinions or beliefs on this topic. I've seen them allow people to come back after they've been banned on the same day because, again, we're so open, because this room is so open to allow people to come back to discuss it. So, you know, it's kind of a melting pot of you name it. So, so thanks for coming by. You know, hope to talk to you again. And at least you didn't act like some people do. You know, a lot of people come in here trolling. Obviously, that's why you saw those rules at the initiative point that which you were speaking about and Creation Bear was talking about. All those rules exist because you can probably understand that a Discord with that type of title is going to experience a lot of trolls. I'm sure you understand. So that's why the rules exist. Not necessarily for people like you, but for different types, of course. But there is also Dustpan to the moderator, Battle Mod, and God Rockin' and the others. Dustpan is here as well. If he'd like to speak, maybe, or whatever you guys got going on. I don't know. Actually, he probably already did speak. It's Coliseum.
I'm trying to let you guys talk. I'm just trying to listen.
But yeah, man. Yeah, I'm different. Obviously, Looney Tune. I like to open up the discussion vastly. And some people, you know, there's a guy named QE in here. He's my grandpa, and he'll absolutely keep you to a certain topic. I'm just kidding, but there's many different people that you run
I
into.
ain't your daddy. I'm your grandpa. Angry grandpa.
That's QE. QE's angry grandpa.
Oh,
I
got it. As soon as you said it.
Yeah. If you come in here on a different day, you're gonna meet a different set of people. Battle Mod might be here, but I might not be. You'll have a different set of people that are gonna be here, so you're gonna meet a different crowd. There's 25,000 people coming in the server, right? You know, within a year or two. So there's a lot of different people you'll meet, and it's just a different place. So it's kind of up to you, man, Looney Tune. And the reason I'm saying this is because you pretty much have the floor. We're waiting to see what you got to say because, you know, I don't want to hog the mic. I'd like to hear what you have to say. It's up to you.
Yeah, I don't really know actually, because I was trying to like listen and think of more things, but every time I heard like something that seemed a little bit like a question, I didn't know if it was entirely directed towards me. And I think I remember a question from before that Battle Mod, I think their name is, said like how if DNA and evolution are real or something like that, then how are they connected? And then he said that they weren't because he answered the question himself. And I didn't know like if I could speak there or not. And I tried seeing if I could, and then I just couldn't. So I've been like I've been trying to think of ways to open this up a little bit more, and it's just been really hard to try to keep this associated to the original topic of like flat Earth because it really seems like it goes everywhere. Is what it seems like.
Well, it's like that. It doesn't just seem that way. So, you know, if we're talking about evolution, excuse me, if we're talking about evolution, you know, evolution requires the Big Bang cosmology, right? Because, you know, evolution didn't just appear in a vacuum, right? So if you don't have the, you know, millions and billions of years, the time it would take for a creature to allegedly evolve, right? You have to have the cosmology, and the cosmology goes along with it, right? So it's like a creation story, right? Like some people talk about Adam and Eve and a serpent, right? Some people talk about their god or their dragon getting killed, and then that becomes the earth. And then some people talk about a big bang, right? This big bang that exists to everything in the universe that you can see, which is only 4 or 5%, plus the 95% of dark matter and dark energy that you can't see, but they need it for their model to survive, right? So the model, it's not off by a little bit, it's off by a lot, right? But you take everything and you put it into one place, and we call that the Big Bang. How did anything escape that gravitational well? How did one atom of helium escape that gravitational well that would be caused by all the matter of the universe in one spot? I don't even think the Big Bang would even be possible if gravity is a thing. What could escape that gravitational pull? But they say the whole universe did. Everything in the universe expanded faster. It expanded out to everything we can see and can't see right now. So when we're talking about evolution, it's definitely tied in to the Big Bang cosmology.
Yeah, but Looney Tune, go ahead and kind of elaborate on that question. We'll see where it goes, based on either what Hank said or what Battlemod said or me or nothing. There's no rules to how a conversation goes. This isn't some sort of Nazi program that you have to speak a certain way. So don't be afraid of it. Trust me. You haven't even used any of your lifelines yet. So trust me, you're good to go, man.
Okay, because like I remember reading the rules that like it said that what you want to do is like keep it more towards the central focus of like flat Earth, but I didn't know how far like I could go because one thing I wanted to ask towards the beginning was I was wondering for like a generalization of everyone here how like people treat you when you tell them about these things because obviously people
Right.
react in a very different way, but like usually how do they respond and how does
Well,
that
yeah,
make
we're
you
all
feel?
different, right? Well, right. So that's going to be a different answer for every individual, right?
Yeah.
Because again, this is right. So for me, trust me, I do this in reality, and for some reason, people in real life are very respectful to me, and they might give me some weird looks and stuff, but they end up understanding that this is deadly serious, right quick. Because I show them that they don't even have a claim. If I just show them, hey, you've been lied to, you don't even have a claim, show me your evidence, and they can't, then I'm just showing them that I'll literally just put it in their place. I'll put it on their plate. I'll put the ball in their court. Do you have evidence or not, right? Like it's very simple. Do we have evidence of this world that they show us on a cartoon on TV, or is it something that's just on television, right? And that's what it turns out to be. This is just something they show on television. And you're just shocked at how many people wake up and go, "Oh, wow, they are lying." And that's why this topic is so censored. So you got to also put this in your back pocket. Why is this one of the topics that is so censored that the internet and Google and YouTube have gotten together that they don't want people talking about? Because if I can show you that they lied about just this one thing, the whole deck of cards comes crumbling down. The whole scam is exposed, and that's why they don't want this to get out. And it doesn't have to be some giant conspiracy, just like you. You believe it, just like many government employees believe it, just like I used to believe it. I work for the government, right? So many people just believe it. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. If it's just like Republicans and Democrats, are they both conspiring against each other? No, they both believe it. They have a religious belief. One side thinks, Democrats are right. The other side thinks Republicans are right. They call each other liars. Does it have to be a conspiracy? No. They were raised or they were propagated or something told them that this is how they should believe certain things. I personally don't care about politics. It's not my cup of tea. But it's not all about, conspiracy. Yes, of course there's people lying and everybody has lied in their life. And last time I checked, the more powerful people get, the more lies they tell. I mean, the government's admitted that Vietnam was a lie. They were able to kill 3 million people in a fake war that they made up to justify going into a communist country and killed 3 million people with hundreds and thousands of munitions and bombs from a military industrial complex from America and bombed a nation that lived in grass houses and killed millions of people. So I'm not really concerned about finding out why they lie. I already know they're the biggest liars in history, right? So I never asked why would they lie. That might be on your mind, why would they lie? But it doesn't, it depends on where you're going. So you literally control this conversation at this point. It's going to go where you dictate. And how deep does it go? Is it about something? Is it a 2,000-year-old scam? That's for us to either explain to you, or you can figure it out yourself. But if I explain it, that doesn't really make it that you're gonna believe it, right? I'm not here to tell you what to believe, right? So where do we go from here? What's the tipping point? Like, basically, if this was a sales agreement or some sort of agreement that we're trying to, what do I have to do to make you buy? You've come to my store, right? I'm showing you that all I'm telling you is that I want to let you know that you've been lied to and you don't have to trust me anyway. So this is not a hard sale. I'm not telling you to give me money. I'm not telling you that you need to invest in me. I'm telling you, you get to go home tonight and do whatever you want once you leave this Discord. There's no pressure whatsoever. But what is going to pressure you is if you have a conscious, you see, your own morality in the back of your mind is going to go, wait a minute, you might have thought those people were crazy. You know now that they aren't. And eventually that's going to come back to you, whether it's tomorrow night or 10 years from now. Eventually this is going to come back to you. There's nothing you can do about it. Right. And there's people that, like, for me, it took 30 seconds. I knew, uh-oh. Someone said this to me 7 years ago. Someone said the F word. I said, uh-oh, oh boy, right. It's flat, because I already work for the government. Everything we do is based on a flat earth. There's some people it takes 15 months and they finally realize, oh my gosh, after 15 months of pulling my hair out and going crazy, I realize now the earth is flat. I've heard thousands of different stories. Every individual goes through a different process, right? Some of them hate it. Some of them try to attack it. Some of them try to disprove it. Most of these people literally try to disprove it. That's how they realized, uh-oh, there's something going on here. These people are right. I thought they were crazy. And all of a sudden, I can see it's getting worse and worse for my presupposed cartoon television religious belief that we were raised in even grade school and kindergarten to think was stupid. And now it turns out the most ridiculous idea might have more credibility than all the other things that I was taught. I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow, bro. You can't just flip that switch right now. I wouldn't let you. You're not ready. I don't want you to hurt yourself. So again, you're in control of this, right? No one's going to force you to do anything. So no pressure.
Another
That's right.
Looney Tune, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah.
Let's go, God Rockin'.
You were saying, like, well, what am I allowed to say and stuff like this, and people are going to treat you a certain way and this and that and whatever. I can just tell you one thing, that just don't lie, outright lie when people can, when it's an obvious lie, or like troll, say like stuff that's like just ridiculous, just trying to be a jerk or whatever. Those are the kinds of things that are going to piss people off, and that rightfully so. That would piss anyone off. Even in just a normal conversation in day to day, you're trying to have a serious conversation with somebody, they're acting like they really want to know, information and truth, and then to come to find out, they're just pulling your chain and shutting off their mic and laughing and giggling at you like you're some kind of an idiot or something. We recognize that stuff very, very quickly, and so don't worry about what people are going to think, as long as you're not pulling some stupid shit like that, because we recognize it right away. I don't think you need to worry about how people are going to treat you, because we're pretty fair people around here.
Okay.
Just treat, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I was just like wondering like the type of questions I could ask. So the opening one with like I was trying to see how you guys were treated for like openly expressing like these things that you say to people like in real life, right?
Oh, they treat us like we're idiots a lot of times.
Yeah. And
but without even knowing, the thing of it is, they don't even know their own model. They're defending something that they know nothing about. We'll ask them the size of the Earth. They don't even know that. Ask them, the distance to the sun. They don't know that. Ask them the distance to the moon. They don't know anything about cosmology or the Earth itself. They know nothing at all about this thing. But going to defend it and call us idiots. And we know all these things that I just said. We all that stuff we have memorized, bro. We've been through this so many times that those are just like kindergarten questions to us, and they don't know the answers to them themselves, and they're going to treat us like we're morons. It's just really frustrating when
Yeah.
you run into people that are treating you like that and then you ask them a question and they don't have any answers at all. I mean, they can't even tell you what the radius of the Earth is. So I mean, what?
Well, I
No,
gotta
that
say,
frustration makes sense.
it's different for different people, right? So when I told my wife about it, at first she was like, okay. And then after a while, she thought about it and she was like, you know what? Like, I don't think we can know. And then after a while, it was like, wait a minute, they gave us the measurements. Actually, we can know, right? And then she thought that we were, too small because she listened to Neil deGrasse Tyson, which that guy was actually incorrect. You're not so small that you can't figure it out. You can actually go measure it for yourself. And then when we went to Corpus Christi on 4th of July, right, at that moment, it was like, oh, wow, like we can see this. Like you can't not see it. Like you can see it. Like that's not what, you would expect. But she already knew that the moon landing was fake and the government was full of shit and had no legitimate authority without consent to govern. So without consent to be governed, they have no legitimate authority. It's all bullshit. And she knew it.
So if you're truly curious and you just want to know, ask away, bro. I mean, really, seriously, just be sincere, and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, I do got to give that kind of warning though, real quick, Godrock. I'm glad you brought that up. Now I don't know if there's a separate chat going on, Looney Tune, but here's the thing. Like I told you when you came in here, if you're not ready for the truth, and if the truth isn't if the truth isn't the number one important thing, like it is for me, because I honestly believe that should be. That's how I can protect people. I can be honest with children. I can answer questions, whatever. If there's something else that's more important than the truth, then this isn't for you. And that's what I'm telling you, is that you don't have to be here. You don't have to do anything, right? But if the truth is the most important thing, then yes, you're going to fit whatever you're going to fit in, or you're going to go somewhere else and find out for yourself, or whatever it's going to be. This is about that. This is about morality. It's not about the shape of the earth, actually. It's about the shape of your heart, soul. That's what this is about. This is much bigger than this flat earth title. The flat earth title is just literally a catchphrase, and it's even miscued and misused, and nobody understands what it means anyway, and it already implies things that are not true. The earth is not an object. It's not measurable. It's not a cartoon. It's not something you can put in your pocket. It's not a fantasy. It doesn't happen on Star Wars. No, it's a very special place under the heavens. It comes out of waters. Surrounded by water, you breathe water. It's called oxygen. There's water above. That's why the sky is blue. And anytime you come to the edge of earth, the watcher continues. Okay, there is no edge of the earth. It's not an object. The seas and the oceans encompass around us. That's why even anybody will tell you that the oceans are the majority of existence, right? There's oceans, the vastness of the oceans are, we're talking trillions of gallons of water, literally billions of cubic miles of ocean are measured in cubic miles. That's weird. And the land is measured in square miles. Uh-oh. So everything's already dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. That's what the Great Deception is. And again, there's many other topics attached to this that I can't tell you about right now. And actually, the server won't even allow me to talk about them. There are things that I'm not allowed to talk about. And even I've been banned from the server. If you think this is an echo chamber, I'm the XO, and I've probably been banned more than everybody here combined. I've been banned a lot of times because I don't always agree with everybody. This is not a cult. We're all very different people, and we butt heads because as soon as we find something out, we want people to know. That's what we do, right? Just like when you're a little kid and you find a big bug, you want to show your friends. Well, this is much bigger than that. Again, this is much bigger than any shape and about colors or anything like that. That's not what this is. It's a much bigger topic, and it encompasses literally thousands of years of deception. We're talking about 3,000 years of slavery and indoctrination and ideas that are not true. And these ideas of coming from animals, the Egyptians even taught that we were 2,500 years ago, saying that we just came out of the Nile. The same abiogenesis story has been taught by weirdos for a very long time. And it's only literally, think of this, we're the first generation in hundreds of years that have waken up to this truth. So they put the whole burden of this information and truth on our shoulders, and now I have to tell everybody how the sun, moon, and stars work because I don't agree with mass murderers and government. Well, I'm sorry, that's not my responsibility. I don't have to make up a story because I found out they lied. The point is, I can prove they lied, and I need to replace no theory or magical fairy tale because I found out they lied. The difference is I get to be honest with the old man or the young child when they ask me a question. Why is the sky blue? You can't even answer it. I can with one simple word. It's called water. And they took that away from you. They told you that there was outer space above us. And they told you that if you're on a different part of the earth, everybody has their own up and down. Everybody, it's called relativity, which also means you can have your own truth, which also means you can have your own right and wrong. And that's why people are very confused and their brains have been turned to mush. And now we have 150 genders. I'm sorry, but that's not right. It's not okay to just say, I identify as a sewing machine because I feel like it. There is truth. There is an absolute morality. There's an absolute objective truth and morality that they took away from us. They don't even want you to know what up and down is. And on a ball, there is no truth. They destroyed our abilities to think. They took away our sources. They don't even let us grow our own crops. They made us dependent on all of their oil industry. And it was all based on a lie. And it's too much for you to learn right now anyway. It's all too much. You can't do it. There is no red pill that you can just swallow and wake up tomorrow and figure it out. It's a journey that you must take and you must put effort into. And the most important thing and the only thing that I request for you to do, which will be my only request, is that you do what God Rockin' says. And you have to be honest with yourself first. Because if you can't be honest with yourself, you can't be worth it.
Tank, load the jiu-jitsu program. Whoa, I know jiu-jitsu?
I know kung fu.
Man, could you imagine if it turned out, guys, that 100 years of 2 or 3 world wars all over a bunch of hoaxes and billions of people died over a lie? I wonder if that would piss anybody off. Any clues? Yeah. Welcome to the Great Deception, Looney Tune. And again, no one's going to force you to do anything. You have the free will to move about the plane of existence as you will. Thanks again.
I wouldn't recommend you do your research on Google that has an obvious blacklist, right, that was supplied by a whistleblower who used to work at Google, right, and he was quitting and then published a blacklist, and they actually sent the cops to his house. But anyway, you can learn more about this on Project Veritas. But yeah, there's a whole blacklist of stuff the algorithm doesn't want to show you. So if you search flat Earth, you're going to get a whole bunch of, anti-flat earthers. You're going to get a whole bunch of flat Earth society, which is controlled opposition, which is not us, right? You're going to get everything but what you look for, right? So I would recommend that if you're going to do research, you would do your research outside of the, the cattle ranch that you're herded into. You're herded into the alphabet groups like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube. I would recommend you do your research outside of that, unless you just want to, learn about the mainstream narrative, right? You want to tote the line.
But yeah, ask away, Looney Tunes. I'm curious as to, after all this, what kind of a question you might have for us.
Yeah. The kind of questions I have, I guess, are a little bit less heavy hitting than all of this, just a little bit less. Like the one I asked before about how like people treat you for like actively saying this, right? And basically having your entire existence like around these ideas, right? Like how does that like that's crazy to me. How your entire lives are like centralized around this basically. It seems like it's inspirational when in a way because that seems like extremely impossible for me. For something that seems so like obscene to me at the moment to be you're based around your entire life, and that's like a lot of knowledge around that. Like that just seems a bit obscene to me for some reason.
Well, let me say this real quick, that everybody already admits they depend on flat Earth. That's not my claim. That's every engineer, scientist, and pilot. That's why all flight simulators are made on flat maps. You just pick up any flight simulator from 1993 to 2021. I don't know if they have a 22 yet. Every single flight simulator, in order to simulate reality, has to be made on a flat map. That was a big deal for me because 7 years ago, I had already gone through years of, I wanted to be a pilot when I was a, and again, I was already a former kilo. So everything we use in the military already requires a non-rotating flat stationary Earth. And I don't even call it a flat Earth. I just call it Earth under the heavens and in the waters. So that's the thing. Everybody already relies on our claim. You see, we're not borrowing from somebody else. Everybody admits they're not experiencing curvature or spin. That's called the Great Deception. So it's something you already experience. And what people will do when they believe in this magical outer space religion will now come up with excuses to why they don't experience what they believe. That's how crazy it is. They admit they don't experience. Thanks.
Yeah, when you say it's almost absurd that we're so encompassed by this entire thing. It's not. I think you're confusing a lot of the flat Earth with just straight plain old truth. The thing of it is we haven't found out that it's not just as simple as that they lied about the shape of the Earth or the fact that we live on a flat motionless plane. Those things we can actually prove and with direct measurements and whatnot without any problem at all. It's just that when you start entertaining the truth, you would be totally amused. I mean, how much truth do you think that you hear on the news? How much truth do you think you hear about history when you look and read the history books? How much of that you would think is actually accurate? Well, we've come to find out that basically none of it's accurate. We've been lied to not just about the Earth. We've been lied to about just about everything. And so, if you seems like that it's all encompassing our lives, it is because we are very serious about the truth. And if it takes us in another direction, we don't care what direction it goes as long as we can find out some truth. And so, yeah, but it becomes at that point, I mean, what's more important than truth? Can you name one thing that's actually more important than truth?
I don't know. I don't like nothing really pops out to me, but I guess I haven't really thought about it that much.
Yeah, you haven't put those glasses on yet.
I'm wearing glasses right now, actually.
Right, but you haven't put it right. Yeah. But that's the thing, is that you're used to a certain approach to things, right? You have a presupposition, right, to things. You already have been taught things, and that's the expectation that you already have in your mind is how you live. So when you go somewhere, you do things in a certain manner that are based off of your habits and your idiosyncrasies that you've already been literally designed by your own experience or programming. You've been programmed to believe certain things. The difference is we have broken out of the program. You see, we are the ones that have actually gotten rid of the government. We're the ones that actually are the free thinkers. We're the actual ones that understand what science is. Science means we can question these things. They tell you you can't question. They actually preach anti-science. Plus, they again just show you cartoons on TV. And if you don't trust them, then they call you stupid. Well, that's the thing. If you're afraid of being called stupid, this topic isn't for you, because of course the world's going to call you stupid. They all believe they live in a cartoon. So if you don't live in a cartoon anymore and you actually want to experience reality and grow and actually have your own life and not be programmed and have your own say, instead of just being a puppet, a flesh puppet and a slave, then yeah, the world is probably going to be pissed at you and they might bitch at you and you might lose friends and family. Well, oh well. Either you can think that the truth is more important, or your family and friends that are brainwashed normies. If that's more important to you, then you're not ready for the truth anyway. See, God made it very easy for me. He already got rid of those people. So for me, it was just a piece of cake. So it might be a lot harder for you. For me, it was like ringing a bell.
So I want to talk about the word obscene, right? Obscene. What is obscene? What is obscenity, right? Obscenity is when you're in a public place and your pants fall down and everybody gets a good look at your underwear, right? That's not supposed to happen. That's obscenity. Or even worse, you're not wearing underwear that day, right? Could be even worse. right? It could be even worse than that. There could be, certain people in the room that, shouldn't be looking at a grown man naked, right? So, what is obscene about telling someone the truth, right? So, if like earlier, I flat smacked the guy I work with, right? So, this guy, he's not from here, right? He doesn't know a whole lot about here, right? But I went ahead and told him, like, hey, you guys can see Russia from Alaska. And he was like, yeah. I was like, well, that's how you know it's flat, right? We can see too far. And he's like, sorry, did you just say flat, like flat Earth? And I was like, yeah. This is what I did. Corpus Christi, blah, 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 4th of July. You go do it. I told him to go out into the world and do it. And what is obscene about telling someone the truth and then saying, hey, I don't know if this is true or not. Why don't you go verify it? Why don't you go out into the world and double check what I checked and then get your friends to double check what you checked? Right? And so the thing is, right now we have a power differential between the powers that should not be, right, and regular folks. And why this power differential exists is because there's a knowledge differential. If everybody that thinks mass attracts mass is true, except for the people that are like in college studying physics, and they say, oh, it's not actually mass attracting mass. Actually, that got replaced like 106 years ago. It's actually the bending and warping of space time. And then you find out, wait a minute, that's not true either, right? Because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. That's why they invent theories like black holes and dark matter. Why do you think these things are black and dark? Because we can't see them. But they have to exist because level. So there must be this, dark gravity, the third theory of gravity. This dark gravity has to exist, right? Because we see that the galaxies don't fly apart, even though they should, if you factor in the equation for Newtonian gravity, right? But they don't. So the problem is that this knowledge differential, because what is knowledge? Well, that's what science means, right? We eliminate all the variables with an experiment and we wiggle the independent variable, which is the cause, and as we wiggle it on and off like a light switch, we see the effect on and off, like a boiling pot of water or like a light, right? And when you see this is now knowledge, heat causes water to boil, right? Now you can take that into the future and teach it to your children. This is how you cook fish, right? You add a little heat to the water and you can boil the fish. Well, that's great. Makes it a lot easier to digest. So without this knowledge, without this scientific method, people are kind of wandering around in the dark going, light switches, what are those? I don't know what those are. What light switch attaches which thing? I don't know. Method. Right. So most people that come in here, and I do mean most, like 99%, do not know the three constituent parts to an experiment, a hypothesis test. Dependent, independent, and control variables. If you're not doing that, you're not doing science. And everything you've ever heard about cosmology, astronomy, right? It's not science because you can't manipulate the heavens. You cannot independently manipulate the variables in space. It's impossible. You're here on Earth. You can't manipulate shit up there because you're not up there. So everything you've ever heard about cosmology, it's actually outside of the scientific method. And at best, it's only philosophy. So how many angels dance on the head of a needle? I don't know. Some say 14, some say only 7, right? Is the earth going around the sun or the sun going around the earth? Well, all motion is relative. So I don't know. But if you say that the earth is going around the sun, that's not what we observe. Actually, what we observe is the sun going around the earth. That's what we physically see. So for you to make the statement otherwise, we are going against our senses. And that's what we have here. We have a group of people that are going, nuh-uh, that's not what you see. You can't trust your eyes. And then you point out the scientific method and they go, nuh-uh, you don't have to manipulate the variables. We got observational science. Wait a minute, don't those two things contradict each other? How can you not trust your eyes, but all we got is observational science? Oh, Globers. They always contradict themselves. It's called doublespeak. You ever read 1984? Looney Tune? By
By
George
George
Orwell?
Orwell?
Yeah, you ever read that?
Not in its full, but I know of it.
Okay, you know what doublespeak is, right? You can't say two things that diametrically oppose each other, right?
Yeah, it's basically just like I actually
A
don't know the.
violation of the law of non-contradiction. Well, I dare you to go into the anti-flat earther room and listen to how often they contradict each other. They contradict each other all the damn time because for them, they have to eat their cake and they still have to have it, right? Just because it looks flat doesn't mean it actually is flat. Just because it measures flat, you can't trust your eyes. But all we got is observational science. Because QE science, the one that he made up like 500 years ago, according to them, like he invented the scientific method or some shit, because he takes up so much real estate in their minds, he should be paying rent because they always bring his ass up. Sorry, continue.
Man. Yeah, Looney Tune, it's not going to get any easier. Like I told you, man, and at any time you need to back out of here, please do not feel any pressure. But, this is just the surface level of it. Again, understanding this means being honest with yourself. We could, of course, like he was mentioning, anti-flat earthers, which is really, there's other names to give upset anybody, but that's really not what they are. There's a bit of a denialism of people, and people are scared to death to have their religious beliefs destroyed, and that's what we have run into a paradigm. And I'm not just talking about atheists, I'm talking about everybody that believes the same thing. You see, this is a one world religion. I hate to say this, but the one world religion, just like I was talking to somebody in Saudi Arabia today, where they believe in Western television cartoons from outer space. They believe in their same thing in China, Russia, Japan, Australia, South Korea, whatever, Latvia, Lithuania, all these different people, different cultures all over the world are watching cartoons on TV and they think it's real. So the one world religion's already here. And if that's what you want, hey, more power to you. Because to be honest with you here, Looney Tune, here's you might not understand the most is that I actually count on people. I actually love the fact that I'm the tiny minority. If you want to say, oh, to feel special, that's fine. You can call it what you want. But I absolutely love the fact that most people will never know this. I love it. So I actually count on people that stay in the religion because it means I have an unlimited world that I know I'm going to have to meet people and help them wake up or at least have an argument or discussion that's going to help somebody that isn't afraid of. And that just keeps me in security. My job is secure forever, literally. So I win either way. It's a catch 42 for me. So too easy from our.
All right, I actually have to go because I have to do some things before I get to bed. It's getting pretty
All right,
late
cool.
now. So I
Come back and
want
see
to
us.
ask because one of the things I was planning on doing before I go to bed is like I was going to paint my nails real quick and dry them off. So like, what color do you guys think would be a good idea?
I think you
Whichever
should
your mama likes.
probably- Yeah, I think you should probably paint them globe blue, since that it will help kind of stay in the fairy tale. It'll make it easier.
You should paint them steak.
Colored and steak flavored, so your dogs eat your fingers and you can never use a computer again. Son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking kidding.
That's glad flow. Yeah, hey,
Just kidding.
there you go.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so like,
man.
what color though?
Ruthless. I don't know, man. Listen,
Meat colored. I said meat.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, but I
don't
don't
know
have dogs because that wouldn't do anything for me.
It's
Oh, you
all,
don't have
it's all
dogs?
good. I'm
So
sure,
eat your fingers.
listen,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
but Looney Tunes, I'm sure that you can handle that question. Even a Glober can figure that out. So good luck.
Yeah, and don't paint your fingernails. It's gay. Anybody else
I
want
am
to talk about
gay.
the earth?
I'm literally gay.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
I know.
Okay,
And
so
well, if you think you're an animal,
honey,
it's okay,
what
right? 'Cause that's
skin
what the animals
color?
do, right?
What is your skin tone? I
Well,
would need to
Glad,
see you
hold on,
to
Glad,
help
hold
with
on,
this
Glad,
question.
one sec, Glad, stop. But hold on, now, Looney Tunes, that's the thing is that a lot of gay people tell me it's okay because in nature, a lot of animals do it. Is that kind of why it's an okay thing now?
What?
Is that too complicated a question? Is it because in
No,
nature,
are you just comparing gay people to animals? Is that like what the
No, I
meme
talk
is?
to a lot of gay people. I've been talking and witnessing to people for many years now. I have a lot of even, in the past met lesbian couples, and when I speak to them, they say that it's very common to understand that animals are gay in nature, which is
Oh, that's what you're talking about?
right. So and that's why we justify it, right? We justify that gay is okay, right? Because animals do it. I'm asking you, is that part of the understanding that still is the consensus?
No. People
Okay, so
like
you're okay. That's not the
people
consensus.
like a lot of places accept that like
I don't know if we should go here
gay
on the live
people are
stream, guys.
allowed to be
Just saying.
people.
Probably not.
Yeah. Let's
Well, I'll let
back
him
to the
finish
old
this,
flat Earth
but,
then,
wait,
please.
hold on, but he's gonna leave soon, so he's the last person to talk to. So Looney Tune, go ahead and finish that statement.
It's not like animals why people are now justifying something that obviously should have already been justified from the get-go. Well, why people are justifying it is because people are coming to the realization as society like moves forward and comes to realize more things that discriminatory behavior is just kind of foolish in the sense that if you really think that someone can't be a certain way
that's a fallacy, right?
Because of
Yeah,
the
that's wait,
normalization.
hold on. That's a reverse of the burden here. I'm talking about your own views, not my views. I'm talking about your views, right? Because it's something that you feel, right? It's you do it because it makes you feel good, right?
No, and then he appealed to popularity.
Right, exactly. But you do it because it makes you feel good, right? It's not just we all have different reasons why we do things, but it's mostly a feeling thing, right?
No. People
Okay.
don't choose from birth if they're gay or not. That's just not true.
That's not what the gay
Not
people
from
I
birth,
met
they do it
said.
later.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's not a choice.
let's
at all.
yeah, it's true. So anyway, let's not do this here,
isn't.
please. Let's not do this here.
That's fine.
There's so many other places we could do that.
Okay, so eventually, here's the point: is that in public, when you do that in public, and children see that, well, that's called child abuse, and that's why people have a problem with it. So if you kept it to yourself, then we wouldn't have an issue. Just like I'm not going to have sex in public with my wife, so it shouldn't be legal for people to have parades and do the same thing in front of the children. So just kind of keep it to yourself, and it won't be a problem.
Pride parades aren't people having sex in front of young children.
Alrighty, so moving right along.
Bring it up? Why did you bring it up to begin with? Because
exactly.
Why would I bring up? Yeah, you said you're gonna paint your nails, and then you said that you were gay
That's
earlier.
you stereotyping.
And then
That is
no,
what
then
he's
no,
saying.
again, you said.
Yep, he's right. You
that-
brought it up
hold
several
on.
times. Yes.
Then somebody said, "That's gay." He said, "I am."
Yeah,
That's
you
true.
literally said that you're gay, and that's okay. That's fine to be gay. Just we're not going to talk about it
I'm
here.
just
Okay?
wondering why advertising. Are you
Well,
looking
that's
for like
kinda
another dude?
transphobic.
It's not
Oh my
advertisement
God.
if it
This
doesn't
is
change
exactly
people.
what we didn't need. So, alrighty. I was just trying to be funny earlier. I apologize. Please
This
don't.
is most certainly on you, and
All right,
I'm
Lunatic,
sorry
just
that
relax.
you
Okay,
are
Lunatic,
now
we'll see
getting
you
shut
again.
down
Okay,
for this
Lunatic, see you
entire
later.
thing happening.
Lunatic,
Have a
see you
very
later.
good night.
Thanks
I
for
hope that
playing.
you can
Okay, thank
somehow
you.
come to
I know, I'm
realize that
sorry.
it's
Okay,
okay.
go ahead. Okay, I know
Love
you're
you,
trolling.
brother.
Thanks for playing.
Have fun.
Okay, okay, stop abusing children in public. Thanks for playing.
Anyway.
Well, we found out why he didn't want to accept the truth real quick. Thanks, Hank. That was good. Hank, right from the beginning, I'll give credit to Hank because right from the beginning, Hank asked him if the earth was such a way, would you want to know? And he said no. There you go.
Right on. Well, that explains quite a lot moving forward with that person. So, anyway, yes, thank you, Hank. And moving right along, It's a crime to lie to children. So why don't you come in and explain why you've been doing so, Globers? You know who you are. The ones who already know it's not a globe, but still defend it. Let's chat.
I'd say that conversation wasn't very fruitful. A little bit fruit.
I'm not going anywhere with that. I'll leave it. It's a G word, and we're talking about globe or gravity. We can do gravity.
Well, if he wants to believe gravity is a choice, not a choice.
Gravity is a choice. That's the only. It's a choice to invoke gravity. Oh boy.
Well, that escalated quickly. Thanks, Glatt. See,
Good
Glatt
Lord.
Glatt just gets used to talking to people in chat, and he can't turn it off.
Yeah, I can't. I was literally just joking, man. Really trying to keep it light, but like
bro,
when someone asks
you
a
got
group of
triggered
dudes, when somebody asks a group of dudes, "Hey, I'm gonna paint my fingernails. What color should I use?" Well, I don't know how else to respond but to take it to that place and have a little giggle or two, right? Come on.
Well, yeah.
Well, let me just say this. So, I've been married for like
I've got
18
trans
years.
family, okay? My brother is trans. I don't give a fuck if you're gay or not. I was just making a joke, okay? All right, lighten up.
Yeah,
Love you
but
guys.
that's gender roles.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is like
up.
it's not really anybody's business. Like people's sexual orientation.
Exactly. It was an out
how
of the
they
nowhere question. Had
identify.
nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah, it's like nobody's business. It's like, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite drink? Who gives a fuck? Like, I like homos. Who cares?
Right.
Who gives a shit? Nobody gives a fuck.
What's it going to do here in this scientific conversation? What's that going to accomplish?
What's your favorite parachute, front or back? Who gives a fuck?
It was his last-ditch effort at a panic attack that he had to give out because he knew that he had to somehow justify his lifestyle by telling us no. It was literally his final, like, oh, I got to do something to tell these people no. So what color should I paint my nails? Yep.
I mean, yeah.
Do you prefer bacon grease or butter to cook your eggs in? Who gives a shit?
Bacon grease for sure.
Well, actually, that's a real conversation. That's actually, Hank, that's not a good comparison. That's actually a real conversation.
It's true. It's a good one, too.
And it also doesn't abuse children in public if we talk about it, you see? Thanks.
Yep. Creation bear.
What did CB say? I can't
Oh,
read the chat.
you need to check the chat. I'm not going to describe it at all.
Damn it, man! I had to go check the chat.
All right. So let's move forward. Oh, massively entertained as we are.
Wow. Oh, wow. Moving on. I don't know what kind of martial arts that was.
I don't know what kind of thing you got to search in the gifts thing to pull that up.
That was some bullshit-o. Bushido.
That's gay Shido.
Hey guys, do you think a barometer proves the existence of gravity? Because I know a glober does.
Who's that?
Well, his name is Lukey Poole. He's in the YouTube chat, and he claims up and down, swears up and down, left, right, that a barometer proves the existence and performance of gravity on Earth.
Well, what the hell does he mean by gravity?
I don't know. He's too much of a pussy to come in and talk to us. So he says gravity is needed to overcome the strong pressure and difference and adhesive forces.
You know, I think we got to quit using the word pussy because those things are durable, really durable.
I know. It's just a term. It's a term that we all grew up hearing. You know what I mean? Those things are anything but the definition.
You know what I'm talking about? They're so furry and they're cute and they got like 9 lives and it's like no matter what you put them through, it's like, hey, little buddy, you still alive?
Oh, I wasn't talking about cats. Okay, so anyway,
Well, there are
the,
Faraday
the
keys.
barometer is just the barometer is just detecting an apparent change in pressure. It's not proving any gravity. They can assume all they want that it's caused by gravity, but that's not evidence of that.
And then there you have it. If you need anything further, Lukey Pool, let's you drop on in. A 273-mile long-distance photograph. And they mean to tell us that it's curving somewhere. Well before that. Like, so we've got the 273 line of sight long-distance photograph. They didn't take, that person wasn't like, I'm going to get a flat earth photo. They just wanted to see how long a picture they could take. Turns out it disproves the globe. But anyway, of that 273 miles.
When you accidentally disprove the globe and then you pay Guinness to come verify it.
For real. And Guinness was like, sure, dude, whatever. Fuck it. They don't even realize what they did. But yeah, you're right. What I'm saying is that 273 miles, we shouldn't be seeing 270 of those miles of the Earth. It's so their argument is so fucking dead.
Right. Well, it accidentally looked flat for all those miles. God Rockin', where you at? Is he here? There he is. God Rockin', you got a mic? No, we'll let him. Okay, continue Glatflow with not getting Lukey in here to give us. Did you use the bottle and the crayons? I handed you a bottle.
I saw the bottle and the fireworks. No, that was a firework.
Oh, that was a firework.
I was like, why am I going to use that?
Oh well, don't tell the guy.
I mean, I know where to put it, but
yeah, he'll get it. Yeah, the guy that just left will get excited about that. So
oh no,
he didn't see that. Yeah. Okay, next.
What if it's just the size of the black cats? How many do I use? Okay, all right, I'm stopping.
No, next. Yep.
Next. So, wait, what was I going to... Okay, so gravity, barometers. No.
Gosh. Well, that's the problem is that, yes, that would require...
One says no, the other one says yes. What's going on?
Okay, so that would require a flat stationary surface, though, so that doesn't change the fact that there's no outer space and no outer space balls. So sorry, Lukey, do you want to try to change your style a little bit?
No, he's dug in, for sure. The way he carries himself and swings his gut around in the chat, yeah, there's no way.
Somebody's looking for a boyfriend. He just left the room, Lukey.
Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But that was funny. But come on, let's move forward. Okay. Yeah, and there's no globe earthers around.
They don't exist anymore. Did you notice he wasn't one either? He turned into something else.
Which I guess I'm fine with, but yeah.
The skeptic's got his mic off. Watch out, hold on, Dennis.
Yeah, man, I was about to say, y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. Almost.
So close to it.
That's illegal.
All
it's illegal
to say. I was listening.
It's illegal to say the C word. The crazy word.
What is this?
It's not illegal to say the N word, but it is to say the crazy word.
Yeah.
It's also illegal to say the A word if you bring up animals. If someone's trying to justify being an animal, then you say animal. Now it's your fault and you're racist.
Listen, they were confusing what they're doing now with their furry part of their life. So it's
Oh man.
Well, I identify. Shout out to God Rockin'. I gotta say shout out to God Rockin' because I know he's not happy about that outcome. God Rockin' was thinking
why
that guy was not because God Rockin' was counting on that guy not being a complete tool bag. That's why.
Oh well, God Rockin'. I'm sorry.
Tool bag. That's racist. Tool bag.
In other words that we can't say. Welcome to the 24/7 Discord. We can't say words.
We can't use language. Thanks.
There's half of the English alphabet has now been removed or we'll get the channel shut down. So make sure that you know when not to talk and not to say certain words because they're all going to be trigger words.
I
Yeah,
can't even
doesn't
say.
gay just mean happy? So he's happy painting his toenails or whatever. Like, who
Well, sure,
cares?
yeah.
That's I don't know why it's okay for Hank to bring it up. Glad, would you like to explain why that's okay? Is there
I'm sorry.
special rules here?
Nothing.
Is there special
Nothing.
rules? Thanks. Special rules? Okay, I see how it is. That's fine. That's racist.
Special rules.
God Rockin' dude, if you're mad, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to interrupt.
What did you
I'm
do
actually
to God
no,
Rockin'?
I'm
What
glad.
did you
Listen,
do?
listen. Stop. I like it when Glat Flobe is the bad guy because you know that means shit is hit the fan. So I was the good guy. And Glat Flobe actually completely ended the conversation correctly. Because listen, that was an absolute insult to all of you. That meant that nothing. He didn't care about what we said. He didn't care about. We showed him facts. He was trying to give us the middle finger with a literal perversion version of showing that he's having a panic seizure attack. So I'm extremely glad for Glatflobe. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I what I do is I notice a bully or a cheap pile of garbage, and I try to get him out of the way as quickly as possible. And yeah,
Or also an offender.
definite offense happening.
We're all offenders, in a certain way. But I'm gonna send you a message, Gladflobe.
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm just like a DM, whatever. As far as that goes. So what else is going on tonight? We're seeking seekers, right? Isn't that what we're doing?
Well, we've had a lot of trolls. People that can't hold like 5th grade level conversation.
Helio, what color
Religious
are you painting your
fanatics.
nails tonight?
Say that again.
What color did you paint your nails tonight, Helio?
My fingernails. I don't paint my fingernails. I
So you paint your toenails.
I would hope he's not.
I could.
this.
If I felt like getting all wild and doing some gothic shit, if I was going to a concert, I might
He'd use
consider
veneers.
it. But
Yeah, but you wouldn't
for
paint
the
it,
most part, I don't really. When I go to a rock concert stuff, I'll just go as I am.
Okay.
Is Helio skeptic?
Hey, you know what's really cool is you know who Jeff Tate is?
Mm-mm.
Singer for Queensryche.
Now I do.
You know who he is, right?
I know Queensryche.
He's coming to town next month, and I'm a huge fan of Jeff Tate. As a matter of fact, one of the parodies that I did is a Jeff Tate song, right? As a matter of fact, I think I played it last night on the live stream. So yeah, I'm gonna go see Jeff Tate next month.
Get him on the
He's
live
coming to
stream.
town.
Okay. Open your phone up, throw
I
it
can't.
on stage.
I seriously
get him
doubt
in
I
here.
can get him in here. I'll try if I can.
That's so funny.
That'd be
Backstage.
funny.
No, seriously, a little backstage real quick. Hey, Jeff. Yeah, I don't interrupt. Just this is all my
I
flat
just
earth
want to hear
bros.
him. I just want to hear him sing "Jet City One."
I just have him say 24/7. Flat Earth Discord is the only place to talk about Earth.
Dude. When I go see him, I'm definitely going to try to meet him. Because he's one of my favorite singers. So anyway,
What I'm saying is embarrass yourself by making it about Flat Earth.
oh yeah,
Just
well
kidding.
definitely. I do that every time I go to a club or whatever or a concert. Yeah, I definitely embarrass myself. Oh, I'm not embarrassed. It's like everyone else should be embarrassed because they don't know that this thing is a thing.
Exactly.
They think the Earth is a globe. They shouldn't be embarrassed about that because they never experienced the Earth as a globe.
Well, it's popular.
It certainly is, isn't it?
So yeah, I don't know. That's about all I got. I think that's why the only reason people even fucking believe, say they believe it. They're like, well, everyone else is doing it. Listen, if everybody was jumping off a bridge,
Jump off. It's like, holy shit.
Man,
that'd
well,
be
that
really
was that
cool.
other guy's
Dude, that
excuse.
would be really cool. I mean, I'm gonna go watch Jeff Tate sing, but if I actually physically meet him, yeah, I'll probably bring up I may or may not bring
You
up flat
probably
Earth.
won't, and I wouldn't
probably
expect you
won't,
to.
but yeah, man, I freaking love Jeff Tate. He's
Gaflow
badass.
was everybody was. I mean, well, that's what the other guy said. Well, I mean, society's accepting it, so why not?
Exactly. Just bow
I think
down
there's
to
a better
the
chance.
King
There's a
Baphomet.
better chance at this club for meeting Jeff Tate than it was like when I was going to see Soundgarden for the first time 2 weeks before. Guess what happened?
Lead singer died.
He just died. No,
Well,
you know how they say he died.
I don't. How did that man
They
die?
said he died by hanging himself.
That's hard to do and get right the first time. But what do I know?
No, it's Chris Cornell. You know who he is.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Cornell.
It's not his real name, but
would have it would have been gun to the head. Okay, he's sexy. He's a sexy man, and the hanging thing is not sexy. So he would have done a sexy outro, and he didn't. Okay. He's on the island.
Okay. So he's on Tupac Island.
Yes, not Epstein Island. He's on Tupac
Yeah,
Island.
so it's not a full house anymore. I'm getting Dad's room.
Oh my goodness. But anyway, yeah, I was so disappointed. It was just like 2 weeks before I was going to see Soundgarden live for the first time in my life. And I was like, too bad for you. You can't see Soundgarden ever.
Yeah, nobody sings like him anymore. They're all dead. Sorry, too soon. But
No,
that
was a couple years ago. That was a couple years ago. It's not too soon, Hank. Yeah. Nobody's.
Yeah, when I leave,
exactly,
you guys better make jokes and crack jokes on my ass.
Oh, dude, you're referring to one of the Soundgarden songs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too soon. No. Badass. I was just like, oh, thank God I'm going to see Soundgarden live as a band. And then 2 weeks before I actually get to go to the concert where I'm going to see him. And, that should happen.
Yeah, apparently him and the other guy from Lincoln Park, Chester Pennington, I think.
Yeah, Chester.
They were
Bennington.
Bennington.
Starts
Sorry.
with a B. Yeah,
Sorry.
Bennington. Yeah.
Sorry about that, buddy.
It was really close.
They
They both just that was.
You will apologize to me though.
I do apologize for being incorrect.
You're fine. I'm going to go on mute for a sec. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so they were funding this. They were supporting this documentary about sex trafficking, and I can't say that's why they're dead, but that's one of those things where it's like Epstein. Yeah, Epstein didn't die in prison. He didn't die, period. I don't think. But that's just my belief. I don't know if that's true or not because I wasn't there. But I do know that the guards were like doing research on like brand new motorcycles and buying a house. And, apparently they were thinking they're going to win the lottery or something. And apparently that caused them to fall asleep because they were so tired after researching new motorcycles and jet skis and stuff like that. So. Interesting.
Yeah, it's freaking crazy, bro.
So,
and remember
that
that girl the girl that went missing, Bernays, the little girl like back in the 90s,
like Edward Bernays.
Is she related to Edward? Is she related to Edward Bernays?
So it was the little blonde girl that went missing, and apparently the Epstein family, they were like friends. There's pictures of them together.
And Bernays is a very rare name. I mean, maybe
I was going to say,
she was.
Maybe it's a different name for the little girl that went missing. I can't remember.
Well, now we've lost the plot completely.
Yeah, I've lost the plot. I'm not doing names.
It's all right, dude. I'm just fucking with you.
No, as far as the Hollywood plot or whatever, all of these, these deaths, it's like, and with like Chris Cornell, supposedly hung himself, and there were images that they did, previous to that, in Soundgarden, clips where they're just like, and he had a rope around his neck, and some previous images like from in the 90s and shit. And then he actually died by hanging himself. But they, in the 90s, they did some images with a rope around his neck. And his name's not Chris Cornell. So it was like, oh, coincidence.
They
I
lied to
mean,
you?
that's his stage name. Chris Cornell is his stage name. That's not his real name.
Is Anthony Weiner his stage name? Because that's what he went to prison for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, well, Anthony Weiner's not Anthony Weiner. No, of course not. That dude, I mean, it's all of this stuff. I mean, these people that are public, that way are they choose to change their name and be a public figure that way. But
What
it's
about
not
like
their
that
real
General
name.
Petraeus? What did he do?
Betray us. No, they would never do that. No.
He would never betray us? That's good. What
Well,
about
that's all good
Madoff?
and everything.
Did he like
What
Madoff
color
with
shirt are
everybody's
you
money?
wearing
Yeah,
tonight,
Madoff. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. See, it's play on words, and it's like, oh, well, no, you guys are conspirators, you dumbasses. Why don't you just believe the general narrative? You're a freak if you don't believe the general narrative. They would never lie. Why would they lie?
So it was Christopher John Boyle. But yeah, the first song was Like Suicide, 1994. I believe it was the last song on the Super Unknown. Of course, the
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
and then
If
2
you look
years
at what's
later,
going on with
1996.
Yeah,
2
you're a
years later,
fan of Soundgarden too, right? Yeah, I
So
already
2
know.
years later, in 1996, Helio, when they came out with what album? Down on the Upside. The song
Down on
there
the
was
Upside,
what?
yep.
Pretty Noose. The song was Pretty Noose. So 2 years apart, 1994, 1996. Yes, and I was 12 years old and I first heard Chris Cornell, and it changed my life.
Yeah, Pretty Noose is one of the songs on that album. Yes, of course.
Pretty Noose, and both those albums. And honestly, three albums. I don't know if it was Bad Motorfinger, but there's 3 or 4 albums that Chris Cornell wrote, and they're not just a couple of good songs. There's like dozens of good songs. They're unbelievable.
Oh yeah, but Chris Cornell's one of the greatest of ever.
Can I give you my opinion on Pretty Noose?
But he, all right, what? Give us
Real
your
quick,
opinion
just
on
real
Pretty
quick,
Noose.
the Pretty Noose thing. So he got offered. They say, listen, this is a gorgeous deal. It's very pretty gorgeous deal, but it's attached to, at the end of it, at the end of all of this ride and adventure, a noose.
Is a noose.
Pretty noose that we're offering you. What do you
And
think?
guess how Chris died?
No idea,
Ooh.
Helio. Absolutely no idea.
Well, I don't know how he
In a
died,
train wreck,
but
it was weird. Anyway.
it was in a
I
train
think it was
wreck.
a
Or
plane
no,
crash.
that was a fucking limo wreck. That's
No.
how he died. He was in a limo
it was a
wreck.
glider crash. He
No,
crashed. He was in a personal glider.
He accidentally flew a plane into a building that was falling on a train that flew into a limo that was actually exploding and fell into a river at the same time. That's what I heard. Yeah.
That's what I heard too.
But the guys with the box
Dude, I
cutters,
was
did they
going
take
through
the
some
gold off all the
Soundgarden shit
buildings
the other
too?
night. Limo Wreck is one of my favorite songs. And the wreck of you is the death of you all.
There is no close second to a singer in rock. I'm sorry. There's no close second. No, all
yeah,
those other
Chris Cornell is
singers
the-
that you talk about suck, Helio. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, him and Dio are like, they're my favorites. As far as like just energy and everything, I still love Ozzy though too. Ozzy is like, as far as creativity goes, Ozzy is pretty badass.
Well, here's the deal.
Chris Cornell
Soundgarden
and Ronnie James Dio are the top of the list on my.
Okay, here's the deal. Soundgarden made the other Seattle bands look like dog shit. Period.
Yeah. You already know. But that's really cool that you brought up, that Pretty Noose. I forgot about the Pretty Noose song. And so how did he die? With the Pretty Noose. I mean, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Here's the deal. Okay, there's a twist to the story, Helio and Glatt. Ready? If he had,
Yeah,
I think
I'm
he's
ready.
dead. I think they killed. Okay, I think they killed him. But if he had not died, he would be selling out right now for this latest hoax, and that would hurt me much more. Thanks.
Heck, that could be the case. I mean, maybe that's why they got rid of him. I mean, he sold
they
out.
got James. Didn't they get James Hetfield recently and Max Cavalera to advocate for this latest joke? That's disgusting. I will never listen to Sepultura or Metallica.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Metallica's they're like doing bonuses, on Facebook. It's like join this. Metallica has a Facebook group
Don't say
account. No, I'm just saying. What they're saying is they're going to give away a Mercedes that's a black Mercedes for the Black Album or whatever. Dude, I know a lot of people here don't use Facebook, but this is what Metallica's doing on Facebook. It's like they're giving away a black Mercedes for the Black Album. And you just join to enter the contest, and hopefully you'll get your black Mercedes from Metallica.
Okay,
Laugh
right
it up.
now I'm making the face with no expression at all. My mouth is completely
Laugh
flat
it up,
and my
fuzzball.
eyes are just completely dead, staring out into oblivion. I have no expression on my face right now.
That's what's happening on Facebook. Metallica's giving away a Mercedes.
Yeah, and if you have Facebook, please find help soon. Thanks.
Metallica says Napster bad. Napster bad.
Beer good. Yeah, I remember that YouTube thing from like 1999 or. Remember, okay, let's just go into the next joke. Kent Hovind is just like Metallica because old Kent Hovind's great, just like new Metallica sucks. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I mean, I used to love watching Kent Hovind stuff. We'd like debate 3 PhDs at a time, and like I got
And now
this.
he hides from you, and now he is scared to death from yours truly. I mean, what happened to this guy?
Yeah, dude. I mean, he goes live, and then we go into his text chat, and they ban us. Just like, oh god, dang it.
Hi Kent. I spoke to your son Eric in 2014 when you were locked up in prison. We were advocating for you, and and then I spoke to you in 2016 after you got out of prison. And for some reason, you're not answering my messages, Kent. Is there any particular reason? Just call me back when you get a chance. Thanks. Your favorite XO. Have a good one.
So 3 PhDs talking about evolution, no problem. Talking to like a retarded flat earther, can't handle it. It's too much.
No, not just any flat earther. We're talking about me. I sent him a video saying, Kent, we need to talk about this. And he banned me, blocked me, and he's scared to death. That's what's.
And you're not the only one. You're not the only flat earther that has contacted him.
I got a plan. We're gonna go to Dinosaur Adventureland. Helio obviously is gonna go with us. Glatflobe, you're obviously gonna have.
Oh, we're gonna do it in Florida. I love go. I've been to Florida before.
No, not Florida. He doesn't live in Florida anymore. He lives in Alabama.
But Dinosaur Adventureland is in Florida.
It's in Alabama now. It's all in Alabama.
Really?
Yes.
They moved it?
Yes, Alabama. Yes, he moved everything. We went in prison for 9 years. It wasn't that difficult.
Okay,
we went to prison for 8 years, right? So he's in Lenox, Alabama now. We're gonna all go there of a team of us. We're gonna pretend we're not who we are. We're gonna say, listen, I want to get baptized. Listen. Get baptized. I'll get baptized. I'll be the guy. We're gonna go get baptized. They're gonna film it, make a big deal about it.
No, we're not
gonna. My head.
Dude.
Watch. No, listen. Yes, we are. You coward. Gosh darn it. You listen to me. I'm in charge of this mission, and you're gonna like it, whether you like it or not. Now listen. Here's the deal. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna get baptized with Ken Hovind. We're just gonna go along with whatever tomfoolery bullshit he does. Right? We're gonna do it. And as I'm coming out of the water after the baptism, I'm gonna say, Kent, that was really awesome. Would you like to talk about this water now a little deeper? Oh, yeah, it's happening on camera. We're going to go.
Is it
Watch me.
like on? Where's this? I didn't know they moved Dinosaur
Oh yeah,
Adventureland.
Lennox. They moved the whole. They moved the
So is
dinosaurs
it
and
on a
everything.
barrier
Yeah.
island? Did they, or is it like somewhere? I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look
Boy.
into it, or send me some
I'ma
links,
get
and
you,
I'll
boy.
check it out. I'll check it
Lennox,
out.
yeah, just type in Ken Hovind official right now, and you'll see some chicken scratch BS about whatever. Oh yeah, we're moving like the drone here. Now we just need a new
I just
Kawasaki.
stopped paying attention after after he got on. He's like,
We're looking for a mechanic
doing
that can
live
fit.
streams, and
Listen,
he
shut up.
won't even acknowledge
Let me
what we're
explain. Right,
saying.
we're looking for a mechanic that can fix four-wheelers. If you know anybody, just send them down here to Lenox, Alabama. We'll give you a free stay. Oh, we're selling our RV. Like, that's all he does now is talk about things he's selling and buying, and then does a 30-minute video about evolution that repeats the same bullshit he's been saying for 30 years, and that's it.
Man, that's really sad. It's really sad.
There used to be an ice canopy, but it melted away, see?
Yeah, there was an ice meteorite, and it was very large, and all the ice melted, and that's how the flood happened.
I'd like to hear his opinion about the new movie Don't Look Up.
It's not a flat earther, is
Well,
it?
I was
Hang
a
up the
science
call.
teacher
Hang
for
up the call.
14 years, and I would tell you never look up because you need to watch where you're going. You see.
Yeah, this is not my wife. It's just a picture of her. I have 3 kids, one of each. And we moved to Lenox, Alabama, approximately 8 years ago, as soon as I got out of prison. And now I hide from flat earthers and only speak to evolutionists. Yeah.
That's pretty sad.
Maybe evolution is real. Flat Earth turned me into a chicken. What can I say?
Turn me into a chicken. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm coming for you, Kent. You can't escape me. You did.
See, I used to have so much respect for Kent Hovind. I mean,
That's fine.
when you
go ahead,
guys
Hank.
listen
Go
to
ahead.
me debate, yeah, I emulated his debating tactics when I was debating evolutionists back in like 2011, 2012. So, I used to have so much respect for the guy, but I guess, prison really takes it out of a man.
No,
apparently.
it wasn't prison. There must be something else. There must be something else. He was let out of prison to do what he's doing, because he's doing live streams now, and he completely ignores all of his fans that are flat earthers. He just won't talk about it at all.
Well, Kent, you started this, bucko. Why is Venus spin backwards, violating the law of conservation of angular momentum? Well, you can't be asking questions about space. The science is settled on that. There's absolutely no science involved, but it's settled.
Hold on. Okay, so let me just explain something real quick. So again, here's Kent Hovind's explanation about the moon landing, because he can't be completely retarded. So he admits the moon landing was fake and says, but they went and they had to fake it. Even though they went, they can't show the real footage. So yes, he's.
Well, I mean, and when we try to talk to him about it, he won't even talk about it. So it's like, it's like, hey, guess what?
Right? Do you really?
Well, then you've lost respect. I mean, even though we've respected you before, now we don't respect you because you don't even talk about it.
I'm serious. This is the only time I'm serious about any flat Earth expedition, because none of you ass clowns are ever going to Antarctica. If you want, we can go to Dinosaur Adventureland and we can take over that place, but you're not going anywhere else. That's the reality. I'm sorry, flat Earth. So you can either.
No, you're exactly right. That's why we're going to take the piss out of him, because he won't even answer a single question from a flat earther.
So listen, once we invade the Dinosaur Adventureland and he's baptizing me and we're on his property in the water, he's completely screwed and he cannot run away. He'll have to call the sheriffs to remove us. Literally, it's going to be absolutely hilarious.
I mean, it could be a fun time, but you know what? I mean, all of his previous, hold on, all of his previous films about, just debunking evolution, all the history of Earth and all that kind of shit. What do you think the benefit would be if all of us just like cornered him? And say, I'm going to be baptizing your new Dinosaur Adventureland. Come on, man.
I would like to
No.
give the opinion of the flat earther that has never listened to a Kent Hovind program, right? Like, because I don't even listen to him, I can't even be bothered, so I think we're not going to get anything if we go after him.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly, Bong. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. EXO right now about that. I mean, it's like, yes, I really want Kent. I don't really give a shit what Kent thinks, about the globe, because I've
I don't
already
either.
heard. I've already
Who
heard
cares?
hours and hours.
Okay.
We already
Stop.
know what
Okay.
he says and
Okay.
how he debates and
Oh my
all that kind
gosh,
of
bro. Okay, can I
shit.
just please? Okay. So real quick, there's also another problem is that he's still using outdated tactics and information when it comes to evolution. He's not even on the up and up. I mean, he's lacking big time, and I can help him with that
Sure,
as well.
yeah,
There's all
yeah.
kinds of problems.
We know that. We know that. But if
I
Well,
we
I'm glad
just
that
go
you guys figured it
to
out.
his new
Wait.
dinosaur
Oh
Adventureland,
my
and
gosh.
he's like, we're gonna grab a crew and go
Can I
over
please?
there into Georgia and
Okay.
fucking.
Can I
Go
please
ahead.
pretend this is an intelligent conversation and just continue to make points? Okay. So I'm glad that you guys figured it out, Kent. I mean, excuse me, Helio. You could have let me know that you guys already figured it out, that he was lacking in the evolution expertise that he continues to get credit for, as hundreds and thousands of Christians are still very confused and still teaching adaptation. And
He's
Indian
stuck.
philosophy
He's
is no such
stuck. He's stuck already in where he is. There's and I would like to think that Kent could be open minded, but I don't think he is.
Stop, because they're globers. Like, I'm trying to say that any Christian who thinks the earth is a ball should be treated like a glober, like an ignorant person that doesn't really believe the book that they read. You know what I mean? Like, you know, what do you guys think? Is that too extreme?
Well, I mean, here's what EXO is proposing, that we all just like find a way to go over there physically and just like
His ass.
freaking go over there and physically invade Dinosaur Adventureland.
But that's the thing, is that he's
As much as that would be fun as fuck, I just don't think that's possible.
People right now, Science in Mysterious Ways is in the chat going, this is the best channel on the plane of existence, and you're welcome, Science Works in Mysterious Ways, and KJ for holding it down out there in the chat. Yes, this is the best channel on the plane of existence, but one thing is for sure, I'm not joking. What I'm saying, though, is that he wants people to show up, and if you work on stuff and do projects, you're allowed free room and board. It's not like we're invading. He's gonna invite us in. It just so happens that we're gonna bring up a little topic once we get in.
Once one of those topics that he doesn't ever want to address. Yeah, of course.
That's just empowering him in my.
No. I mean, so you're gonna deceive him, for
Nope.
the.
You just gotta keep your mouth shut and follow my lead, and don't ruin it.
All right. Well, I mean, I might. I mean,
you can finally blame me, Helio. You can finally, if anything goes wrong, it's the EXO's fault. But trust me, it's gonna be a party the whole time.
Dude, I bet. I mean, I would love to go through Dinosaur Adventureland. That would be fucking I would love that shit.
I could just see up next, Dr. Dino's in the news again, but not for what you think. Apparently, some flat earthers have infiltrated his little compound there and challenged him to a debate, and he tucked tail and had them kicked out immediately. It turns out he's part chicken, so evolution. Sorry, Dr.
Part chicken.
No. Listen, the problem is you're still thinking like normie flat earthers. So there's another level to this. Okay?
So let's set up an event where we can go to Dinosaur Adventureland, and we can actually raise money to go down there and actually meet Ken Hovind. He's going to give us give us a tour through Dinosaur Adventureland.
Helio, So let me explain, since I'm leading the expedition, okay?
All right,
Okay,
cool,
so what's
cool,
going to
cool.
happen is that it's going to be very cordial and nice. We're not going to be idiots and just say flat Earth. Okay, that's what idiots do. You don't just go to someone's house and start bringing it up. You let the conversation grow organically and first show him his mistakes in evolution and go, do you know what? This is actually this, and I actually know about adaptation. And by the way, you understand that outer space is fake and this is deceiving millions of people. You believe in this antichrist.
But no, no, no,
don't
no.
have to say,
That's
don't
not
say
the
the
way
F
it would.
word. Don't stop. You got to trust me because I'm leading the expedition. So it's my neck on the line. It's going to be my ass. So that's why you got to trust me.
Right. But you're going to invite me and you're going to pay for the entire thing because I don't have any money.
Oh, of course. I mean, I have no choice. Yeah. All I got to do is put a beer in front of your fucking. Excuse me. And basically, so what's
yeah, I
gonna
mean,
happen is-
definitely beer should be involved, but
I mean,
whatever.
obviously it has to be, right? I have no choice, right? If you're going to be there.
And cannabis and weed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, other people have
cannabis.
would be for people. So, how are you? Like, Kent Hovind himself is going to give you a tour of Dinosaur Adventureland.
I'm going to get baptized there. Remember, he offers baptisms. You understand how hilarious that is? I'm going to be in the water. I'm going to be swinging. I'm going to be swimming around his lake, going, Kent, come on in. I got to talk to you about this water.
It's warm and flat and level.
It's
flat. Kent, have you ever noticed that when you're at the beach like this, that the water just kind of goes out perfectly flat as far as the eye can see? Man.
Get baptized.
Doesn't matter if it's in Georgia or in Florida.
Yeah, I'm the one who has to,
you have
one who has to strip down his swimming trunks.
You
I'm
have
the
the
one who has to
Atlantic
actually go out
Ocean
there and
right
get in the water.
outside everywhere.
It's not going to be a stunt. It's going to be an operation.
All right. So if you're going to be baptized, should it be in salt water or fresh water?
Well, it's going to be fresh
Bendy
water,
water?
but we'll see how far. Again, I don't have to plan these things. The Holy Spirit just leads you. I mean, this is so easy. You don't have to plan anything. We just show up and do it. I don't even try.
I mean, we don't even know Kent. Do we know? Do you guys know him? Like, know him? Like,
No, I've never talked to him. I've tried to talk to him, but he hasn't talked to me.
I've talked to his as well. I've met his son Eric online. Had a nice conversation before he was even out of jail. I've been talking.
Eric's
to him for a while.
cooler than Kent.
He is.
Yeah.
Eric is more laid back. He is.
Flat Earther? Is Eric a flat Earther? Or?
No.
No.
Oh, yeah. We should flat smack him.
Well, yeah. After
good fucking luck.
No, he can flat smack his dad.
Here's the deal, guys. You have to let a knowledgeable Bible person lead this, or else it's not going to work. Because we have to get him to admit that he's going to hide from the Bible. What you got to do, trust me.
Yeah, I mean, Eric's actually. I mean, Kent does a lot of live streams. Like he does one at least every week. It's really more of a Bible study kind of thing that he's doing right now. He doesn't really do what he used to do.
Does he know that the globe Earth model comes from the Catholic Church? The people that does he know that?
I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that he knows that he doesn't talk about, and that's why me and XO are like saying, hey, bro, you know a lot more than you're saying. That's why we're calling his ass out. Because out of all the debate that he did and the presentations and everything that he did in the past, he knows this is not hard to figure out. All of us. I mean, if we can figure this out, and everything that he said, we learned from him. Now he doesn't want to talk about it. I mean, it's insane.
That's why you guys can't be bringing up the F word and ruining this. Just let me handle it.
What?
No, I mean, I don't have to let you do anything. But yeah, I'm sorry about the F word, whatever. But yeah, I mean, this is what's crazy about what he says. What he exposed to us and taught us about these teachings and how he came across these things and actually put himself out there, debated evolutionists for several years, and we listened to what he said, and then when we try to actually contact him, he's like, "No, I don't want to talk about that. I just want to do Bible teachings, and I don't know what I'm not gonna. I don't want to talk about, Earth and."
No. That's not how it went, Helio. He actually slandered the topic, slandered people speaking to him, and then mocked.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right.
Right. Listen,
yeah,
now
it's
here's one thing he
embarrassing.
said.
He should be
Right.
embarrassed about that.
Watch this. Now, here's the problem, guys. So just hear me out, okay? And they're talking about this in the chat as well with KJ and Science Works in Mysterious Ways. No, this is going to be something that you're going to have to let a professional do this. So again, excuse me, but I'm going to have to take charge. So what's going to happen is he's going to have to be faced with the biblical truth too. He's the one claiming he believes the Bible is the inherent word of God, and biblical verses that he's never been approached with are going to be brought to his attention. That's the point. He hasn't had this problem before. He's unfortunately we are the first generation, as Red Pill Matrix will tell you. The burden of the information has been on our shoulders for the past 7 years. So again, this is a very fresh approach. The problem was in 2016 when this happened. He got out of prison. I heard this conversation. This debate was taken down, so you can find it. But he was cornered with one of the things in Hebrew, and he literally says, "I don't care what the Hebrew says." So he got cornered and literally almost blasphemed the word of God already once. So again, I'm not expecting to change his mind. I'm there to create controversy and allow the Holy Spirit to show people what truth is. It's not about me. It's not about Ken Hovind. It's about the event and unraveling. There's going to be cameras rolling. He videotapes a lot of the interviews. He lets people come into the actual Adventureland office and sit with him and talk about stuff. I don't have to plan it. It just is going to be an organic experience. What I'm saying, though, is that you don't have to bring up buzzwords. It will develop on its own. You just have to let the conversation happen. Very simple.
Yeah, well, you probably don't want.
When have I been? When have I led you wrong? When have I been wrong about any of this?
No, I think you're right. I mean, I didn't even know that Dinosaur Adventureland moved to Georgia or wherever.
Alabama. Just
Alabama. I mean,
Sweet home Alabama.
all these barrier islands. Wherever they bought property. I know Eric has been taking care of shit when he was in prison. All that kind of stuff. And Eric actually does a really good job, holding it
Hold
down.
on. Remember this, though. The land was donated. He didn't have to buy it.
Well, I mean, in my opinion,
Yes,
I think
he's
he was in prison. He was imprisoned
8 years.
unjustly, but
he was. Okay, so listen. He's a freeloader, though. It was all donated to him. So let's not make any crows about this. He didn't pay for that land. He lost all his stuff and then was given. Again, if you're a Christian, if you understand God, you understand the Bible, you're given these things anyway, so he shouldn't be taking credit, and he does a decent job. I'm not going to talk about his problems. We all have problems. We all have our issues. We all fall short.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, though, is that if he's going to talk the talk and he says he believes the word of God, I'm going to put his test.
Well, and you've already tried, in his live streams after he got out.
Yeah,
right?
you can't run.
I've been there too. He won't even respond to anything that I say.
That's the point. Yeah, try running from me when I'm in your swimming pool. Thanks.
My bad.
I'll be like Jaws out there. Dun 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 dun. Come on, Ken. Come in the water. Dun 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 dun. I'll be a great white shark in a swimming pool.
Yeah, I mean, I was a huge fan of what he was doing, and when he came out of prison and started doing live streams, he wasn't doing the same thing anymore. It's like, hey, and I was like, Flat Earth, what do you think about this? And then he talked to Jaron. He actually just for a short time, he talked to Jaron about Flat Earth, but that's not the whole picture, of it. And I think Kent can see the whole picture, and I think he's either embarrassed by being in prison, or I don't know who he's talking to about what is actually happening. This shit is happening fast.
He is very prideful. He's a very prideful man. Let's not beat around.
Oh, he's a very, and not to mention, well, not to mention, he's a public speaker, does very well. You know, presenter, public speaker. He's very good at that.
Yeah, well, there's a new sheriff in town. Okay, it's real simple. All right, like David. Yeah, he had to fight Goliath. No preparation needed. You're just gonna go there to the battlefield and strike Goliath right between the eyes. It's that simple. Boink. Lights out. Exodus 24.
Boink.
Peter 3,
What
Genesis
the
1.
boink would be the sling.
The
Ding!
Genesis,
David just freaking swung the sling.
The boink is Genesis, Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Psalms, Revelation. Jesus talking about right. That's what's going to get him. That's what. Don't hide from the Bible now. Can't you running away? Don't run from me, boy.
Yeah, see, that's why I was just like when I started in his live chat after he got out of prison. And I was in his live chat. I was just like, bro, come and talk to us about flat Earth. And he's like, flat Earther, the Earth is obviously not flat because we have everything this way and this way. That he didn't have any real reasons that the Earth cannot be flat. And so, Kent,
about water.
It's. I mean, it's a gross. It's listen. Right. You know what the word "gross" means? Gross,
like a large.
Yeah, it's exaggerated, right?
Right.
So what he would when I talk to people, in chat, like someone like Kent Hovind, when I'm trying to lead him into, it's like, hey, Kent, come over here and talk to us about the flat Earth. They have a gross misunderstanding of what the implication is, right? It's the implications are completely ridiculous. Someone that is so religious in a certain way. Now, you and Kent are Christians, right? So with this gross implication of shape of Earth, you guys have a very dichotomous misunderstanding.
Right, but remember this also, when I talk to him, I'm not going to be talking about obviously what's in our back pocket. That's, of course, the last thing we're going to get to. And in fact, I'm never going to mention it. He is going to say it first. He's eventually going to get triggered about something getting close to the topic, and he's going to start to get nervous. He's going to say it, just like I've done to hundreds of other people.
Yeah, me
when
too.
I talked about,
me too.
right? So here's the deal. So listen, I'm also a photographer. I have a lot of shots, a lot of photos, a lot of videos that have to do with other things besides that. But of course, it's going to get there, right? So I have shots of the Grand Canyon, from 37,000 feet. He's never seen that. Nobody has. I can't even find any, right? So I have a 5-minute video of the Grand Canyon, which is, of course, the Judgment Scar, which is relevant to, of course, a ministry that's talking about the Bible. If you're talking about Noah's flood, Science Works in Mysterious Ways in chat knows what I'm talking about. This is not just about one thing. This is a conglomeration, a buildup of several years of information.
Isn't gross blank?
I don't know. I'm just talking about the fact.
Yeah,
that
gross is blank. Gross is blank.
This isn't okay. So watch this. This isn't about one topic. But when I'm in that water, and if let's just say hypothetical that's just an idea, right? That if I got baptized there, and if I stood in that water and I'd say, Kent, are you ready to get baptized now? You see, this isn't about me. This is about the Bible, and I'm going to hold that word up and say a lot of people don't like what this says, and I can scare atheists away, and for some reason now I can scare Christians away. Because again, Exodus 24.
Who wants to scare anyone? I mean, are you freaking Dracula or something? Or are you trying to scare
I'm not
somebody?
He's not scared of me. That's the point. He's not going to be scared of me. Well, kind of. He's going to be scared of that book.
He's scared of us, bro. Every time we go into his live stream, he's fucking scared of the flat earther.
Right. Bro. So again, it's out of the server. It's like the server's inside out, right? When you're outside of the server, things are handled differently. This isn't, what brought you to the server? This is different. It's, hey, I came here to talk to you, man. I've been listening to you for a long time. I talked to your son several years ago before you were even let out. I called the prisons to see how you were doing, to advocate for your false imprisonment. That's how the conversation starts, Dennis. It's, again, not about the F word. It's about the truth. It's about other things. It's about the Bible. It's about, are you ready to put your money where your mouth is? Hey, I'm also a guitar player. Hey, let me show you something here. I'm a musician. I'm this. There's other things. We can talk about this. Hey, I know a friend. He's got this. Oh, you got something broken. Know a guy that can fix this. Oh, I even know a carpenter. His name's Dennis.
You know what? Another F word that they have. They're fighting with that Kentucky thing that's going on. You know what's happening in Kentucky? You already know. This is, sort of desperation, but whatever. What's happening with, Kent and what's happening with AIG? You already know this shit? Come on, man.
Well, give us a synopsis. No, I don't know what Kent's issues with AIG is. No, for all this.
Well, they built Noah's Ark in Kentucky.
Oh yeah, answers in Genesis. Yes. Yep.
All right, cool. Continue.
Oh, I'll smash them too. They'll be the next group I go to and go, hey, you ready to actually put your money where your mouth is, noobs? That's what I do. I'm going to take on these giant Christian groups, and I'm going to say either you are going to accept the word of God or admit you're scared to death of it. Stop preaching the Bible if you can't actually accept it. Stop claiming that you believe the word if you run from us when we try to show it to you. And I'm going to be the advocate. It's that simple, bro. I don't have to plan it. We're just going to do it. Done. Next.
I'm trying to make it easy for you, but I'm trying to make it hard for them.
Listen, bro, there's no challenge to the truth. Do you think David was worried when he went up against Goliath? Do you think, oh my gosh, I don't know what's going to happen? No, that's not how this works. But you go out there and you slay the giant. It's over. That's why it's such a great thing to, of course, go up against a large group like that. That's, of course, has millions of followers and money and all this crap. I don't give a shit about any of that. I'm gonna go there with a freaking lunch sack and a Bible and crush all of it. It's that easy, bro. Why don't you read the Bible? That's how this works, bro. It's a different level.
Yeah, it is easy. That's why I just said. That's the reason I said it that way.
Right? It's going to be easy, bro. That's the thing, is that they'll never expect it anyway. And I don't care if they're even warned about it, because I'm still going to show up at their front door and knock on it.
Major love for anyone that is involved in any part of this conversation. Now, if you want to talk about flat Earth as if the Earth is flat, let's move forward. But if anyone is involved with, these different organizations of Christian, things like we have, in Kentucky they have these. It's like this is a representation of Noah's Ark, and I mean these are mysteries, or these are physical representations of what might exist if your stories might be real, and it's a slow slime weird idea.
Arkansas Mormons. That's what they are.
Arkansas Mormons. Oh, that's pretty hot. I like that.
All right.
What do you mean by Arkansas Mormons? That one's pretty cool.
Well, I just mean the organized religion that controls everyone in Arkansas.
Well,
okay, can you calm down for a second, Helio?
I'm just kidding.
Can you calm down? Now, have you heard my infiltration plans, Godrockin?
No, I haven't, but it sounds interesting. Let's hear it. Who are we infiltrating?
Well, I'm gonna go to Alabama and knock on Ken Hovind's door and bust his ass down and tell him that he's gonna listen to the Bible. He's gonna admit that he's not gonna believe it. Either can stop preaching the Bible,
and by the way, there are no, as far as I know, there are no Arkansas Mormons.
That's a tough.
Oh my gosh!
They're fucking everywhere.
There are some.
They're
There
everywhere.
may be some, but not. I'm not. I'm not familiar with them.
Probably your next door neighbors, and you don't even know it.
Well, they could be, but they're not next door to me. Next door to me, I don't know any Mormons in my area.
Well, just beware. Be advised. They're everywhere.
No, I actually wouldn't. I would actually buy. I'll buy some fucking tomatoes from them, and they'll probably fucking have
Be
some good
delicious.
tomatoes. You know?
Yeah. So Ken Hovind, that's a tough egg to crack, XO. There, boy. That's really a tough egg there to crack. That dude is complete zealot.
All right, cool. So,
Isn't he?
Me and XO were talking about Ken Hovind. You were about to say something about
Here's the
it.
deal.
Go
So
ahead.
let me just on a serious note, and I'm glad
Okay.
science works in mysterious ways. Now gets so listen to this. Just give me a second, Helio. Let me explain this. So just as a synopsis, if a few of us went there, again, he offers people to go there, to help him out with things, building free room and board, even teaching music lessons, photography, plants, animals, husbandry, things like that. Right? It's very simple. It's called
Husbandry.
Dinosaur.
Oh my God. What you gonna do? Take your
Right.
wife and give you an example?
It's a nice joke.
Husbandry
So,
is
Dennis, can you
exactly
stop
what I was
interrupting?
just describing. Go ahead.
Can you please?
Yep.
Really? Okay. So obviously that's a nice joke. Yes, we know husbandry means that you're raising plants and animals. That's what Noah and people of the Bible practice. So the point is, he makes claims that he believes the Bible is the inherent word of God, but we know that he avoids half of it, God rockin', because he's scared to the death of this topic. The good news is, I can bring this topic right into his heart, right into his home, invited by without even mentioning it. He wants to baptize people. I'll get baptized. And if he wants to dunk my head in the water as I come up, I'm going to now turn around and say, now, are you ready to get baptized, Ken Hovind? It's that simple, God rockin'. You see? And if you think that there's somebody, right. And
Oh
if you
man,
think there's
this would be.
somebody, hold on. Just I know he's getting excited right now, God Rocket. He's getting excited because he knows this could happen because he knows who I am. And if you think there's somebody more qualified than me, let me know and I'll just give them my information and they can do it. But until then, I'm gonna do it, and there's nothing to worry about because it's a very organic thing.
Isn't he already baptized though?
That's you're missing the point.
In his mind.
No, that's not what this is about. This is about accepting the Bible. When I hold up that word of God, I'm going to say, Kent, are you afraid of what this says? Are you ready to understand what Exodus 24, 2 Peter 3, and Genesis 1 says? Are you ready to listen to this, or are you going to hide from it? Because clearly we don't live on a cartoon outer space ball. And that's what this is about. I don't have to say the F word, God rockin'. I don't have to say flat earth. I can say, I believe the Bible. No, I'm not a flat earther, Ken. We can talk about that. Yeah, that's the point. Like, it's not about this cookie cutter way of, witnessing this flat earth topic. That's not what it's about. It's about another way of doing this. It's another level of understanding. The point is, he is scared to death of this topic, God rockin'.
You know what's really scary about what I followed Kent for a long time, and what's really scary about it to me is that when I try to contact him or even be active in his live streams, he won't acknowledge anything that I say, which it's like Bible studies. It's like let's do Bible study. No, but as far as flat Earth is really hot. It's really hot top. He doesn't want to really hit flat Earth, but this is a really strong thing. And so is the religion too. It's like all of it is connected, right? But I think he actually knows that our discussion about flat Earth is at least important. But
God rockin'. Okay, I'm talking to God rockin' real quick, Dennis. Hold on now. God rockin', I'm assuming that you didn't like the way that last conversation with the young guy that was in here talking to us for a full hour and a half ended. Did you know how that ended? Did you hear that?
No, I had to take off for a minute real quick, but you can fill me in, please.
Gosh.
My son called and he had a little emergency. I had to go help him. So.
Okay, well, where's Glatphobe? Wow, bro. Yeah. We obviously crushed his soul, and he started to get really worried, and eventually said, "Okay, well, I gotta go." And then his final question, God Rockin', was, "What color do you guys think I should paint my nails?"
Oh my God.
No, that's ridiculous. But as far as
This is a guy that didn't
hold
like women.
on.
Didn't
Yes,
like
this
women,
is the
right?
yes, this is the guy. Yep.
Oh.
I
How
would have
about
not expected that guy to end that conversation that way.
how about black? Obviously, very very satanic.
Well, that's
That's what
good
I
that
would
you're
have
allowed
told
to
him.
say. Listen, God Rockin', it's good that you're allowed to say that word. So anyway, Glatphobe. Then listen, what he's not here, but if maybe he'll come back real quick. But Glatphobe, then of course, just I went after him. It was absolutely hilarious. Glat said something like, "That's gay," and I just about died laughing. So we laughed him out of here. We laughed his ass out of here, and he had literally a seizure temper tantrum and like I'm gonna take your channel down like that. And he had to be kicked out. It literally happened. It was
Yeah,
full
as if
invasion of the
that's gonna
body
happen.
snatchers.
No, whatever. But yeah, I mean, hey, gay people are allowed to
Stop.
be in this channel.
Helio, stop.
I
Listen, you
mean,
got to cut this out. Listen, remember? Okay,
this
listen,
isn't a
Helio. I was
gay
listening.
talk.
Helio, listen to me. I'm trying to help your channel. I heard you speaking to Indio this morning for about 35, 45 minutes. Before I joined, and then of course I was attacked by somebody that's also gay, but that's another story. Helio, you and Indio were talking about, having clips and shorts. You could cut out several things from that conversation.
Clips
You
and
ought to look at
shorts.
that.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he's literally
No,
he wants to make
the
shorts.
reason we were having that talk is to actually like we can get more traffic here by just clipping portions out and
And
that's
wearing
all.
shorts.
Anyway, go ahead,
Exo.
Go ahead, Exo.
Yeah. Please finish.
Well, I mean
Clint.
that's it. I mean that was the end of the conversation, and it was just an explosion, and he had a literal panic attack seizure. He was cordial that whole time, and then absolutely went invasion of the body at the very end. I thought it was hilarious, actually.
It was that was insane.
What
Oh,
triggered?
boy.
What do you think triggered it?
Well, the fact that I took his soul and put it in a blender, that's what triggered it.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't like this term, but I will say amen.
Oh shit! How many men?
It's like, well, hold on. A lot of people give us shit, about talking about religion, but amen is it ultimately means it is finished. It's done.
No, it is.
So
well,
be it.
It's a highly agreed. Yeah, so be it.
So
That's
be
actually
it.
what it means. Correct.
Yep.
Yep. But you realize, here's what happened, God Rockin', and again, for an hour and a half, I was crushing his religion because I didn't have to ask him what he believed in. I already know what he believed in. And for an hour and a half, I smashed this puny, pathetic little cartoon religion into dust. And that's why he eventually flipped out. That simple.
Instead of amen, it should have been amen for him.
Hey man.
Hey man.
Amen. That's what he wanted was amen.
Yeah,
what
but
he was.
listen.
That's what he was here for. You didn't know that?
Listen, you should have heard Glat, because Glat put on that voice thing, and I about died laughing because Glat, sometimes does the voice of one, and I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry, but if Glat Flobe here, and that's why he lost. It was actually Glat Flobe pushed him over the edge, literally kicked him over the edge, Spartan style.
Hey, and by the way, everyone that participates here in the server and everyone new that finds the server, we do this. Everything is on purpose. We actually have this conversation on purpose every single day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If you want to get involved and if you're offended, definitely join. Because you might have something to say about this.
And especially if you don't like Christians or the Bible, please join.
Or it doesn't even matter what you think or not think. How did you find us anyway? You know, I mean, it's like you found this server, this channel. You definitely join and have a conversation with us. Do it.
If you are,
Honestly, just do it.
I think that's what he wanted. Just do it.
Holy shit! I mean, I think was it Michael Jordan? Right? Just do it, bro. Come in here and talk to us. We do this. We make this happen on purpose.
And we are about the science. We do have a religion section in the server, so Bible or not, we can,
But
there's a section for that.
Is there a gay section next?
No, we don't have
Good.
No.
Good.
If you are
You
offended,
had me where you're
Yeah, by the way, there won't be any gay sections here on the server. No,
Just for
that
you,
will
God
never
Rock.
happen. No.
Put your name on it if you want.
No.
Just for God Rock.
No.
if the words flat Earth offend you or make you feel some type of way, you might have something to say, right, Helio?
Please join the server. Please.
Makes me happy.
No, I mean, hey, when I feel like talking, I fucking come in here and talk. And if I don't feel like talking, I don't come in here and talk.
Are you sure?
I'm quite sure of that. Yes.
Okay. just messing with you, brother. Don't go take it too far here.
Okay. Yeah. God,
No, I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I mean, it's you don't have to try hard to offend me. You know.
Dennis,
anyway,
okay, thanks. Yeah, we've heard it. It's my turn to return the favor to God Rock, and since he's really extended past his stay when it comes to this topic and really dragging this through the mud. So yeah, since there's no heterosexual sections of the site, there shouldn't be any homosexual. Just for the record, thanks.
Yeah, geez, thanks. That's a big relief. Thank you.
Yep.
Did you guys talk
honestly,
to
that's a private. It's a private topic anyway. If you're making it public, there's something wrong. You guys already talk about it too much. The whole topic should not be public.
Yeah. The whole topic shouldn't be allowed in period on Earth.
We didn't bring it up. It's not our fault. In fact, somebody else kept bringing it up, and now, of course, we are trying to erase it. But it's impossible because of how many jokes you can just easily use it for. So what can I say?
It's impossible because the entire planet or the entire plane, excuse my screw up, the entire plane is controlled by satanic morons, and they're all gay as far as I'm concerned.
Accurate, I guess. I mean, it's not wrong.
That was racist.
It may have been, but I don't think so. I think it was more like.
Helio, can you cut these sections and stop? Can you cut this part out of it, Helio, out of the server upload?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some haters, I'm sure.
Somebody
Unfortunately, I can't cut that part out. But hey, God Rockin', mate, I know you're frustrated, and we all get frustrated. But yeah, I mean, don't just blast that, that way. All I'm saying. You guys continue. Where were we?
Here we are, real quick. We got Pooch34 is in the live stream voice text chat. Pooch34, please try to see if your microphone works and tell us how you got here. I noticed that you have a VC verified, no other permissions or indicators on your profile. Here comes Quantum Eraser also typing in the chat. He'll be showing up very soon to give his 2 cents. Attention to all flat earthers. Okay, so that's not me, but you guys gotta, of course.
I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, that'll be good. Because hey, God Rockin', yeah, I made it. Get yourself in order, brother. And not that I'm not one to say so or whatever. Yeah,
Listen,
that
we've
was
spent
pretty
listen,
fucked up.
Godrock and myself and Dennis have. Okay, listen, myself, Godrock, and Glatflobe especially, and of course Helioskeptic, have spent the last 45 and a half minutes trying to get away from the sextant talk. So, no thanks, Have a good one.
No, we weren't trying. No, we were trying to get away from the sex talk, not the sextants talk.
Oh, what's the difference?
Oh, you're gonna have to ask your mama.
Talk about the sex.
Oh, she sold me to an orphanage a long time ago, so I won't be able to speak.
Oh man, that was. I mean, I was
Don't look
trying
at
to
the
be funny,
horizon.
but maybe it wasn't.
Hey, I heard people
Hey, look up.
laughing.
Here's
What's
the
up?
hero. Okay, here's the hero of the day, Godrock, and congratulations to your new adopted son, Glatflobe, who scared away the fairy tale that happened earlier.
The fairy tale or the fairy tale?
Oh, that's
Oh, you
good.
got to figure
Yeah.
that out. I'm not going to talk about. I don't make up the rules. I just break them.
You know, it's just he sounded like such a sweetheart, but I don't know.
Oh, I'm getting sick.
Hey, just be careful. Just be careful all the time that you don't break the matrix. Don't break it.
Glad you have that down to a T.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. It's like, and people are like, "Are you sure
Here's
you're
one. Here's
okay?"
the
And I'm
greatest
like,
meme
"Yeah."
ever. Watch this. Here's the greatest meme ever. Who made this? I really need to know. 7 minutes after the hour right now. Is the Earth flat? Google says no. Can a man get pregnant? Google says yes.
That's where we live, guys. This is the world in this meme. Oh goodness me.
I want to Google that, but I really don't want to.
I think it's gonna say a version of yes.
Ah, screw it. I'll go Google it.
Okay, all right. Let us know. I don't want to fucking know.
No, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna post the image for you.
That's what I mean. I meant to say I'm not gonna look myself, but please let us know.
All right. So, question 1: Is the Earth flat? Reply is do what?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Sure. Thanks.
Oh, so it comes back and says no. The Earth is roughly a sphere. Now for the other question: Can men get?
Drum roll, please, Glatflobe.
Son of a. All right. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible for men to become pregnant and give birth to children on their own. In fact, it's probably a lot more common than you think. Thanks, Goose.
Oh, it happens all the time. I mean, it just happened about 45 minutes ago when we had heard the last seizure panic attack. Yeah.
All right. So next on the list, we're going to ask sweet dear Alexa here. I think. Alexa, can men get pregnant?
Here's something I found on Wikipedia. There are different ideas concerning whether a human male could become pregnant, and, by some definitions of gender identity, humans that identify as men have become pregnant.
Wikipedia?
Yeah, that's how she copies.
Okay, can you now ask, what's her name again? It doesn't matter. Can you now ask her if a giraffe can give birth to a person?
Okay. Alexa, can a giraffe give birth to a human being?
Here's something I found on the internet.
Son of a bitch.
After a gestation period of 15 months, the life of a giraffe calf begins with an unceremonious drop to the ground.
No. Alexa, can a giraffe give birth to
Here's
a human?
something I found on
Alexa,
according to Discovery.
can a human give birth to a giraffe? Damn it.
Here's something I found on the web.
Perfect. Just let her go.
According to historydaily.org, the mom giraffe will give birth while standing up, which, in case you don't know, humans don't do.
What? Humans give birth to a giraffe? He goes, God damn it.
What the fuck are we listening to right now?
That would be a pain.
We're asking sweet dear Alexa if she really knows something or really doesn't.
Did you ask her if we can get pregnant, the men?
Yes.
Yes.
What'd she say?
Yes, she said yes.
Yeah, she rattled off yes. She got it from Wikipedia. When I Googled it, it said for a fact that men can get pregnant, and furthermore, they can give birth.
Oh
Ask
my God!
If the United States measures flat. Ask her
I hate
if
this
the
place,
United
guys. I
States
hate this
measures
fucking
flat.
place.
Remember when Google used to say, "Don't be evil"?
Alexa, does the United States measure flat?
I don't have an answer.
Alexa,
Oh, you're hiding. She's an atheist.
Is the world flat?
Here's something I found on the web. According to termpaperwarehouse.com, the world is not flat.
Alexa,
term paper.
Can you prove to me where the curvature of the
Earth's gravity is 1g, 9.8 meters per second squared.
What the fuck? Yeah. We could have fun with this all night long.
Okay, just ask Alexa what color.
Tell her to
should
open her
paint
third
your
eye.
nails, please.
I have to open that app.
Ask her what color we should paint our nails.
Hey Alexa,
men.
What color should Glatt Flobe paint his nails?
No.
Here's something I found on the web. According to cutoutdankgeek.net, paint nails purple.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it, honey.
I wonder why. I want to ask her why. Alexa, why?
Bitch, purple ain't my color.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Alexa, what color should I paint my?
Here's something I found on the web.
Hold on, I'll ask for the
According to
follow-up.
positivehealthwellness.com, paint your nails in sheer light.
Alexa,
why? We're done with Alexa. Thanks.
Okay. You're
Appreciate that. Figured we could move on. That was funny, indeed. Alexa's almost always down for a good time. Almost. Just don't catch her on a bad day, you know.
Yeah,
she
I
doesn't.
think,
When she's using language, she doesn't like periods. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Listen, QE just came in and could not stand it. He just had to rage.
Yeah. I don't know what to say.
I want to know, but I'm definitely not going down that rabbit hole. But I really do want to know, how does a male give birth?
Nope. Look it up on your own.
You guys talk to that guy. Hold on. You guys in your male birth shit. Old Hoss, did you get a chance to speak? Hey, what up, Bong Sao? What's good, man? What's good? Brother Bong. I'll call you Brother Bong from now on. Just because. What's good, man?
Sad, bro.
Good, man. Just trying to give Old Hoss a chance to talk. I see that he's VC verified. If not, you can go back to your male birth bullshit.
No, we had a
talking earlier. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe give him the 3 point. Or no.
Well, congratulations, guys, for solving so many world problems, including world peace and nail colors and everything. It's great.
So if males give birth and all of this stuff and get pregnant, then what good are women?
I think that's.
What do we get down this road?
I mean, I think
Well,
the point is
listen.
that
Why did you
No,
bring
let
it
me
back
answer
to
this,
that?
please. Let
They
me
were
let
trying
me
to
answer
change
this,
the
please.
subject.
well, no,
According to the listen, according to the last.
I
Okay,
apologize.
so
I was just making a
so
joke.
thank you for asking me. This is the XO. According to the last Glober, there isn't a point for women. Thanks.
well, that's not. I think the point is, I think what we should, well, these things have to go search the web, right? Like according to what I found on the web, like how do they decide? You know what I mean? What answer to give you? The algorithm. You know what I mean? Like
Right. In
it's
other
like
words, where does the information come
so
from?
if Google is saying men can have babies and we know men can't have babies, then it's kind of obvious Google is just pushing an agenda.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
They're
knew who
telling
Paula.
us
Google
mustard
knows
is
who
red.
Paula is, but they don't know who Jesus Christ is.
Josh, there's so many times when I have to turn you up because you're far away and then turn you down because you're at your mic. Just want to let you know.
Well, I was right at
It's
my mic
it's
then.
my fault. This whole conversation started. I don't necessarily. I didn't
Yes,
mean
it
it
is.
to
It's
go
all
this
about
way.
you. Yep. It is all about
Yeah.
Helioskeptic for the record.
No.
Oh my
Well, I mean, yeah,
God.
it was my
Okay,
fault.
kids.
Well,
All
it
right,
doesn't have
children.
to be. I mean, I'm thinking that I started the conversation, but it doesn't have to go that way. Let's.
It's actually about God rocking. Where's God rocking? It's about him. Where's he at? Did he
I
leave
mean,
already? He
I
left.
think
Yeah,
it's
last
getting
year.
ridiculous now because we're making jokes, and a lot of people
It's
don't.
okay to make
Making
jokes. It's
jokes.
just
We haven't
not.
been able
Yeah,
to
but a
stop
lot of
making
people
jokes for
don't get
45
jokes,
minutes.
so they're very confused.
It's true. People are not taught how to be funny these days. We're gonna lose
They
at
wouldn't
least
have
one
survived
generation
in the
to not being
90s.
funny.
We got a new guy in the house.
Let's
Yo,
do it.
Sleuth, you're about to get unmuted. What's good? Get on the mic.
What's up?
What's happening?
Not
What
much.
brings you here, friend?
What happened?
So what brings you here, friend?
Bored and high as shit. So yeah.
Okay, I'm
welcome.
about to light up right now. All right. Cheers, man.
Yes, sir. I
Are you
mean,
on the level?
if I could turn my camera on,
I
I'd
don't
pack
think
a bowl for you guys, but I can't.
Well, all right.
No
Pack one
worries.
up, man.
Make sure,
You're about to get interviewed, son. What's good? A chill
make
interview.
sure,
All right.
make sure when you pack it,
Yeah,
you make sure it's a level.
when new people join, you're going to ask them. You should ask them, "How did you find your way here to the 24/7
It's
Flat
okay.
Earth Discord?"
I got my own.
Just let it go with the flow there, Helio. Come on.
I don't.
All right,
I don't.
I'll
I
shut
don't.
up. I'll
I
shut
don't
up. You
remember
guys handle
why
it.
or when I joined. To be honest.
Honestly, bro, I don't ask that shit. That's just me though. I'm chill. So
Well, I always ask it, but
that's Helio.
Well, that
You
was.
want to give him the answer? So he's asking right now. I think that's what he's
I
doing.
don't remember.
Is that good, Helio?
so all right. So you're curious about the Flat Earth topic, correct?
Enlighten me.
Yes, that's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I said yes. Enlighten me.
All right, cool. No, you found your way here. I mean, why are you curious about Flat Earth?
I don't know. I've never really looked into it. I don't really pay attention to it normally.
Here's something. Orange does not necessarily always smell like an orange.
Wow.
I don't know what you're doing, Joshua. Not sure what's going on
Okay,
here. Let me get
all
my
right,
proton pack.
Anyway, so you're very curious about the Flat Earth topic. You found your way here. You want to talk to Flat Earthers. Now you found us. What do you want to ask us, or what piques your curiosity about
I'm
this
just
topic?
curious about the concept that started the flat Earth idea.
I got you. Let me ask you
Oh,
a
what?
question since you're in our house, and I'll give you a friendly welcome. So, bro, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? How about that? Why don't you tell us your thoughts? Introduce yourself. You don't have to give your name and any of that shit.
I feel like it'd be logical to go with round, but I'm open to other suggestions. I'm not gonna just
be
like somebody
Sure.
that
Well,
is
let's go through the logic then.
Yeah, that's
Should we ask him if he
logic.
paints his nails first?
Yeah, let's go through the logic.
Yeah, hit me with it.
You hit us with it. So it's a logical deduction that it's round, not based on evidence, like solid proof, or like the deduction.
Solid proof.
Hey,
What's up?
check
I
this
mean,
out. Hold
I'm
on.
talking about from the
We're not trying.
outside the atmosphere.
Let him get his. Let him say his word.
I'm meaning from the evidence we have from leaving the atmosphere, it would make it seem as though it is globe rather than flat.
All right.
But optic illusions do exist. So
But when did we leave?
Based on what?
Based on what? What do you mean?
How high do you have to go to leave the atmosphere?
What evidence
several
of
miles.
leaving the atmosphere do you have?
Context of research from other countries and whatnot.
I'm down. Let's review the evidence here together. So that which is what exactly? Evidence that we have left, you said, the atmosphere, proving that it is round. So let's take a look at that evidence together and walk me through, what makes it round. So what evidence is that? What are you going to present? I'll light up right now. Boop.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Yep. I mean, dude, I'm not putting you on the spot. That's just how we do things. There's just
No, every time you come into the live stream, you're put on the spot. If you want to open your microphone and talk, you're put on the spot every single time.
Right.
Hey, can you mute your mic when you're hitting the bong, please?
Said the new guy?
All right.
Okay, I thought it was
a new guy. I think that was Indio, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah,
No,
I'm the new guy.
No, yo, I thought you were talking to the new guy, bro.
We are trying to talk to the new guy.
Right.
And they were like, "Oh, you're trying to put me on the spot." Well, you joined our live stream. Yes, you're on the spot.
I think you left.
Boom. Anyway, whatever.
He's gone. Back to your pregnant male shit, or I'll be quiet now. I tried.
No, that wasn't my pregnant man. That was just us just talking shit back and forth, But somebody new jumped in. They were curious about flat Earth, and that's the way I ask questions. It's not you may or may not disagree with it. I don't give a shit what you guys think about me, to be honest.
Pooch is here. VC verified.
You want to talk, Pooch? Want to talk Earth? What's good? Pooch 34. Yo. Nothing.
No, I realized today is that these guys come in here with their lies and their nonsense and their emotions and their anger, defending the globe as if it's their theory or something, as if they're defending themselves, right? They're so emotional, like they act like it's theirs. I realized today that they're just defending. They're literally bent out of shape defending the claims of complete strangers.
Yeah, when you point that out to them, India, they get offended.
I mean, I was a space fan,
Well, yeah, I know, but I doubt you ran around defending their claims, right? I mean,
Not after looking into it, but before, yeah, I did. I thought it was real, man. I had the Hubble telescope images on everything. It was like desktop, phone, credit card, just
what nebula?
Oh, the nebula. Yeah. Then I went. It was. It said it was an artist rendition. So
always been an artist rendition from.
I didn't know that.
Even if you believe what they say, because they sent it up broken. Remember, it couldn't see. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that when they initially sent Hubble up, they said it was broken and it couldn't see, and they had to go up and quote unquote repair it to put in different optics, and then after that everything's computer generated, and they even admit this, that everything that comes out of Hubble is computer generated. Because it can't see. The mirror, when they sent it up, like deformed or something.
They just wanted more money, I think. Milking us. Like, yeah. Well, it's broken, guys.
Well, but it's like what we're trying to divulge or differentiate between what we can or cannot see across Earth or above Earth, and what it means. This is the ultimate question, correct?
The lower you go, the further you can see, right?
No. Come on.
Come on, man. That's what they say. Seriously, you didn't hear me yesterday, so I finally figured this out, right? They say that there's more refraction the closer you are to the ground. So that means the lower you get, the farther you can see.
Of course. Because you can see now, like, around hills better. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Everything is lifted up. If I get really close, like 1 inch from the ground, I can see Mount Everest from New York City. Like, they keep asking, why can't we see that? But the light ray will just bend around the curvature of the Earth. If I get really low, I got to get real low.
If you got to be like 1 molecule length, like above the surface of the water, and wow, you could see the entire world at once, man.
1 molecule. Come on. Nobody claims anything like that, but yeah. I mean, it's just like the idea is ridiculous. The entire thing.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I've really been beating this refraction thing in my head by thinking about it like a lens, like the way lenses work. So why don't we see chromatic aberration? Do you know what that is? Chromatic aberration.
I do.
Yeah, you do. So I'll post the image of it. Or just put an image in the live stream. That's chromatic aberration because different wavelengths of light are refracted at different amounts. You get a rainbow effect, a prism effect. So why don't we see this in long distance photos if there's all this refraction, right? Especially over such a long distance. Because the blue and the green and the red are going to be refracted at different rates.
That's RGB, right? RGB.
Yeah, you'll get a splitting of the light and you'll get a rainbow effect. But we don't actually observe any of that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Which shows there's no refraction. And that the refraction claim is garbage. They have to correct for this. Listen, this is how it works, right? The thicker the lens, the more chromatic aberration there is. So when you start getting in telescopes, they start selling them like telescopes that fit the cameras, like an Orion telescope. It fits on a camera. It's like 400 millimeter. They have to have it's called an achromatic reflector. They put it inside it's inside the telescope and it corrects for it. It looks like almost like an hourglass. The lens fits inside it, and they have an hourglass corrector that corrects this chromatic aberration. But
it's
totally
the Earth
dependent.
was a globe, right?
It's totally dependent on lens thickness. How thick is How thick is the lens in a 250-mile observation of Canigou? How thick is that lens? Right, 250 miles thick. So why aren't we seeing any chromatic aberration
are they using that telescope though, India? Are they using that telescope to look across
the air is
Earth?
The telescope, Helio. The air is the telescope.
I know. Yeah,
so you don't listen. According to them, the air is a refracting medium, just like a lens, right? And it magnifies stuff and picks stuff up and moves stuff around. So if you have a lens that's 250 miles thick, you're going to get things like chromatic aberration because of the optical path length is so long over that distance. All the light frequency, all the wavelengths are going to spread out. So by the time you take a snapshot with a camera, everything should look like a big fucking rainbow.
What I'm asking you with some of these gigantic telescopes, are they looking across Earth or are they pointing them in the sky?
With big telescopes, they're pointing them at the sky, but they're all correct. All those are corrected. Well, those are mirrors.
Yeah,
Big telescopes
it's
are mirrors.
reflective mirrors, and then
Yeah, I'm talking about refractor telescopes, not
yeah, but they never point them across Earth.
because they're not good for astronomical telescopes are not good for terrestrial viewing. They're just not made that way. They don't even have a variable focus. I mean, they do a partial one, but it like the range is like between 1 times and 5 times zoom. What a astronomical telescope does is it collects light. That's how they work basically. It's not the zoom, it's the size of the aperture. So that's why when they make telescopes, they make the lens wider and wider and wider, a larger diameter. That's how telescope power is measured, the diameter of the lens.
And the lens is concave.
Well, because
because it wants to capture a focal point.
Well, there's a limit. There's a limit on like lens diameter. If I have a refractor lens, the reason they don't make telescopes, the largest refractor is at Mount Wilson in California. There's a couple reasons they don't make refractors, which is a lens, right? A glass lens, big, because if you make it that big, it'll break, right? Because you can't make, what are you going to have, like a 30,000 ton piece of glass? Imagine having a piece of glass that's like, so the largest telescope in the world is, I think it's 10 meters. Is it a 10-meter telescope? I think it's a 10-meter telescope, right? So imagine that being a solid piece of glass, 10 meters in diameter. How much do you think that would weigh? Do you think that you could actually even manufacture that?
It's a mirror, right?
Well, now, yes, exactly. My point
is concave mirror.
Is that they have to stop using lenses and go to mirrors because they can't make lenses that big.
Yeah, but that's the way that they build those
reflector,
quote unquote telescope. It's a reflection.
Yeah, exactly. They use reflectors because of the material limitations of using a refractor, of using a glass lens. So they have to use a mirror.
Yeah. Cool. Continue. But they never point them across Earth to figure out how flat Earth is. They actually point them at the sky, and so that's what we're looking at. We look at the different nebulas or whatever. That's the information. Everything that everyone talks about is talking about globe Earth.
I think the point
when
I was
it comes to
trying
all
make is
this.
even if they did point it across the Earth, it wouldn't be good for that purpose.
No, it didn't. No, it.
First of all,
that's why they wouldn't even design it for that purpose.
The air, right? The opacity of the air.
They can't even make one that could do that. Anyway, go ahead, India.
Well, I mean, because we're looking through the air, we got that problem, and then the other problem is if you use one of these large telescopes, it's going to collect so much light that any image is going to be overexposed, and you're not going to be able to see shit.
Mm-hmm. Especially looking across Earth because so much atmosphere, right? I mean, to be honest, I mean a lot of the optical captures from some of these telescopes that were built that way. There's a lot of really cool shit that we can see through them. The nebulas and frickin' Jupiter and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but it's really cool pictures and captures from that, but it doesn't prove anything about the shape of Earth at all.
So I was wrong. The biggest refractor telescope is in the University of Wisconsin at Yerkes. Yerkes Observatory, and the lens is 40 inches in diameter. So it's a 3 foot. It's a 1.02 meter lens.
Wow. Oh, that's a big lens.
That shit must be so heavy.
Dude, how many tons is that fucking thing? Wow. Okay.
Glass. I was in a place in Boston one time, and these people had a glass table. It was about 4 inches thick, and it would seat about 15 to 16 people. I asked them, I'm like, how the hell did you get that in here? And they told me that they bought, because it's a condo in, like, you know, a rich part of Boston. So they were like, they told me they bought it. When they bought the condo, it was in there already, and it was too expensive to get it removed, so they just kept it. The thing must have weighed, I don't even know much. I can't even imagine. It was probably about more than 10 feet long, 4 feet wide, and the glass is like 4 inches thick.
I can calculate it for you. I looked up the density of glass right now. It's 2,500 kilograms per meter cubed. So, fire calculator or dimensions, if you want. Otherwise, we could just
2,200 kilograms.
When you get Luke
like, so
to go visit that
4,400
telescope,
per
2,500 kilograms per meter cubed. Just run everything in.
Yeah, and a kilogram is 2.2 pounds. So
correct. Yep. 2.2. Oh, so you're gonna.
That's like 5,000 pounds per cubic meter.
Yeah, so
that's nuts, man.
Yeah, glass is dense, man. Yep, 5,500 pounds. Yeah, per cubic meter, which is like a cubic yard almost.
Oh shit! So you know, I had to look up the heaviest piece of glass in the world. 15,000 pounds.
Wow! Holy shit!
What is it like? Is it just a cast piece of glass?
Largest glass window, I guess. Fujian North Glass recently. Of course, it's a glass company, right?
Okay.
They put it in one of their buildings.
Good marketing, yeah.
15,000 pounds? Wow. That's
547 square feet, 54 feet, 3 inches tall, 10 feet, 10 inches wide. 4 layers of glass with an air space in between. Total thickness of the glass is 2.6 inches and weighs 15,000 pounds.
It's a composite. Okay. That's layered. Nice.
Wow. That's insane.
Yeah, glass is really strong in compression. You know,
But you were talking about the largest mirror telescope, which was, you said, what, 15 meters wide?
The largest piece of glass, period, is a 20-ton, 20-inch diameter disc made of industrial Pyrex. It is in the Hale Telescope at Mount Palomar, Pasadena, California. That shit is nuts.
Pyrex is borosilicate glass for any of those glass nerds out there.
Remember, the Hubble was.
Sophia.
The Hubble was made out of like little hexagons of glass that they melted together. And then they coated it with silver or something, and then they sat there and polished it, and I think they claimed it was like smooth within 4 atoms or something.
The biggest reflector, I think, has the same sort of grid. Like they got smaller mirrors arranged into the 10-meter mirror or whatever, and they're all actuator controlled. Because across 10 meters, there's a lot of sag. So, I mean, anyways, I've watched a documentary on that. Yeah. Of course, due to gravity, it's pulling the glass down.
Gravity is your mama.
No, man, it's the bungee that pulls everything to the core, to the molten iron core. It's like flinging out bungees as it spins.
Yeah, it might as well be. You know.
Yeah, why not? Have fun with it.
My gravity is just as good as your gravity. Where's your gravity at? I got gravity all the way over here. I got gravity everywhere. Got some
That's a
gravity.
big piece of glass, man.
It
Dude,
is.
look at that
It
thing.
is. That's insane, bro.
Big. Wow. Wait, that's huge though. That's not the.
We're gonna take this large device and throw it up in space, and it's going to orbit around Earth and show us outer limits of outer space. That's our gravity.
So
And
funny,
it's like,
Pierce.
own that shit.
Remember how I was saying like space and astronomy is the driver of all these things? Yeah. So the world's largest piece of glass. What was that used for? Oh, astronomy.
Hmm.
It's so funny, dude. Like, when you think about like how much money and resources is put into staring into space, it is just astounding. And for what, dude? Like,
Exactly.
literally, for what purpose are they doing that shit?
I think that there is something we don't know. That's man. They spend way too much money, man. And who like the Vatican? Come on, bro. Why? Why? Right? Why? Why you guys? Why are you staring up? I don't get it, man. There's something I don't know.
It's because they're the chosen. They're the chosen.
It's like they're looking for the meaning of life up there. So it's not like it. That's what they are doing. Like they're looking in the sky, looking for the meaning of life. Like it.
And we're here looking for the meaning of life inside. But we're recognizing what they're doing, and why would they lie about some of the shit they're trying to do outside? And it just really kind of looks fake. You know, most of it looks fake to us, but to other people it looks real, and they're looking for the origin of man and the universe and life and all this kind of stuff. I mean, everyone. It seems like everyone's looking for the history of man and the universe and creation and all that kind of stuff. So but what's happening with with the ISS and the Hubble and all that, they're lying, and it's pretty obvious. Why would they do that instead of looking on the inside like we are? It's really weird.
I mean, dude, just like the resources, if you actually like whatever NASA spent on the bullshit, right? Repair the Hubble that's not up there. Let's just assume it's not up there. Whatever, it was a plane. Like
All right. Well, if it's up there, give me some freaking evidence for it.
Whatever. I'm just saying, if like that money was actually put to
Pinky promise it's there. How about that?
Whatever.
I promise it's there. All right,
I
believe
man.
you.
That's the right promise. A pinky promise, man.
Yeah, pinky for. I'll take that. Sure, man. But, man, it's a lot of money wasted. Like a lot of man hours, effort. Well, the gold foil. I want to be the gold foil guy, honestly.
Yeah, well, money's nothing anyway. As far as all this goes, I mean, your intellectual property is worth more than anything that money can, that you can gain by, money. Your intellectual property. Once you understand that they're bullshitting you to the highest extent with this Hubble and
here's the Hubble.
Orbital mechanics and all this shit. I mean, it's complete bullshit.
That's what the Hubble looks like.
like a space taco.
I just Googled Hubble. There it is.
Space burrito.
I'll fucking tell.
So Ron just posted an actual mirage from the Chicago skyline. So when they say this one's a mirage, they're actually not lying. It's actually a Fata Morgana.
You go, Ron. Yeah, that's a good one.
Look. Oh yeah, wow. This one is from Fox. There's a bunch of Hubble tow. Here it is, man. Indio. Look, you repaired that thing. That's the Hubble, man. Look, they just caught it. Slide up there, just tether it up. Hold on a minute. Just grab it tight. Yeah. Pull it in. Or whatever.
So for some reason on the repair mission, the guy that was like, he was like whatever they call them, the crew commander, the leader, whoever's in charge of what, the space shuttle.
Mm-hmm.
NASA said that he was not going on the spacewalk for some reason, even though he was scheduled to. But then there's a video of him on the spacewalk. So I don't know if what that means, but it's just weird that they just like told some crazy lie like that. So Robert Bazzano actually found that.
It's so dangerous. That's why it's dangerous. It's dangerous to actually try to repair the Hubble. Very dangerous.
Good thing. Why? Look at it. It's so cute. Look at the last pic, bro. I don't think that's dangerous.
It's like literally on the same page, on the same NASA webpage. It says, dude, blah, 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 he didn't go on the spacewalk, and it's right next to a video of him on the spacewalk. So, I don't know. It's really weird. That's the video called The Day the Earth Stopped Moving.
I think that was in the Bible when the Earth stopped moving. That was
Apparently NASA took a cue out of that one.
Something to do with Joshua. I mean, Joshua, like, he was having a battle, and he was like, "Hey, God made the sun stand still."
Yeah, the sun.
I'm just messing with you. Whatever. It's just like, this is a joke. Hubble space telescope, just like zooming around the Earth and capturing the most fascinating images of outer space of all time.
I found pictures of the repair. There it is. Come right up, I think. Big ass
video I posted. This is part of. There's the whole video's in the description, but
that's
Robert Bazzano was all over the Hubble, obviously, and so this video is of their so-called repair mission. This is the mission where they supposedly went higher than anybody has ever gone, other than the moon people.
Wait a minute.
My bad for the audio. Hold on. I'll fix that.
But the Earth stands still in this video. It's kind of funny.
Did the fucking Earth stop moving? Did I see this? Wait. Hold on a second.
You idiot flat earthers. You don't believe everything they say about outer space? Dummies.
Sticks and stones, mate.
Hmm?
Come harder.
Sticks and stones break my bones. Names can never hurt me.
But curvature will destroy me. Got any? Right?
Yeah, show me the curve, and then we can shut this fucking server down. We've been doing this for a long time.
I got better evidence than that. Look, here. You're denying outer space while I'm about to present a picture of astronauts repairing the Hubble in outer space. What's your rebuttal to that, Helio? Look.
Wait. All right,
Look at
so we...
Are you saying that's fake?
Yes. Yes. I'm going to say a definite yes. I think that's fake. Yes.
And your evidence for the fakery is?
they've lied over and over and over again, and I would never believe a goddamn word they say. That's my evidence.
The lighting is too perfect.
Look at him, man. Look, man. He's waving to the camera, bro. Come on, man. Say cheese.
That's hilarious.
When you see this, when I see it on MTV, you guys remember MTV astronaut, right?
Pictures. Oh, look at they got the gold foil. That's the same type of gold foil they had on the.
Looks like the same employee too. That's wrapping everything. It's ring. It's not even straight, dude. I would iron this shit out. I would actually use like the 3M spray adhesive. Buy expensive shit. These guys are fucking cheap. Scotch tape, just everywhere. Come on, man.
Scotch tape and gold foil.
Pretty sure that's a dive suit for deep sea diving, right?
Look at the other guy. Yeah, that's on a 45-degree angle. Dude's diving, man. He's swimming. His posture is just like, oh.
No, they train. They train in water, the neutral buoyancy lab.
Right.
That way they're neutral, they're buoyant because they're in water.
And water is the opposite of space, density.
Right.
So why the same behavior?
But the neutral buoyancy is what they're achieving. It makes you appear weightless if you're neutral, if you're floating in some medium, which is water.
Dude, they are floating in the picture. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
In a world where astronauts can drown in a vacuum.
I mean, even the laboratory says neutral.
All
neutral.
We just use snorkel.
And water mixed up.
If you're neutral, you are floating. You're not sinking or rising. You're neutral.
I mean, I always thought, in space you're falling, right? You're falling around the ball. Why does it look like you're in water? You know what I mean? It's weird.
Because they are. The bubbles. What are these strange bubbles coming from their helmet? What is this shit? Oops.
Hashtag bubbles in space.
Well, they appear to be bubbles. They are actually not bubbles. What that is space dust ionizing on the astronaut's helmet. See, they should hire me, bro. I got this, right? And because it's moving so fast, no, I'm just kidding.
Yes, Brother Cyrus. They should hire
me. Right? They should hire me.
The bubbles move pretty slow, actually. I mean, for 17,000 miles per hour, they move pretty damn slow.
Like I said, it's not a bubble. It is ionized space dust.
Anything that was moving at 17,000 miles per hour would be invisible. Just saying.
Bro, look. It's like
it would be there and gone so fast you wouldn't see it.
Well, look at the foil, man. Wouldn't space debris, space dust just put holes in that shit? They tell us space is dirty, yeah? What's up with that, man?
Yeah, and you know what? They were saying all this orbital debris, right? Oh, sometimes a paint flake will hit another satellite or whatnot. It would be like putting ice cubes in a blender and not expecting the ice crystals to collide with each other. There'd be so much debris going all these different angles. It would just pulverize itself. It would be just like a blender if everything was doing what they're saying. And then all the small fragments would start hitting each other and it would be shredded. And yet none of them collide. There's no collisions. It's the most asinine excuse.
Yeah, there has to be some debris that are not, that are barely moving, and then there's debris, or then you got the ISS, moving faster than a bullet. I don't know. And you slam into this little nut or this little, you know what I mean? I mean, what the hell?
17,000.
We can't even get bullets that fast. 17,000 miles per hour. 1,000 miles per hour is supersonic. So now you're talking 17 times the speed of sound, or it's even faster. It's 1.4. It's Mach 1.4. 1,000 miles per hour. So
Yeah.
17 times that. We don't have bullets that go that fast, not even close.
Yeah. Even if you hit something like paint chip, I guess, that's
dead.
got to do some kind of
It
I
has
don't
so
know.
much kinetic energy. It's not even funny because the equation is like kinetic energy equals half mv squared. So the velocity it really dependent on the velocity because velocity is squared. So if you have a paint chip that weighs whatever nothing, like almost nothing, that's moving extremely fast, yeah, that thing it's carrying a lot of kinetic energy. So if it
They've
hits,
done it with very light things, like you slam them into metal block, like even very small little pellets, like a 1 gram thing, and it's like the craters that it makes, the amount of energy released is huge, and they can't get anywhere close to that speed.
yeah.
I think some of them were going like 5 miles per second. It's about as fast as they could accelerate them, and then still there's a huge amount of energy.
And they have wings on those things too. You know what I'm saying? Like flat H like beam or whatever it looks like, the letter H on ISS.
On the ISS, so basically they're falling, right? The gravity is still in full effect though, on the ISS at that distance.
Because they're constantly falling with the Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering like where does gravity start to, fall off, when you start losing actual weight, go into weightlessness, and it's not you falling around the earth, like where is that? Because wouldn't it pull all the debris back down, like all of the crap?
No, it's in a Goldilocks zone, right?
I
Because
mean,
there's
escape velocity.
yeah, it's like it's perfectly matched with the the pull, and there's no loss because you're in frictionless medium. So they got this Narnia that balances each other out, but it's all fake though, because there's no such thing.
Perpetual motion, right? Orbit.
Pretty much, man. It is perpetual. It is because it's gravity powered, and gravity is powered by the mass. And so if it's okay, sure, let's say sure.
Yeah.
What is the mass burning or consuming to create this force field? Okay, it has to consume something. What is it consuming? Itself? Sure. Is it? I don't know.
But
No.
when you think about a zero G flight and the zero G effect, the plane has to be dropping down with them falling down. The ISS is not moving closer to the Earth, so the container is not dropping with them. So they don't. I don't see how they can actually finagle this to actually logically work.
Maybe you just need to you need an animation from NASA to understand. Let me go get you an animation.
That's not enough. That's just
The vomit comet would the vomit comet? The vomit comet doesn't look the same as in the water. When they're in the ISS, kind of like pushing themselves off the wall, catching this with your mouth. That's like water-like behavior, but it's not the same as the vomit comet, right? As actually free falling. What do you guys think about that? That's so inconsistent.
Well, you know what they were doing? They would chop it up. Like they didn't have any clips longer than like 5 or 6 seconds or whatever the vomit comet duration, however many seconds. Like Richard Branson and such, they would chop the video up because that's all they were doing is going in like a vomit comet, and then everything was green screened in there,
yeah.
all the background.
Back in the 90s, they did a lot of that cutting to try to get the hair right, but using the vomit comet and mock ISS on the plane, and you could hear during all those recordings the jet engines, so it was pretty bad.
Also, when they come to an abrupt stop, oh, what happened? Everybody gets slammed into something. Oops. They can only fake it so long, but the thing is, even as fake as it looks, a lot of people will buy it. Like the Elon Musk SpaceX shit, people believe that. Like he's landing the rocket on the launch pad. vertically. It's like, you guys actually believe they're doing that? The average person doesn't have any critical thinking skills.
They just parrot what they see, man. What they see over and over and over again. They have no
I think they want to believe the fantasy is. They just want to believe it. Of course they do. Of course they can do that. Okay, it's like,
Well, yeah, we've been to outer space, so we're about to colonize Mars. And what's next? I'm not sure. Or we're going back to the moon this year, or was it 22? Or
did you ever fly a drone? Imagine trying to control something that distance away. The lag time between
Oh.
when you when you touch the control and then the response time. Good luck.
Well,
Good luck driving
you
something
missed
like
the
that.
Tesla talk earlier today, and maybe they were using that superluminal transmission stuff. I'm just kidding, man. Who was that president that was talking over the phone? What's his name?
I think it was Nixon. He was on
Yeah.
his rotary phone.
Yeah, the superluminal rotary phone, dude. Lag free, bang.
That's what we need. We need rotary phones, damn
Killer,
it.
man.
You know how they control the drones of Mars, right? I think I remember reading something like they spend so much time like calculating the next like 2-3 feet that they're gonna move forward, and then they'll do it like some kind of big operation. Just moving it 3 feet forward is like a big thing. All right, let's go to lunch. You know what I mean? Like 3 feet, yeah. Or so I remember reading something about it when they were doing back in the day on Mars.
I'd love to know the type of battery technology they use to keep it from deteriorating or doing anything through the coldness of space.
And it's so convenient when something breaks.
You're old, bro. They used
Yeah.
heated battery packs. I got this, dog. I got this. I'm telling you, NASA, you should hire me now. Just pay me well, and I'll take care of you. Just heated battery packs, bro.
They always make a movie, right? Like write a movie.
It's a joke, man. Those guys are hilarious. They had like radiators and backpacks and shit like that. So there's some weird tech going on in that square bag.
Shit, if I leave my batteries out in the cold and try to go fly the drone, shit ain't gonna fly very good.
Well, that's garbage lithium, right? They had classified NASA batteries. So sorry, man.
From alien technology.
Right, of course. Bob Lazar invented the thing.
You guys seen Moonwalkers, the movie? It's about the moon landing, It's fun. Oh, it's like why some Globers believe that the moon landing thing was fake, but it was so highly classified we don't really know about it anyways. They probably did it anyway. I don't know. But
I used to believe that, bro.
Yeah.
When I was like 14. That was the only logical, really, conclusion I could find at the time. I thought we went, but aliens.
It was easier to go than to. Someone said, they said, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It was easier to do it and go to the moon than to take it. That's an argument.
That's like so upside down. Like what? No, it's not. When I was there, what?
Or we actually went, but we actually found some stuff. So in order for us to cover that stuff up, we must present the fake moon landing to you guys because we can't show you the real tapes. You see, that was bad. That's a decent hook that I.
I'm pretty sure.
Dude, I did that shit hard.
I'm pretty
We
sure.
made it. We made it, but there was people there waiting for us, and they told us don't tell anyone.
Look, I'm pretty sure it's easier to fake climbing Mount Everest than to actually climb Mount Everest. Like, think about it, right? And then just say to go to the moon. Oh, I can make a movie going to the moon. Stanley Kubrick won an award for it. It was so much easier, and it looked so much more real than that thing they showed us. You know, the real
It
thing.
has to be. It had to be real because you couldn't fake it because we didn't have the camera technology to fake it.
Exactly. It's real because it looks so fake. How about that car in space, though? Right? Does that look real? Or that mouse in the rocket?
I don't know, but we'd have way better graphics if it was fake.
Right. So how can it be easier to go to the moon than to fake it? Oh my god, that's so upside down, man. That statement.
Hey, today I spoke to a friend. I haven't spoken to him like in years. I was with my brother. We were hanging out with a friend, and we talk about flat Earth, and he was getting it a lot of things, but he was hung up on a verse in the Bible that he read, and he says that he read in a Bible that he used to have that there is a verse, and he said that the earth is a sphere and it hangs on nothing. Anybody familiar
I
with
don't
that
know
one?
that for sure. Give me a minute, and I'm gonna go research that.
Circle of the Earth, not sphere.
That's what I told him. I told him it was a mistranslation. It's supposed to be circle, and he said,
Right.
"No, I read it said sphere."
I read circle. The
Well,
one that I read was Circle of the Earth.
next time someone brings that up, tell them that every Bible that's copyrighted has to be changed in one way or another. And so that might have just happened to have been the way that they decided to change their quote unquote word of God.
I actually I broke it down to him about the circle, and we spoke about so many things, and we looked through other verses, and we spoke about water and those kind of things, measurements and that kind of stuff. But then he was kind of hanged up in that one because he actually believed that he did read sphere, and he hangs on nothing. And I was, no, dude, you draw a circle and on a table, and it says circle, because we did looked it up, and it says circles on other translations. And then I said, is this flat table that we're using at this moment, because we had a table over there, and is this table hanging on anything? He said no. There you go. It's a circle, and it's not hanging on anything, right? I don't know how to explain it.
There are other places in the Bible where it talks about the pillars of the earth, and it
Correct.
talks about the earth being established, not moving. There's so many other places that could have easily been taken out of context and mistranslated.
So let me clear something up. It comes from Isaiah 40:22. It says God sits above the circle of the earth. That is it. There is nothing about a sphere. Sphere was never used, nor was it used in any other translation. If anybody ever tries to say that, then they are the ones who.
I got it to translate in Spanish. We were speaking in Spanish because he's reading Spanish. So maybe he got a bad translation, but we were speaking in Spanish. Yeah. So esfera, circle is círculo, and sphere is esfera. So he claimed that he read a Bible that says sphere, but that was the only argument. Everything else, like water and all the other stuff, he was agreeing with me. But just that one, he said, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. He never found it. He never found the. I told him, let's find it. Let's look it up, and we did found circle, and he did got my point, but he was kind of hanged up on that one.
So
But
I'm going to write it down for you in the text, just so that you have it for next time that you talk to him, so he can actually go and see for himself exactly where it is.
Yeah, we
And
did looked it up, and we read the recent and the internet we circle, yeah. And even my brother looked it up. My brother doesn't look into the Bible much, but he was reading with us and everything. And yeah, we all agree it says circle, but he in his memory he read it in Spanish and it says sphere. But it's okay. He was really calm about it. Everything was cool. We came to many agreements. We read other verses that talk about the the Genesis, like it says, God created the heaven and the earth, and then probably like that was verse 1, and then 16 finally speaks about the two lights, the two luminaries, right?
yes, sir.
And it was that's interesting that in the heliocentric model they claim that the earth comes from the sun because the earth is dust from the sun, right?
Yeah,
I
you can also point him to the ancient Hebrew model. With the
correct.
dome and like all the ancient models have a circle, and a dome. So there's the circle of the earth. And while he was reading that, he was probably thinking, "Oh, this must mean a sphere," because in your mind is the globe Earth model. So I think that's what he was remembering.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have noticed a lot of people when you say circle, they will automatically think that that means globe, and if you say globe, then it's a circle. They,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
like the
and that
round thing. They think round means sphere. In Spanish is redondo, redonda, and people actually think that redondo, round, means sphere, esfera, and people do get those confused. But we did went through it, and he did got my point about the circle of the earth. But he, in his mind, he thinks
yeah.
that he read it somewhere, but
So
he's cool about it.
I put the text for you, or I put the exact verse of what exactly he is talking about in the text, as well as I also provided you with a 200 plus flat Earth Bible verses. Um, and I think that you're going about this the right way, but just to make sure, I would tell him, hey, read the entire passage, to get the full context, because you never want. I hate it when people come to me and want to read a one liner of scripture, and I'm like, well, let's read the passage to see if that is correct in what your context that you're trying to say it as. But yeah, you got the article right there. Also, I'm going to give you it's a famous GIF on here, and I'm sure you've probably seen it, but it's one of where it really of using the camera what a circle can look like. You or what your mind thinks it looks like. So, like this woman sits here and has four on the table, and she's got one that's half of a ball. She picks it up and it's not a full ball, and then she's a piece of paper, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a good one to show as well for people who want to question.
I like
Hey,
it. That's a good one.
yeah, because I struggled with that one real bad. And Battle Mod actually said it the other night. He was like, just because you see a whole bunch of trees doesn't mean that you're a tree. And I was like, all right, that makes sense. But then someone actually went and showed this exact GIF. It's like, this speaks to me because when I'm viewing through a telescope or through my camera, I see this circle, but that doesn't mean that it has a globe. So you have to break down your our own mind to understanding that, hey, what we are seeing does not mean that it's in 3D. It just means that this is 2D.
Thanks for that one. That's pretty good.
No, you're welcome anytime.
I was surprised with my brother because we do speak about the flat earth sometimes, and he broke it down for our friend, and my brother was like flat smacking like good. I was like, wow, dude, you've been like studying or something.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, he's my twin brother, and I never heard him explain the flat earth to someone, and he did a good job. He also spoke to his wife about it. I heard him. We were talking to her, and she was agreeing with everything. She got it. She was enjoying the conversation too. She's putting her own points on things.
Yeah, that's a great thing that I love about my marriage. We've been married over 12 years now, and I can speak to her on this stuff, and she'll let me know when I am getting out of hand and when I am speaking truth to things. So it's a great thing to build a relationship on of, hey, I've got these thoughts going on. What's your opinion?
Yeah, he got the point. I was trying to bring him down to to our senses and what the actual things and practical things in reality are, and make a distinction from real to fantasy. And they got it. They were like, yeah, a lot of people entertain these ideas that nobody experiences. People talk about these languages of La La Land and cartoons and globes, and they were enjoying. And also, I showed them that they had a globe in the room, and I point out at the bottom of the globe it says this is not for educational purposes. This is only for decoration. And they were like dying laughing.
Another thing that you can ask them next time on when there's a globe present, sit there and ask them, is this a very close size cotton? You know, and then then seriously go and pull up, like what the size of Africa is, what the size of America is, and they'll quickly find out that, like, holy crap, this globe is way off with continent sizes all over the place. It's a horrible misrepresentation. I don't think I've ever found a globe that had the correct size of continent. Yet, almost every single time I've seen someone just draw up a flat Earth, they can get very close just with someone that has no education can get very close to what the continent sizes truly are.
Yeah, that's good to point out whenever the globe on the pedestal is present in the room. That's a good point. It was fun, and I enjoy my time with my brother and my sister-in-law and our friend. I haven't seen him like probably almost 2 years. Now I'm driving back home.
Yeah, like one thing that I like as well, it helps out, but because I live on a lake and I'm able to see, 3 miles and provide hey, let's actually, see, put a stick in the ground, tape on it, and let's see if I can see it 3 miles away, to the base of that. Yep, I can see it. I can actually do an observation to see that I do not see a curve. I wish that everybody had an opportunity like that, for being able to go to a lake that has a distance like that, or even go to the ocean and pull up a boat app and say, hey, how far is this boat away from me that I'm seeing? And then sit there and pull up, a curvature map. I mean, a math calendar. Man, I can't talk. A curvature calculator. Pull that up and say, hey, this is the distance that the boat's away. How much we disappeared? And then be like, yeah, I don't see it disappearing. I still see the boat sitting on top of the water.
Yeah, my brother brought up a similar point, and our friend did got that point. Yeah, he was agreeing with us on everything, and he did enjoy the conversation. It's just that this is just to me it was pretty silly that in his mind he actually had that thought. That was the only thing that he was bringing up, that he read it somewhere, that it was a sphere. but he was agreeing with us on basically everything.
See, I was like that. If the Bible tells me something, I'm here to tell you, I'm going to be hardcore believing in the Bible more than even if I was sent up in a spaceship and I actually traveled around. See, it's a globe. I still don't care. I'll sit there and be like, I still believe what the Word of God says, but that's because I'm Christian. Now I understand this is the science live stream channel, so but yeah, for me being Christian, I mean, I'm hardcore, and that's probably where he as well is. He didn't want to sit here and say that God's a liar, that the Word of God is a liar. So, but yeah, just let him know that it says circle. And what
Good, and he was a good sport. He was having fun, and he enjoyed the topic, and it was refreshing for me to, like being person to person with family and friends, and just talking about it, and everybody was just pretty cool about it. And we spoke about other things, but the flat earth topic did took a long time, hours and hours. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Let me
Very
ask you this:
enjoyable.
would it help him if he's seen it in its original context? I believe Isaiah was not written in Hebrew, but written in the Arabic. I think that's what Isaiah was written in. I'll double check. But anyhow, would it help if I went to the original writing of it and then said, hey, here is the exact word, here's what it is, exactly translated, to Spanish for you? Do you think that would help you, or?
That will definitely help. That I will bring it up to him, because we we will meet again, and I'm asking, did you ever found that? Because
Yeah.
I found something, and I found if you give me the original, I'll be like, dude, look, the original right here, and let's read it. Yeah, I'll bring next time. I'll definitely bring it up to him.
Okay. Yeah, give me about 5 minutes or so, and I'll get it exactly over to you. I'll put it in the text, but I'll still listen to what
Also,
you're saying.
send it in DMs to me as well, so I can have it there. And whenever I'm gonna pull it up,
That'll work.
Yeah, thank you. He was a good sport. We talk about level, about all the measurements. We talk about the luminaries, and how they reset every year, the cycles and the design of things. And it was, oh my goodness. I should do I should do this more often.
Yeah, it's a great way to actually even build good relationships with people, like get them outside of the box to actually think instead of be programmed to say something. For instance, like when you're at the store and you're at checkout, and it's like, oh, have a good day. And like sometimes people will sit here and be like, they'll sit there and be like, well, my name's Tom, and if you need anything, just come back and see me. And they're programmed just to be like, okay, you too. And it's like, what do you mean you too?
You know
So
something? These both of them, like my sister-in-law and himself, my brother friends and our friend, they were way more open and listening and engaging with the conversation that other times in the past. Like they've been thinking about things, especially with these times. They've been questioning a lot of things, and I found him like way more uh, open about the topic than in the past. Like about the whole conversation. Yeah, yeah, it was good. It was refreshing. Oh yeah, it was enjoyable. Thank you for the replies and the verses that you gonna share.
you're welcome. I've just sent them um, in the original format of Hebrew, and then what it was translated to next, and the next, and the next. So, as
That
well as where it's posted at.
got it in my DMs, and I accepted your friend request. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, if if I hear somebody I like a lot, like that speaks good minded and things like that, I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna send them a in case like they don't accept direct DMs. Because a lot of people eventually will want to, sit there and send you a DM instead of, just going into chat to where it's going to get lost within 2 seconds with other people posting stuff.
Yeah, thank you, man. Definitely, your friendship is. Thank you very much for that. That's great. And the DMs definitely serve a purpose because if you were to post it in the live stream and then I see my friend again, and I'll be like, let me go to the live stream, I'll find it for you. But since it's in my DMs, I won't have to work that hard.
Yep.
It's convenient.
If so, I'm pretty good with scripture. Reason being is I actually read it for myself. So I'm pretty good with that. Explaining to somebody, about reading the entire passage. Like I'll sit down and talk to anybody, but if he ever has a question to you and you ever want, shoot, man, feel free to DM me. Or I mean, there's other great people down here, other people who are way beyond my level that really, really uh, get deep into the Bible, and I love them.
Oh yeah, I've been in that Bible room. I heard you before there too, and yeah, you guys are awesome. Amazing when talking about that stuff. I've learned so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm surprised for like the past 3 nights. I have not really seen anybody down there in the biblical room. So I don't know if that means like on the weekends they're not generally there or what.
Yeah, it doesn't happen every day, but there is those times that always come. People do the room.
Yeah, like the one group that I liked a lot. Actually, what I liked about it was because they wanted to read off the entire book. So, like, someone was like, "All right, let's read Thessalonians," till somebody, sits there and goes, "Hey, let's talk about something that we just read," and then it just, keeps on spiraling and spiraling. It starts a conversation eventually. So that was a real good one that night. So where are you from? Are you down in Mexico or are you up here?
Orale! No, I never been to Mexico.
Ah, I gotcha. Where'd you say?
En los Estados Unidos de América. Yeah, I live in the U.S.
Did you say you've never
I
been
mean,
down to Mexico either?
I live in America. I mean, I'm sorry. I live in my body. I reside in the U.S. of A.
Yeah, I was
I
talking.
say I never been to Mexico. I'm not Mexican.
One of the things I went down to Playa del Carmen or Carmen or something like that. It's on the east side of Mexico, probably about, I don't know, maybe 30 to 45 miles south of. Anyhow, they have the Mayan pyramids down there. And
Went there?
do what?
You went over there?
Yeah.
You go. Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I love traveling. But yeah, so it was actually for my wife and I for our anniversary. But what was cool is there's a Mayan pyramid that in only one time a year does it happen. It's because of exactly where the sun is. And what takes place is there's stairs. And at the bottom of the stairs, there's a snake head. And that one part of the day, for like real quick in like an hour or so, you can watch the shadow travel down. And because of the ridges of the stairs, it looks like a snake going down. So as I got more involved in flat Earth, I've questioned why that has never changed in history, because they exactly made that structure for that exact reason, that exact day. And it's been that way ever since that structure's ever been built. You would think that what they try and tell us in these books and in school, how we travel, saying, hey, we're traveling, what is it, 6,000 miles 6,000 miles per hour or something crazy like that. And it's like, then why has this never been at even in a different hour or whatever, or a different day? You would think that it would be for how long those people have been there. But nope, it's always that exact day and that exact hour.
That's because this is based on the sun, and in their belief system, the globe is circling around the sun, and for us, the sun's just going above us. So that hasn't changed, and that shouldn't change even within the heliocentric delusion.
I don't know. I think they knew about curvature, axial rotation, gravity, and refraction. They took those into account and they built the pyramids. What do you think, Drace? You like it?
I think it was post-diction based off of the fact that the sun just does the same thing every year.
All right, I concede. I think you're right.
I would just think of this concept that they say, I guess they more so say that the sun is traveling. They say that we're spinning around the sun as it's traveling, but you would just think that some of these stars would move or something. I mean, even the one star that's like dead center in the sky every single night, all night long, it's dead center. You would think that would have moved it.
The stars and the stars should have deviated in the positioning of the pyramids on the ground should not match up to the stars or with like the pyramids of the Giza
right
the tunnels leading directly to specific star systems. That doesn't work in their belief system. But the snake thing was a little bit different because it's utilizing the sun off the side of the pyramid, not the stars.
I brought this up to him about the stars are aligned with structures on the earth, and I brought it up to my friend, and he got it. He was like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting." He did get the point that if the earth was moving and spinning and doing all these movements, and I told him about the 666, and he was like, "What? It's moving at those speeds, 666, whatever." and and he was like all like ears and eyes open, and then he was like, "Yeah." If I grabbed the globe, and I said, "You see, the globe is being illuminated by that light, like in the ceiling there was a light illuminating it." And I grabbed the globe and moved across the room, and I say, "How will that light will be aligned if the globe was moving and that light was moving too, and everything is moving in their own way? How can it be aligned and reset every year?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. That the ground is motionless, it's stationary, and the cycles are repeating cycles." That made a lot of sense. You should post something about the pyramid, though. I think I've heard that before, but I never seen it. So that's an interesting one. That's definitely a good one.
I'm gonna mess his name up, and he's probably gonna correct me, which I hope he does. But Bozo Gress, they just posted about it with an image. But yeah, it's right there. I'll try and find a YouTube video for it as well.
So is it like a snake on the Mexican pyramid? Let me check.
It's a shadow, and down at the bottom is a snake head.
Yeah, there is photographs about it. Kukulkan at Chichen Itza during the spring and fall equinoxes. This pyramid, dedicated to Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, serves as a visual symbol of the day and night. On every equinox, the sun of the late afternoon creates the illusion of a snake creeping slowly down the northern staircase. That's awesome. I mean, the globe is dead. This is a globe killer.
The feathered serpent, yeah.
Yeah, so Bozo Grass actually even posted videos, of people showing it happen. But yeah, this stuff it's amazing that Mayans were able to do this technology, and they didn't even have anything close to what we have.
Apparently, if we talk about his story, the story that we were given in his story books, that sounds. I mean, we're speculating. I'm speculating now, but from the stories that I've heard in the past, the Mayans actually made it to the pyramids. They didn't build them. The claim that the people that we call the Mayans built the pyramids, that hasn't been confirmed. That's just a claim.
Hey, I have another thought to go along with what you just said a second ago, which would be, think about this, with modern cities and lights, we cloud out with light pollution, the invisible stars. And so they didn't have that, they could see, pretty much all the stars you can see with the naked eye, from even the inside of their city. and they probably didn't have as many distractions as we did, so probably had more time to pay attention to the stars.
I'm trying
They
to
did.
see. I'm trying to see if Bozo Grass or either Drace want to come into voice chat because they know so much more than even what I'm saying. Oh, Drace said it's 8 a.m. over there. Maybe Bozo Grass will step up to the plate, but I don't know if you're seeing what they're saying. But you ought to go check out the text. Like they know some deep stuff.
Yeah, the Mayans don't claim to have built these places, though. Yeah, that I've heard that before. Even the Incas in their, those structures that some people say the Incas built, they didn't claim they built those. So it's a similar situation.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to go and read up on that. Like one thing that I actually enjoyed. So I went down there in 2009, and a lot of America at that time was saying that Mayans are saying that in 2012 the end of the world's coming. When I went down there in 2009, and we're walking around, and one of them had their calendar, and I was asking through broken Spanish, but I got it, especially when the translator. But anyhow, what I ended up finding out was he basically said back to me, he was like, they just ended the calendar 2012. That doesn't mean that that was the end of the world. And he told me, he was like, they even got predictions of things to come to America, and I think it was like 4,000 something. And he was like, they just did it because they were like, it's through history probably a chance that we're not going to be here, so we're just going to stop this thing in 2000. If we get closer, then we'll improve our calendar to go even further than that. But I was like, this is awesome to learn this stuff, because I don't know why someone would want to go and take their story to turn it into trying to say that they were saying it was the end of the world. That's horrible, in my opinion.
So that's basically, the people that wanted to sell the tickets for the movies and the propaganda machine. They heard this story about these people reading a calendar from the pyramids, and then someone added extra stuff like, yeah, the calendar ends. That means they're claiming that the world is gonna end.
Yeah, like Drace just said something else that was said to me down there. He said, according to the calendar, there is always a transition between ages. They just completed a full cycle of the whole calendar in 2012. And that's another thing that he was saying.
Yep. But someone saw the chances for making a movie or story and capitalize on it. Making stuff up. Don't you know that Globers do that a lot?
Yeah, they definitely do. You know what? The funniest, I remember this. So I went to homeschooling to a church school when I was first going to schools. What I actually loved about the school I went to is they sat there and told me up front, this is what we teach, and this is where it comes from. However, that does not mean it's true. So they actually taught us to question the globe, and then they showed us Bible verses and things like that. So I already had a hint early in life, that the globe wasn't real. But yeah, where I was going with that. But yeah, that was always great. Oh, so when I went to public school, and I was actually confronting teachers at that time, asking them questions about what they were saying with the globe. And I was like, well, do this without your book. Like, let's go outside. Let's do a test. Let's do an experiment. Of course, it went way over the head, never happened. But one of the things that they were trying to tell me, and I will never forget this, they tried telling me that the Earth was not actually this sphere, that it was like more like an egg shape. And I was like, the heck? And so as I grew up, I've never forgotten that. And it's like, why in the world would it be an egg shape? And all these other planets that I can see with my telescope and things like that are this circle, None of them are like a circle that's egg shaped. I was like, even their own Scientology or whatever you want to call it, like just does not make up.
The Earth is an egg, and you are the yolk.
There's a Bible verse about the yolk.
Bro, I like eggs. If the Earth was an egg, I love it. I like it.
I think another thing that I struggled with real hard was when they would say that the center of the Earth was magma. And I would sit there and I'd be like, dude, I can go to Mammoth Cave in Kentucky and go down in these caves, and it gets colder as I go down. So if you're telling me that the center of the Earth is this magma, like as I'm going down, why is it just dropping more and more and more in the temperature? I've never grasped that one of why I said that it was magma.
You're such a troublemaker, flat earther, young one, questioning the authority.
Yeah, well, I also got very, very much in trouble when I went to public school because my parents would not let me believe in Santa Claus. They straight told me the truth. And so even as I was in the church school, young age, I was even taught that, as well. This is a pagan holiday and yada 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 and things like that. So when I went to public school, I
Wait,
think
your parents didn't lie to you?
no.
Oh no.
Yep. So that is one thing that helped me stay firm in my Christianity to like why I never questioned. But yeah, so when I went public school, I will never forget when it came to about Christmas time, teacher asked them what Santa was getting. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the line, like, why are y'all talking about Santa? Because he's not real. Yep, I was
You're such a troublemaker.
Oh
Destroying Santa's bringing the presents illusion for the children. And telling them
Yeah.
the truth. Troublemaker.
But someone did it just a minute ago to me. They corrected me. I love it when people correct me, because I was sitting there saying something completely wrong, about how the snake was coming down the pyramid. And I was like, why hasn't that changed? Yada, yada, yada. And they corrected me and they gave me a reasoning behind it, not just, well, you're completely wrong. Like they actually gave me a reasoning behind it that I could actually think with my own common sense mind.
Wait, what did they say?
So his reasoning was that came about it was that I was trying to sit there and say, well, if the sun is moving and things like that, but the thing is that even in the globe model or the flat Earth model is still how the sun orbits, however you want to see it. But it's the sun, so the sun is not moving the sun moving through space has nothing to do um, with the could never change the shadow coming down.
Okay, yeah.
Battle Mods corrected me before. I was talking about snipers, and I was just basically getting at, hey, snipers don't have to like calculate for curvature of the Earth, nor do they need to calculate, the speed of the Earth. But I was like, it's a couple of things, and da da da. And Battle Mod came in. He's like, "Nah, I'm here to tell you, it's like 100 things we got to calculate." So, and he went into detail about it. I always appreciate people that, with common sense things that I can go out, and test or observe or whatever you call it. I love that. The only time I ever
Baltimore is our resident flat earth guide.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only time that I got
He's eating munch. He's not speaking because he's eating munchies with his dog. and his dog has a cat.
I wonder where he's. I'm surprised he's not talking. He might be up in there in the lobby.
Battle doesn't have a. He doesn't. Battle doesn't has a cat. Doesn't have a cat. His Battle dog has a cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ask him.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, for my cat. So I had a really old cat. Then I had one that was, just a couple years old. And the one that was a couple years old, you could tell that he just wanted to play. So I actually went and got him a cat. But what was funny, exactly what you're saying, how Battle Mod was, I actually sat there and was like talking to that cat, and I was like, hey, this is going to be your cat. You're going to have to feed and water it, yada, yada, yada.
So I took this picture today. That's my brother and sister-in-law's cat, and he is my new friend.
Yeah.
We in my house we do have a cat, and he's cool, but he doesn't like. He's not too friendly. He just want to kind of he gets closer when he wants like treats or water and stuff like that. But my brother's cat, he allowed me to just play with him and touch him and grab his spawns and just play with him and tickle him, and he was cool about it. But if I do that to the cat in my house, he'll bite me.
Yeah. I named my cat after angels. So one of my cats is Azrael. And my big cat, he was mixed with a cheetah. He ended up weighing 30 pounds. But I named him Lucifer. And what's funny is he was born on 06/06/05. So his first, when he turned 1 year old, he was 666. And what's so funny is that so many times that number popped up with him. So like if I went to the vet, I will never forget, I would have vet. I mean,
$66.06.
Yep. And it's total
$66.60.
Yeah, things like that. 66.60, or I did have a bill that was $666. And what's so funny, they would sit there and be like, would you like me to take a penny off or make a joke like that? And I'd be like, no, like, I embrace this type of stuff. So Bozer Grass just gave me a great thing that I am going to do. He said, go research a time before the. So whenever I end up getting off this tonight, I'm going to go do that. See what it says. So now the second picture that you just showed of the cat on the wine glass, is that your cat?
Yeah, that's a cat in my house. Yeah, it's not my cat. I mean, we share the house. So yeah, and I'm cool with him. We're cool, but he's not as playful as my brother's cat. It was kind of fun to play with my brother's cat. This one, yeah, my brother is calling me. 1 second.
You're okay. Bozo Grass, I'm actually going back and reading what y'all were saying.
I got a call. I got a phone call.
You're good. Talk to you later. Good seeing you. Have a blessed night.
I'll be back. You know who else has a cat?
Cinderella? I don't know.
Helioskeptic. And Helios cat is an asshole, just like his owner.
So you mean to tell me that his cat goes around telling people that their own pictures are fake too?
Yeah.
He did finally apologize to me, by the way. He actually.
Ooh, all right, I take it back. Helio's not an asshole. He apologized. Great, Helio, my buddy.
Yep.
Yeah. And his cat is great.
That's awesome. Yeah, he actually sent me a message, and I told him again. I said, "Look, I'm being dead serious. I want to apologize. With upset with me yelling, with me cursing at you, because that should never be done." And then he finally came out and said it on his own. And he basically said, what you just said. He was like, I can sound like an asshole sometimes, so I'm sorry. I was
Yeah.
like,
Sometimes
I
I have
respect that.
to sometimes I have to point it out to him so he remembers he's kind of being a mean guy, but he's allowed to do so because he's still cool about it. He's one of the nicest assholes I've ever met.
Yeah, I like him. He kind of reminds me of Lunatic.
Lunatic? Tell that to Lunatic, please. Tell him that Helio reminds you of him.
I don't know. I've gotten the vibe that Lunatic could break his foot off in my ass.
If you tell him that Helio reminds you of him, wow, yeah,
Yeah.
he might kick you in the balls.
Yeah, me and being Lunatic, we were in the conversation the other day about where cryptocurrency is going, and he had a
It's going to
theory.
the moon.
Oh no, he was basically taking it into a new world order type deal, and I was like, come on now, like stop it. And I could tell. I was like, we could get into this really bad.
It's going to the firmament actually.
Off subject, but do you get into cryptocurrency?
It's actually a secret. I never tell anyone about this, but keep it between us.
Yeah.
And the answer is possibly.
So I've been monitoring it. So I do a lot of day trading, which is what I suggest people to do.
That's what you
I'm
do?
here.
Day trading?
Oh yeah, dude. I will
You
flip
good at
stuff.
it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I do a lot more with real stocks with like SQQQ. I'll day trade.
Like
So
options?
I do not do options now. I got a really good friend who does options. Actually, it's on a Discord server. I can send you over there if you want me to.
Yeah, send me the link. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do? You buy stocks and wait for them to go up and sell them?
Yeah. So like SQQQ. Like right now it's like 6.5, and I've been waiting for it to start finally going up. So you're gonna see, probably a good 3 times over the week. I
Yeah,
will.
send me that. Send me that one. Send me that one. I want a 3x.
If you get into day trading on Ameritrade, this isn't. I'll just say it. You have to have $25,000 sitting in your bank account in order to day trade for real stock.
Yeah.
So you got to know that. Now, you can always go and put money in, but at the end of the day, there still has to be $25,000 in the account. So,
Hey,
just
lady, you want to buy my car? 25.
but but now for day trading in cryptocurrency, obviously it doesn't cost you anything, but you're
Bro,
always
if I
charged.
sell my car for 25K and then I put it on that,
You could.
I'll have 75K because you said 3x.
So, well, it's called S triple is the one that's good for day trading again. There's many others too.
Just guessing. I don't have that kind of money yet, but I'll Robin Hood it.
You ever heard out of Robinhood? Go into Ameritrade. You don't have to worry about none of these silly little fees or anything. It's very simple.
But I don't have 25,000.
No. So you can do Ameritrade. And if you do not do day trading, still do it.
I mean, I can sell my car. Just kidding. I'm actually more into the crypto side of things, but I'm not a daily trader. But I could be if I get some, inside
Oh
info
yeah.
like yours, because you sound like an insider, and I like that.
Yeah, so with cryptocurrency, if you wanted to stay over there and just test the waters and see how you do with day trading, you will have, depending on how much you've put in and taken out and things like that, it calculates over time. But when it first starts out, don't hold me to this, but when it first starts out, it's like 1% in order to buy in, 1% in order to pull out of. So you're like, all right, well, I got to make sure I'm always on the plus side of 2%.
So if you go 1% down, you just sell a 1% loss.
Yeah, well, now for me, so what I do is when I'm analyzing the situation. So the last one that I did that was a big one was Cardano. Now this wasn't for day trading. I sat on it for 22 days. But what I did is I analyzed it, and that's the one I'm actually analyzing again. And I'm probably going to make the pool here within the week because I think it's at its next lowest point, and then it's going to start going up. So what I'm going to do, or what I did 22 days ago, it was at $1.25 or something like that, and I put into it, and I looked through at the back numbers using the Fibonacci sequence. Big into math.
Yeah.
So I looked into it that way, and I determined that, hey, there's a good chance that it'll finally go up to 165. And in exactly 22 days, it went
Was
up
that
to
a
$1.
15%?
Yes. Yep. So I went up to 159, and I pulled it out then because I wanted to go to the low side of my highest. And I didn't want to sit there forever on stuff. So yeah, at 22 days, I pulled out. It was roughly 15% or whatever it was, and then minus my fees, which came in, I think, at a grand total of 1%. So it was like 14% or so is what I ended up going home with.
That's not too, dude. I like your style.
Yeah.
Goodness, yeah.
When you go into analyzing, if you end up saying, hey, I like this Fibonacci sequence or whatever math you end up seeing, you're like, I really like this, whatever you're learning. One thing I suggest to you, analyze it over what's taken the last month, the 6 months, the 5 year, and then the year to date. Analyze it in that whole entire process. Look at what happened when the market crashes, things like that. But anyhow, what you're going to end up getting is setting your mind at, hey, if it gets up to above 2%, and I want to pull it out, that's when I'll do my stop sell. If it gets over 2%, but you also got to set your to, hey, if it goes down, what am I okay with losing? And one thing you can say too is, if it goes down, am I okay with holding it for an entire year to watch it finally go back up? You got to decide that type of stuff. Now, since I'm a day trader, I will sit there and say that if it goes down 3% of where I'm at, I will sell it, and I'll be at a loss of 3%.
I get it. Yeah, that do make sense because you are doing daily trading, and if you can offset that with more pluses than one loss, that will be fine. But it could be very dangerous.
Oh yeah, day trading can get you into big trouble, especially for people who don't have a mindset. Because a lot of people, what they'll do is, and I've seen this, they'll get into it and they'll be like, when it gets up to 2%, I'll pull it out. Then they'll see it like, at 2%, and they'll be like, oh, it's almost there, and then it'll start trickling back down, and they're like, it's okay, it'll get up to this 1.75. And then it just keeps on going down to like 1.5%, then 1%, and then it gets back to 0, and they're like, oh, it'll get back up. And then it just gets worse and worse and worse. It's like, if you would have just sat there and told yourself, hey, it got up to 1.75, ducked down to 1.5, and just told yourself, hey, it's okay, let me go ahead and pull this out, so I've got a plus side, and take it out. Even if it, you can get upset at yourself, you take it out and it ends up going up to 5%, you can get upset at yourself all day long.
Yeah, you gotta keep the emotions out of it. If emotions on this thing is fucking.
Yeah.
Just leave your emotions somewhere else than at the trigger button.
Yeah. And having it written down on. So like, I go ahead and set up my 2 stop sells. So if it goes into the negative of 3%, it's at a stop sell. If it goes to the plus side of 2%, it's at a stop sell. And there's been times I've watched it go up more, but the only one that I stuck in for a long time that I just did read. So, and that's just because I was very confident, and I'm reaching a point again to where I'm really confident that this is Cardano at its low side. So
See, I do have a lot of notifications, and I've seen today the market has been on the green for mostly the ones that I've been looking at compared to the past, 3-4 days? No, probably more than that.
Yeah.
And the market, I think your Cardano should be following where the market was doing the past few hours or last period, whatever you're following. But yeah, Cardano looks like a good tradable token to just move it around and take, like you're saying, like 2-3% or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of taking profits and then leaving your bags, because there's also the long game, which a lot of people play the short game, which is cool for short-term money. You take a little bit of money to play with, but if you're not playing the long game, then that's where most of the money is made. I mean, think about the Bitcoiners who were day trading, back in the day, and all they had to do was hold their bag, and they'd be sitting real pretty right now. They just held the bag,
Well,
right?
if you're trading 25,000 and taking 3% on every trade, and in crypto, there's some coins, I mean, some tokens that if you time them correctly, you could make 3% multiple times a day.
So let me give you a demonstration between the difference between me and one that good friend I have. This is both in the stock cryptocurrency. So he's looking into Oli's. It's like a grocery store type place, but if you looked into OLLIE stock, you'll see it. And right now it's like a below 50. Out of both of my analysis of it, my wife's also a tax accountant, senior tax accountant. I used to be an enrolled agent, so I can look at the numbers in the backside of companies. So that I feel is going to be really, really good for getting back up in about 6 months to getting back up to 80. However, and you sit there and that's a 66% gain or something like that. And you're like, man, that's really awesome. Now, I'm not one who's wanting to sit for 6 months, but what I told my friend, I was like, on an average, as long as the market is going good for SQQQ, in a week's time, you can sit there and pull out three times of doing this, and they'll equal 2%. So 6% at the end of the week. And I can take that 6% and I'll put it right into the next thing that I'm doing. So I'm making money off of my profit that I'm going to put in again. So in about 20 weeks of time, I'll be able to get that 6 that he's going to have to wait 6 months on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's. I mean, if you crunch the numbers and do it correctly, and it could be very profitable to do what you're doing. I get it. I'm way too emotional.
Like you said to yourself, leave the emotions out. But the guy who just jumped in brings a very good point, and I've seen people do that exactly with what he was saying. They'll sit there, they'll put in $1,000, and they'll be like, all right, so I've finally made 100% off of it. So what they'll do is they'll take out 1,000, therefore leaving 1,000, and they'll just let it sit there, and they'll go on their merry little way and totally forget about it, and then look back at it, 6 months or a year's time and see where it's go. Because like if you would have done that with Shiba, or Doge, or any of those, He's exactly right. Like you would be sitting there being, oh man,
So
I'm
at
making.
this moment, if you want to do that, you want to look at something like XRP, Hedera Hashgraph, Casper, API3, also QNT. You just buy those suckers and hold them, and that's your long bag right there.
Yeah,
Also,
I'm
you
all
could
for.
add. My top two will be XRP and Hedera Hashgraph, but you could also add XLM and, like I said, Casper, QNT, and API3, and that's those for a long bag. Those are just probably top tier at the moment.
I'm all for making profits, but what is just as important to me is the technology. So, like when you bring up XRP, you want to make money off XRP, that's great. However, I see XRP, if you could put a face on XRP, it would be the evil guy from the World Economic Forum. Right? That's what I feel about that kind of technology. It's fully traceable, trackable, controlled, etc. So
Yeah.
there's the profit side of everything, and then there's the technology, the cryptography of that
But you want to
coin.
bet? I mean, if you actually in the game to make money, I mean, the market, whatever,
No,
you know, like
my
I
position
could be
is
I could be poor for the rest of my life and I'll be fine. I don't need to be a millionaire, whatever. But when you look at, because okay, we brought up XRP. When you look at the partnerships that the company Ripple is doing, it's showing, and the XRP ledger is gonna be utilized with the CBD systems and Swift
there you go.
system
There
and
you
many
go.
of the banks, the central banks. Those people, I mean, if you're in the game to make money, you want to bet on them because they're not going
No,
away.
I get it. I get it. That's why I said you want to make profits off it. That's cool. However, my long-term storables is not going to be in that because let's imagine for a minute we know that they lie about the shape of the Earth. Now, what else? Anything's up, right? They're literally capable of anything, right? So let's say you made millions. You got XRP. You got $2 million worth of XRP. Now down the road, they get all the wallets in play, the CBDCs, all that stuff's all in play, and then all of a sudden one day it'll be a blindside, and they're like, okay, well, if you got to have your digital passport in order to utilize these funds to traverse your currency across our ledgers,
I
right?
think there's a big chance of that happening. I agree with you. There's a
So
huge,
also,
huge
yeah,
chance that there might
and
be a
and if you're
thing.
using, and we've already seen it with Coinbase. I mean, we've already seen it. So especially if you have your money in these large exchanges that are all controlled by government entities, they can literally lock your funds, just like with your normal bank. They can lock your funds. They did it to Jeff Berwick. They've done it to all kinds of people, man. They do it all the time. So just as much as making profits, I think it is as imperative to also make sure that you're filling bags with a technology they can't touch, right?
Have you looked at Have you looked at the H bar Hedera Hashgraph?
Well, I see what I'm looking at for it's so what I like the idea of is because everything's going digital, right? It's all digital, everything, right? I mean that's
Not
why we're
everything,
in.
because the
Well,
real thing is gonna be. No, I get what you're saying because
yeah, no, all of our money